One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 741 to 760. Chapter 741 The Situation. Pretend to look like it. 17 sneered and rushed forward again. The 18th followed closely behind him. The two of them were one after the other, and they were going to turn this enemy into scum today. Ling Yi's whole body swelled, and all the breath was carried out by him. The black clothes on his body moved without wind, and the yin and yang taiji map under his feet swelled in a circle, becoming twice as large as before. Correspondingly, among them, the strength is also doubled. Today is either a breakthrough or a death. The eyes suddenly became fierce, the crisis of life and death, the pressure, let Ling Yi concentrate fully, and all the energy were condensed on one point. Number 17 or 8 crossed the distance of 100 meters in an instant, came to Ling Yi, and rushed into the force field rudely and violently. At this moment, the two of them also burst out with a powerful aura from their bodies. With a sudden explosion, the rolling air twisted out, and the powerful auras collided with each other. This shock forms a powerful bow, and the wave spreads in all directions. In just an instant, the ground with a radius of 1,000 meters was lifted up, and the dust rolled. Bang bang bang. Standing in the center of the force field, Ling Yi, who used the force field to slow down the speed of the two, had a calm expression and quickly swung out with one hand, resisting the repeated attacks of the 17th and 8th. Every time it collided, the earth around it would rumble, and dust would rise up in the sky. The shape of the three people kept shifting, and in just a few short breaths, they had already crossed the distance of thousands of meters. The ground it passed seemed to be rolled over, torn apart, and numerous pits appeared. The rumbling sound was like a muffled thunder, and they kept coming out, and their collision was shocking. In this rapid and non-stop collision, Ling Yi's body trembled violently, enduring a steady stream of shocking force. Gradually, more blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. This kid also needs physical strength to maintain this strange force field, which will kill him. Because of his strange stance, Ling Yi's speed was able to form a balance with number 17 and number 8. However, once the force field fell, it would immediately be torn to shreds by number 18, who had an explosive attack. Next, the attacks on the 17th and 8th became more frequent and intense. The power they use is even greater. 30 breaths later, the mountain beneath the three of them burst open. Ling Yi seized the opportunity, soared into the sky, and flew across countless mountains and peaks. The high-intensity battle made his whole body tremble at the moment, and every cell was boiling. Take advantage of this time to recover his physical strength, otherwise, he really doubts how long he can last. Behind them, number 17 and 18 followed closely with ruthless smiles on their faces. They did not evade the mountain tops that blocked their sight. They let their powerful bodies smash into mountains and peaks, saving a lot of time. Boom! When the Qigong wave was formed, Ling Yi turned around abruptly and threw countless Qi waves behind him. Shish! In the blink of an eye, the figure of number 17 and 18 was surrounded by Qigong waves, and then a huge flame burst out. After 3 breaths, the flames dissipated, and the figure of number 17 and 18 leapt out. It's useless, you can't escape. 17's voice was cold, and his face was full of strong confidence. After 5 breaths, the two caught up with Ling Yi. In the fast battle, number 17 punched Ling Yi in the stomach, bent the latter's body like a shrimp, and hit the mountain behind him heavily. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Ling Yi's mouth, and with this punch, he felt the passing of his life. Isn't it? He flew up and supported the force field again, but the size was only as big as the beginning. 2 fists are invincible against 4 hands, and any one of the enemies is stronger than himself. Such pressure is simply not something that ordinary people can bear. Die! Number 17 bullied himself up again, slashing down with one leg, and number 18 threw a punch at the side. Bang! After taking the hit number 17 again, Ling Yi's right hand clicked and made a slight sound. This slight sound made Ling Yi's expression change on the spot. Broken wrist. He originally only had one hand, but at this moment his wrist was broken, and he lost his fighting power, causing his pressure to increase suddenly. On the other hand, looking at number 17 or 8, there was a smile on his face. Bang! Number 18's punch hit Lingyi firmly, causing the latter to fly out again. On the other hand, number 17 quickly seized this flaw, folded his hands together, and slammed Lingyi in the back. Boom! Lingyi was immediately knocked to the ground, blood spurted out of his mouth, and instantly lost his fighting power. These two huge blows seriously injured Lingyi. Now, can you still fight? Two air-breaking voices sounded, and the figures of number 17 and number 8 came into Lingyi's eyes, with mockery and coldness in his tone. Lingyi didn't speak, he just coughed up blood. The heavy blow just now caused damage to his internal organs. Seeing Lingyi's complete loss of resistance, number 17 showed a cruel smile, then raised one foot and stepped on it ruthlessly. Click! Lingyi cried out in pain. His right leg was directly crushed by number 17. Immediately following, number 18 also smiled and learned to step on Lingyi's other leg. With a click, Lingyi shouted again, and the pain swept through his body, causing him to sweat profusely. Well, let's see how you're going to run. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. 17 smiled grimly. Because of the pain, Lingyi could no longer speak out, and he already knew in his heart what would happen next. It seems that his fate today is death. Gohan. At the last moment of his life, Lingyi was thinking about Sun Wukong. In a world without him, the pressure that Son Gohan has to face is significantly greater. And the unscrupulousness of the 17th and 18th, I am afraid it will cause more trauma to this planet. You're damned too, let me give you a ride. Number 17 raised his right hand, and Qigong waves gathered. 18th followed suit and raised his right hand. After 3 breaths, a sky-high explosion resounded, and a huge mushroom cloud erupted. Lingyi's breath has completely disappeared from the world since then. The form on the earth, from this moment on, has completely fallen into one side. The powerful power of number 17 and number 8 shocks all human beings on earth. At the same moment, Yang Qing, who was wielding the divine sword, was suddenly startled. Lingyi, are you dead too? Ruo Yurao sighed, and the next moment, Yang Qing's figure disappeared here. His own apprentice, he always had to take it back. As a god, this power is still there. Chapter 742 3,000 years later. It didn't take Yang Qing long to catch Lingyi, but after a while, he brought Lingyi to the Zhuang Divine Star. Unlike the dimension where the mortal world lives, even the souls of the dead can survive here. There are so many amazing places in the universe that even the gods don't necessarily know all of them. Let Lingyi and Vegeta survive together, Yang Qing is also relieved. He can't interfere with everything on Earth, but extra help is possible. The gods are not allowed to interfere in the activities of mortal souls, even if they perish or become brilliant, they cannot interfere. Mortal things, only mortals can handle. Unless there is a major event that affects the ecological balance of the entire universe, or a battle between gods, it can only intervene. At this point, the control is very strict, and no one can mess around. After making arrangements for Lingyi, Yang Qing withdrew his attention to the earth and silently carried out his own cultivation. For this newly acquired divine sword, by this time, Yang Qing had already mastered its use. While mastering this divine sword, his strength also rose steadily, becoming stronger than before. After practicing for such a long time, Yang Qing also naturally understands that a person's essential strength is the most important, that is, the original strength. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, doubling the energy and making the attack stronger, is the next best thing. Only when they are strong can these means be able to exert more powerful power. If he is not strong, even if he can transform into Super Saiyan 3, he is not necessarily a super opponent in the first stage. Slowly putting away the divine sword, Yang Qing showed a smile. During this time, his strength has been improved, which is indeed something to be happy about. Suddenly, a figure came from his ear. Qing, Come to me. It was the voice of the Realm King, and Yang Qing did not hesitate, so he flew up and headed for the place where the Zhuang Temple was located. The Realm King was in a courtyard in the temple at the moment. There was a stone table in the center of the courtyard, and in front of the stone table were 4 stone chairs. Make me a cup of tea, Qing. Seeing Yang Qing's arrival, the Realm King said indifferently. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, then turned back to the corridor in response. After more than 10 breaths, Yang Qing pushed the table on which the tea set was placed and came to the real-world king. The tea has also been brewed. The Realm King God found the teacup, first glanced at the clear tea water, and when he saw that it was no different from before, he smiled gratified. Sit down too, Qing. Yang Qing nodded and sat opposite the Realm God. As gods, we cannot interfere with the activities of mortals. Otherwise, it will have a huge impact on the universe and even the entire time and space. The King God has Tabora earrings, which are the 2 on my ears. After I wear them, I can call them King God. This is also the symbol of the King of the Realm. At the same time, only by wearing this earring can you master the Ring of Time, control time and space, and go to the future. Yang Qing's eyes couldn't help but turn to the earrings of the Realm King. The green earrings exuded a crystal light. At the same time, this earring can also make 2 unrelated people merge into one and transform into the most powerful warrior in the universe. The Realm King said again. Yang Qing nodded silently, indicating that he understood. I didn't call you here today to let you know this. After Zhuang Shen finished speaking, he suddenly stood up and walked towards the Zhuang Temple. Yang Qing also got up and followed, standing behind the Realm King God. After walking to the middle of the corridor, Kaiwang Shen thought for a moment and then laughed. I'm going to show you something. In this way, it may help you understand the duties of the gods. You have to have an objective, macro-heartedness, and not be entangled in small things, and have a spiritual heart. After clapping one hand on Yang Qing's shoulder, the next moment, a ripple spread out from the feet of the 2 of them, and then, twisted, the 2 figures disappeared. When they reappeared, the 2 arrived on an extremely barren planet. This planet is called Nats's star and formed 40,000 years ago. Looking down at the earth below, the Kaiwang Shen introduced lightly. Yang Qing was behind him, listening calmly. 1500 years ago, various races formed here. The main ones are 3, the red-skinned flame race, the green-skinned Konoha race, and the blue-skinned water spirit race. The 2 fell down, and as they approached the ground, Yang Qing also saw these 3 races. The 3 races are very close, the distance is only 3 kilometers apart, and they are almost in the same place. The Flame family grows in the plains, the Konoha family lives in the jungle, and the Shuiling family lives in the lake. The 3 races are separated but close to each other, forming a complete ecological circle. These 3 races live in a friendly relationship and help each other on weekdays. Their language and writing have not yet been formed, and even their intelligence is very small, and they are regarded as animals. But, as you can see, their minds are maturing. Kaiwangshan pointed to the 3 races below. Well, the 3 races rely on each other, but they are also guarding against each other. Yang Qing nodded. Knowing the vigilance and knowing what kind of territory is yours, then these 3 races are considered to have the preliminary wisdom. Normal. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Animals also have populations and are territorial. Now, I'll take you to see what they will look like in the next 3,000 years. The Realm King said with a smile. 3,000 years later, Yang Qing was startled and said in surprise, but how am I going? The Realm King didn't hesitate, took off an earring from his ear, and threw it to Yang Qing. Yang Qing caught it and took a careful look. Just take it with you. Hurry up, the Realm King urged. Yang Qing brought the green earrings to his ears, and then quietly looked at the World King. Get ready, we're going 3,000 years later. Yang Qing took a breath and nodded. This thing that travels through time and space is really amazing. It was the first time he encountered it, and he was a little nervous. When the Zhuangshen saw Yang Qing's appearance, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he put his right hand on Yang Qing's shoulder. It can be clearly seen that the time ring on his right hand blooms with a ray of silver light, and then the two of them are shocked, and time and space begin to travel. The previous scene of Natsu Star disappeared, replaced by a distorted time and space, which flashed quickly behind the two of them. Chapter 743 Are Humans Evil? In this twisted time and space, endless streamers flashed rapidly on both sides of the body, and the little bits were like twisted ripples that flew towards the rear. The two seemed to have entered another special time and space in an instant. Yang Qing carefully observed this magical time and space, and found that in such a space, although it looks safe, there are also many unpredictable crises. His eyes suddenly changed, turning into reincarnation eyes surrounded by striped roads, continuing to observe this time and space. Gradually, he discovered that in this time and space, it seemed that layers of foundations were built up, and finally a stable pyramid was formed. The structure of each space was extremely stable. The pillar is time, and the material is space. Time and space are combined to form a complete cosmic space-time. As long as any one of these bricks is flipped, the entire universe will undergo unpredictable upheaval. Yang Qing's eyes were thoughtful, and he finally knew why it was difficult for even a realm god to intervene in time and space, even if he mastered time and space. It's not that you can't, it's that you dare not. The results of the random actions, even they do not know. The Realm King once said that if you change a space-time, there will be an extra space-time key. In this parallel time and space, what will happen, no one knows. As he was thinking to himself, a light gradually appeared in front of Yang Qing. In another flash, the two had walked out of the space-time channel and came to a space-time that was different from 3,000 years ago. Looking down at the planet below, Yang Qing was a little shocked. Here, 3,000 years later. At this moment, Yang Qing completely understood, what is the vicissitudes of life, time and space flies. In the past life, the history of China was 5,000 years old, but it has developed to an incredible level. On the other hand, Star Naz, in just 3,000 years, has already established two incomparably huge civilizations. They are all over the world, and below this moment, there are countless Natsu people. Among them, the red-skinned and blue-skinned people occupy the majority, while the green-skinned Konoha people 3,000 years ago have disappeared. Countless tall buildings stand on the ground, piercing the sky, spectacular and exotic. In the past 3,000 years, the Nats clan have also developed powerful warriors. With a glance, Yang Qing found that the most powerful warrior in their clan had a combat power of 50,000. On such a planet, 50,000 combat power is already extremely unbelievable. Along with it, the strength of the two clans continued to grow stronger and the intelligence continued to improve, and contradictions gradually emerged among them, and the emergence of contradictions could only be resolved by war. At this moment, directly below Yang Qing and Zhuangshan are the two Natsu clans who are fighting. War. Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and the small sees the big. At this moment, the battle between the two Natsu clans, in essence, is different from the battle between different races in the universe. Unlike the gods, human beings are born with various shortcomings, and they are a race that yearns for perfection. Under such contradictions, they will want to make up for their own shortcomings, through plunder, robbery, or various other cruelty methods to achieve their goals. Quote. The Realm King said indifferently. Do you think that human beings are an evil race? Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, and then smiled faintly. It is the virtue of mankind to constantly pursue progress, but the gradually derived desire will drive them to extinction. In the universe, the life and death of human beings, the growth and destruction of planets, in fact, the universe itself will maintain a balance. As for whether humans are evil. After a pause, Yang Qing spoke softly. Just as among the gods, there are good gods and evil demons, and human beings are naturally good and evil. Everything has two sides. Lord Kaiwangshan, you should not easily judge the attributes of a thing. Hearing Yang Qing's words, the Realm King was stunned for a moment, and then he actually thought about it. After 5 or 6 breaths, a smile appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly. You're right. This is the big picture that a realm god should have. You must have a clear understanding of everything. The two stood in the void, and the battle of the gnats finally spread to them. A qigong wave shot upwards from the bottom, just exactly where they were. The realm king was indifferent, as if he was still thinking about Yang Qing's problem. Yang Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, then stepped forward, stopped directly in front of Qigong Bo, and swung one out. Just like waving a fly, this qigong wave that seemed to be very powerful in the stars of Naz was directly swept out by Yang Qing with one hand, knocked into the air, and hit the top of a mountain below, with a loud explosion. Huh. At this time, both sides of the battle finally noticed that there were 2 people in the air. Who are you? The star Naz below immediately roared angrily. However, Yang Qing and Zhuang Shen ignored them. I have taken you through the history of these 3,000 years. I believe you also have a clear understanding of time and space. The Realm King said softly to Yang Qing. Yang Qing nodded yes. Space-time is like a building made up of countless lines and points. As long as there is a point, a line is slightly touched, it will cause huge waves. Time and space are very sensitive, and fragile. But at the same time, his powerful inertia will destroy everything, even the gods can be turned into pieces under his power. We should leave. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Opened. The violent Natsu people had already soared into the sky at this time. Suddenly seeing the outsider appear, the reaction of the star gnats is the same. The 2 sides of the confrontation are actually to destroy Yang Qing first. With a twinkle in his eyes, Yang Qing looked at the star Natsu below. The majesty of the gods was suddenly released by him. In an instant, an incomparably majestic pressure was pressed down from Yang Qing's body. In the eyes of all Natsu people, the man in the sky suddenly became huge, and his figure continued to grow. This speed is unimaginable, just a breath of effort. He has stood upright, like an incomparably huge, it's like a mountain, and you can't see the edge at a glance. This terrifying scene made them scream in horror. Under such bizarre circumstances, they have no mood to resist at all. The realm god didn't say a word, just watched all this quietly, watching Yang Qing's every move. Let's go, Lord Kaiwangshan. Chapter 744 The Sword of Sealing. Hearing Yang Qing speak, a smile appeared on the face of the Realm King. The time ring on his right hand flashed a silver light, and the next moment, the figures of the 2 disappeared above the star of gnats. Afterwards, they followed the space-time channel and went upstream again, returning to the original space-time they were in. The space-time ring, Tabora earrings, I can't give it to you right now, but you just need to practice well and keep your original heart the same. I believe that sooner or later, these 2 items will belong to you. Zhuang Shen stared at Yang Qing seriously and said. What he said was the status symbol of Kaiwang god, and only with ring and earrings could he become a real Kaiwang god. Yang Qing nodded, naturally aware of the meaning of the words of the god of the realm. The realm gods have high hopes for him and cultivate him as a new realm god. Such cultivation is almost without any secrets. Under such circumstances, as long as Yang Qing himself does not have any accidents, when the time comes, becoming a Kaiwang god is almost a certainty. Go back to practice, the ancient books of the realm gods. You have to study and read more. Those are the most precious treasures left by our realm gods. The Realm King god was the Tao again, and then left here. After thinking for a while, Yang Qing also went to the Tibetan Scriptures Pavilion alone. There are many classics in the Tibetan Scriptures Pavilion, many of which he has never read. When Yang Qing was immersed in the classics in the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion, on the other side of the earth, he had already entered a hellish mode. Every day is torture for everyone living on earth. After Ling Yi's death, all the pressure was placed on Sun Wufan. Under such pressure, coupled with no guidance, Sun Wufan's skills have been unable to advance an inch. And the more unable to progress, the greater the pressure on Sun Wuhan, which forms a vicious circle, which causes his strength to be basically at the same level all the time. Time passed quietly, and after Ling Yi died, number 17 and 18 paid much less attention to Sun Wufan and others. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. In the past 3 years, a sad event made Sun Wuhan become more reticent. His mother, Kiki, died. During a flight, he died at the hands of number 18. In this way, as a group of them, only Sun Wuhan, Sun Wuxian, Trunks and Bulma are left. After this incident, everyone was hit harder, and Bulma accelerated the development of the time machine. Sun Wufan practiced hard every day and every night, and his strength finally began to improve, but he only advanced a little and then stopped again. Trunks and Sun Wuxian are growing up gradually, and their strength is steadily improving. These two little guys, although still small, but their talent surprised Sun Wufan. Compared with the speed of his progress when he was a child, these two people were much faster. Therefore, Sun Wuhan put a considerable part of his focus on these two people. The effect also made him happy, both of them really improved very fast. In a short period of time, they had a combat power of 30,000 to 40,000, surpassing any Saiyan warriors in the past. Even his father, Sun Gohan, believed that there was absolutely no such exaggeration as these two little guys. Today, the sky is still gray and cloudy, and the rumble of muffled thunder heralds a torrential rain. Sun Wuhan has long been accustomed to such a sky, and the darkness is mixed with a trace of light, which is depressing. He looked up at the sky, watching the lightning flashes in the clouds, and took a deep breath. I don't know when this day will come. He only hopes that the time will pass quickly, so that Trunks and Sun Wuxian will grow up quickly, waiting for the two to really grow up. Maybe, then the world will be saved. At this time, Sun Wuhan was already 17 or 18 years old. He was tall and straight, handsome in appearance, and his strength had grown to the peak state, which was basically the same as the period of Majin Buu in the anime. Brother Gohan, Auntie Bulma called for dinner. In a daze, Sun Wuxian came out. Sun Wufan was stunned for a moment, then nodded. His expression was silent. He hadn't shown a smile for many years, and he looked very gloomy. At the dinner table, Bulma looked particularly happy today. Gohan, Trunks, Goten, I have good news for you. Bulma looked very happy, and the smile on her face also relieved the suppressed emotions in the three people's hearts, and they couldn't help but look over. Aunt Boomer, what's the good news for us? Sun Gohan asked softly. Time machine. There is hope for me to study the time machine. I have roughly figured out the theory of time and space reversal. I believe that we will be able to go back to the past and change the whole world soon. By the way, I have to develop a heart disease medicine, and then save Wukong and prepare them, and the Earth will not be in danger again. Full of excitement. Her words made Sun Wuxian and Trunks jump up and shout happily. Sun Wufan's face also showed shock and joy. If he could really travel back in time and see his father, it would be a wonderful thing. Moreover, the world is at peace, and I can realize the life I have always hoped for. Involuntarily, Sun Gohan's heart was full of anticipation. On this day, Boomer's time machine was on the right track and accelerated the progress of research and development. Everything is moving forward slowly, just like the original. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. On the Realm King God Star, Yang Qing read these ancient books left by the Realm King God day by day. Suddenly, his expression was slightly startled, and he looked a little surprised. This is the classics describing the Realm King Divine Sword. Is there a description of the Realm King Divine Sword here? An expression of interest appeared on Yang Qing's face, and he stretched out his hand to read it. As he read, the relevant narrations about the Realm King Divine Sword circulated in his heart. The Realm King Divine Sword is also a sword of seal. It was once mastered by the world kings and gods of all dynasties, and many demon gods were sealed. This seal has the ability to weaken the magic power and smash the demon gods. Once there was a time when the Realm King Divine Sword fell into the hands of a great demon god, and this great demon god used this sword to seal most of the realm king gods in turn. Yang Qing, who had never heard of these news, became more and more surprised. He couldn't help but take out the realm king divine sword and looked at it carefully. As he followed the records in the ancient books, he found a small divine pattern in an inconspicuous place at the hilt of the sword. Chapter 745 Seal. The divine rune is made from the ancient characters of the King of Gods. It is very mysterious and complicated, as if it symbolizes some kind of strange rule in the universe. Yang Qing has read many books of the gods of the realm, and knows that the meaning of this god pattern is seal. This also proves that there is nothing wrong with the book that introduced the Realm King Divine Sword. This Realm King Divine Sword is indeed a sealed sword. This is also understandable, why there is the existence of the old Kaiwang god in the Kaiwang Excalibur in the original animation. As for the reason why the Realm King entered the Divine Sword, Yang Qing did not know. After continuing to read, Yang Qing was even more surprised, and when he read this book to the end, a smile appeared on his face. The method used by the King's Excalibur. At the end of this book, it is detailed how to use the Kaiwang Divine Sword to enhance one's own strength. In history, there will always be historical faults or civilizational faults due to various reasons. A long period of time can obliterate everything. Therefore, many kings and gods living in the universe will write their life's gains or knowledge in books for future generations to read. This book introducing the Realm King Divine Sword is hidden very deeply, so I am afraid that even the realm gods of all dynasties, few have discovered this book. On the contrary, it was someone like Yang Qing who wanted to read all the classics and dug it out of the corner, and rediscovered the secret of the Sword of the Realm King. The Sword of the Realm King, also known as the Sword of Sealing, is an artifact in the seventh universe. It has unpredictable sealing power. As long as you know how to use it, no matter how powerful an enemy is, you can seal it in it. With the passage of time, it can turn the enemy in the seal into nothingness, even a god. It is unavoidable, the powerful power of this seal. It has sharp, heavy power, and it can cause powerful damage to the enemy when the long sword is swung. The more he got to know about this Realm King Divine Sword, the bigger the smile on Yang Qing's mouth, and he realized that he had indeed found a treasure. As long as it is contaminated with God's items, it has incredible power. For example, the Tabora earrings of the King of God, the Ring of Time. And this Realm King Divine Sword is undoubtedly a rare treasure. Compared with the other two, this Realm King Divine Sword is an offensive weapon, which is the most suitable treasure for Yang Qing. This World King Sword, only the gods can unleash his full power. Yang Qing looked at the sword again. Many treasures had their own attributes, such as the earrings of the God of the Realm, which only the God of the Realm could use. This Realm King Divine Sword can only be used by gods. Moreover, the basic conditions for it to motivate are also possessed of divine power. Only with divine power can one use this invincible and powerful divine sword. After silently remembering all the sealing methods recorded at the end of the classics, the smile on Yang Qing's face became more and more prosperous. I finally figured it out, this divine sword is really powerful. Yang Qing sighed and laughed. Compared with the Zhouhe sword, the Realm King Divine Sword in his hand is obviously more than one step higher. The Zhuang Divine Sword was not created by the day after tomorrow, but was created in the innate universe. From the first day it appeared, it looked like a long sword. Just like the Tabora earrings, the Ring of Time. But with the passage of time, the use of this sword was lost, and his former sharpness was no longer there, and the later Kaiwang god only heard of its terrible power in legends, but never saw it, so they only thought it was a legend. Today, this treasure buried under the sea has finally been unearthed by Yang Qing. Very impatient, Yang Qing wanted to try whether the use of the Realm King Divine Sword recorded in this book is correct. He flew up and flew towards the temple of the Realm King. After 10 breaths, he came to a plain. 10,000 meters in front of him is a rolling green mountain range, about 1,000 feet high. The breeze was blowing, comfortably stroking his face. Yang Qing smiled, took down the sword of Realm King, and placed it in front of him. First of all, he carefully looked at every inch of the surface of this divine sword, and kept all its features, patterns on it, and even the flickering light in his heart. Second, he closed his eyes and suddenly grasped the hilt of the divine sword with his right hand. The divine light first bloomed in his body, and then his newly cultivated divine power swept out in an instant, engulfing the divine sword. Buzz. The divine sword has a spirit, making a violent trembling sound, as if excited for the first real awakening in a long time. Afterwards, a brilliant light flashed on the blade of the sword. At this moment, Yang Qing opened his eyes with endless brilliance. There is nothing wrong with the records in the classics, this divine sword is truly extraordinary. Buzzing. The Realm King divine sword trembled wildly, this was not fear, but excitement. This spiritual divine sword sensed that someone was feeding him, and screamed excitedly. Suddenly, Yang Qing's right hand moved slightly, aiming the tip of his sword at the endless mountain range ahead, and then he trembled slightly. Boom! At this moment, the Realm King's divine sword shook violently, and a purple brilliance rose into the sky and quickly disappeared at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached the sky above the endless mountain range. Then a rapid expansion, turned into a purple circle, and finally, a heavy fall. On the way to the whereabouts, the expanding purple aperture rapidly expanded, and in just an instant, it reached the range that envelops the mountains. Buzz. At the last moment of the fall, this huge mountain. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. The pulse suddenly shook as a whole, and the whole thing disappeared. Yang Qing, who was holding the sword of the Realm King, shone with surprise in his eyes, and let out a laugh. Ha ha ha, as expected. The sword of seal is well deserved. It's amazing that even the space and mountains can be completely sealed in it. Just now, in that instant, the incomparably huge mountain range was completely sealed in the inner space of the Realm King divine sword. Yang Qing had never seen such a powerful sealing ability. It was the first time he had heard of an artifact that could seal in such a wide range. And, right after that, Yang Qing discovered another thing that surprised him. Aiming at the divine sword again, a strange smile appeared at the corner of Yang Qing's mouth. Chapter 746 Little Fox. It seems that I can also go deep inside this divine sword. After investigation, he found that he could even enter the sealed interior space of the divine sword. Since he was able to enter, Yang Qing was naturally curious about what this sealed space was like, and he didn't think much about it, he probed into it with divine power. Sealed in the inner space. The old god of the realm sat bored in an open space. The seal of endless years made him not crazy, but he was used to such a life. The age of the Realm King God is extremely long. In this sealed space, although it is boring, it is not much different from his previous life. Because the sealed space inside the divine sword is restrained against demonic nature, but he is a god and has a pure breath, so there is no threat. That kid, he is completely familiar with this divine sword. Alas, this is over, there is no hope of going out. With a helpless sigh, the old god of the realm has accepted his fate. It is too difficult to get out. For many years, no one has ever discovered this sealed space. He once wanted to use his divine power to shatter its structure from the inside and go directly out, but in the end he found that the inner space of this seal was too strong and stable to be destroyed at all. When Yang Qing was wielding the divine sword, he sensed it, and he was excited. However, the opponent's superb swordsmanship minimized the external collision of the divine sword, which made him angry, but also extremely helpless. Can only give up. Just when he was bored and sighed, there was suddenly a huge movement in the sealed space. Boom! It can be clearly seen that in the distant horizon, ripples suddenly appeared, rippling slightly, spreading in all directions. Immediately afterwards, a space began to collapse rapidly. In the next moment, the mouth of the old realm god opened wide, and his face was full of shock. Well, what's going on here? A huge mountain range suddenly appeared from the collapsed space, and then the large mountain range appeared, making a thunderous rumbling sound. Quietly, in the sealed space that had not moved for thousands of years, an incomparably huge continuous mountain range appeared from the outside world. What's the situation? The old god of the realm was stunned at first, then he reacted after him, and his whole body trembled and trembled. Yes, someone controls this divine sword. He jumped up excitedly. As a realm god, he had naturally studied this sword. Although he has not read the classics of the real sword like Yang Qing, he still knows the general situation of this sword. At this moment in this life, he suddenly entered a mountain range from the outside world, and he was naturally very clear about the meaning of it. Someone used the sword of the Realm King to seal the huge mountain range in front of him into this continuous space. There is no other reason than this explanation. Save me, save me. The old king god shouted excitedly towards the sky. He saw the mountains that filled the sky rumble and fell, and then raise the overwhelming dust to cover the ground. Immediately afterwards, he saw a tiny figure that tore the sky apart, revealing its head first. Seeing such a figure, the old god of the realm was even more excited. God, you're finally in, hurry up, let me out. After being sealed in this broken place for an unknown period of time, the old god of the realm had already collapsed. Yang Qing, who was originally looking for the sealed space, just entered the space when he heard an old man's cry, and it was extremely tragic. Involuntarily, Yang Qing was taken aback. The voice. He looked in the direction from which the voice came, and found that on the plain in the distance, under a big lonely tree, stood an old man, waving his hands excitedly. Old Realm King God. The moment he saw the old man, Yang Qing recognized him, and he really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seen from a distance, this old Realm King really does not have the majesty and demeanor of a god at all, and his snot and tears came out from crying, with a pitiful expression on his face. At the moment, Yang Qing flew towards the old Realm King God. Old Realm King God. Flying in front of the old Realm King God, Yang Qing smiled. You kid. The old Jia Wangshen wiped his tears and immediately recognized Yang Qing. It was the kid who used the Jia Wang Divine Sword some time ago. You can actually use the Jia Wang Divine Sword, and even the sealed space has been opened. Yang Qing smiled softly, but did not explain anything. Some secrets still need to be hidden by him alone. Fortunately, the old god of the realm didn't ask any more questions, just glanced at Yang Qing strangely. How did you know my identity? Looking at your clothes, you are also a realm god. Are you the young realm god of this generation? Yang Qing explained with a smile, your clothes reveal your identity. As for me, I'm just preparing the realm god, and Lord Realm is outside. Hurry up and let me out, the old man doesn't want to stay here anymore. Knowing Yang Qing's identity, Jia Wangshen said unceremoniously. Yang Qing didn't agree, just blinked his eyes, and then said with a smile, let the old Realm King go out, I'm afraid I can't do it. I don't know how to release the things inside the sealed space. At this point, at present, I'm afraid I can't help you. Yang Qing, who said this sentence with a smile, was like a little fox at the moment, making the old god of the realm completely speechless. Are you sure you won't? This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Really not. Really not. Really not. After the two had the above conversation, the old god of the realm looked at Yang Qing's smiling face and seemed to understand something. Then, he exhaled heavily, stared at Yang Qing for a while before saying, tell me, what do you want? Lord Realm Lord God misunderstood, I really don't know. Then how did you master the divine sword here? The old Realm King asked. In the beginning, I swung it with brute force. Gradually, I became familiar with and mastered the weight of this sword. In the end, one day when I practiced swordsmanship, a purple light suddenly burst into my sword. In my mind, then, I just realized that this divine sword is actually a sword of sealing, and I have also mastered some of the sealing methods. Quote. Yang Qing explained it very carefully, but only he knew the truth and the fake. Is this really the case? The old Realm King was obviously not stupid, and asked seriously. It is so. But the little fox is not easy to deal with. Chapter 747 Routines. There is naturally a reason for not immediately unblocking the old world king god. In Yang Qing's heart, the old realm god trapped in the real sword is obviously much more difficult to deal with than the realm god outside. Moreover, this old world king god is already old and a demon, and his mind is so high that he does not know how much. Even though his own strength is not that strong, but that strange skill really makes Yang Qing a little jealous. In the original book, there is really no problem with this old guy's temperament, the only problem is that he is a bit good. However, in this real world, who knows what it will be like to go outside. And the more important reason is that he himself knows himself. After all, he is an outsider who has come through. If this old realm god goes out, if there is any unknown influence in his life, it is definitely not a good thing. If it affects the time and space he travels to the past, it will be a powerful enemy, but Yang Qing will be very disappointed. Among the long beads, only the time and space in which Sun Wukong is the protagonist is truly colorful. Hearing Yang Qing say this, the old god of the realm naturally did not know how true or false his words were, so he could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it, you boy will talk to me more in the future. Also, you must study this broken sword carefully, and try to release my seal as soon as possible and let me go out. Yang Qing's expression didn't change, she just responded with a smile. Old god, please rest assured, the younger generation must work hard. The old god of the realm shook his head, squatted down and leaned against the lonely tree again, a little sad, finally came up with a hope, but he still couldn't get out. Suddenly, the old realm king god seemed to have thought of something. By the way, have you ever been to the rooms of the Zhuang Shrine where the books of the Zhuang god are stored in various historical eras? There may be records about the Zhuang divine sword there. If you can find those books, maybe you can let me out. And you will have the possibility to completely master this sword of the king. At that time, the old man felt that this realm king divine sword was not very useful, so I never paid attention to it. Who knows, it will be sealed by this broken sword. Between the words, the old realm king was full of helplessness and unwillingness. Yang Qing's face was calm, his eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Old Jia Wangshen, please rest assured, I'm currently researching those books, but I haven't found any records about the Jia Wang divine sword yet. Well, that's good, that's good. The old god of the realm nodded, and then he thought of something, looked up at Yang Qing and said, I see that there is still a lot of potential in your body, and you can hardly see it. Sighed, if you can pull it all out, it will be very powerful. Potential. Yang Qing was startled. Up until now, almost every step has been a bottleneck. If you want to take a step forward, you have to put in a lot of effort. The potential that should be tapped should have already been tapped, but the old god of the realm actually said that there is potential in his body. Yes, potential, incomparably huge potential. Boy, do you want to use this potential to become a powerful warrior? The old realm king said with a smile. Think. Yang Qing didn't hesitate at all. Do you need a reason to become stronger? In the original book, this old guy brought out the potential of Sun Gohan, who had only reached the second stage of the super tournament, so that his combat power soared directly, reaching the level of being able to deal with Majin Buu. Then work hard to find the book that let me go out. After I go out, I will hold a ceremony for you to draw your strength out and make you the most powerful god in this universe. After receiving Yang Qing's response, the old realm king smiled like a fox. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, then felt helpless, and knew that the old guy didn't believe him, so he was waiting for him here. Don't worry, old realm king god, I will definitely find those books as soon as possible, master the realm king divine sword, and let you out. His face was calm, but he didn't show his true thoughts. Taking a deep look at Yang Qing again, the old god of the realm didn't see anything and could only give up. After the two chatted for a few more hours, Yang Qing withdrew from the realm king divine sword. After breaking away from the sight of the old realm god, and using divine power to isolate the old realm god from the peeping eyes, Yang Qing's complexion became solemn. The Realm King Divine Sword is so powerful that it can even seal this old Realm King God from many generations ago. Of course, what is more worthy of attention is that this old guy actually used his potential to lure and seduce me. Shaking his head helplessly, a wry smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. I have to say, this old Realm King God used the right move. Yang Qing is still very eager for the power drawn out, because it is indeed extremely powerful, and it is purely his own source power, so there is no need to transform. Without any increase, it is extremely powerful, that is the real power. This kind of power and ritual that can draw the deep potential in the human body, even if Yang Qing has read the classics in the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion until now, he still has not found it. In other words, at present this kind of power is only possessed by the old world king god. It can only be regarded as a kind of trump card. If you encounter an irresistible enemy, you will release him, and then draw out the potential in the depths of your body. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed and he made this decision. As for now, let this old guy stay inside first. Back in the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion, Yang Qing read the classics while watching the video of the Battle of the Powerful from all over the universe on the old TV, and his fighting experience became more and more abundant. For the understanding of combat, more profound. Gradually, time passed by like this. For Yang Qing, during his time in the Zhuang Temple, he fermented and accumulated and extremely. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Important process. The numerous classics in the book collection pavilion gave him a deeper understanding of the gods and all things in the universe, and he also had an extremely broad knowledge. This knowledge, in a sense, was more important. Time has become very worthless to Yang Qing, who has become addicted. Soon, 10 years have passed. After reading the thick book word by word and understanding it deeply, Yang Qing blinked and took a deep breath. It turns out that the composition of black holes turns out to be like this. I didn't expect such a mystery in the universe. It really opened my eyes. As a mortal, how can you understand the universe and the stars so deeply, so thoroughly, and so accurately? I am afraid that only the gods can complete such a magnificent and spectacular exploration. Chapter 748 10 Years. This cosmic travelogue was completed by a realm god who spent his whole life traveling through the universe. It was breathtaking. Quote, the inside describes the distribution of the universe, the gods ruled by each region, and even the stars in the Milky Way. Let's not talk about the wisdom of today's people, the talent of this ancient person is really amazing. How vast the universe is, and how much danger there is in it, these are all conceivable. To complete such a cosmic masterpiece, the difficulty can be imagined. At least Yang Qing knows that even if he can transform into the power of Super Saiyan 3 now, it is difficult to complete the exploration of the universe on this scale, because this requires not only a strong strength foundation, but also multiple powerful life-saving skills. There are many kinds of stars in the deep universe, even the gods can't escape. Closing the book, Yang Qing closed his eyes and thought silently. In an instant, he seemed to have traveled through the entire universe, which made him feel refreshed physically and mentally, and his whole heart seemed to have opened up a lot. At this moment, all kinds of stars in the universe, explosions, rebirths, destructions, reunions, etc., were rapidly passing by in his eyes. A dynamic map of the galaxy is rapidly generated and played back, which is refreshing. While watching the birth and death of the universe and increasing his knowledge, his divinity is also growing, and in his mind a kind of light of wisdom that the gods originally possessed. A little light bloomed, and Yang Qing's mind and thinking seemed to be countless times clearer. That little light of wisdom illuminates his whole body and illuminates everything around him, making him clear. Slowly opening his eyes again, a smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. I don't know how long ago, what happened to the earth? With a flick of his right hand, a light and shadow appeared. In the blink of an eye, scenes flashed by like a movie. The majestic sea, the rolling mountains, and then the camera zooms in quickly and walks into a city. The originally prosperous city has now been turned into a ruin. There is no smoke and fire, and there is no living being. All sounds are silent, and the entire city has become a dead city. In silence, Yangqing waved again. The next city is still in ruins. In the next one, it's still the same. I saw dozens of cities in a row, and each city was reduced to ruins. His expression did not fluctuate in the slightest. At this time, Yangqing already possessed the mind of a god, and watched the birth and death of the universe very calmly and indifferently. After another turn, Yangqing saw two figures, and then the picture quickly zoomed in. The two figures stood together and sat together on a platform, with cruel and cold smiles on their faces. Brother, that kid ran away again. The cat catches the mouse. It's boring to catch it too quickly. That kid, with a broken arm and 3 oil bottles, won't last long. These two figures are exactly number 17 and 18. After 10 years of chasing life, their appearance has not changed much, and their character is as cold as before. Yangqing just watched the two people flying around bored day by day, destroying the city that was already in ruins. For 3 days in a row, after feeling bored, he waved his hand again, and the picture changed again. The fully grown, human-like Sun Gohan first caught his eye. At this time, Sun Gohan had long black hair standing on the top of his head, his face was majestic and cold, and his eyebrows were full of what he had after a long battle. The suffocation and cruelty are different from the one in the original anime. His stature is slender, and his appearance is somewhat similar to that of Sun Wukong. At this time, he was standing on the seashore, meticulously leading the two teenagers behind him to punch and kick, doing high-intensity training. Trunks, raise your arms a little more. Goshen, take it seriously, you are only a tiny distance away from turning into a Super Saiyan, so come on. 10 years have passed, and now there are only Sun Gohan, Monkey King, Trunks and Bulma. As their combat effectiveness diminished, the interest of number 17 and 18 also faded, and the pursuit of them was not as frantic as it had begun. Basically, he is now in a situation where he doesn't take the initiative to look for them, and on the 17th and 8th, he won't look for them again. Therefore, the 4 of them lived a relatively peaceful life. During this period of time, because of Sun Gohan's teaching, Trunks has successfully transformed into Super Saiyan Stage 1, and Sun Wushan is only one step away from this step. An arm waved out, and with a sound of boom, the sea set off wild waves, and large waves of waves went into the distance. This was attacked by the waves rushing along the sea against the current, so the force was extremely huge, and the arm could not touch the sea water, and the impact force was used through the body. Trunks and Sun Wushan followed Sun Wukong to make the same action, and also set off the roar of the sea. The power of the 3 at this time has far exceeded ordinary people and is very powerful. However, compared to artificial humans, there is still a long way to go. I only have 1 arm, and my fighting power is greatly reduced, so the hope of defeating the androids falls on you. Practice hard, and one day, you will surpass me, surpass Uncle Vegeta, surpass my father, and overcome those 2 guys, bring peace to the earth. Sun Gohan said solemnly. The 2 little boys nodded seriously. Afterwards, the one-armed Sun Gohan turned and walked towards the wooden house by the sea. Behind him, Trunks and Sun Wushan looked at each other very seriously. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Opened his mouth. I must become stronger. I want to avenge my father. I want to avenge Master Gohan. The 2 of them shouted at the same time, their eyes full of anger, the desire for revenge. In this barren future, they were full of hatred, and the darkness they experienced was completely incomprehensible to the teenagers of the past era. Yangqing looked at the scene in front of him quietly. He saw Sun Wukong walk into the wooden house, then opened a hidden trap, and the floor in the wooden house hummed. 3 seconds later, he jumped from the hole opened in the floor. Afterwards, following Sun Gohan's line of sight, Bulma, who looked a little old, was wearing a hood, and was welding something with an electric welder in his hand. Silently watching that there was already a complete structure in front of him, something like an aircraft, Sun Gohan spoke up. How's it going, Aunt Boomer? Chapter 749 Escape. Hearing the voice, Bulma turned around, stunned when she saw Sun Wukong, and then said with a smile. Ah, it's Gohan. How are the two of Trunks? I am cultivating hard. I believe that in the future, they will definitely create miracles. These two boys are very talented. Son Gohan said calmly. The long-term pressure and battle changed his character and made him a stern person. Boomer nodded, jumped off the ladder of the aircraft, took off his mask, took the cigarette on the table next to him, lit one, took a deep breath, and spit out the smoke ring before speaking. The time machine is almost there. I'm sure it will be ready for use soon, and one of the things I need to address now is its fuel. Fuel? Sun Wukong was stunned and asked in doubt. Yes, because you have to travel through time and space, the fuel to be used is naturally different. Boomer said seriously, paused, and then smiled again. But you don't need to worry too much. I'm afraid it will take a year or two to make it. At that time, you need to consider the issue of fuel, and I already have clues about fuel. A smile finally appeared on Sun Wukong's face. The smile was very light, but it showed that he was in a good mood. That's good. Well, taking care of those two boys, you're too busy. Take a good rest for a while recently. You're under too much pressure. Bulma came over, stared at Sun Wukong's face that resembled Sun Wukong, and sighed. Shaking his head, Sun Wukong simply refused. I will teach those two boys well, as long as those two guys grow up. Number 17 or 8 is nothing at all. Bulma sighed again, but didn't say anything more. In such a real environment, she has nothing to do. Even her, what day would she not live under pressure? Even the two boys had a brief period when they were young, and they didn't know the situation, but as time passed, when they were 3 or 4 years old, they lived under pressure. Everyone in this world is going through the same ordeal. Let's not talk about this. After so many years, the time machine is finally about to be completed. It's something to celebrate, Boomer said with a smile. I'll make an egg for the 3 of you tonight. Sun Wukong was startled, and then said, what about you, Aunt Bulma? Last time I searched the ruins in the mountains, I didn't find much food. You 3 are important. I am an old woman. I can eat whatever I want. Boomer said with a smile, very optimistic and open-minded, and exhaled another puff of smoke as he spoke. Give it to those 2 little guys, they just need to grow up. Sun Wukong shook his head. Boomer was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, it's up to you. In such a doomsday situation, it is rare to even eat an egg on weekdays. Even if they are powerful, unless necessary, they can't show it on weekdays, so as not to be caught by the artificial humans. And the fish in the sea, if you eat it for a long time, will always get tired. Eggs, rice, noodles, food that was almost often seen in the past days, are so scarce here. During dinner, Trunks and Sun Wukong saw half an egg on the plate. First they were surprised, and then they asked. Why are there eggs today? It's so hearty. Auntie Bulma's time machine is about to be completed. Let's celebrate. As long as we do it well, our chance to change the world will come. Son Gohan said calmly. His words immediately caused Sun Wukong and Trunks to pat each other, making them even more happy. Then brother, Aunt Bulma, don't you two eat? Sun Wukong said at this time. We've already eaten, let's eat. Bulma glanced at the calm Sun Wukong and said with a smile. Sun Wukong was stunned, then fell silent, and said no more. Trunks also realized something. The 2 of them lost their happy smiles and just fed the eggs one by one. After the mellow and delicious egg smell reached the mouth, the eyes of the 2 of them were shivering and moist. At the same time, he secretly clenched his fists and tried to cultivate hard to defeat the androids as soon as possible. As time passed, the 4 of them lived a long and peaceful life. A year later, the time machine's exterior frame is completely complete, and it doesn't look any different from the future, except that the paint on it has not been completed. In addition, there are some engines inside, buttons and so on have not been installed. But at this point, in fact, more than half of it has been completed, and 2/3 of it has been completed. The hardest beginning is over, and the end is quick. But on this day, on a mountaintop not far from the coast, 2 figures, a man and a woman, descended here. Looking down at the magnificent sea in the distance, a smile appeared on number 17's face. It is their luck to see them off here. Who says it's not? It's really cheap for them. The 2 spoke out, their mouths full of coldness. Hurry up and finish the fight, it's a waste of time. Number 17 soared up, and the 2 quickly flew towards the coast. As soon as the 2 moved here, they immediately swept out traces in the air, and there was a very clear sound of breaking the air. The faces of the 3 Son Gohans who were cultivating by the coast suddenly changed greatly, and Son Gohan suddenly looked up at the sky. You too. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Quickly go down to the basement, stay by Aunt Booma, and escape with her. With a loud shout, Son Gohan didn't give the 2 any chance to resist. Then, he rushed into the air. Come on, don't stand there in a daze. After a few dozen meters from the air, he sensed that Sun Wushan and the 2 were still in a daze, and he immediately roared. At this time, Sun Wushan Trunks reacted and flew towards the wooden house nervously. They quickly jumped down from the basement and saw that Boomer had packed all the research materials, including the time machine, into the universal capsule and carried it along with him. There are many escapes, and there will always be experience. At the moment when he hears the crisp sound of breaking the air, Boomer has already acted. At this time, as soon as the Trunks arrived, she was ready to flee. Aunt Booma, Sun Wushan just said. Boomer interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Needless to say, I understand. Afterwards, the 3 quickly went to the wooden house. Chapter 750 You have grown up. After coming to the outside world, Bulma quickly released the aircraft and sat on it first. I'm going to help my brother. Seeing that there was only one person in the sky to greet number 17 and 8, Sun Wushan said loudly. Goten came back. Gohan brother just went to pull them away. Trunks said quickly. After Sun Wushan heard it, he glanced at the sky, and sure enough, he saw that Sun Wufan turned his head and went in another direction before reaching the 2 people on the 17th and 18th, and the 2 followed closely. Clenching his fists, Sun Wushan gritted his teeth, and after Trunks was born again to greet him, he could only get into the aircraft with one head. The aircraft buzzed, started quickly, and flew in the opposite direction of Son Gohan. Along the way, Sun Wushan kept touching the ground with his right foot, showing the worry and anxiety in his heart. Don't worry, brother Gohan is very strong, he will be fine. Trunks pressed Sun Wushan's shoulder and comforted. How can it be all right? Suddenly, Sun Wushan shouted loudly. Last time, he was also said to be fine, but when he came back, how badly was he injured? He almost died and broke an arm. This time he has one hand and will die. Sun Wushan's voice was loud, mixed with anxiety and crying. His real relative is just such a brother. His father and mother both died at the hands of the 17th and 18th. The only brother, how could he not be worried? Trunks' hands trembled and he was speechless, not knowing what to say. No one knows the strength of number 17 or 8. Under such circumstances, no one can guarantee the life and death of Sun Wufan. Bulma was driving the aircraft seriously in front without making a sound. In this apocalypse, everyone is ready to die, the only difference is which day they die and how they will die. I'm going to help my brother. Standing up suddenly, Sun Wushan's face was firm. Trunks got up quickly and stopped Goten. Don't go, brother Gohan will come back, you have to trust him. Get out of the way, Trunks, so I can take care of me. Sun Wushan said loudly. That should be me too, you haven't turned into a Super Saiyan yet. Trunks said firmly. You stay and accompany Aunt Bulma. If my brother and I die, Aunt Bulma is the last hope. You have to protect her until she makes a time machine. Sun Wushan said seriously. Trunks was startled, not knowing what to say for a while. Because I can't transform into a Super Saiyan yet, and because I'm weaker than you, I'm the best person to support my brother, you know. Trunks. You are my best friend. We grew up together. If I don't come back this time, I hope you live well. If I come back this time, then, when the time comes, you will celebrate for me again. Sun Wuxian's words made Trunks' whole body tremble slightly, and crystal tears appeared in his eyes. Take care. In the end, when the words came to his lips, Trunks just said this, and then fiercely kept Sun Wuxian. I will. Sun Wuxian gave a big smile, then turned around resolutely. Pulling open the hatch, Sun Wuxian jumped and flew quickly towards the direction of Sun Wuhan. Wu Tian. Trunks ran to the cabin door. The wind was blowing so much that his hair fluttered, and he shouted loudly, piercing his heart. Live. Goten. Sun Wuxian stopped in his ears. His whole body was shocked. He turned his back to Trunks, waved his hand high, and then speeded up and walked away quickly. Back in the aircraft, Trunks was silent for a while, and then he asked solemnly. Mom, Brother Gohan, will Goten come back? This sentence is easy to understand. Only by living can you come back. If you can't come back, you are dead. Boomer took a deep breath of the cigarette in his mouth before speaking in a deep voice. If we live, there is hope. Trunks was shaken, and he came to his senses. For a long time, he did not understand why Brother Gohan always rushed forward every time he encountered danger, creating an opportunity for them to escape. At this moment, he finally understood. It turns out that among them, the most important person is the mother. As long as mom is alive, as long as he creates a time machine one day, as long as you go back in time, everything will go back to the way it was. His father, Uncle Wukong, Uncle Keelan, Uncle Bick, etc., some people who are familiar with him, will still be alive. It turned out that the mother is the most important. I will protect you, mother. Trunks said suddenly and firmly. You've grown up, son. Bulma smiled and said with relief. Sun Wuxian rushed over. He used the fastest speed, and soon saw the battle between Sun Wufan and number 17 or 18. The moment he saw the battle between the three, Sun Wuxian was furious. Brother! With a loud roar, Sun Wuxian rushed over. The target he chose was number 18. At this time, Sun Wufan dealt with two of them by himself, and was completely crushed. Almost every blow would be injured. In a short period of time, Sun Wufan's face was blue and swollen, and dealing with two with one hand was better than himself. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Formidable enemies. The pressure has simply increased countless times. Seeing that Sun Wuxian had arrived, Gohan's expression immediately became tense. Wu Tian, hurry up, don't come here. Only he knows how powerful these two guys are. This time, after I stayed behind, I didn't expect to go back alive at all. However, at this time, Goten actually came. Brother, let me help you. With a loud roar, Sun Wuxian threw his fists at number 18 with all his strength. It has to be said that the talents of Sun Wuxian and Trunks are still very good. Sun Wuxian punched with all his strength, and number 18 dodged and dodged, which immediately created an opportunity for Sun Wufan to punch in turn and force him at the same time. Back on the 17th. The two quickly converged and stood back to back in the air. Why are you here? It's too dangerous here. Sun Wufan said solemnly. I'm here to help brother, you are really dangerous alone. Sun Wuxian said. After a pause, he said again, also, every time I let you face the danger alone, I am a failure. Hearing Sun Wuxian's words, Sun Wufan's whole body trembled. You have grown up, Goten. Before I knew it, more than 10 years had passed, and the child who had only reached his waist was now a teenager. Chapter 751 _ Now Wuxian, he seems to be able to carry something on his back. Glad, Son Gohan's heart is very gratified. The two brothers faced back to back, solemnly looking at the 17th and 8th numbers on both sides of the separation. They're very powerful, Goten, be careful. Well, I know. Sun Wuxian is also under a lot of pressure. It can be said that this battle is the first time he has faced these two powerful enemies in the true sense. He doesn't know how strong the opponent is and what tricks he has. Oh tilde, it's also two brothers. It just so happens that we two brothers and sisters are quite symmetrical. Number 17 said playfully aloud. However, you two brothers, I'm afraid both of you will die here today. 18 sneered. Boy, you look exactly like your father. Number 17 keenly discovered the appearance of Sun Wuxian. Thinking of the fear that terrifying man gave them that day, his heart could not help trembling. He didn't want to experience the despair of that day again. That terrifying iron fist, with just 2 punches, instantly killed him and almost died. It was terrifying to the point of madness. If it wasn't for the kid's heart attack, he would have already died at this time. Sister, don't let him escape. I know, this face, I'll never forget it. Number 18 said in a cold voice that Sun Wukong was terrifying, and she was equally impressed. The breeze was blowing gently, and the two groups of brothers and sisters stood high in the sky and faced each other. Suddenly, Sun Wukong roared and attacked number 17 first. Bang! With a roar, the shock wave spread rapidly, and the 17th was angered by Sun Wuhan, punched hard and retreated. Immediately following, Sun Gohan quickly followed, and punched again. Boom! With another blow, the huge force actually made number 17 a duel. Sun Gohan's talent is actually very powerful. In the original anime, he was able to surpass his father when he was young. Although he later gave up martial arts because of his studies, it did not change the fact that his talent was strong. In this time and space, although due to various pressures, his cultivation progress was slow, and he even broke an arm. However, he has been growing, and although he is far less powerful than himself in the past time and space, he has been able to fight against number 17 for a while. With the strength of one hand, it is easier to gather the strength of the whole body in one place, and instantly burst out even more terrifying strength. You boy! Number 17's eyes turned cold, the cold light flickered, he turned over, jumped up, and stepped on Sun Wukong from a high altitude. With a bang, Sun Wukong raised his arm to block it, then flipped his body and slashed towards number 17, who was higher than him. The two moved quickly and made moves very quickly, and they passed hundreds of moves in an instant. On the other hand, the battle between number 18 and Sun Wuxian was one-sided. Sun Wuxian was no match for number 18 at all. He attacked again and again, but was knocked to the ground by number 18 again and again. After more than a dozen times, Sun Wuxian stood up with a firm look on his face. The corners of his mouth were already full of blood. He couldn't transform into a Super Saiyan, and the gap between him and number 18 was still huge. Can't fall, I can't fall. I'm not useless, I've been cultivating since I was born. Cultivation, cultivation, cultivation. Father is dead, mother is dead, brother has only one arm left, and it's all because of you hateful cyborgs. I want revenge, I want to kill you, I am also useful, my cultivation is not useless at all. Boom. Sun Wuxian's whole body suddenly burst into a shocking momentum, and the golden aura was expanding. His eyes were full of angry flames, and all the muscles in his body were agitating slightly. The face that resembled his father, Sun Wukong, appeared at this moment, and his expression and actions were as if the real Sun Wukong was alive. You are so nasty, you must die. I want strength, I want strength, get stronger, get stronger. I want to help my brother, help Trunks, and I want to change the world. The growing anger caused Sun Wuxian's whole body to tremble, and the golden flame burned even more intensely, like boiling water, transpiring and surrounding Sun Wuxian's body. Countless stones floated up on the ground, controlled by the powerful breath of Sun Wuxian at this moment. Number 18's eyes shrank, looking at Sun Wuxian who broke out below, her whole body trembled. At this moment, she thought of that day, Sun Wukong, who almost shattered her with a fist in rage. At this moment, Sun Wuxian's demeanor, expression, and face are no different from the real Sun Wukong at all. Number 17, who fought with Sun Wukong, was also stunned. He was shocked by the current Sun Wuxian. Seeing the opportunity, Sun Wufan punched him fiercely and knocked him flying. Dad. Seeing Sun Wuxian's Sun Wufan below, his whole body was shocked, and there was light in his eyes. At this time, Sun Wuxian was no different from Sun Wukong at all. The same ruthless and unruly eyes, powerful momentum, that ruthless look. I'm going to kill you. The angry Sun Wuxian roared loudly, his hair, eyebrows, and pupils changed at this moment. Sun Gohan thought of the first time, when his father turned into a Super Saiyan and hit. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Defeating Frieza was exactly the same as today. God. He murmured and called out, and Sun Wuxian knew that it was his younger brother, and he was even more gratified in his heart. Finally, his younger brother finally turned into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, looking at its strength, it is much more powerful than the first time he transformed himself. Buzz. With his knees bent, Sun Wuxian flew into the sky, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of number 18. Without the latter reacting, he punched out. Bang! With this punch, Sun Wuxian looked coldly, causing number 18 to be startled. He didn't have time to dodge, and was directly hit. After a breath, number 18 reacted, a little sluggish. Am I alright? She quickly checked herself and found that the injury she suffered was not as huge as she thought, and she immediately understood. You are just Sun Wuxian. In an instant, number 18's face turned cold. On the other hand, number 17 also realized that the guy who was exactly the same as Sun Wukong was not Sun Wukong. Just his son. However, in their hearts, they were even more afraid, and they were even more concerned about killing the two brothers in front of them. These two must die. Chapter 752 Outbreak. After realizing that the blonde boy in front of him was not Sun Wukong, number 17 and 18 returned to normal again. Secretly, they continued to increase the strength under their hands. This time, they have made up their minds to kill these two boys here, so as not to have many dreams at night. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air quickly came out, and number 17 appeared directly in front of Sun Wuhan and punched. Sun Wufan quickly caught it with one hand. But at this moment, number 17 showed a mocking smile, which made Sun Wufan's heart tremble. Not good. Bang! The other fist hit Sun Gohan's stomach ferociously, and a strong shock wave lingered out from Sun Gohan's back. Ah! Sun Wufan spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, his eyes were a little slack, and his body slowly fell from the sky. At the same time, on the other side, number 18 dodged Sun Wuxian's burst of punches, and hit Sun Wuxian with an elbow in the back, with a painful expression on his face. Immediately afterwards, he slashed down and hit the top of Sun Wuxian's head. Compared to the power of number 18, even if it is Sun Wuxian who turned into a Super Saiyan, it is still too far behind. The two fell to the ground one after another, stirring up dust and knocking the ground into a big pit. After 2 breaths, number 18 landed heavily beside Sun Wuxian, showing a cruel smile. The appearance of your boy surprised me, it really looks like it. Then, she stomped on Sun Wuxian's leg fiercely, and with the sound of clicking, Sun Wuxian screamed, and the golden aura of his body quickly faded and returned to its original state. But, you are not him after all. With another kick, Sun Wuxian screamed out in pain. God! Sun Wufan lay beside him and shouted angrily. Stop screaming, worry about yourself first. A voice came, and number 17 fell heavily on the ground, looking at Sun Wuhan mockingly. You two brothers are trash, you can't even compare to 1/10 of your own father. He just clasped his fists with both hands and looked at Sun Gohan who was lying on the ground unable to move, but he didn't make another move. On the other side, number 18 showed a relieved smile after breaking both of Sun Wuxian's legs. In this way, there is no way for you to escape. Stretching out and out with one hand, number 18's right hand flashed a dazzling light. Then go to hell. Huh. The harsh sound of breaking the air sounded, and Sun Wufan let out a terrifying roar. No. Boom. One day, the flames bloomed into the sky, and instantly enveloped the ground where Sun Wuxian was. When the flames dissipated, a happy and relaxed smile appeared on number 18's face. This time, you can rest assured. Ah, damn it, you two. I'm going to kill you, kill you. Sun Gohan, who was lying on the ground, made a sound that was almost roaring, and the golden arrogance on his body burned again, bursting with unparalleled momentum. The hair also turned golden once again, and the whole person stood up almost floating, and appeared directly in front of number 18 at a terrifying speed. Then, under the latter's shocked eyes, he punched out. Bang! This punch directly knocked number 18 back nearly 1,000 meters, and slammed into a high mountain behind him, making a rumbling sound. Then, Sun Wufen bent down painfully just now to see the situation of Sun Wuxian. Sun Wuxian was bombarded by number 18 Qigong bomb. At this time, his whole body had no breath at all. His legs were irregularly twisted, and his face was pale and stained with blood. Dead, Goten is also dead. No one can understand the pain and anger in Sun Wufen's heart at this moment. From then on, his real relatives in this world are gone. The anger soaring to the sky made the golden arrogance on his body even more surging at the moment. Slowly, there was a tendency to evolve into lightning, but in the end, he still did not reach that point and began to stabilize. It's all you. Sun Wufen turned his head abruptly. The anger soaring to the sky made him look like a wild animal at this moment. Like a beast, his eyes are extremely ferocious. For a time, number 17 and 8 did not dare to look at Monkey King. Those terrifying eyes and terrifying aura actually had the powerful aura of Sun Wukong that day. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wufen was already in front of number 17. Punching, number 17 was stunned for a moment, and was hit heavily, followed closely, and reacted, and number 17, who was angry, threw a fist and attacked, but Sun Wufen also dodged. Sun Wuhan, who was in a state of rage, increased his strength by several layers, and for a time, he was on par with number 17. On the other side, number 18 quickly flew over to support and joined the battle. Brother and sister attacked Sun Gohan alone. Sun Gohan, who had only one arm, immediately fell into a disadvantage and kept retreating. After 10 breaths, he also suffered many attacks on his body. There was blood running down the corners of his mouth, Sun Wuhan's eyes were puffy, and his body's physical strength was rapidly declining. At Trunks, Aunt Boomer. The angry Sun Gohan didn't lose his mind. Trunks, Bulma still need his protection. Trunks hasn't grown up yet, he at least. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Only when Trunks grows up to be able to escape and live in front of these two people can he die with them. Now, not yet. The deep unwillingness made Sun Wufen feel extremely lost. After another confrontation, he dodged and came to Sun Wuxian's side, holding the latter in his arms. Then, he glanced fiercely at the two alert androids in front of him, rose into the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye at the fastest speed. He ran away. 18th Road. It's just an instant burst of power. It won't last long. If you fight again, this kid may make some crazy moves. Let him go first and wait for the next time. Number 17 fearfully said. Under the anger of the Saiyans, the burst of power is much stronger than usual. This level of increase is simply terrifying. At the most powerful and dangerous moment for the enemy, number 17 would naturally not be stupid enough to hit the muzzle of a gun. Listening to my brother on the 18th, the two flew up and quickly left here. Sun Gohan flew to the sky, quickly escaped the vision of the two androids, and then headed for the hiding spot that he had set with Trunks and the others. After a while, Sun Wufen fell from the sky and came to an island in the center of a lake. On the island, there is a wooden house, and Trunks and the others are there. Chapter 753 Transcendence. The breeze blows on the clear lake, causing the lake to ripple with layers of ripples, with distinct layers and overlapping layers. It was quiet in the cabin, and no sound came out. With a sad expression on his face, Sun Wufan held his brother's body in one hand and flew towards the wooden house. After a while, he was already standing there. At the same time, the two boomers, who heard the voice outside, quietly looked outside, and when they noticed the familiar figure, they immediately showed a surprised expression. The next moment, they pushed open the door and happily ran towards Sun Gohan. "Brother Gohan, that's great, you're fine." Trunks was a little excited. Every time the partners go out, it is a test of their spiritual ability. All the time, the people they stay behind are enduring such torment, worrying that their partner will die and that he will be injured. At this time, Bulma saw that something was wrong with Sun Wufan. Her eyes first focused on the figure in Sun Wufan's arms, and she couldn't help but tremble. "Goten, he." It was only at this time that Sun Wufan raised his eyes. The sad expression before had dissipated, and he showed a calmness, as if it was not his own younger brother who died. "Dead." His voice was calm and heavy, causing the other two present to tremble. "Goshen," Trunks yelled out first, and quickly ran to Sun Gohan, watching Sun Goshen carefully. With just one glance, Trunks burst into tears. Bulma's right hand was clenched tightly, and tears welled up in his eyes. Just now, this was just a very energetic young man, but in a blink of an eye, he has become a corpse. The pain of losing relatives and partners is beating their hearts hard every time, making them stronger and persevering in the midst of pain and sorrow. "Bury him, Gohan." Bulma covered her eyes and said hoarsely. "Well, I know." Sun Wufan's whole body trembled. He hugged his younger brother and took a step, glanced around, found a nice hill, and walked over. Boom! After a slight explosion, a deep pit of just the right size appeared in front of Sun Gohan. Very serious and careful, he carefully washed his brother's hands with water. His face was clear and clean, and he changed his favorite clothes for him. Sun Gohan still remembers that his younger brother admired his father since he was a child, so his father's clothes in the past were his favorite clothes. At this moment, Sun Wushan, who was put on the training clothes that Sun Wukong once left behind, is a young version of his father. Looking at this young face, crystal tears appeared in Sun Gohan's eyes. He turned his back to Bulma and Trunks, and his shoulders were shaking slightly. "It should have been me who died, and I am the most damnable. Brother, you are still so young, and you still have such a long way to go. You would have become stronger than your father, a strong man with a chance to surpass your father." Woohoo! Sun Gohan, who has not cried for many years, finally shed tears of sadness when he buried his younger brother with his own hands. "Brother Gohan," Trunks also said in pain. He was about to go over to comfort him, but was pulled by his mother. "Don't go there, let him be alone." Boomer shook his head heavily. Trunks was very sad. His friend from childhood to adulthood died in front of him like this. When he turned around, he lay on his mother's arms like a child and cried bitterly. "I really envy you. You can see Dad, Mom, Goten one step ahead of me." Sun Gohan, who was immersed in grief, slowly woke up, and finally he was the first to pat the mound in front of him and stood up heavily. The time of grief is over, and now is the time to keep working hard for survival. Sitting cross-legged in front of his younger brother's grave, Sun Wufan closed his eyes. After a battle, he also suffered serious injuries and needed to rest. During this rest, he will spend the last night with his brother. At dawn the next day, Sun Gohan slowly stood up and came to Trunks. "From today onwards, you have to work harder and frantically cultivate. I don't know how long I can accompany you. You have to grow as fast as you can and master the power of Super Saiyan 1 to its fullest." Sun Gohan's words were full of strength, and Trunks nodded obediently. Afterwards, the two walked out of the wooden house, flew up, and found a place to start practicing. The more crazy practice began, and in the following time, every day, the two of them were almost in a crazy life and death struggle. Saiyans are a fighting nation, and the blood of fighting is deep in their hearts. Only pure crazy fighting can awaken the blood in the depths of their bodies, which is extremely boiling and hidden deep. Fight, fight, fight. The frantic battle made Trunks progress rapidly. Only Trunks was left, and Sun Wuhan gave the latter a very sufficient teaching. In this way, time is slowly running out. A year later, somewhere on Earth in a deep valley. Ah! A long roar spread like the roar of a beast, and the terrifying momentum began to spread continuously towards the surroundings. Sun Gohan, who was standing with one hand, showed a hint of shock on his face. Looking down at Trunks, who showed his strength in full bloom in the battle, he was surprised and relieved. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. A year of crazy fighting has finally paid off. He has finally surpassed me. At this time, Trunks had more power than Sun Gohan in his body. Such progress finally reassured Sun Gohan and made him happy. The long shouting continued, and when the momentum in the deep valley reached its peak, a golden light bloomed and slowly floated up, revealing Trunks' vigorous figure. His eyes are majestic and his face is cold, like the most powerful and cruel cold-blooded warrior in the universe. His whole body released a strong energy aura, which shocked the void and trembled slightly. At this time, Trunks was imposing and extremely bright. Even Sun Gohan, who was watching quietly, had to admit that Trunks at this time had indeed surpassed himself. Suddenly, Trunks saw Sun Gohan next to him. His aura didn't weaken, but the powerful feeling disappeared instantly. Chapter 754 As soon as this powerful aura dissipated, it seemed that he was not as strong as before. But Sun Gohan knew that the power of Trunks at the moment was far from blooming to its peak. This kid feels that he has surpassed me and doesn't want me to be hit. While thinking about it, Sun Wufan understood the reason and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He has surpassed me and can also protect Aunt Boomer and protect the Earth. After a while, when his strength stabilizes, I can leave. His heart was complicated, and Sun Wuhan was very reluctant, but the deep hatred in his heart made him unable to suppress this soaring anger any longer. The hatred of his father, mother, younger brother, and friends made him suffer every day, and every day he lived was a huge endure for him. If it wasn't for there is still hope, and there is still something to do, he would have rushed to the front of the androids and fought with them. Even if he couldn't fight, he would choose to die together. Gohan-san, thank you. Transformed into black hair, Trunks fell from the air and landed in front of Sun Gohan, smiling. Sun Wufan stretched out his hand, touched Trunks' hair, and smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth. This year, you have grown a lot, and you are almost catching up with me, which is very good. It's all thanks to Gohan-san's training that I was able to reach this point so quickly. From now on, with Gohan-san, I will no longer be afraid of the 17th or 8th. Trunks was delighted. Hearing this sentence, Sun Wufan was stunned for a moment, then just smiled, but did not respond. Trunks felt that something was wrong, and showed a puzzled expression, but didn't ask any further questions. A month later, in a plane, two golden energy bodies were constantly colliding. With each collision, a large crater would appear on the plane. After hundreds of collisions, a massive energy body was violently knocked out and landed on the ground. The battle was over, and the two groups of golden energy bodies quickly dimmed, revealing their original appearance. Gohan-san, are you alright? Trunks in the sky fell to the ground worriedly and came to Sun Gohan. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Sun Gohan, who was slightly injured, showed a happy expression. It's okay, it's just a minor injury. With the help of Trunks, Sun Gohan slowly stood up. You have such power, I'm finally relieved. Trunks, come on. On this day, there was a smile on his face that he hadn't seen for a long time. Even though he was only smiling, Trunks knew very well that Gohan-san was very happy today. Even Boomer wondered why Sun Gohan today is so different from the past. On the third day, Sun Wufan, who had healed his wounds, disappeared. Trunks came to Sun Gohan's room as usual, but he didn't see Sun Gohan's person. The other party did not even leave a message. He anxiously ran to his mother and shouted loudly, "Mom, brother Gohan is gone." Bulma, who was staying in his room and quickly welding various instruments, trembled and trembled. Shaking his right hand, he lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and then let it out. "I see, you go to practice." The smart Bulma already knew the reason for Sun Wufan's departure, and also knew that the other party was probably already bad luck. Trunks clenched his fists, shouted angrily, and slammed into the wall in front of him. Then, he flew away. After 3 days of work, he frantically searched for the whereabouts of Sun Wufan, but he was disappointed. No matter where he went, he never met Sun Wufan, nor did he hear about the 17th or 8th. At the same time, Sun Wuhan was already standing in front of number 17 and 18. "Just you, Sun Wufan, you're too daring to come to us alone." Number 17 or 8 looked at Sun Wufan suspiciously, and felt amused in their hearts. They did not find any other aura. Sun Wufan didn't say a word. He took a step, his hair turned golden, and after another step, a violent aura swept out, slamming the surrounding ruins violently, dust and stones floating in chaos. After another step, Sun Gohan let out a roar like a wild beast, and his momentum reached its peak. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." At this moment, the extremely terrifying aura was violent to the extreme, causing the ground in front of him to shatter inch by inch. Number 17 or 8 was even more shocked and quickly retreated. Ah! Anger made Sun Gohan extremely powerful at this moment. For so many years, the anger and hatred he had suppressed for so many years was completely released at this moment, making him enter a state of rage in an instant. Even at this time, the anger made Sun Wuhan's consciousness blurred. The power in the Saiyan bloodline makes the desire to fight. Wong completely drove him, but also gave him a great power. Boom! Suddenly, Sun Wufan rose to the sky and punched with a heavy punch. Number 17's expression changed and he quickly attacked. Bang! Number 17 stepped back, number 18 stepped up again, punched again, number 18 stepped back, and number 17 came back. In an instant, the melee of the three began. Sun Gohan, who was caught in a frantic battle, showed an unparalleled aura. At this moment, he is single-handed, and the breath he shows makes. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. 17th and 18th were shocked. This kid is completely unconscious. Looking at Sun Wuhan, who was constantly attacking them wildly, and his eyes had turned completely white, number 17 and 18 were shocked. Fortunately, his power is still within the range we can resist. As long as he is exhausted, it will be his death. Gradually, following the battle, number 17 or 18 reacted. At this time, Sun Wuhan's strength is strong, higher than any of them, but this time period must not be long. And in such a crazy state, Sun Wufan's consciousness has been swallowed by anger. His style of play is extremely rude, and there are flaws all over his body, but because his strength is too strong, the two cannot counterattack. But this degree, there must be a moment for him to end. Once he reaches that end point, Sun Gohan will surely die. Time passed slowly, and the two brothers and sisters on the 17th and 18th were continuously impacted on the ground by the powerful force of Sun Gohan, causing huge damage. In just half an hour, a city that was originally a ruin was completely turned into a sunken basin by the battle of the three. Chapter 755_. In this basin, countless tiny deep pits are more numerous, which is shocking. The three of them fought all the way, and the road passed 100,000 meters. After being bombarded countless times with heavy punches, a fiery wave of energy accumulated between the furious Sun Gohan's hands. Ah! With a frantic roar, Sun Wufan moved forward towards the two number 17 and 18 who were chasing after him. He waved his hands constantly, and the sound of breaking through the air quickly sounded. Bombard the past. This Qigong bomb also contains powerful power, and its speed is extremely fast. In an instant, it hit number 17 and 18, and a large-scale explosion occurred. Boom 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 boom. The sound of explosions continued, resounding in the sky above the ruined city, forming a sea of fire with a radius of several kilometers. After releasing such a large-scale Qigong bomb, the furious Sun Gohan put his hands on his waist again. Turtle School Qigong Wave. The light blue Qigong wave was brewing, and even more huge energy was accumulating. In just 5 seconds, the turtle Qigong wave was pushed out between his hands. The crisp whistling sound like an explosion sounded, and once again slammed into the sea of fire that was about to dissipate. Buzz. The air trembled, and number 17 or 18, who had just stepped out of the sea of fire, was directly hit by this terrifying energy column with a terrified expression. Ah! With all his strength, number 17 and 18 pushed forward, and the trend of Turtle School Qigong's advancement was suspended. The three started a competition between energy, and this blow can be said to be the last blow. The violent Sun Gohan pushed out with one hand, his eyes were white, his face was full of hideous expressions, the meridians around his body were bulging high like a chulong, and the airflow was even more violently surging around him, as if it was tearing everything to pieces. Ah! Both sides let out a roar, and number 17 and 18 exerted all their strength to send the energy from the depths of their bodies towards the front. The Qigong bombs condensed by the Turtle School Qigong are getting bigger and bigger, and finally there is a football field. If it explodes, it is conceivable that it can destroy almost everything. This kid is crazy. 17th and 18 felt the blazing high temperature in front of him, and the expression on his face was full of horror. Hold on, this is his last blow. 17 shouted loudly. Number 18 was sweating profusely, and his eyes were full of fear of death. Under the pressure of this life and death crisis, the two androids, like crazy, also sent their own energy forward. In a very short period of time, an extremely terrifying energy group has accumulated over the ruined city. Gradually, time passed. One side is the crazy Sun Gohan, and the other side is the 17th or 8th who also fell into madness in the face of the crisis of life and death. Both sides are exporting energy of doom. Once one party stops, it is conceivable that it will be swallowed up by this terrifying energy in an instant. A minute passed, and the violent Sun Gohan suddenly trembled. The keen 18 quickly noticed this scene and called out excitedly. He can't do it, his stamina is about to run out, haha. Accelerate the output, sister, the victory is still ours. 17 laughed. The two gave a loud cheer again, and the energy group in front vibrated quickly and began to move in the direction of Sun Gohan. Immediately afterwards, the speed of this transition accelerated rapidly. The golden aura faded, and Sun Gohan has reached the point where he has run out of oil and burnt out since the battle. His hair returned to black, and his consciousness returned to his body. Suddenly, Sun Gohan glanced at the sky inadvertently. At this most critical juncture, at this moment, he saw a faint disk. The disk is very pale, almost invisible in the daytime. However, it was clearly captured by him. The terrifying energy column is getting closer and closer to Sun Gohan, and it is already in sight. But at this moment, Sun Gohan's heart began to beat violently. Bang bang bang. Like the sound of a dull drum, his expression turned hideous again. A suit of clothes was quickly stretched, and Sun Wuhan's figure became taller and larger at a terrifying speed. In a short moment, a violent ape with red eyes appeared in the eyes of number 17 and 18. This fierce ape was incomparably huge, standing there like a tall building. Its legs and hands were extremely strong and extremely powerful. Sun Gohan transformed into a giant ape the moment he saw the full moon. And at this moment, the terrifying energy ball had already arrived in front of the giant ape. In the face of this terrifying energy ball, the giant ape let out a roar and pushed his hands forward fiercely. He was aware of the hidden danger, and subconsciously wanted to keep it out. Boom! At the moment of contact between the two sides, violent energy quickly exploded, and an incomparably huge explosion occurred. The huge giant ape was immediately lifted up and rolled away in the distance. At the same time, shock waves spread rapidly in all directions like ripples. Everything on the road was dissipated into powder by this rippling shock wave. This shock wave is extremely terrifying, as if it can wear away everything. In a short period of time, this terrifying shock wave spread hundreds of thousands of meters around. Hundreds of thousands of meters, nearly 1,000,000 meters of everything, has been turned into a piece of scorched earth, and the surface layer of the earth with vegetation protection seems to be torn apart. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He opened his clothes, revealing his naked body. Run, run, run. At the moment when the explosion resounded, the two brothers and sisters of the androids also rose into the sky in a frantic and terrifying manner. If the violent energy ball exploded among them, it would be enough to blow them to pieces. In this way, 2/3 of the energy is still exploding in the air, and less than 1/3 of the energy is exploding on the ground. Otherwise, it will not only affect the radius of 1,000,000 meters. On the other side, a huge giant ape was blown away by the energy column, and the blood rain drifted down. Its huge body was unable to dodge, and was constantly hit by the spreading ripples. Every time it hit, one could clearly hear the bones in its body. The pounding of joints, and the sound of bones breaking. It lasted for more than 10 seconds before the giant ape fell heavily from the sky, and quickly, a large area of blood stained the ground. Then, the giant ape gasped, breathed, howled, and quickly became smaller. A few seconds later, Son Gohan appeared naked, lying there, dying, on the verge of death. Chapter 756 The Last Light. Hoo-hoo. The sound of heavy breathing continued to come from Sun Wufan's mouth, and the vibration between his breaths made the air flow faster. Drops of blood kept dripping from his body, and at this moment, Sun Wuhan's body was shaking violently. His physical strength was exhausted, and the serious injury he received left him with only one breath left in the body. The shock wave engulfed him in an instant, continuously draining his vitality. The huge energy ball's attack power is so terrifying that it makes people tremble. In the sky, which was isolated for an unknown number of miles in the distance, number 17 and 18 looked at the trembling sky ahead. Huge thunder and lightning flickered, dark clouds shrouded, and the space seemed much gloomier. Thick smoke covered everything, darkening the whole world. The smoke and noise of the explosion obscured the sky, causing subtle changes in a wide range of space. The two looked at the front in shock, their hearts pounding, and the violent power seemed to shatter everything, which was desperate. At that moment, they will all think that they no longer exist. The desperate escape finally allowed them to escape the control of death. Woo! After a long sigh, the faces of the two were filled with joy for the rest of their lives. After looking at each other, they remembered one more thing. What about the boy? There was an icy look in his eyes, and that crazy blow almost killed them all, which is really unforgivable. Number 17 ascended high into the sky, looking for the aura of Sun Wufan. After flying in the opposite direction of the explosion for half an hour, his eyes narrowed and a sharp look appeared in his eyes. There. 18 quickly followed behind, and the two of them drove fast, flying towards the faint breath they sensed. After more than 10 seconds, both of them saw Son Gohan lying on the ground seriously injured, with cruel smiles in their eyes. This kid can't do it anymore, only his last breath is left. Haha, kill him and cut off his last hope. Number 18 laughed loudly, and a Qigong bullet appeared on his right hand, and he was about to throw it down. But at this moment, Sun Wufan, who had the last breath left on the ground, suddenly turned his head and stared at them fiercely like a beast. Ah! A huge roar came from Sun Wufan's mouth, shaking the sky, and at the same time, the golden breath swelled out again. Suddenly, Sun Wufan, who had only his last breath left, became stronger again, as if a dead tree meets spring. His strength seems to be extremely strong, and it is actually 3 points stronger than before. The golden hair, eyebrows, green pupils, and cold eyes made number 17 and 18 panic instantly. This kid. Kill him. Under the shock of the two, they had a strong killing intent. The Qigong bomb in number 18's hand was instantly thrown down, but after a short while, Sun Wufan on the ground had already risen into the sky. The moment he touched the Qigong bomb, Sun Wufan swung it out with one hand, and the Qigong bomb immediately dented and flattened, and was then slammed to the ground. Die. At this moment, Sun Wuhan seemed to have released the brilliance of the last moment of his life, and his strength was beyond the past. The coldness and icy coldness in those pupils makes everyone who sees it terrify. After 3 breaths, Sun Wuhan came to number 17 and 18. Die. With a loud roar, a more powerful aura exploded instantly, and the cyborg who was about to attack Sun Wuhan immediately panicked. Run, this kid is going to blow himself up. 17 responded and shouted loudly. Number 18 also quickly realized that, with his hands in front of him, he quickly retreated to the rear. However, it's too late. The golden light of Sun Wuhan was extremely dazzling, and it instantly swept in all directions. In the blink of an eye, an extremely grand explosion came out, covering a radius of 200,000 meters, covering all the 17th and 18th. After a full 10 seconds, the sky-reaching flames dissipated. The ruined city, which had already suffered a heavy blow, and the remote areas suffered another bombardment. The air is filled with the smell of gunpowder smoke, which is pungent and uncomfortable. Ordinary human beings can no longer survive here at this time. On the surface, even flowing red magma rivers are exposed, and the high temperature melts the ground, making it even more unsuitable for human survival. The figure of Sun Wuhan no longer exists. No matter how he senses his breath, he can't sense it, and his self-destruction makes every cell of his own disappear from this world. A full 2 hours later, under a ruin that had long been covered by stones, a hand suddenly stretched out. Immediately after the rumbling sound, 2 figures with scars and blood appeared. Their eyes were full of fear of death. Almost died. Number 17's voice was a little trembling. That battle was really scary, and number 18 was still subconsciously searching around. Don't look for him, he has completely disappeared. Number 17 saw it and said coldly. Flying up, ignoring the trembling body, number 17 first glanced at the ground, and when he saw the ground that had lost even the surface in the explosion, his eyes shrank even more. I'm lucky to be alive. Yeah, if it wasn't for my brother being smart and digging deep into the ground, I'm afraid that explosion would really. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Will blow us to smithereens. The 18th said in fear. 17 nodded with a smile on his face. But in the end, we still won. He died, haha. A smile appeared on number 17's face, and he looked very happy. Up to now, the hostile strength has been completely reduced by him. If he remembers correctly, there seems to be only a child named Trunks left on the opposite side. The Saiyans are about to become extinct. 18th also laughed. For them, the greatest threat is the Saiyans. As long as there is one, it is a great threat and will have the greatest impact on their lives. While the two were happy that the enemy had been eliminated, Trunks, who was meditating in the center of the lake, suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed that terrifying aura, which he was very familiar with. It was his master, Brother Gohan. Gohan-san. Trunks immediately flew high into the sky to determine the direction. His sense of breath was extremely accurate, and it was only in the blink of an eye that he was sure that he was in the due west. Chapter 757 Alien Species. But after 3 breaths, an incomparably huge explosion came out, which could be heard even from such a long distance. Silently, Trunks burst into tears. He knew in his heart that this huge explosion sounded the death knell at the last point in Son Gohan's life. From the sound of this bell, there is no such person in the world as Son Gohan anymore. Gohan-san. Trunks cried bitterly. From childhood to adulthood, it was Son Gohan who accompanied him and taught him. His relationship with Gohan, even his relatives, was not too much. But at this moment, this person's relative died. Trunks is 16 years old this year. Over the past 16 years, family members and partners have disappeared from his eyes. Now, only his mother is left. No one can understand the feeling in his heart at this moment. Step by step into the feeling of loneliness is more painful and uncomfortable than being lonely at the beginning. Just when he was sad, a figure appeared silently behind him. Taking a deep breath of the cigarette, Boomer looked at the sky, and then slowly exhaled the smoke ring. "Gohan, is he also dead?" murmured. The old Boomer had exhaustion in his eyes. In the past 10 years, she has not delayed for a moment, nor dared to delay the research and manufacture of the time machine. She sleeps up to 6 hours a day and keeps researching. Now, there is only one last step left to make the time machine. There is hope, and the hope is immense. Thinking of this, Bulma's eyes showed ease. "Trunks, don't be sad, Mommy's research is about to succeed. The greatest invention in human history. A word to cheer up a sad Trunks in time." "Really, Mom?" "Well, really, I'll be able to finish it in 3 months at the latest." Boomer nodded, his voice very sure. After a pause, there was a deep look in her eyes. "It's just that we need to change places. There's nothing here to complete the final step of the time machine." "Change places? Where to go?" Trunks asked curiously. "Our original home," Boomer said with emotion, slowly exhaling a smoke ring, and said softly. Trunks was taken aback. Since he was born, he has basically never stayed in his home. Therefore, it is not very clear about the original Boomer family. 3 days later, the two of Trunks took the aircraft and walked towards the home of the original Boomer. Speaking of which, Bulma's family itself is a very rich company. They started by manufacturing universal capsules. Their space technology is quite incredible and can be called a miracle of mankind. And there are many invented equipment and machinery at home. In about a week, the two came to the sky above the ruins. The earth is full of wreckage and ruins, and it looks the same everywhere. Standing in the air, from the broken half of the text, I could vaguely tell that it was Bulma's home in the past. The two landed on the ground, and Trunks carefully observed the surroundings and was on guard. The city is desolate, and even living things are scarce, making it seem quiet. Bulma walked through the ruins and entered the house alone, and then found the button to the basement. With a roar, the entrance to the basement was opened. "Come with me." Greeting Trunks, the latter jumped a few times and followed Boomer down the basement. After turning on the light switch, Boomer had a smile on his face. "It's really lucky that the power generation system here is running all the time." Trunks was also happy. There seemed to be a lot of things stored in the basement, and many of them were intact and hadn't been damaged by artificial humans. "Come on, we're going to live here from now on." The two first searched for the food stored in the basement. When they found that after more than 10 years, some of the food had not been damaged, they smiled on their faces. "Great, these foods are enough to support us for 20 years. Boomer smiled. "Well, Mom, as long as you develop a time machine, we'll go back to the past and change the world." Trunks said happily. "Okay." Boomer was also very happy. On the other side of the world, in a ruined basement, a creepy thing is also happening. Inside the huge transparent glass test tube, a seed-like green cell finally took root and sprouted after more than 10 years of growth. At this moment, it grew its own fruit. Click. As the seeds grew, the glass test tube burst suddenly, and then, a creature like a carapace crawled out of it. This creature is very strange, with disgusting juice flowing all over its body, going out all the way, flowing down all the way, green juice, sticky, exuding a pungent smell. Without a nose, mouth, or bar, the insect-like creature moved quietly like this. When it came to the ground and saw the dead city outside, the insect was obviously stunned for a moment, a little confused. However, it didn't think much of it and continued to crawl. Finally, in the gap between the ruins, the insect found a bunch of human beings gathered together, and there was a ferocious light in its eyes. 3 minutes later, the insect hiccuped, leaving behind clothes on the ground, and the breath on its body was obviously much stronger, and its body seemed to have begun to evolve. The next day, insects. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Searching in various cities on Earth, His breath is very hidden, and hardly any strong people find him. Even if he passed by number 17 and 18 several times, he was easily avoided by insects. After half a year, the insect turned into an oval egg and began to evolve. 3 months passed, and with a shattering sound, a humanoid creature stepped out of the egg. This humanoid was green all over, very ugly, and a bit clumsy. But the breath on his body is daunting, and if he doesn't know it, it makes people feel terrified. After breaking out of the shell, the human-shaped green creature did not run around first, but punched and kicked, and began to test the strength of his body at this time. After a long while, the green humanoid seemed to grin and was satisfied with the improvement in its own body. Immediately afterwards, his whole body was shocked, he rose into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the city as a stream of light. After more than 10 breaths, a green humanoid creature appeared in a mountain range, and in front of him was a tall mountain and peak. Hey! With a laugh, the humanoid creature stretched out with one hand, and the Qigong wave quickly condensed. Chapter 758 Sha arrives. This Qigong wave condenses very quickly, but the power it emits is far less powerful than that of Sun Wuhan and others. Even so, the humanoid was already very happy. It has only been so long since it was born, but it has been able to gather such power. Buzz! A sharp piercing sound came out, and a Qigong wave emanated from the hand of the humanoid creature, slamming into the mountain ahead. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and a mountain and a peak were wiped out in an instant. Nodding with satisfaction, the humanoid is very happy. Kneading his hands, the humanoid turned around and left. Time passed quickly, and half a year passed again in a blink of an eye. While Yangqing was studying those ancient books in the Zhuang Temple, he was also carrying out dual cultivation of mind and body. His strength is always advancing at a constant speed, not fast, but improving all the time. At this time, even he himself didn't know how powerful he was. Only after fighting against a strong enemy can we figure it out. At the same time, he also realized that all the development of Tao on the earth is converging in the direction of the original book, so he no longer pays attention. On this day, outside the space of the earth, a black figure quietly descended here with the distortion of time and space. With indifferent eyes and a cold breath all over his body, this person is like the most powerful cold warrior. He was wearing black clothes, and his body exuded a strange aura, but faintly, there was a powerful majesty radiating from his body towards the outside world. Looking down at the blue planet below, a faint cold smile appeared on the corner of the person's mouth. It's been a long time since I came back, the earth is still there. It's still, really good. After muttering these words, the person who came here stretched out his arms, as if hugging the earth, and he naturally fell toward the earth from outer space with the help of gravitational force. Gradually, his speed became faster and faster. Because of the high heat generated by the friction and friction with the air, flames appeared around his body and he fell freely, causing the temperature around his body to be extremely high. People didn't respond at all. Not even the slightest scratch on his body. The powerful physique blooms inadvertently, and the cold and invincible corners of his mouth reveal his strong identity. Quietly, he passed through the atmosphere and saw the blue water below, the vast land, and the rolling mountains. Involuntarily, the corner of his mouth burst into a smile again, but it looked even colder. Earth, Char, are finally back again. He wore a black martial arts uniform, his icy aura, and he experienced hellish vicissitudes and ruthlessness, which showed his identity. It was Shia who ran away from the earth. This ruthless and powerful guy, whose talent surpasses any Saiyan or Earthman, actually returned to Earth today. Then, what kind of disturbance will his arrival cause to the Earth? Buzzing. The impact of the powerful airflow brought a violent wind, blowing towards the bottom. The air pressure began to change rapidly. In the forest below, a large number of vegetation began to bend over, and the strong airflow impacted, causing the dust on the ground to continuously flutter toward both sides. Boom! Finally, Shia fell to the ground. A circle of rippling shocks began to spread in all directions, and trees, flowers and plants were brutally uprooted. This frenzied airflow blew up every 10 inches of the ground, and as the impact of the airflow spread toward the periphery, it weakened. After more than 10 breaths, the dust dissipated, and Shaya's figure was revealed. He was still wearing the black martial arts uniform, and his fluffy black hair stood upright, but at this time, he had a green earring on his left ear, and his face was more like Yangqing. He was tall and straight, standing there, like a tree that has grown for many years. Earth, hee. Spit out a sentence softly. Sha glanced around and found that this forest was unusually quiet. It seems that there are far fewer living beings than before I left. The keen Shaya found this and showed a somewhat puzzled expression, but he didn't think much about it. He got up and flew towards the air. He didn't fly fast, but he wasn't slow, he just picked a place at random. It looks like something interesting happened while I was away. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Shaya's eyes flickered. But these have nothing to do with him. He came to Earth, just for one person. For that, the man who never defeated, but created himself. Father, where are you? The emerald green earrings shone with a crystal light, and the smile on the corner of Shaya's mouth was even worse. The current char is not the previous char. The gap between humans and gods is huge. I really want to see your shocked eyes. Unable to hold back the joy in her heart, a faint smile appeared on Shaya's face. However, half an hour later, when he saw the ruined city in front of him, Shaya's expression changed slightly. It's a wasteland. This city has been ravaged by war, and it's been a long time in the past. Earth, what seems to have happened? He continued to fly, but subconsciously increased his speed. Immediately after, for 5 hours in a row, after 6 cities, Shaya's eyes became cold. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Hey tilde, who is it? It seems that one step ahead of me will destroy mankind. Among the 5 or 6 cities, the human beings on Earth he discovered were pitifully small, far incomparable to when he was there. Those weak ants, he didn't even have the slightest interest in taking action. At this moment, the height he has reached is too high, too high. He has already disdained to take action on these ants. Whether humans step on the ants or not depends on his mood. As he has long been out of the category of humans, it is naturally the same. Are there any stronger ants on Earth? That man, is he still there? Shaya's eyes flashed, and then he closed his eyes. Spreading out the mysterious power that he had acquired before, in an instant, it enveloped the entire Earth, and then wisps of information were extracted, aggregated, and reflected in his mind. These breaths are not him. That person really isn't there. Also, if he was there, how could the Earth be in such a state? Chapter 759 _ There's a Saiyan kid, interesting. The Earth shrouded in mysterious power is simply defenseless in Char's eyes. Including number 17, 18, Trunks, etc., people with strength or weakness, all appeared in his eyes. In an instant, he eliminated the extremely weak scum, leaving only these 3 people. Strange aura, these 2 boys are artificial humans. With a twinkle in his eyes, Shaya distinguished it. After wandering in the universe for so many years, he has seen and destroyed all kinds of races. He immediately recognized the humanoid appearance. Placing one hand and pointing between his eyebrows, Char's figure distorted and disappeared here. In a deep jungle, on a flat land with beautiful mountains and rivers, an exquisite log cabin was built. In front of the door of the log cabin, there is a round table with twice as much tea on it. At this moment, number 17 and number 18 sat facing each other, tasting the mellow tea with a smile on their faces. This scent is really good. The world is much cleaner without the hustle and bustle of those humble humans. The 2 talked, their eyes full of comfort and ease. Destroying the biggest enemy made them feel completely relaxed. Just as they raised their glasses, the air twisted on the wooden roof on one side, and a black figure appeared there quietly. This figure has fluffy hair, A handsome face, a tall and straight body, and clear black and white eyes. As soon as he appeared, he stood quietly on the roof, looking down at the two people who were drinking tea, without saying a word. It was not until the 17th and 18th that the cup of tea was completely drunk, and the man in black spoke softly. "It's time for me to have a cup of tea, and you haven't found me yet. It's so weak and pitiful." The dull and sarcastic words made number 17 and 18, who was listening to his ears, suddenly startled, and even stood up abruptly, and aimed his gaze at the man in black standing on the wooden house. "Who are you?" 1718 asked loudly. "Who am I? My name is Char, the distant ancestor of mankind, and the root is me." Looking down at the two with a flat expression, Shaya said softly. "The distant ancestor of mankind." Number 17 and 18 was startled for a while, and his heart shrank involuntarily. This name is really too big. Even they were once human beings, that is, this guy, or is it their ancestors? What made the two of them even more apprehensive was the fact that this person was weird. They didn't even notice when each other appeared here. "It's you who made the earth look like this." Still in a flat tone, Shaya's heart seemed to have no ups and downs at all. Hearing the man in black ask this, the two of them on the 17th and 18th trembled, and they became vigilant. "We did it, how?" They also have great faith in their own power. After all, in more than 10 years on Earth, there has never been an existence that can defeat them. What if such a guy who claims to be the ancestor of mankind suddenly appeared? "I'm not interested in you, and I'm not interested in Earth." It was very bland to tell such a sentence, which surprised number 17 and 18. "However, I am very dissatisfied with your contempt for the gods. Although it is only a little dissatisfied, it is enough to cause me to punish you." Immediately after the next sentence, it made number 17 and 18 angry again. This lofty tone is like a god. What contempt, what punishment, what did this strange guy take himself for? "You are too arrogant," number 17 said angrily, ready to attack. Arrogant. Shaya seemed to be stunned for a moment, unable to understand what the word meant. Immediately afterwards, his pitch-black eyes swept towards number 17, and his icy expression made the latter's whole body feel cold. "For years, no one has ever said that to me. Where is the arrogant guy? What does he think of himself? God, ridiculous." 18th is also funny and angry. "Brother, come on together and beat him up." Because of the mystery of the person coming, this brother and sister are also very jealous. "Okay, let's go," number 17 shouted loudly, and the two walked up side by side, disappearing in place in an instant. Seeing the two people who dared to shoot at him, a sneer appeared on Shaya's mouth. "I don't know what it is." "Huh." The 17th and 18th are still very strong, and they appeared in front of Shaya almost instantly. The two shouted at the same time, and they waved their fists towards Shaya. The punch was thrown unhindered, so the two were confident that the punch would hit 100%, because even if the fist landed a millimeter in front of the opponent would not respond. They even felt that each other was just bluffing. Load 13. 18 sneered in her heart, but just 1,000th of a second later, her eyes changed drastically. What? She actually didn't see the other person's movements at all, and felt that her arm was tightly bound by an iron hoop. In an instant, the strength of her body was even more. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It was like being sealed, unable to move at all. After looking at his brother from the corner of his eye, he found that number 17 also had a look of shock and fear on his face. This guy. Horror swept her heart. She had never seen a strong man who made her lose her resistance with such a move. That grasp seemed to disperse all the strength of her whole body, so that she could not even give birth to the desire and hope of survival. Turning around quickly, he stared directly at this strange young man. When he saw his face, his black pupils, his whole body trembled. Is he really a god? Those cold, ruthless, indifferent eyes, Compared to the cruelty and ruthlessness that she and her brother appeared on the surface, the latter is more detailed, a great devil who has been in the dark for a long time, an incomparably evil god. Weak ants, I have no interest in you at all. Shaya's icy words came out of his mouth, and then with a movement that number 17 and 18 could not see at all, he suddenly threw a fist and hit the two of them in the stomach. Bang! The two sounds overlapped and merged into one. The huge power made number 17 and 18 vomit blood in an instant, and flew towards the rear quickly. In an instant, the two flew out 2 kilometers, and in the middle of it, they broke through countless trees. When he landed on the ground, he had no energy to speak. Chapter 760. My name is Shaya. At this critical juncture, the two of them endured the pain all over their bodies and were about to stand up, but when they just opened their eyes, they found a pair of feet appearing in front of them. Unsurprisingly, my heart trembled. The speed is too fast. When did it reach them? And at the moment when their hearts fell, a pair of big hands came to them, one left and one right. It made him sweat profusely in an instant, too frightened to move. Two weak ants, I have no interest in you at all. I am just here to ask you a question. Shaya's 2 hands pressed on the 2 people on number 17 and 18 at the same time, and said in a flat tone. You asked, number 17 said in a trembling voice, daring to move again. Have you heard of Ching, the name? Speaking of the person in his mouth, Shaya's face became serious, and her eyes were full of sternness. Blue. 17th and 18th Doom recalled what he thought in his mind, but found no impression at all. No. Some terrified answers came out, and the two were afraid that the young man could not hold back and destroy them to pieces. As it should be, I asked you wrongly. Although your current strength is not much worse than before me, you are still much weaker than him. Shaking his head, Shaya laughed. It seems to have left the earth long ago. Standing up slowly, Shaya withdrew his momentum and his hands. But on the 17th and 18th, he was still lying on the ground, not daring to move. Yeah, if he was here, you would have turned to ashes long ago. With a slight twist in her figure, Shaya disappeared in front of number 17 and 18 so neatly. He had no interest in who and how the earth was destroyed. Anyway, he himself came here, that is, for this matter. When he saw that the earth had taken such a tragic first step, it made him lose interest. The earth without that person is like undefended. And where is that person? The earth suffered such damage, and it did not appear, which made him doubtful. Maybe, that Saiyan hybrid knows. With a flash in his heart, Shia thought of Trunks, who lived a long way from the 17th and 18th in the opposite direction. In the dimly lit basement, Trunks was handing repair tools to his mother. The time machine was almost finished, and only the final adjustments were left. During this time, the two of Trunks were extremely excited. Mother, it's about to succeed, and our hope of saving the world is coming. Trunks said happily. Boomer was lying on top of the time machine, also with a smile on his face, smoking a cigarette in his mouth, and nodded deeply. Yes, it's going to happen soon, Trunks, hold on, as soon as it's done, we'll be able to go back in time and change the past. Trunks nodded heavily. While the two were busy, they didn't notice that there was already a young man in a black martial arts uniform in the basement. When Shaya came to the basement, she didn't speak up immediately, but just scanned the basement carefully for a long time, looked at the two of them, and then when she heard the words in their mouths, her eyes showed surprise. A time machine. He fixed his gaze on the aircraft that the two were cultivating and rectified. After a few serious observations, he revealed a shocking gaze. This thing may really be able to travel through time and space. How many years Shaya has traveled in the universe, how remarkable his knowledge is. Just a few glances, it is confirmed that the machine in front of them can really travel back to the past through time and space. This means that what this woman said about going back to the past and changing the past time is true. It really surprised Shaya, and immediately followed, a smile appeared in his eyes. It was so much fun. At this moment, he finally felt that it was too right for him to come to Earth. How lucky he is to have encountered such a miraculous thing. The odds of your machine going back to the past are 85.6%. After calculating, Char said precise words from her mouth, and also woke up Bulma and Trunks, who turned their backs to Char. In an instant, Trunks turned his head sharply, and Bulma, with a big mouth, looked at the young man standing calmly in the basement behind them. "Who are you?" Trunks shouted loudly, his eyes full of warning. "My name is Sha." Shaya said calmly. At this moment, there is no hostility towards the 17th or 18th before. Because the machine in front of him attracted so much attention, he really liked it so much. "How is this thing made? Is there a drawing of it?" he asked eagerly. "Yes, but I can't give it to you." "Who are you? You look a little familiar." Bulma stared at the young man in black, took a deep breath, and asked in a deep voice. "My name is Char, can you give me the drawing of the time machine? Maybe I can develop something more magical." At this time, Shaya's heart is full of interest in the mystery of time and space. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He has entered the realm of the gods. At this time, with the help of this magical realm, if there is anything, it is a divine weapon. This made him extremely excited. How interesting it would be to create an artifact that travels through the void. Shaya. Bulma's name was familiar to him, but it had been so long, he had forgotten it. "You also have research on time-space machines." "I have traveled the universe for many years and have no research on time and space, but I have a lot of knowledge." "You are really amazing." Shaya was a little excited. Boomin nodded. The young man in front of him should be unprofessional, but he has extensive knowledge and can discover the existence of different treasures by relying on his knowledge. "The blueprint of the time machine cannot be given to you. This is our last hope. You can leave." Without hesitation, Bulma said again, and then prepared to climb the ladder and continue to repair the time machine. Sha was stunned for a moment, then looked at Trunks, who had a wary face, with a smile on his face. "Is this your son? What if I threaten his life?" Bulma's body trembled, anger appeared in Trunks' eyes, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan without saying a word. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 761 to 780. Chapter 761 Purpose. When Shaya said this sentence, she smiled, as if it was a casual joke. But once it was exported, it brought great pressure on Trunks and Boomer. "Impossible." After a long time, Bulma gritted her teeth and said. Sha was stunned and glanced at Trunks. When she noticed the firmness and mortal determination in the other's eyes, she was silent for a while. He could see that both of them were serious. And this finished product, he can only understand a general idea, and the core ingredients inside can't be understood at all. Even if it weren't for the information revealed in the words of the two people just now, he would not have known that the aircraft in front of him was a big guy who could travel through time and space. "Kill them and you won't get this thing at all." While frowning and thinking, Shaya was in trouble. This is not a problem that can be solved by killing and slaughtering. If it was, he would have done it without hesitation. Murder is second, and obtaining the secret of this time machine is the most important. After thinking about it, the two sides fell into a confrontation. Trunks watched the man in front of him vigilantly. He didn't feel the presence of huge energy in the other person's body, but the strangeness of its inexplicable appearance in the room still made him cautious. Just when both parties were nervous, Cheria finally spoke again. With a smile on his face, he put away the fierce killing intent in his eyes, and smiled calmly. "I'll help you, I still know a little bit about these techniques. Maybe, I can play a role in saving the world for you." The ghost wants to save the world. The purpose of what he said is just to peep into the mystery of the time machine. This sentence made the two of them stunned, and after looking at each other, they began to hesitate. After all, the other party looks like a normal human being. Under the circumstances that the world has been reduced to such a situation, one more human being is also a happy thing for them. Are you human too? Bulma asked suspiciously. Human. Sha was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head. No. If I have to talk about race, I am a hybrid of Saiyan and human. Well, these two bloodlines occupy the vast majority of my body. Shaya said in a low voice. After becoming powerful and traveling the universe, Char's personality seems to have undergone a very obvious change. Deep down in his heart, he was still ruthless and even more cruel, but on the surface, it made him no different from ordinary humans. This may be the real devil, covering his cruelty with kindness, but his heart is degenerate and dark to the point of evil. Saiyan hybrid. Trunks and Boomer were shocked. It is unimaginable that there are such human beings in this world. Are you great? Trunks excitedly said that if there is one more compatriot, then they will succeed and the hope of saving the world will be even greater. Great. Shia glanced at Trunks, with a look of obvious contempt in his eyes. Compared to you, it should be considered stronger. So confident. Trunks looked at Shia in surprise. Have a chance to try it. I'm afraid of killing you. Shia said coldly, and then walked straight to the time machine. Her eyes were obviously interested, looking at the mysterious instrument in front of her, emitting a strange light. Don't look at you too, Trunks, go get me the number 3 nut. And you, Char, give me the big wrench on the table. Don't you feel ashamed that 2 big men are here, and let me, a female class, do repairs and maintenance? Trunks was ashamed, and Char was expressionless, just turned around and did as Boomer said. In this way, under the circumstance of holding a special purpose, Sha unexpectedly lived with Trunks Boomer in a strange way. Such a scene, in the past, was simply unimaginable. The existence of gods and mortals together, no matter how you think about it, is incredible. Gradually, half a year has passed. This year, Trunks is 17 years old. During this time of living together, the shock and surprise in Shia's eyes became more and more, and at the same time, the eyes that looked at Bulma were also full of admiration. Even if his strength is sky high, this woman can't survive even a second in front of him, but he does admire this woman. After wandering and living in the universe for so many years, what kind of talent, genius, he has not seen. However, he has never heard of a human being with such a peculiar mind as Bulma who has delved into the theory of time and space so deeply. This time machine has basically been successful so far. He is 100% sure that this thing is really good. Boy, don't look at me like this, I can be your mother at my age. Bulma exhaled a cigarette and waved towards Shaya. Hearing Boomer's voice, Char, who was using a rag to clean the surface of the time machine, was startled. Mother. From being created to now, he has really never heard who his mother is. Maybe he didn't have a mother at all. However, he had to admit that his life with Trunks and Boomer during this period of time made him feel the warmth that he had never experienced before. In that eternal winter, it seems that spring is beginning to come, and in the darkness, there is also a trace of light and warmth shining. He knew that there was some kind of peculiar change in his heart, but he could also. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Sure, he's still who he is, and that hasn't changed. After another 3 days, Bulma stopped Char, who was working. Trunks was beside Char, and when he saw Char was stopped, he smiled and joked. Shaya, mother called you, there must be nothing good, haha. Yeah, Shaya was used to the fact that every time he was stopped by Boomer, there must be a lot of hard work, or if he didn't do a good job, he would be trained. Putting down the work in hand, Shaya walked towards the house. Bulma, what's the matter? After entering the room, Sha asked. Sha, come here. Taking a deep breath, Bulma didn't put his eyes on Shaya, but just reached out and beckoned. Shaya felt strange in her heart. After walking over, she found that Boomer had been staring at a blueprint on the table. I know your purpose, it has always been this drawing. The moment he saw the blueprint, Shaya's whole body trembled, and at the same time, Bulma's voice came over. Woo. White smoke rings began to ripple in the room, and Boomer's voice came out clearly. Chapter 762 The Origin of Shaya. I can give you the drawings, but I hope you can do good things with them. I can see from the time spent together. You are a good boy, and like Trunks, you have a kind heart. Bulma's words were very serious, but in Shaya's ears, it made him feel weird. Good boy, kind heart. But Shaya's surface was still calm, and his mood did not fluctuate at all. Is this the blueprint for the time machine? Calmly asked Bulma. At the moment when he was about to get the blueprint, there was nothing like excitement in Shaya's heart, just peace. Yes, it took me nearly 20 years to perfect it. As long as I follow this drawing, I can build a time machine. Including the theory of space and time, how to pry open the barrier between space and time, and complete the time and space shuttle, it's all in it. Boomer nodded and took a puff of his chimney. Shaya walked closer, glanced at it, and flickered in her eyes. Quick memory. Almost instantly, all the information on the drawing was imprinted in his mind, just like a computer transmitting data, without the slightest loss, and as long as the brain does not delete it, it will be remembered forever. The blueprint is given to you. Work hard, and hope that one day, you and Trunks can save the world together. Boomer said softly. Shaya's eyes flashed, but she didn't respond, she just turned her head and left the room. He didn't take away the blueprint, but at the moment of seeing it, everything was already in his heart. After getting outside, Trunks asked him jokingly. Mom didn't ask you to do anything difficult, did she? No, Sha shook her head. On this day, Shaya's performance was as normal as usual, without revealing any strange points or doubts. Another month later, one day, Shaya disappeared here. No matter how Bulma and Trunks searched, Char was never seen again. The loss of Shaya's whereabouts undoubtedly caused the two of them to be hid and lost for several days. In the dimly lit room, Boomer slowly lit a cigarette, and then took out a thick old notebook from the drawer. After quietly looking at it for a long time, Boomer shook his head and locked it in the room again. Compared with the design drawing, this notebook is equally important. It is her record of researching time and space, time machine, and every moment for so many years. Every mistake she has experienced, she has clearly recorded it. She only gave Shaya's design drawings, but did not give him a notebook, because she had always been afraid of this young man in her heart. Mom, why is this? Trunks, who heard Boomer tell him about this matter, asked suspiciously. In his sense, Shaya is just a little withdrawn and doesn't like to talk, but he is a good person. You were born late, you may not know him, but when I was young, I remember him deeply. Boomer let out a sigh of relief, panic in his eyes. Compared to number 17 and 18, this young man is also an extremely cruel guy. Have you ever been together for so long? Has he asked about a man named Ching? Blue. Trunks was startled, because Char had indeed asked this person. He did ask, but I don't know, and he didn't ask any more after hearing that. That's right, Shaya, this existence that has caused countless Earthlings to fall into terror and despair. I really did not expect that one day, he will come back. I thought he had been killed by Ching. Boomer sighed. The current Earth really made her feel smoky, the powerful number 17 and 18, plus a more terrifying Char. Trunks, on the other hand, was confused. Mom, who is Ching? Who is Sha? Ching. Bulma fell into the memory, and also remembered what Vegeta had said to him. After a long time, she spoke. Your father Vegeta once said that Ching is the most outstanding warrior the Saiyans have produced for countless years, no one. He is the first person to transform into a Super Saiyan, and he is also the mentor who gave the transformation method to the Saiyans. He is also the great elder of the Saiyan family, and his father, the two great Saiyans. One of the pillars. At the same time, Ching is the most powerful warrior in the universe. In the entire universe, no one is his opponent, he is invincible. Hearing this series of titles, Trunks fell into a daze. The strongest in the universe. Didn't you say that Uncle Wukong is the number one? He asked suspiciously. Goku is only his junior in terms of seniority. Vegeta said that Sun Wukong and Ching had a battle, but they couldn't even beat the latter's finger. Boomer said with a smile. What? Trunks was deeply shocked this time. He clearly knew how strong Sun Wukong was. Before his death, Uncle Wukong had already surpassed his existence. In a battle with Na Ching, I am afraid that no matter how weakened it is, it will not be much weaker than himself. But it was such an existence that it did not resist the finger named Ching. Uncle Ching. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. So strong. Hearing that Ao was a Saiyan, Trunks couldn't help calling his uncle. Uncle, his age is enough to be your grandfather. Your father has great respect for Ching and calls him an uncle. If he hears you say that, I'm afraid he will scold you. Bulma shook his head and smiled. Trunks scratched his head, a little embarrassed. What about the others? I don't know either. Bringing up this question, Bulma's face became heavy again. I don't know which day Ching will leave the earth, and since then, it has never been seen again. And when it comes to his departure, we have to mention Ching's son, this Shia. Ao's son, Char. Trunks was truly shocked. He really didn't expect that Shia, who had been with him for so long, was actually the son of the legendary Ching, the strongest in the universe. Yes, Shia's birth is a bit bizarre. He was not born with a womb, but was cultivated by a group of scientists from Qingrang who collected his own genes and the genes of Earthlings. Artificial man. Trunks said solemnly. That's not true, he's purely human, as he said, a Saiyan-human hybrid. Boomer shook his head, paused, and his face became solemn. However, his power, his talent, has caused the human race to fall into a real panic. Chapter 763 Fluctuation. He was able to transform into a Super Saiyan mode within a few months of his birth, and his strength reached the same level as that of a normal Saiyan. A few years later, he even appeared on the arena of the #1 martial arts club in the world. He appeared in an extremely tyrannical manner and challenged Ching. As Bulma said, he seemed to be back in those days when he saw Ching and Sha, who were in high spirits and incomparably strong on the competition stage. Shia is cruel, ruthless, and shows no mercy to human beings. On the contrary, Ching is kind-hearted and always has a smile on his face, just like Wukong. These two people are the most contradictory extremes, but they are truly blood-related father and son. But, they are going to kill each other. Boomer's tone accelerated, making Trunks nervous. Kill each other. Why? Trunks asked. Shia's appearance was originally an opponent that Ching created for himself. After he was born, Shia's ferocity and cruelty triggered Ching's killing intent. And Char's own evil position has also made him the enemy of everyone. This is a powerful enemy who was hostile to the Earth and humans. Trunks was startled. During this period of time, he could not feel Char's evil and cruelty at all. The two even often joked and played together, and he even found a sense of Godin in the latter. How could such a person be a ruthless killer? The two started a war. At that time, their power would have reached or even surpassed yours. The Earth could not bear the impact of such a force. Therefore, Xinjiang took Shia away from the Earth. Bulma took another puff of cigarette and said slowly. Away from Earth. Trunks showed a puzzled expression. Well, Ching has mastered a means of teleportation, which can instantly appear in any corner of the universe. Your uncle Wukong actually has such a method, unfortunately. Shaking his head, Boomer said no more. Teleportation. Trunks expressed curiosity. And after that, is Ching okay? Ching appeared on the Earth again, but not long after that, he disappeared from the Earth along with his lover, Yi Chi's family. Since then, Goku, Vegeta, haven't seen him. Until today, he has never appeared. Instead, this guy Shia actually appeared in front of us. Boomer said softly. What surprises me is that his temperament seems to have changed drastically, which he had never done with humans before. Saying that, Bulma also became suspicious. This is also the reason why I gave him the design. After all, when I travel back to the past and change the future, these things may never be used for a long time. If he is still like before, even if he dies, he will never give it to him. Like Vegeta, maybe he's been through something different. Trunks nodded with a smile on his face. He often heard his mother tell stories about his father, who was once an evil and ruthless warrior until he met his mother. Okay, knowing his horror, if you meet him again in the future, you have to be careful. Even if he didn't show it on the surface, he used to be a ruthless guy. Boomer warned Trunks, and then the person nodded obediently. Go on with your homework, time machine, it'll be ready for use in no time. The two looked at the time machine above their heads again, and both showed smiles. Hope, getting closer and closer, which makes people inexplicable joy. At the moment when Boomer described the relationship between Ching and Char, in the vacuum outside the Earth's atmosphere, a figure appeared twisted. Boom! The crimson light wave appeared in Xiaoya's hand, and in the blink of an eye, there was a football field as huge, and the energy contained in it was enough to blow up the Earth in an instant. The design of the time machine has been obtained, and the Earth seems to have no need to exist. He slowly stretched his right hand to the top of his head, and the scarlet Qigong wave fluctuated even more violently, as if it would explode at any time. His right hand trembled slightly, and in the next moment, he would destroy the planet in front of him. However, just as he was about to throw out the Qigong wave, the movements of Xiaoya's whole body actually stagnated. As if a powerful force imprisoned him, it actually controlled him so much that he couldn't wave this huge Qigong wave. In front of his eyes, Bulma's gentle, mother-like expression appeared every time he looked at him, and Trunks really regarded him as a brother. At this moment, this hand could not be moved no matter what. Gradually, the redness in his hands began to shrink, and finally dissipated. Looking down at the blue earth in front of him, a sneer appeared on the corner of Char's mouth. Boring human emotions. With a twisted figure, Xiaoya disappeared into the sky. In the vacuum, a tear floated quietly, as if to prove something. With a shake, Xiaoya has appeared in another corner of the universe. Ching, my father, where on earth are you now? There was a strong will to fight in his eyes. His past failures have always made him feel ashamed. That person is also the goal that he will surpass in his life. However, he could not find him. Like the other. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. If you want to deliberately need to find yourself, you can't find the other party yourself. Even if he entered the advanced level of the gods, he still couldn't find the breath of the other party. This once made him suspicious and strange. Could it be that the other party has also entered the realm of the gods? This is not impossible. After all, almost everything in him is inherited from the other party, but he surpasses it. Continuing to walk in the universe, a month later, Xia was standing in the outer space of a planet, looking at the planet strangely. There are some strange fluctuations. This fluctuation seems to be the time-space fluctuation mentioned in the design diagram. He was keenly aware that on the planet in front of him, it seemed that the fluctuations of time and space were rippling. His eyes flashed and became sharp, and Xiaoya stabbed his head towards the planet. He wanted to see what was going on. After more than 10 breaths, Xiaoya found out what was going on. An old woman with a hat on her head was muttering something in her mouth, and Xiaoya instantly understood that it was a conjuration. This old woman with a witch hat is summoning the soul of the underworld. Interesting. Char's mouth showed a smile. Chapter 764 Crossing the Dimension. It was the first time he had seen such a scene. The living summon the souls of the dead, and there are actually on Earth. In the universe for so many years, Xiaoya has experienced a lot, and has heard the legend of summoning ghosts, but has never seen it. This was the first time that he stood above the sky and quietly watched below. At this moment, the old witch was kneeling by the clear river. The river meanders into the distance. It is very long and long, as if it has no end. Under the reflection of the setting sun, it looks like a real yellow spring road. Alasa Hama Gaha. As the old witch chanted, the crystal ball suspended in front of her exuded colorful light. Gradually, a strange wave began to spread, and the space seemed to have entered another dimension, with layers of ripples swaying. At this moment, Shaya's eyes narrowed in the air, carefully sensing such fluctuations. Is this another dimension? Curiosity appeared in his eyes, and Shaya even looked down with all her energy. He clearly saw the clear river, as if another magical world appeared, and then slowly overlapped with this world. An erratic figure appeared on the river, floating lightly towards the front. This figure is cloud-like and does not look like a real person. As it floats forward, when stepping out of the overlapping world and coming to this world completely, the cloud and mist dissipate, revealing a beautiful figure. Shaya was stunned, and unexpectedly discovered that the soul was actually a woman. The woman is wearing a blue and white dress with various flowers embroidered on the skirt. It seems that at the moment of appearance, all the flowers are swaying with the breeze blowing, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Zuoli, I finally see you again. Next to the old witch, the planetary man with the crown on his head shouted happily. He was all excited. If it wasn't for the old witch, he would have rushed up. Your Majesty. The female soul named Jolie was stunned for a moment, noticed the surrounding scene, and found that she had come to reality from the underworld, and couldn't help but be surprised. Am I not already dead? It's me. I asked Queen Wu to call you here. I miss you so much, Jolie, I miss you so much. The king with the crown was crying, with an expression of deep affection and unswerving death. So it was you who summoned my soul to come here. Jolie reacted, and then his face turned cold. Your Majesty, I was threatened by you before I was alive, marrying you, you tossed me all day, and after I died, you still asked this old witch to summon me, and also showed me your disgusting face. I am really unlucky. Will you let me go quickly? I don't love you at all, I am self-destructive, I really don't want to be with you, I can't stand such a forced life. Old witch, you take me back, I don't want to see him again. Shaya looked down here from the sky, and when she saw this dramatic scene, she was a little stunned. The king with the crown looked very affectionate, and even summoned the other party to come back after his wife died. But what he didn't expect was that the other party didn't like him at all. It was a good show. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Shaya let his body fall directly. What he is more interested in is not the emotional drama between the two, but the different time and space leading to the underworld. It seems that these two worlds have completed the overlap at this moment, and the soul can pass through, so can the body also pass. Shaya was curious in her heart. And as her body fell, it brought a gust of wind. More air pressure pressed down directly towards the ground, creating a huge whistling sound. Several people on the ground, including the soul, looked up at the sky in surprise, and then saw a shadow on his face, which fell heavily in front of them, causing a strong wind. It blows them so they can't open their eyes. What is this? After the strong wind dissipated, they saw Shaya's figure just now. With his feet an inch off the ground, a deep pit appeared on the ground, but it was not large. A young man in black clothes had a handsome appearance and a cold expression. You, who are you? The old witch was shocked. When she was summoned, someone dared to make such a mess. Dare to disturb the resting place of the soul, are you not afraid of the gods punishing you? God. A smile appeared on the corner of Shaya's mouth, looking very disdainful. He had already crossed the boundaries of mortals and entered that realm, but he never found the place where they lived. Even a mere mortal dared to talk about the gods in front of him. Ignoring the shocked crowd on the side, he stepped towards the clear river, the two overlapping time and space. Layers of space began to sway, and fine lightning appeared in the air, flickering violently. Don't mess around, the power of space, the power of dimension will tear you to pieces. The old witch said in horror. Crackling. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of lightning space powers slashed at Shaya's body, but after a breath, Shaya's body, not even her robe, was damaged. It's like tickling, it's really a weak force of time and space. Afterwards, he stood in front of the overlapping space, but found that he couldn't step forward, as if there was a gap that could not be bridged. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Thinking of the blueprints Boomer gave him, Char began to close his eyes and think. In an instant, along with what he had just seen in the mysterious space-time structure diagram, a spark of wisdom appeared in his mind, and many incomprehensible knowledge and scenes suddenly came through. After that, Shaya slowly opened his eyes with a smile in his eyes. I understand, the so-called dimension can be crossed so easily. He stretched out his hands, one left and one right, grabbing sharply. Buzz. The space in front of him seemed to be grabbed by something, and then, he shouted loudly, and the power of crackling, thunder and lightning continued to appear, smashing on him, and the chaotic time and space began to boil. The old witch on the side had already screamed, which was completely frightened. She has never seen a human being able to tear apart the boundaries of the realm of man and God with his own strength without the consent of the gods. Ha! With another loud shout, the dimensional space in front seemed to suddenly open up, and there were actually golden clouds. It's here. Shaya laughed and stepped in. Jolie, who was behind him, looked at this scene in shock, rolled his eyes, and hurriedly followed Shaya. Chapter 765 The Work of the Realm King God. Time, in Yangqing's eyes, can't help but use it, and in a blink of an eye, another 3 months have passed. In the past 3 months, he once again read all the classics, with a happy expression in his eyes, and Yangqing was very satisfied. Slowly closing the book, Yangqing closed his eyes and began to recall. Every time after reading a book, he will take some time, close his eyes, sort out all the knowledge lines in the book in his heart, clear all the clues, and grasp the core of the book. In this way, the knowledge to be learned can be learned as soon as possible. This is a very useful methodology. Yangqing has been doing this for so many years. When he opened his eyes again, Yangqing's eyes became serious and serious. The time seems to be coming. With a flick of his hand towards the front, ripples appeared in the space, and the scene on the earth appeared in his eyes again. The faces of the androids number 17 and 18 were the first to step into the picture. They marched forward ruthlessly, releasing powerful qigong waves toward the surroundings, causing explosions. In the space in front of the android, a golden figure quickly dodged, evading repeated attacks. Trunks. Yangqing's eyes were fixed on the golden figure, and he recognized that it was the grown-up Trunks. After a long and peaceful life, Trunks' outing this time was finally discovered by number 1718. The time machine has been completely built, and all it needs now is fuel. As for the fuel, he needs to collect it everywhere, and then it can be used after being purified and fused by his mother many times. This time, it is the last purification. As long as this time passes, the time machine can be fully used. Quickly dodging the rushing qigong waves, Trunks looked solemn. It can be seen that the 17th and 18th are not serious, they are just playing with the mentality. After evading many times, Trunks already had a lot of scratches on his body, looking very embarrassed. But his expression seemed calm. He has surpassed Brother Gohan, and has become strong enough, with enough mentality, to deal with such a scene. The avoidance at this time is only for the sake of a better future in the future. Finally, after dodging countless times, Trunks saw an opportunity. His expression suddenly changed, he shouted loudly, and stretched out his hands. Open out towards the front. Magic flash. Suddenly, the eyes of the 17th and 18th became bright, and their eyes were blinded by the dazzling light, and even their 5 senses seemed to be lost for a short time. When the light faded and everything returned to normal, Trunks had already disappeared in front of the 17th and 18th. This kid, the kung fu of escaping is strong. 17 laughed, but did not pursue. After the two glanced at the ruined city again, they flew into the air and headed for the next target. Not all human beings on Earth have become extinct, and there are still some remnants hidden in the corners of cities. These people are their targets for fun. After all, life is too boring, and the 17th and 18th have to find something to do by themselves. Trunks carefully returned to his home all the way, jumped off the floor, went to the basement, and handed over the materials obtained this time to Bulma. Encountered them. Didn't you get hurt? Boomer said worriedly. No, don't worry, Mom. Trunks smiled. That's good. After taking a careful look at Trunks, Bulma breathed a sigh of relief after finding that the other party was indeed not injured. After taking over the fuel materials, Boomer's spirit became uplifted again. I'm going to purify the material, and right away we can go back in time. Trunks nodded heavily. Seeing that his mother was busy, Trunks sat down heavily, heaved a sigh of relief, and then began to deal with the abrasions on his body. The wounds were not serious, but they were constantly painful and had a huge impact on his concentration. At the same time, Yang Qing from the Zhuang Temple also brushed over with one hand, eliminating the scene in front of him. Afterwards, he stepped out of the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion and came to the front of the Realm King God. Lord Kaiwangshan, I'm going out for a while. What? The Realm King asked indifferently, as if he didn't care that Yang Qing violated his previous rules. Cultivation, maybe when I come back again, I will be qualified to become a realm god. Yang Qing said with a smile. Oh, Kaiwangshan put down the tea from his mouth, with an interested smile in his eyes. I really want to know why you are so confident, but I don't think you will tell me. Thank you, Lord Zhuangshan. Yang Qing thanked him, knowing that Zhuangshan agreed. Before going out, the M3R galaxy group in the northern Milky Way, where you need to go there, can be regarded as a test of your ability to work. The realm god said casually again. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile, and retreated to leave the Zhuang Temple. After leaving the Zhuang Temple, Yang Qing closed his eyes and began to look for the place that Zhuang god said. In just a short 3-breath effort, the galaxy group appeared in Yang Qing's eyes. So it is. In the blink of an eye, Yang Qing's figure distorted and disappeared in place. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. When it reappeared, Yang Qing was already in a chaotic meteorite belt. Countless meteorites are floating rapidly along with the gravitational force at the center of the galaxy. This speed is extremely fast. If any meteorite falls on the surface of the planet, it will cause the destruction of the stars. This meteorite belt turned out to be a star system. Does the King God Sama mean to let me restore this place to its original state? Yang Qing carefully observed the location here, and observed everything in the range of this star system, including gravity, magnetic fields, etc., and found that it was as he expected. Has the destruction of this small star system already affected the speed of the Milky Way? Although it is very small, in the long run, it will lead to the continuous destruction of the solar system. For living beings, it is really a disaster. Now that he understood the reason, Yang Qing naturally began to work. Creating stars and maintaining the stability of the universe was originally the work of Kaiwang God. After so many years of practice and reading numerous classics, Yang Qing can be said to know the work of the Realm Kings well, and is extremely confident. Let's rebuild the stars first. Chapter 766 Creating the Solar System. Compared with the composition of other planets, Yang Qing chose to restore the original appearance of this solar system star first. A solar system ecosystem with stars at its center. He has read many books, which all show that only the regions where stars exist can give birth to star systems. The superstar spreads and collapses, forming a star, and then with the star at the center, the planets are brought together by gravity, and after countless years, a complete solar system is finally formed. So, stars are the primary factor. Glancing at the vast starry sky in front of him, Yang Qing's naked eyes seemed to be able to see only a 10-mile radius in front of him, but his mind had already shrouded the scenes that were not many light years away. He slowly stretched out his hands, and then, a dazzling golden light erupted from his body, spreading rapidly in all directions. The speed of this diffusion is extremely fast, which has surpassed the speed of any object moving, as if entering another dimension, which is truly 1,000 miles in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming golden aura enveloped the solar system in front of him. Cohesion. With a cold drink, the nameless liquids, bodies, gases, and solids in the positive solar system were shocked, and then quickly rotated. From a distance, the huge area in front of you looks like a general map of a small galaxy vortex. It's just that the three kinds of physical substances rotate at an extreme speed, and they are also wrapped in a layer of golden aura. This golden aura is vast and majestic, with unfathomable mysterious power, catalyzing and accelerating their movement. Boom. All matter rotates and rotates to the limit speed. Gradually, under the traction of a certain point in the center, the vortex began to condense. In fact, this is a three-dimensional vortex, with material up and down, left and right, in any direction, not flat. In an instant, driven by the golden energy, everything was condensing towards the center. At a certain point in time, as if there was a big explosion, with a loud bang, all the substances came together fiercely, and then one after another, like a shocking performance, starting from the explosion of fireworks, layers of substances attached to the center point in turn. After 3 breaths, this point has become as big as a football field, and it looks like a ball from a distance. Yang Qing stood in the void, his expression was calm, the lines in his eyes were circles, and he saw all the details in his eyes, which was the eye of reincarnation representing reincarnation. In his hands, a steady stream of golden energy was released. At this moment, he is like a god who can bring innovation to the world. Buzzing. Starting with the formation of the central sphere, the entire solar system is no longer peaceful, and countless substances and planetary debris begin to vibrate and converge towards the center. In this huge amount of matter, Yang Qing distinguished at a very fast speed, and then sorted it out. The central sphere is getting bigger and bigger, and gradually, it has become the size of the moon, and then blinks, it becomes like the Earth, and in an instant, it completes the transcendence of the size of the Earth. The central sphere is growing and expanding at an extremely fast speed, and it is getting bigger and more spectacular. From a distance, it is still black, far from the redness of the burning stars, nor does it release any light and heat. It was not until after the 16th breath that an incomparably huge planet appeared in front of Yang Qing, and the golden aura in Yang Qing's hand was released slowly. Enough. Withdrawing his hands, Yang Qing nodded, looking very satisfied. Then, after he pondered for a while, a hot golden flame appeared from his hand again. In the name of the gods, ignite. Woo. After Yang Qing shouted loudly, the golden flame began to float out of his hands. It seemed to be very slow, but it was actually very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already landed on this black star. In an instant, Yang Qing's eyes suddenly changed. As if something amazing was ignited in an instant, only a huge, chi-chi, sound was heard, and then a bang, a little red light appeared in the huge black star in front of him, and then, the overwhelming red light, in the blink of an eye centered on its luminous light, it spreads in all directions, flying away, rumbling, as if countless bombs were detonated in an instant. The huge star lit up, and he released an unparalleled light. Along with this red light, terrifying light and heat were also released at the same time, quickly shrouding the nearby star field. As if igniting the fire of hope in a star field, Yang Qing clearly saw that the star field lit up. When the star was completely ignited, the star field also came alive. The realm god didn't teach him how to create a star field, he just let him watch how to create a star. The scene in front of him at this time was entirely the result of his own reading of books. Therefore, Yang Qing himself is very satisfied with the retreat reading during this period of time. Then, he stretched out and shot again. The golden energy aura, this time exudes even more majestic. With the first experience, compared with the stars, it is necessary to calculate the proportion and classification of their respective substances, and the creation of planets is not too simple. Boom 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 boom. A succession of 8 loud bangs, centered on the star, and in its distance, 8 central spheres appear almost simultaneously. Then, under the coverage of golden energy, countless stellar bodies quickly gathered away, and in the blink of an eye, the 8 celestial bodies were rapidly growing in size. They became larger and extremely layered, with the core at the center, and then the high-temperature magma underground, which was extremely fast. In just 10 breaths, the 8 stars are almost. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It is completed to the surface of the planet at the same time. Moreover, the distances of these stars from the stars are different, large or small, and they appear to have distinct layers. At the moment of formation, the 8 major stars, including the stars, all made a roar at the same time. Then, under the action of some kind of unique gravitational force, it began to rotate slowly. Dense golden lightning suddenly appeared at this time, revolving around this solar system. At this time, Yang Qing closed his eyes, and he was checking whether there were any other omissions in this star. After 15 breaths, Yang Qing opened his eyes and showed a satisfied smile. The solar system is moving slowly, and everything seems to be in harmony. Chapter 767 Mission, done. This should be the first time that the god of the realm has issued a task, and it is not difficult for Yang Qing to complete it. The functions of the gods are not the same as the combat power. Combat requires outstanding talents, powerful energy, and incomparably rich combat experience. However, the functions of gods are inherently given to them by the universe. Even some acquired skills, as long as you are in their position, you can still easily learn them. As long as you use divinity or divine power, you can complete them. Otherwise, let Yang Qing rely on his own energy to assemble a large star field. Stupid dream, if mortals can do this, then what do gods need to do? Such is the power created by Kaiwang God, the god of destruction also has the power to destroy. In Dragon Ball Super, Beerus directly destroyed Zamasu with one blow, without even taking a shot, which perfectly explained this point. At this moment, Yang Qing is in a priesthood and has become a reserve realm god. He has divine power in his body, and he has learned a lot of secret skills related to gods. Coupled with the huge fighting power in his body and the perfect bloodline talent, it can be said that at this moment, he is simply the most powerful god in the universe. Of course, this is a situation where the god of destruction is sent out. After observing the star field he created with his own hands again, Yang Qing made sure that there would be no problems, so he got up and left. After a twist in front of him, Yang Qing opened his eyes again, and it was already another scene. Collapsing high-rise buildings everywhere, ruined cities everywhere. Flying flies buzzed around the most disgusting and ugliest places in the city, and there was no living person in sight. In the huge city, it seems extremely quiet. Standing quietly in the same place, Yang Qing seemed a little silent. Is this the destroyed world? Muttering these words, at this moment, Yang Qing suddenly did not know whether what he had done before was correct. He is a god, and it is impossible to intervene knowingly that he will change the future, and it is even more impossible to destroy the plot that should have appeared. Consequences affecting space and time. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly thought of the metaphor of going to the future with the realm king god. Time and space are made up of countless foundations, and touching or changing any one of them will cause the entire building to collapse. For example, the space-time that is originally a cube, if a small cornerstone is touched, then it may distort, or even explode, destroying in nothingness. The vast universe contains the most complex and precise calculations, and it is also the most fragile. After Yang Qing was silent, he calmed down. No matter what you did right or wrong, the result is already like this, let's move on. He walked slowly towards where Trunks and Boomer were. Because Yang Qing has already calculated all the time and knows that Trunks has not left here at this time, he is not in a hurry. It didn't fly into the sky and didn't use teleportation. He just walked slowly on the earth. Unlike Zhuang Shengxing, there is no heavy gravity on the earth, making him feel that every step is extremely easy to walk. Walking step by step, Yang Qing's footsteps echoed very clearly in this deserted city. The basement where Trunks lived was not far from here, only 2 blocks away. Yang Qing walked step by step, and still had free time to continue to observe the surrounding scenes. Vaguely, the shadows before the destruction can still be seen here, and many billboards with colorful fonts on them have not dissipated with the passage of time. Suddenly, just as he walked to the last street, Yang Qing's eyes flashed slightly. In the sky, 2 streamers descended rapidly. Artificial man. A little stunned, Yang Qing knew in his heart that it was the 2 figures in the sky that caused the earth to look like this. But he had never seen the 2 of them, and he had only observed them on Zhuang Xingxing across time and space. At this moment, he raised his eyes, and the appearance of the 17th and 18th people came into his eyes. With indifferent eyes and a cruel smile on the corners of their mouths all the time, both of them have the evil aura of the gods, natural plan. This is the result of the endless entanglement of the dead souls of human beings after killing and slaughtering countless people, and it also proves that these 2 people are indeed extremely evil executioners. Frowning his brows, Yang Qing ignored them. However, he didn't notice that in the ruined city of Nuoda, it was strange enough that he was the only one who appeared here in neat clothes. And seeing number 17 or 8 is not afraid, but it already seems very strange and conspicuous. Brother, there is still a human being there. He is so daring to walk around here. There was a strange look in number 18's eyes, which meant that she was interested in Yang Qing. Usually, the result of her interest is the death of the other party. Being played alive to death is also her fun. It's interesting, under such circumstances, how dare a human being so boldly appear on the street and see us and not run away? 17th also smiled. Then, the 2 changed directions and fell directly in the direction of Yang Qing. Come for me. Yang Qing's brows were even tighter, as if he was very annoyed. In the blink of an eye, 2 people appeared in front of him. Human, you are very courageous. You dare to appear here in a grand manner. 18 joked. There are not many human beings on the earth, and the 17th or 18th day is actually very boring, and they feel very interesting when they meet Yang Qing here. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. So, they decided to give this human more time and let them play for a while. Why can't I be here? Yang Qing frowned tightly, staring at the 2 people in front of him calmly. You don't know us. 17th 18th was stunned. Number 17, number 18, what's wrong? Yang Qing remained calm. Since you know each other, kneel down and climb to my feet, kiss when my feet 10 times, I will let you go today. Number 18's little foot shook, and the shoe fell off, revealing a smooth soft little foot. This is a beautiful scene, but the face of number 18 is full of disdain and contempt. Such an expression, as if looking at a beast. I don't want to kill you yet, so it's better to leave quickly. However, in the face of such provocation, Yang Qing's expression remained calm. This time, the calm is a little scary. He no longer paid attention to the 2 of them, walked over step by step, and passed them by after 5 breaths. Chapter 768 You are green. During this process, number 17 and 18 maintained the expression of the previous moment, without the slightest change or obstruction. The 2 androids seemed to be immobilized, standing there blankly without any interference. After 10 breaths, Yang Qing's figure disappeared at the end of the street corner. At this time, the expression on the 17th 18th began to change. Their expressions were very uniform and very similar. They all showed fear and took a deep breath. It was as if in the 10 breaths just now, they didn't take a breath of air, their faces became extremely pale, and their whole bodies were shaking and shaking unconsciously. Who is he? The last time they met a man named Shaya who claimed to be the ancestor of mankind, but this time the young figure made them tremble even more. Because they have never seen someone who can't even move a hand without moving one hand. Such a strange power is not something that humans can possess at all, just as they are too different from each other's dimensional level and are directly suppressed by a strong force. In that short moment, they felt that the other party's figure was extremely huge and powerful, as if they could be destroyed with a snap of their fingers. What the hell is going on? Recently, there are so many inexplicable people on the earth. Just as Shaya has powerful power but doesn't kill them, this human being is also indifferent to them, provocative like number 18, but he doesn't kill them either. Such a strange scene caused a chill in number 17's heart, as if unconsciously, behind him and number 18, a net that they could not see had been woven. Go, get out of here. Number 17 gave a cold drink, suppressing the fear in his heart, and said to number 18, who could only nod his head. The two got up instantly, flew into the distance, and left here in the blink of an eye. Do you think that person looks a lot like Shaya? On the way, number 18 suddenly thought of something, opened his mouth and said. Number 17 was stunned for a moment, then reacted with shock in his eyes. When you said that, I found it too. After a pause, number 17 took another deep breath. However, my opinion is exactly the opposite of yours. He is not like Shah. Instead, Char, like him. At the same moment, the four pairs of eyes faced each other, all showing shocked eyes. On the ruined street, Yang Qing walked slowly. Not far ahead, the letters of the universal capsule could be vaguely seen, indicating that this place was only one step away from Trunks' house. Eyes slightly raised towards the sky, Yang Qing did not show any expression. Without taking any action, with the suppression of divine coercion, it was normal to let number 17 and 18 leave. After becoming a god for so long, if you can't even master this skill, Yang Qing will be considered a waste of life. A minute later, Yang Qing opened the mechanism on the ground, saw the floor move, revealing a step leading to the ground, and nodded. From here, you can see Trunks and Boomer. He walked up and down slowly, until his head disappeared and the floor moved again, covering it. In the basement, the lights were not very bright, and Boomer was preparing something for Trunks to travel. Your sword. Coat. Food. I don't know what's going on over there, so the food has to be prepared. Boomer handed things to Trunks one by one, his voice full of concern. Mom, are you really not going with me? Trunks said worriedly. No, Mom is here waiting for you to come back. Don't worry, on the 17th and 18th, you won't find this place so quickly. Besides, as long as you change everything in the past, we can meet again, can't we? At that time, when you come back, you can see a completely different scene, which is a good thing. Boomer said with a smile on his face. Trunks shook his head as he sorted his things. Let's go to safety together. Mom, I'm too worried to leave you here alone. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Boomer refused outright, then remembered what it was like, and searched in the cabinet for a long time before he found it and threw the thing to Trunks. Don't forget your Uncle Wukong's medicine for heart disease. Trunks caught it, put it in his arms solemnly, and nodded, I see. At this time, he did not continue to dissuade his mother, knowing that the latter made a decision, which is absolutely impossible to change. Well, everything is ready, as long as you go back in time, you can change everything, I'll wait for you to come back, Trunks. Boomer took a breath and said with a smile. Trunks nodded heavily and affirmed, I will definitely change everything. The two smiled at each other, then hugged each other heavily. Mom, take care. Trunks, come on. After saying a word to each other again, the two let go. Let's go, Trunks, hurry up. Trunks checked the things on his body again, especially after Sun Wukong's heart disease medicine, and jumped into the time machine. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. At this moment, a figure slowly walked into the basement. Looks like I came at just the right time. The clear and smiling voice instantly spread into the basement, causing both Boomer and Trunks who were standing, their eyes narrowed, and they quickly turned their eyes away. Seeing this, Boomer covered his mouth in shock, while Trunks screamed out in surprise after being stunned. Char! Yang Qing's eyes flashed, the smile on his face did not diminish, but there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Char, where is he? Have you seen him? Trunks. Trunks jumped off the time machine and came to Yang Qing, slightly startled. Aren't you Sha? You look like him. Who are you? He could see from the vicissitudes in Yang Qing's eyes that the person in front of him was not Sha Ya, who looked 4 or 5 years younger than Yang Qingian. Are you Qing? At this time, Bulma covered her mouth and said in surprise. It's me, Boomer, long time no see. Yang Qing nodded, the smile on his face was very warm. Qing, he is Qing. Trunks opened his mouth wide in shock, feeling extremely unbelievable. He heard his mother mention this person, the #1 powerhouse in the universe, who was incredibly powerful, but disappeared a long time ago. But at this time, it appeared here. Chapter 769 _ Yang Qing's face resembled that of Sha Ya, which made Trunks admit his mistake for the first time. After a closer look, he found the difference between the two, but at this time he was even more surprised. For Trunks, Ao has always been a figure of legend. A person who lived in the same age as his mother, at this time, at least 40 or 50 years old, right? But after seeing it with his own eyes, he is still so young. Bulma on the side is in deep shock. She is someone who has seen Qing with her own eyes. What Qing was like in the past is still the same now. Apart from the vicissitudes and maturity between her eyebrows, her appearance is almost the same as before. Any changes? Qing, you have hardly changed. Boomer sighed. Xiaohua is fleeting, and beauty is easy to grow old, but the time of the years has not left any mark on the face of the person in front of him. Something happened. Yang Qing chuckled, without explaining in detail. Afterwards, he remembered what Trunks had mistaken for him before, and said with a slightly solemn expression, have you seen Xia? He lived with us for a while, but has left, replied Boomer. Trunks carefully observed Yang Qing from the side. From the outside, he could hardly see any aura of the person in front of him. He was like the most common mortal on earth, and he couldn't feel any power at all. Really? Yang Qing nodded and slowly closed his eyes. The divine power spread out suddenly, and spread out over the entire earth in an instant. After not discovering Sha Ya's breath, it spread out farther into the universe. Gradually, the solar system, the Milky Way, were enveloped by him. However, nothing has been found yet. After frowning slightly, Yang Qing had to give up. Like him, Sha Ya is also a very talented person, and his strength at this time is absolutely unusual. Just as it is difficult for the other party to detect his own breath, it is also difficult for him to find the whereabouts of the other party. Why are you here? Bulma wondered again. And, on Earth, 17th and 18th, have you met them? I saw it just now, and I have already retreated. Yang Qing nodded. Their strength is not worth mentioning. I am here for Trunks. Go back. Hearing these 3 words, Bulma and Trunks were stunned for a moment, but then they reacted and said in amazement. You mean you can beat them? Yeah, Yang Qing nodded. It was more than a victory. If he wanted to, he could easily kill it in seconds. Then, Qing, kill them and avenge the earth. Boomer was excited. Yang Qing was startled, then shook his head and said, the protagonist of the earth is not me, so this kind of thing should not be handled by me. Then, he turned slowly to look at Trunks. The earth was saved by Trunks. You don't need to worry, Trunks will surely succeed. That's why I came to you this time. Huh? Boomer looked at Yang Qing in surprise, with some surprise in his eyes. You know what Trunks is going to do. Go back in time. Yang Qing nodded, then said, I'll go with you, Trunks. What? This time, the two were shocked again. After disappearing for an unknown number of years, Yang Qing, who suddenly came, actually wants to go back to the past with Trunks. Trunks didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only look at Boomer. You also want to go back to the past? Bulma asked suspiciously. Yes, some things, in those past times, were more exciting than they are now, and that's what I've been looking forward to. Yang Qing smiled and nodded. How about it, Boomer? leave it to me, as for the reward. Frowning for a while, Yang Qing laughed again. In return, I will protect Trunks' safety, so that he will not encounter any life and death crisis in the future. How about that? Buma was deeply aware of Yang Qing's strength. Hearing Yang Qing say this, he just thought about it for a moment and then agreed directly. She always cared about Trunks the most. Going back to the past, there is an unknown danger. If there is a big bodyguard like Qing, it is also a good thing. Trunks, this time, you can go with Uncle Qing, you must succeed. Boomer finally asked Trunks, who nodded obediently. After explaining what had been explained before, Yang Qing and Trunks sat on the time machine. Looking at the dense operation panel in front of him, Yang Qing shook his head. He really didn't know how to operate this thing. Even if he was given a time machine, he probably wouldn't be able to use it. On the contrary, Trunks quickly put his hands on those buttons, pressing them down one by one, very fluent and smooth, with almost no sense of stagnation. Buzzing. The roar sounded, the time machine began to vibrate, and Yang Qing could feel that the surrounding time and space were already distorted. I can't help but feel amazing. If the gods want to travel through time and space, it is also a rare thing. At present, he also knows that only the World King can do it, and no other gods can go to the future time and space. But Boomer did it. It's incredible. I really don't know how this woman's brain looks. Above the basement, the ceiling suddenly hits. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. When they opened, the two saw Buma sitting on the console and waving at them. Mom, I'll be back. Trunks exclaimed excitedly. Come on. Boomer responded loudly. The time machine roared and began to lift off slowly towards the sky. Yang Qing noticed that the time and space were very distorted at this time, and the surrounding things were already blurred. At the same time, in the underworld, Shia stood on top of a huge underworld building, frowning and looking down. This is where the souls of the dead go. So, I'm wrong, isn't this place where the gods live? He thought that he had crossed the boundary of human and god and came to the place where the real gods should live, but when he came to the underworld, he found that he was wrong. This golden sky, although it looks bright, has a hint of gloom. Moreover, the countless souls below all indicate that this is the place where the dead came. In human common sense, hell and heaven are different places. Clearly, he came to the wrong place. No fun. On the side of Shaya, closely followed by a cloud of white mist, a woman's face was faintly revealed. I'm going out. Chapter 770 Here comes. Shaya looked down, her eyes flickered, and she whispered in her mouth. This was not the place he was looking for, nor the place he was supposed to be. In his imagination, people like him should live in the same environment as the gods, not in this gloomy hell. Please take me with you. In the white fog on the side, a crisp female voice came out. You belong here, mere soul, how do you survive in this world? Shaya said coldly. This woman shrouded in white mist was exactly the Jolie I saw that day. She entered here with Shaya that day, but she did not line up in an orderly manner like other souls, and then waited for Yama's arrangement to reincarnate, but followed Shaya's side closely, not leaving one step. But, Jolie hesitated a little, with a little shyness in his voice. But what? Shaya was expressionless. But, I like adults. I like the feeling of being next to adults. Don't drive me away. Jolie gathered up his courage and his voice became louder and louder. The white fog that was originally stable is now churning. Like me. Shaya was startled. Since he was born, no one has ever said that he likes him. Even his father, who created him, wanted to destroy himself with his own hands. Except for Trunks and Bulma, who had lived together a while ago, everyone only had fear and hatred for their own feelings. He has seen too many hateful eyes, the look of wanting to devour himself alive, he has become accustomed to it. But what does it feel like to be liked? At this moment, Shaya's heart suddenly trembled inexplicably. This was a brand new feeling that he had never experienced before. What is liking? Shah suddenly asked again. Jolie was stunned for a moment, then whispered, I like it, I like the appearance of adults, I like to be around adults, what adults do, what I do, and live with adults. Is that just the way it is? Shah said calmly. Jolie gritted his teeth and said firmly, if you live, I will live, if you die, I will die. Hearing the woman's firm voice, Shaya was stunned and her heart trembled inexplicably. After a long time, he just made a sound. My name is Shah, not an adult. After Jolie was stunned, he reacted, showing a surprised expression, and made a big, Shaya still had that expressionless face, as if nothing could make his heart ripple. He glanced down again lightly, and said, Go out. Then, he stretched out and out of his hands, slammed, and then pulled hard. Call. The diaphragm of the dimensional space was directly torn apart by him, and a suction force came out, forming a strong wind here. Shaya stepped in, and Bai Wu Jolie behind him followed closely. Time and space were twisted, and just a moment later, Shaya and Jolie with a halo on his head came to the universe. In the starry sky, neither of them felt any discomfort. Shaya's body was genetically complex and could adapt to a variety of environments that were difficult for other races to survive in. Jolie was dead and naturally did not need to breathe. My lord, is this the universe? It's so beautiful. In front of him, the huge galaxy is slowly rotating, and the bright rays of light are radiating in all directions, forming a magnificent and perfect starry sky map. Jolie had never seen such a scene on the planet, and involuntarily became addicted to it. Shaya didn't respond, just nodded lightly. But just after a breath, his expression changed suddenly, and his whole body trembled. This is his breath. You can't go wrong. At this moment, as if a flash of lightning lit up in his mind, he actually sensed that person's breath. Immediately, Shaya closed his eyes and began to follow the lightning that came from the endless and distant void to pursue the person's breath. On Earth. After 2 breaths, Shaya's eyes narrowed, and his expression became extremely sharp. Sir. On the side, Jolie, who had never seen Shaya's expression, let out a worried cry. Come with you too. Sha pulled Jolie in one hand, and the two instantly disappeared into the universe. Just when Shaya discovered Yang Qing's breath, Yang Qing, who was sitting in the time machine with Trunks about to leave here, was shocked and her eyes became cold. Trunks, who was beside him, was waving at Boomer and didn't notice this scene. Char. Yang Qing said coldly, he did not expect that at the last moment of leaving here, he could sense the breath of that person. In an instant, Shaya's breath suddenly disappeared, and Yang Qing's expression became extremely sharp. He knew that the man was here. Sure enough, just after the next breath, 2 figures appeared in the void 100 meters in front of the time machine. At the same time, 2 pairs of eyes collided fiercely. Char. At this moment, Yang Qing really saw Shaya's figure. It is not that the breath is sensed from the void, but that they truly see each other. Father. Shaya's eyes also became extremely cold. The eyes of the two met, they both saw each other. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Changes after an unknown amount of time. So strong. Yang Qing's heart sank, and he clearly sensed the power of the other party's body at this time, which was no less than his own, and what surprised him even more was that the other party's body had an aura that he was extremely familiar with. He clearly knew that this breath was the breath of the gods. In other words, Shaya in front of him has become a god without knowing when. Compared to the last time, Shaya at this time is very different. He no longer has that invincible sense of power in his body, as if he can destroy everything in the world and kill all the enemies as cruel and ruthless. Instead, he hides these dark and evil thoughts in his body. The depths of. He seems to have returned to his original state, and has undergone great changes. At first glance, Shaya is no different from a normal person at this moment. The only thing that stands out is that he is colder. This guy has hidden all cruelty. The sharp-edged Shaya is not terrible, but at this time, the guy who hides the blade in the sheath is the real terror. Because everyone knows that once he draws his sword, that kind of unparalleled swordlight will sever everything in front of him and destroy everything in the world. In Shaya's eyes, the person he pursued in his life and hoped to defeat. Likewise, the powerful shocked him. Chapter 771 Yang Qing, who was sitting in the time machine, was dressed in a real-world god costume and had a faint smile on his face. The moment he saw him, he seemed a little stunned, but then he stared at him. Others couldn't feel it, they only felt that he was an ordinary person, but Shaya was different. Under the traction of qi, he could feel the explosive power contained in that person, deep in his body. That kind of power, strong and restrained, just felt a little, and it made the cells in his whole body tremble, and he couldn't help himself with excitement. It was so powerful that it made him burst out with a desire to fight that he hadn't had in many years. What shocked Shah even more was that he discovered the same divine aura on the other side. As expected of my father, I am so surprised. Across the void, Shaya laughed, and an astonishing breath burst out from her whole body. This momentum didn't seem to have any destructive power, but in an instant, the countless ruins below shook once again, turning into sand grains and falling down. You surprise me too, how fast the progress is. Yang Qing said coldly. I've been looking for you for a long time, but you seem to have disappeared. Today, I finally caught you. Let's play it out, the time has come to wash away the shame of my defeat. The light in Shaya's eyes is extremely bright, and his voice is even more imposing. With a rush on his body, his hair suddenly turns golden, and the roots stand upright. It is really the first stage of Super Saiyan. The terrifying momentum centered on him, swept in all directions, the time machine seemed to be a little unstable, and the buzzing intensified. Boma below looked at Shaya in the sky, with worry in his eyes. At this time, it was the time when the time machine left, and if something happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sitting on the time machine, Trunks was stunned to see Char's sudden burst of aura. Super Saiyan. Such a strong Super Saiyan. Char's Super Tournament 1 is simply stronger than Trunks. This is because the two people's original accumulation is different, and at the same time, the level of understanding of power is also completely different. Shaya, so powerful. Thinking of Char, who used to be smiling and joking with him, and looking at the opposite side now, Trunks couldn't believe it. Boom boom boom. The time machine made a huge roar, and it flew faster and faster towards the sky. Yang Qing was keenly aware that the time around the time machine had begun to distort. Squinting and staring at Shaya again, he knew in his heart that this battle was impossible to continue. The time machine has initially entered the time-space tunnel, and it is impossible to exit. Wait when I get back, and I'll clean you up. The killing intent in his eyes suddenly subsided, and Yang Qing's expression became calm again. Don't run. Sha shouted loudly and chased after the time machine. But at the next moment, the whirlpool turned, and the time machine suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. At the same time, Yang Qing's breath was completely undetectable. Shaya's body stagnated suddenly, and there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Then, when he thought of Trunks just now, and Buma below, he clenched his fists. Huh! His body appeared in front of Boomer, with a cold expression on his face. Time machine, you've made it, where did they go? In the past, I don't know the exact time, it was controlled by Trunks. Boma didn't hesitate and replied immediately. Shaya's eyes narrowed and he stared at Boma. He knew that the other party didn't lie. But the fighting desire and hope in his heart just woke up and boiled, and it is difficult to calm down at this moment, which makes him have an urge to destroy everything. Can you make another one? He asked again. You have the blueprint. You know more about the contingency and difficulty of making a time machine than I do. Boomer squinted and said softly. Shia stopped talking, and he did not embarrass Buma. His purpose was only Yang Qing, the man he could never forget in his life. In his eyes, other people were like a fleeting moment, leaving no impression at all. Time and space. After muttering, his understanding of time and space has actually been studied through the blueprint. If he continues to study it, it is possible to succeed. Sir. At this moment, Jolie came to his side. Bulma glanced curiously at Jolie with a halo on his head, but said nothing. Sir, do you want to go back to the past? Jolie heard the conversation between the two very clearly. Yes, Shaya said. If it is a god, it should be able to do it, right? Jolie hesitated. God. Shaya was startled, and then a smile appeared on his face. He glanced back at Boomer again, and the smile on his face faded. If you don't tell me, I also know that they must have returned to the time and space before the Earth was destroyed. Just find the two androids and ask them again, and they will naturally know. The appearance of the Earth, what Trunks has always dreamed of, is very clear to Char. The next moment This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The figure and Jolie disappeared in front of Boomer. On the 17th and 18th, when I saw this terrifying man in front of me again, I was so scared that the bananas in my hands almost fell. Tell me when you appeared on Earth. Facing the two people who were too frightened to move, Shaya's face was cold and his voice was flat. On the 17th and 18th, naturally, he did not dare to resist, and responded immediately. The wicked have their own grind. In the face of the wicked's ancestors and ancestors, these two androids really didn't dare to hide anything in front of Shaya. After getting the exact time of the appearance of the 17th and 18th, there was a slight smile on Shaya's face. God, travel through time and space. He doesn't know how to travel through time and space, but someone will always know. After traveling in the universe for many years, Char has also heard many legends in the universe. Among them, there is one person he knows. According to legend, although that person has no power, he is very clear about everything in the universe. A god who travels through time and space, as long as he finds that person, he can find it. At that time, with his power, what information can't be obtained? Combined with the theories and drawings he got from Boomer, he couldn't believe that he couldn't create something that could travel through time and space. It's not bad to compete with you in the past time and space. Chapter 772 The King of the Southern Realm. A smile appeared on Shaya's face, and at this moment, he suddenly felt very interesting. Isn't the duel across time and space more interesting than this bland battle? It seems that I have to go back to the underworld again. With a twinkle in his eyes, Shaya knew that if you want to get the information of those gods, you must start from another dimension. Zuoli, let's go. Greeting softly, the figures of Shaya and Jolie disappeared from the earth in an instant. Just like returning to the universe dimension just now, Shaya once again tore the barrier between the dimensions and stepped into the underworld one step at a time. But this time, his goal was very clear. Listen to you, the source of these soul lines is a god. Sha asked. Well, all souls call him Yama and manage everything in the underworld. Jolie replied. Shaya nodded and looked at the souls lining up in front. As if he could not see the source, in front of him was an endless long snake. As soon as her figure moved, Shaya flew up, and Jolie behind her held Shaya's robe tightly, and she turned into a white mist again, as light as nothing. Half an hour later, Shaya saw an incomparably huge building, and within that building, a majestic, huge god was sitting at the table, examining the souls in front of them one by one. You, before you die, trample 53,000 ants, kill 4,500 flies, and punish you to go to a layer of hell, cleanse your sins, and reincarnate after 3 years. Thank you Lord Yama. A grateful voice came from the soul. The souls at the rear lined up to step forward, and Yama took control of each and every one of them, and the sentence was accurate and powerful, convincing the soul. At this time, Yan Luo's eyes suddenly flashed, and he looked towards the void in front of him. Who are you? What are you doing here? Don't disturb me in managing the reincarnation of life, or you will be punished. In the void, a figure stood there with a flat face, staring at him indifferently. Yama noticed that this man had the aura of a god, so he didn't do it directly. Otherwise, on weekdays, if someone disturbed him in the performance of his official duties, he would definitely be severely punished. I ask you, do you know the gods who can travel through time and space? Shaya spoke coldly, causing Yan Luo to be startled. Immediately following, Yan Luo became furious. Where is the little god of hair, dare to disturb me in the execution of official duties? He stood up in anger, and patted the front with his big hand. Compared to Yama's huge stature, Shaya was like a mosquito, and the big hand slapped it, setting off a strong wind and screaming. The momentum was amazing. However, after a breath, Sha stretched out a finger. Buzz! The void trembled, a finger easily blocked Yan Luo's big hand, and even the violent impact extended to Yan Luo's whole body, forcing him to take more than 10 steps back, hitting the wall behind him. What a powerful force! Yan Luo was shocked, and a look of awe appeared in his eyes. It seems that you won't say anything without beating you up. There was grimness in Sha Ya's eyes, and his figure just flashed, and he reached the top of Yan Luo's head. Then, he made a fist with his right hand, and it was a fist that fluttered towards Yan Luo's head. Boom! This fist was thrown, but it made an earth-shattering sound, and Yan Luo's huge body seemed to be directly crushed by an incomparably heavy object, and the whole person was printed on the ground with a bang. Crack! In the underworld buildings, cracks appeared on the hard ground, which looked shocking. Yama's head was bleeding into a river, screaming in pain. Now tell me, where is the god who can travel through time and space? Xiao Ya, who was as small as a mosquito, appeared in front of Yan Luo's huge eyes, and an indifferent voice also entered his ears, causing Yan Luo's whole body to tremble immediately. He realized that he was not the opponent of the little man in front of him at all. This guy was too strong. I am afraid that only Lord Realm King can deal with it. Follow the snake path over there, and when you reach the end, you will see a planet. On that planet, Lord Nanji Wang lives. He may know. Yan Luo stretched out his hand without hesitation and shouted loudly. No matter what, your own life is important. King of the Southern Realm. Shaya wondered, he didn't know what position this was. Lord Nanji Wang rules the entire Southern Galaxy and is the supreme deity of the Southern Galaxy. Yama explained. I really don't know that this is the god of Mao who came from here, and he doesn't know anything, but his power is incredible. Finally, he glanced at Yan Luo who was lying on the ground again, causing the latter to tremble. Shaya took Jolie along the snake path pointed by Yan Luo. In just a short while, the two reached the snake road. The long snake road, with almost no end in sight, stands on the golden clouds. My lord, it is said that below this snake path is hell. As long as it falls, it will never come out. Jolie floated beside Shaya, looking at the clouds below in fear. There is no place in this world that can trap me. Shaya said plainly, with endless confidence in her words. Jolie was stunned for a moment, but when he thought of the former's ability to tear apart the dimensional barriers, a smile appeared on his face. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Yes, adults are the most powerful. Walking along the snake path all the way, Shaya found that the snake path was really long and terrifying. He put Jolie on his shoulders and used his full speed, but it took a full day before he reached the end of the snake path. After arriving here, he really saw a small planet in the sky in front of him. This planet is not only small, but small, and everything in it can be seen at a glance. Zhuangxing, this is it. Flying up, in just an instant, Shaya came to this realm king. Who are you? What are you doing here? When he arrived at Zhuangxing, a voice came from the side, and the words were full of endless divine might. Compared to that Yama, the world king who was slightly fat and not tall in front of him, the divine might contained in his body was simply terrifying. Shaya took a rare serious look and said slightly. Are you the realm king? I am the realm king, who are you? Nanjawang asked in confusion. Do you know the gods who can travel through time and space? Now that the identity of the other party has been determined, Shaya asked directly. Through time and space. The king of the South Realm was startled, attracted by Shaya's single-handed approach, but he forgot to ask Shaya's identity again. How can there be a god who can travel through time and space? Chapter 773 Arrival. The king of the Southern Realm was asked a question by Shaya, and he was a little dazed. He is already the highest deity in the Southern Milky Way, but he really doesn't know anything that can travel through time and space. Time travel. How is that possible? The king of the Southern Realm kept shaking his head, vetoing Shaya's question. This made Char's face more and more ugly. He saw that man and Trunks travel back in time in a time machine with his own eyes. The old guy in front of him actually dared to deny him. You don't know? He asked again. Maybe the Great Realm King knows, but I don't know. Nanji Wang said. Where is the Great Realm King? Shaya asked again. Why should I tell you? Only then did the king of the South Realm react and asked angrily, who are you? Facing the Southern Realm King who reacted, Shaya was not polite, raising his hand was a punch. After 3 breaths, the king of the Southern Realm calmed down. 10 minutes later, in Shaya's cold eyes, the two walked towards the planet where the Great Realm King was. 3 hours later, in front of the Great Realm King, the Southern Realm King looked at Shaya in fear. Shaya stood indifferently in front of the Great Realm King, looking at the little old man who liked listening to music in front of him. Do you know who can travel through time? Or something that can travel through time and space? The Great Realm King shook his head, looked at the young man who looked like blue in front of him, and said with a smile, traveling through time and space. That's rare. If there is, maybe only the realm gods who stand at the lowest and highest end of the gods in the sky. Okay. Jia Wang Shen. Shaya frowned. Coming from a low level, the gods he encountered were getting higher and higher. When he arrived at the Great Realm King, the divine power within this little old man was many times higher than his. Although in terms of strength, he was sure that he could instantly kill the opponent, but above his head, there was actually a realm god. Yes, the gods of all are realm kings, the gods of the heavens, the realm gods. The realm king smiled and said, he is a person who lives in legends, and I have never seen him before. Haven't you seen it? Shaya's brows furrowed even deeper, and when they got here, the clues were almost broken. How can he find a person who has never even seen the king himself? And, it's only possible. However, Buma has already succeeded. You still have to rely on that drawing. Shaking his head, Shaya no longer thinks about gods. He originally wanted to directly find a god who can travel through time and space, threaten the other party, and help himself travel directly back to the past to fight against Qing. However, it turns out that this is not a simple matter. As long as I use the space-time theory on that blueprint and my understanding of space-time to create something that travels through time and space, there is still hope. After Shaya took a deep look at the Great Realm King in front of him again, his figure flashed and disappeared in place. He couldn't tell if the person on the other side was lying, so he could only step back. As Shaya left, it was obvious that the king of the Southern Realm breathed a long sigh of relief. What a terrifying human being. How strong is he, the Great Realm King? You are not sure of defeating him, are you? The Great Realm King shook his head, still with a smile on his face. It's not unsure, it's simply impossible. His strength should already be at the top of the universe, and he also has the aura of a god, and he is no longer human. It's really strange. There are so many living beings in the universe that 2 people have become gods. The Great Realm King sighed, thinking of his disciple whom he hadn't seen for a long time. This is also the reason why he is not frightened when he sees Shaya. Even if Shaya is strong, he will definitely not be Qing's opponent in his heart. As for whether Shaya is so talented, whether to consider accepting him as a disciple or not, at first glance, the Great Realm King saw the darkness and evil in Shaya's heart that was completely impossible to change. Unfortunately, my temperament is too bad, I have gone astray." Shaking his head and sighing, the great realm king returned to the palace and disappeared. As for Shaya's side, he had already torn apart the space barrier and returned to the universe. He randomly selected a high-tech planet and prepared to develop his own travel plan. Of course, crossing is not the purpose. His purpose is to find that person and then defeat him. Strong learning ability and excellent bloodline talent make Shaya almost perfect in all aspects. In addition, he has bloodlines that can integrate various races, and his potential is endless. In the future, he will only become more and more terrifying. "Father, wait, I will find you." The drawings of the time machine in his mind kept flashing, and the data streams began to shuttle in his mind quickly. Shaya had already begun to analyze the theory of time and space. Jolie, on the other hand, looked at the person she admired curiously, with a look of obsession. Strong men always attract women's attention. And Sha, in Jolie's eyes, is far from being powerful enough to simply describe. On the other hand, Yang Qing and Trunks swayed as they watched the colorful light passing by. Yang Qing is okay, he was once taken by the realm god, so he is familiar with it. But for the first time, Trunks was nervous at the moment, for fear that something was wrong, and he appeared in a strange place. The time machine has gone through countless data calculations to ensure that it is accurate. And space-time itself, in fact, has. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Regularly, Boomer figured out this law, so he was able to invent the time machine. I don't know how long it took. The front of the two suddenly brightened. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. He had experienced it once, so he knew that his destination had arrived. "Get ready, Trunks, here we are." Trunks nodded, suddenly a little excited. "Uncle Wukong, Brother Gohan, and Dad, Uncle Piccolo, etc., can these people meet again? In addition, as long as you tell them everything, then the future that he and his mother are in can also be changed. It's about to be done." The time machine is flying fast, going upstream along the river of time and space. The closer he got to the exit, Trunks' expression quickly calmed down again, and his powerful mental ability allowed him to control himself. Finally, the time machine rushed out of the tunnel. Arrived. Yang Qing's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. He had waited so many years for this moment. Here, Sun Wukong has completed his transformation again and again. The more he grows, the stronger he becomes. Chapter 774 Everyone's Shock. It is also here that a thrilling story begins. It is even more here that there are endless powerhouses that make the world more exciting. Getting stronger and stronger, constantly surpassing yourself, and moving towards a higher place. This is also the attraction of the long beads themselves, and only here can all this be reflected. With more and more light, the time machine finally broke out of the tunnel and descended into the past time and space. "Uncle Qing, here we are." Trunks seemed a lot calmer at this time, with all the excited smiles on his face. Yang Qing understood Trunks' mood at the moment, so he also smiled. The time machine stayed in the void, and the two looked around through the glass cover, and immediately found that not far from the time machine, a large group of people were looking at them with curious expressions on their faces. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, Brother Gohan, and Dad. Trunks was shocked. He hadn't seen these people for many years, and he only kept their faces before they died, which was almost indistinguishable from this moment. It was them. I really went back in time. Excellent. Secretly, Trunks clenched his fists. Let's go out. They seem to be facing a strong enemy now. Yang Qing smiled and pointed to the slowly falling aircraft above his head. He was very familiar with that spaceship, which was the one Frieza took when he arrived. It seems that the time period they traveled through time and space was not much different from the original book. It was the moment when Frieza came to the Earth to take revenge on the people of the Earth. Trunks responded, jumped out of the time machine, put the time machine into the universal capsule, and then slowly fell to the ground. On the other hand, Vegeta and the others who paid attention to Trunks were also a little nervous. They didn't know where the two came from, but Frieza invaded the Earth and could feel that he must be a super soldier on the Earth. Who are those two guys? Keelan asked Yamcha, who was beside him, suspiciously. The latter shook his head and said he didn't know him. It was for Frieza too, but never saw them. The blue-haired one looks a lot like Vegeta. Vegeta's ears were sharp, and after hearing the voices of the crowd, she cast a glance at the two of them, and her heart was immediately shocked after seeing it. Because he clearly saw the tail coiled around Yang Qing's waist, he felt the extremely familiar aura on Yang Qing's body. It's a Saiyan. In this world, besides me and Kakarot, there are other Saiyans. What Vegeta said in her heart was a pure-blooded Saiyan, not a hybrid of Earthlings or other races like Son Gohan. His own Saiyan bloodline is very pure, so he can also sense that the Saiyan bloodline on Yang Qing is even more terrifying. And the guy next to him, the breath is also very familiar. Who is he? At this moment, the huge aircraft in the sky had descended, and Frieza's figure slowly emerged, and behind him was a stocky man who looked older than him and was his father. This time, the two came together in order to completely destroy the Earthlings in one fell swoop. Uncle Qing, is that Frieza? Trunks hadn't met Frieza, and was more of a supporter of Gohan's brother, as his mother had mentioned. Yes, he is Frieza. At this time, it should be Frieza who came to Earth to take revenge. Yang Qing nodded and smiled. In other words, has Uncle Goku just turned into a Super Saiyan at this time? Trunks' eyes lit up. He didn't make a mistake. It is still 2 years after the appearance of the android, and this time it will be successful. Excellent. Time is no problem, but your father is no match for Frieza at all right now. Yang Qing teased. Trunks was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Leave it to me. Just looking at the two people who were slowly descending in midair, Trunks knew that he could easily deal with them by himself. Number 17, number 18, maybe I'm not as good as myself, but Frieza, compared to the current self, is still too weak. After a while, Frieza and his son fell completely. Trunks also flew up and flew towards the two of them. The people of Vegeta on Earth were in a state of tension. Earth people, prepare to die. Frieza's eyes were cold and contemptuous. That long-haired guy died in the battle with himself. He could survive in a vacuum with a broken body, but Saiyans don't have such a strong survivability. In his cognition, Sun Wukong is dead. Damn. Vegeta gritted her teeth, gathered her breath, and prepared to go forward to fight. The Earth super soldiers next to her were also nervous. At this moment, the two sides were surprised to find a figure standing in front of Frieza. It was the blue-haired boy, the black-haired man who came with him, who didn't do anything. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. What is this kid going to do? Everyone was surprised and looked at Trunks suspiciously. Are you Frieza? Although he had already asked Uncle Qing just now, Trunks wanted to make sure. I am. Who are you? Because he didn't feel any strong aura from Trunks, Frieza still looked contemptuous. That's right. Trunks nodded, his expression became cold, and his right hand slowly stretched out to the long sword behind him. Vegeta and the others, who were watching from the side, were startled, and they all stared at Trunks dumbfounded. That kid, he actually wanted to single out Frieza. My god, he can't be crazy. Let's hurry up and don't let him get killed by Frieza. Everyone was worried, and the figure accelerated. But just as they moved, Frieza and Trunks also moved. Huh. Almost instantly, Trunks brushed past Frieza. Choke. The sound of the long sword being sheathed sounded, and Frieza's body was frozen in the air, and then it split into countless pieces. With just one move, he was easily killed by Trunks. Immediately afterwards, a Qigong wave appeared in Trunks' hands, and with a roar, Frieza's body completely disappeared from the world. Chapter 775 The Legendary. In the blink of an eye, Trunks eliminated Frieza. This neat and tidy skill made everyone on the side cover their mouths in surprise, completely in disbelief. And Frieza's father, at this moment, was terrified and kept backing away. However, the ruthless Trunks would naturally not give him any chance. With a wave of his long sword, Frieza's father was also destroyed. At this time, Trunks' expression softened, revealing a hint of a smile. Everyone in Vegeta looked at this side in surprise, but for a while they didn't dare to approach at will. Yangqing slowly fell from the sky, looking at Trunks, who easily eliminated Frieza with a smile in his eyes. It has to be said that Trunks has no problems at all with his skills. In that era full of wars all the time, Trunks fought almost all the way to get up. Although he didn't have a good teacher to teach him, he also relied on himself to forcibly walk out a path. In addition, he is the protagonist of the future world, and the power in the later stage will have a big explosion, reaching a terrifying level. They don't know you yet, why don't they come and say hello? Coming to Trunks, Yangqing said with a light smile. Uncle Wukong is coming soon. Trunks said with a smile. That's true. Yangqing nodded and stood beside Trunks. So, the scene here has become a strange scene. Vegeta looked at the crowd cautiously and solemnly. Trunks and Yangqing had relaxed smiles on their faces. While everyone was observing the two, Yangqing was also observing the people on the opposite side. To his surprise, Vegeta doesn't seem to recognize himself. Could it be that there is no me in the past time and space? Thinking of his strange intrusion method, this conclusion is really possible. Vegeta had seen him before, and he had to teach it himself to become a Super Saiyan. But this Vegeta at the moment, obviously has no progress in strength, and can't transform into a Super Saiyan. The eyes he looked at him were full of strangeness and doubt, and he didn't know himself at all. In other words, is my existence limited to the future time and space? With a thoughtful expression on his face, a smile appeared on Yangqing's face. I have to say, this is also good news. The time and space of the long beads are almost all interrelated, and almost all of them will have a self in the present, the past, and the future. Whether it exists or is dead, it will have it. Black Wukong, Zamasu, the big boss in the Longzhu Super, this is how it appeared. However, in these countless time and space, there is only one self. This means that no one will use their own identity to manipulate. This saves a lot of trouble, it will not become a target, and you will be more free. Everyone stood there and waited for a while. Suddenly, in the middle of the two sides, a gust of wind blew, and a figure appeared here. Trunks' eyes lit up immediately and looked at the field. Sun Wukong. Yangqing also showed a smile. That figure is the Monkey King of this time and space. Hi everyone. As soon as Sun Wukong appeared, he laughed loudly, his expression calm, full of optimism. Goku. Kakarot. Sun Wukong. When Vegeta saw the appearance of Sun Wukong, they all breathed a sigh of relief and cried out in surprise. Everyone quickly gathered together. Kaylin and others pinched around Sun Wukong, and they were all happy when they saw that the latter was not injured. I sensed that someone had shot Frieza, so I didn't rush over. Sun Wukong smiled. By the way, who are they? With that said, Sun Wukong looked at Trunks and Yangqing again. Kakarot, be careful, that blue-haired guy is very powerful, and the other person is a Saiyan. And, according to my judgment, these two guys are probably Saiyans. Vegeta said solemnly. Saiyan. Sun Wukong looked at Yangqing and Trunks in surprise. Noticing that the other party noticed him, Trunks also nodded to Yangqing, and then came to the front of the crowd. He looked at Vegeta a few more times before speaking to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, can you try your strength? Sun Wukong was obviously taken aback for a moment, then he didn't hesitate, smiled and said, of course. I want you to use all your strength and become a Super Saiyan. Trunks in particular made a point, and everyone was discolored. Sun Wukong did not understand, but still agreed. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong and Trunks left the middleman and came to the open space on the side. After taking a deep look at Trunks, Sun Wukong snorted and turned into a Super Saiyan. The golden breath swells, and the powerful force continues to spread around, and the domineering of the Saiyans is evident. Trunks nodded and said with a smile, "That's it." Afterwards, his expression became serious, and he suddenly gathered his anger, and with a poof, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. In this scene, seeing Vegeta and others change color on the spot, especially Vegeta, it is even more violent in the heart. Don't be surprised, Trunks was already able to transform into a Super Saiyan when he was 12 or 13 years old. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Seeing the surprise on everyone's faces, Yang Qing explained with a smile. What? Hearing this sentence, Vegeta felt even more incredible. The legend of the Saiyan family, when did it become so easy to transform? That blue-haired boy was able to transform himself successfully at the age of 12 or 13. What made him even more angry was that he, the purebred Saiyan prince, had not been able to transform successfully until now. Are you also a Saiyan? At this moment, Vegeta suddenly asked Yang Qing, and he paid special attention to Yang Qing's tale. Saiyan. Yang Qing was stunned, then nodded and smiled. If you understand it, I should belong to the legendary Super Saiyan. The legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta was startled, and everyone else became curious. What does that mean? Piccolo asked curiously. They all listened to Yang Qing's words. The difference between Super Saiyan and the legendary Super Saiyan was obviously different. Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong, the state of Trunks' transformation at this time. Yang Qing did not hide it and explained it. And the legendary Super Saiyan. After a pause, Yang Qing looked at Vegeta. Vegeta, you should be very clear about his characteristics. Chapter 776 Challenge again. On the side, Vegeta was shaken all over, and her eyes were full of intense fear. Involuntarily, he even said the meaning of the legendary Super Saiyan from his mouth. The Saiyan family has always had a distant legend. It is said that every 1,000 years, a Super Saiyan will appear, and when he is born, he will be the most powerful existence among all Saiyans. However, at the same time, he is also extremely ferocious, with the most bloodthirsty and cruel temperament. Hearing Vegeta's words, everyone couldn't help but look at Yang Qing, but seeing the kindness on the other side's face and no murderous look at all, they couldn't help but feel a little strange. I just happened to have some adventures, and I resolved the hostility in my body, hee. Facing the doubts on the faces of everyone, Yang Qing explained with a smile. Everyone did not realize the meaning of the legendary Super Saiyan, only Vegeta kept looking at Yang Qing with obvious panic and shock in his eyes. On the side, Trunks and Vegeta's auras became serious, attracting everyone's attention. The two started a series of duels. Trunks drew his sword and drew out his sword at an extremely fast speed, but Sun Wukong used his 2 fingers to join the sword, and took it meticulously, showing his powerful strength. After more than 10 breaths, a smile appeared on Trunks' face, and he removed his breath. As expected of Sun Wukong. Wow, you are so powerful! Sun Wukong exclaimed. It was the first time he saw another strong man like him who could transform into a Super Saiyan, and was very surprised. Hearing Sun Wukong complimenting him, Trunks was not happy, but lost. How can I be so powerful? Monkey King, come here, I'll tell you something very important, and this matter must not be heard by others. Trunks remembered his important mission, and his face became heavy. Sun Wukong was pulled away by Trunks with a puzzled look on his face. Afterwards, the two exchanged in a low voice. You can see the constant amazement on Sun Wukong's face. Beside, Vic's face also showed shock. After hearing it, he even involuntarily glanced at Yang Qing who was standing beside them from the corner of his eyes, but what he saw was the deep smile on the latter's face, and he couldn't help but shudder. Until the end, when the two finished speaking, Trunks solemnly handed a box to Sun Wukong. Please keep it well, everything, just ask Mr. Sun Wukong. Good. Sun Wukong readily agreed, single-celled creatures can always move forward without thinking about anything. After that, Trunks came to Yang Qing's side, looked at Vegeta cautiously, then looked at Boomer shyly, but didn't say much. "Are you going back?" Yang Qing asked aloud. "Well, I'll be back in 2 years, Trunks said. "Go, I'll wait for you here." Yang Qing's eyes flashed, and she said with a smile. "Aren't Uncle Qing going back with me?" Trunks asked suspiciously. "No, here, I still have some things to confirm," Yang Qing said with a little deep meaning. Vegeta and the others have no impression of him at all. It can be understood that this time and space has no self, but at the same time, it can also be understood that the self in this time and space has not been in contact with these people. The first thing he was sure about was whether there was himself in this time and space. That is he unique in this world? This matter may seem trivial, but to Yang Qing, it is extremely important. "Okay, in 2 years, I'll be back with Uncle Qing," Trunks said loudly. Yang Qing nodded and said nothing. Then, in front of everyone, Trunks opened the universal capsule, became a time machine, and disappeared here in the blink of an eye. Bulma looked at the time machine in the sky curiously, a little strange. How could the sign of her home be engraved on the machine? On this side, Sun Wukong began to tell everyone what Trunks said just now. After a while of gasping and being shocked, the crowd began to chatter. That is to say, in 2 years, there will be 2 powerful androids destroying the world. That Trunks is actually the son of Vegeta and Bulma. Where's Qing? What's Qing's identity? Of course, these words were only known to everyone after Vegeta and Bulma left. Trunks did not speak in front of people, because he was afraid that history would be changed and he would disappear in front of people. After all, the combination of Bulma and Vegeta is too unexpected. Seeing everyone talking about it, Yang Qing folded his arms beside him, smiling, and didn't get involved. Compared with his time and space, the people here are obviously more energetic and lively, and he enjoys it very much. After about an hour, the crowd began to disperse. "Qing, sir, I heard that Trunks said that you are very strong. I wonder if I can learn from you." At this time, Sun Wukong was a little excited and found Yang Qing in front of him. "Of course, you in the future time and space have also challenged me." Yang Qing nodded with a smile. "Ah, really? What about the final result?" Monkey King asked stupidly, scratching his head in embarrassment. "No more than a finger on me." Yang Qing is still smiling, stretching. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Out his index finger. Although it is not clear that Sun Wukong's strength is weak, but Sun Wukong also understands, can't help but be more embarrassed. However, the excitement in his heart and the desire to face a powerful enemy are extremely strong. "I still want to challenge Mr. Qing, please." Sun Wukong put his hands together and bent down deeply. "Come on." Yang Qing waved his hands indifferently, with a smile on his face. "Here, there is no one else. It is an empty field." Sun Wukong thinks that he should be able to enjoy a battle. Slowly, Sun Wukong's face became serious, and he was also ready to attack. At the same time, with a flash of golden aura on his body, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Huh! Suddenly, the figure of Sun Wukong disappeared and appeared in front of Yang Qing, punching hard. Yang Qing still had a smile on his face. Facing this punch, his entire body did not leak any breath. What made Sun Wukong's complexion change in the next second was that his punch seemed to pass through the body of the person in front of him. It went through completely, and there was no feeling of hitting the entity. Crap! In an instant, Sun Wukong realized that something was wrong. But it was too late, and a forceful blow hit his forehead. Chapter 777 This power was so incomparable that it spread to his whole body even when it just touched his forehead, shaking him to the point of weakness. Immediately afterwards, Sun Wukong flew out like a cannonball. After landing on the ground, he couldn't stop the trend and rolled dozens of somersaults to the back before standing up. After standing up out of breath, Sun Wukong was shocked to see Yang Qing, who was not far away, and was maintaining the movement of flicking his fingers. So strong. Involuntarily, Sun Wukong muttered. He knew very well how terrifying the force that hit his forehead just now. At this time, his forehead was swollen high. When this terrifying force hit his forehead, it spread instantly, turned into a scattered force, spread to his whole body, and then turned into an irresistible impact, knocking him far away. According to the principle, such a sharp, point-based power is extremely penetrating, and it gathers together in an instant, and I am afraid that it can penetrate his forehead in an instant. However, this is not the case. The opponent controls the power perfectly, and in the mastery of the details of the power, it has been almost perfect. With just one blow, Sun Wukong knew the level of the opponent's strength. At the snap of his fingers, he has no resistance. This is a power far beyond his own realm, completely irresistible. My control over my powers is not perfect, if I can reach his level. His eyes slowly lit up. Sun Wukong discovered his own shortcomings, and also knew that there was still room for improvement in his own strength, and this space was extremely huge. Is it okay, Sun Wukong? Yang Qing smiled and retracted his right hand and asked softly. I am not your opponent, you are too strong. Sun Wukong exclaimed, but I will not give up. Ha, well, I expect you to become stronger. Yang Qing laughed loudly. Didn't he come to this time and space just to wait for Sun Wukong to become stronger and fight with him? Nodding, Sun Wukong said goodbye to Yang Qing. Knowing that there was such a powerful opponent, Sun Wukong couldn't wait to become stronger and fight with him, and the news brought by Trunks also made him attach great importance. The incomparably powerful artificial man will destroy the earth, and his partners will die one by one. How important is the news? Although he is unicellular, he is not stupid. After parting with Sun Wukong, the smile on Yang Qing's face slowly faded, and after a long time, he sighed. After the figure was blurred and twisted, it also disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he came to the Western capital. The Western capital is still on Earth. The Western capital he once saw, not even the coffee shop on the corner or the bakery in the center of Long Street, has not changed. With a strange mood, Yang Qing moved step by step, walking on this strange yet familiar street in Exedu. He silently looked at every store in the Western capital, every street, and every person on the street, with expressions of anger or joy. Such a scene was completely invisible in his time and space, and all that could be seen there were the ubiquitous ruins. Suddenly, Yang Qing's footsteps stopped, slightly startled. In front of him, in the original Western capital, was a martial arts gym named Wu Qingliu, but here, it was replaced by a gymnasium. After regaining his senses, Yang Qing did not say anything, but continued to move forward. After half an hour, he came to a courtyard. The courtyard is incomparably huge. Looking from the outside to the inside, there are swimming pools, gardens, servants and people. At a glance, you can tell that this is a large family with a very good family situation. With a twinkle in his eyes, Yang Qing entered the courtyard. In his time and space, this courtyard belonged to the Yi family. After a while, he came to Yi Qi's room. Looking inside through the window, I saw a handsome and playful face. Yi Qi, Yang Qing murmured. This time and space also has Yi Qi, which is exactly the same as the one he is in. The figure gradually blurred. Yang Qing passed through the window, came to the room, stood behind the woman, looked at her quietly, and did not say a word. Looking around, he found that even the surrounding environment had not changed at all. It was exactly the same time and space as he was in. Suddenly, Yi Qi suddenly turned her head as if she felt something. Looking at each other, Yi Qi's eyes showed a hint of astonishment and surprise, while Yang Qing's eyes were calm and not surprised. Who are you? You don't know me. I've never seen you, how can I know you? The conversation between the two was very fast. After clearly seeing the strangeness in Yi Qi's eyes, Yang Qing's eyes became clear. After thinking for a while, he said softly. Excuse me, I've got the wrong person. After saying a sentence, Yang Qing's figure quietly blurred, and then disappeared. Disappeared. A look of shock appeared on Yi Qi's face. What she saw just now, a big living person, just disappeared. She shook her head sharply, rubbed her eyes, and looked at the empty room. She affirmed again. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Well, it must be a hallucination. We don't know each other, Young. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Qing also slowly began to determine one thing. Maybe, in this time and space, I really don't exist. There was a dazzling light in his eyes. Now, as long as he goes to the realm of the gods and confirms again, there must be nothing wrong. The figure gradually blurred, and Yang Qing teleported towards Zhuang Shengxing. In just an instant, the scenery beside him began to change. After reappearing, Yang Qing was in front of the familiar scenery of the Zhuang Temple, a large daisy-shaped palace. Wearing the unique costume of the Realm King, Yang Qing walked slowly towards the Zhuang Temple. After a while, he had arrived at the Temple of the Realm King. Boy, who are you? Come here all of a sudden. As soon as he entered the palace, a tall figure blocked him and shouted in a deep voice. Yang Qing laughed after seeing it. Jabes. I'm not Jabes, my name is Jabit. Who are you? Jabit asked coldly. Hearing such an answer, Yang Qing was taken aback for a moment, and some did not react. Two people with the same face, but not the same name. He turned his head again and looked at the Kaiking god sitting in the depths. In the same way, unfamiliar eyes looked at him with a surprised expression. Chapter 778 Unique. In the depths of the palace, the eyes of those eyes contained strangeness and curiosity, but they were far from the vicissitudes and rich experience of the Realm King in Yang Qing's time and space. For a time, Yang Qing himself doubted whether he had come to the wrong time and space. This is not the Kaiwang god. For the first time, such thoughts flowed in Yang Qing's heart. The divine light in those eyes was undoubtedly young and playful, far less mature and profound than the god of time and space realm where he was. However, the same appearance and breadth of the two made him suppress this idea for a while. Who are you? In the same way, Zhuang Shen floated up and slowly walked towards Yang Qing. Yang Qing didn't say a word for a while, but just aimed his gaze at Zhuang Shen and observed it carefully. When he got here, he has determined that this time and space has no own existence at all. And, for some reason, the two time and space are not exactly the same, such as Jabes and Jabit, and then these two Kaiwang gods. They are one person, yes, but not one person. My name is Qing, and I have met Lord Realm King God. When the Realm King came to him, Yang Qing smiled and saluted. Qing, I don't know you, the Realm King asked suspiciously. Also, the aura on your body. You are also a realm god. The Realm King was even more surprised. The divine aura on Yang Qing's body was difficult for mortals to feel, but for him, it was clear. I am the god of the reserve realm. Yang Qing nodded. Reservists. Zhuangshan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded clearly. What's the matter with you coming here? Yang Qing shook his head. It was time to confirm that he had already confirmed it. Since there is no shadow of himself even here, then, in this world, he is indeed unique. Just to confirm one thing, now, I have confirmed it. Kaiwangshan and Jabit looked at each other with a confused look on their faces. So, I'll take my leave. Yang Qing didn't say much, the figure distorted and disappeared here. The king's temple was quiet again, and the King of Kings and Jabit were stunned for a while, and then their eyes became solemn. This guy is very powerful. His divine power, I feel faintly, has far surpassed me. Where is the holy place? The feeling of the Realm King is not wrong. In Yang Qing's eyes, the realm of this time and space is far less powerful than him in the future time and space, and it can't even be compared in terms of Xinsheng. The realm of the future time and space is powerful, intelligent, and knowledgeable. He is always calm and confident, like a king. But this realm god seemed much younger and more impetuous. The two time and space are the same, but they are not the same. Yang Qing's eyes flashed and he came to this conclusion. At this moment, Yang Qing is standing in the void universe, clearly visible in front of him, a huge incomparable galactic vortex, slowly rotating, incomparably spectacular. In the depths, a heavy aura was exuded towards the outside. The figure fluttered slowly, and Yang Qing's figure disappeared here again. When he appeared, he arrived at the location of Star Vegeta. Looking at the scene ahead quietly, Yang Qing's eyes did not fluctuate. The Saiyan family in this time and space is really destroyed. Countless planetary debris is floating, and the original traces on the Saiyan planet can be faintly seen. Although they are few, they can also be distinguished, the shadow of Vegeta. Shaking his head, Yang Qing suddenly wanted to understand something. It is precisely because of the destruction of Star Vegeta in this time and space, and the extinction of Saiyans, that the family's luck is completely condensed on Sun Wukong, Vegeta and others, and they will make such huge progress in the future. And in the future, there are too many Saiyans. Fortune gathers and condenses on one person, then it is only natural that this person is the protagonist. In this time and space, the protagonists are Monkey King and Vegeta. The two of them bear the luck of the Saiyan nation and are naturally extremely powerful. Moreover, their progress is incomparably fast, powerful and terrifying. There was a flash in his eyes, and a smile appeared in Yang Qing's eyes. That's what makes it even more interesting. Their strength, in the future, will also help themselves and make themselves stronger. The figure blurred again, and Yang Qing disappeared in place. 3 days later, in the sky above the earth, in the realm of the gods. The old god looked at the smiling, very young stranger in front of him. His whole body was trembling and shaking slightly. Bean-sized sweat continued to seep from his forehead and dripped onto the ground. You don't have to be nervous. I'm just going to rest on earth for a while. Yang Qing comforted Tianxian Dao softly. He naturally knew what kind of impact the heavy divine power on his body would have on the other party, and I'm afraid it would be difficult for the other party to even move. God said with difficulty. Call me Qing. Yang Qing reluctantly removed the divine power from his entire body and let the gods breathe out a heavy breath, much more relaxed. Do you want to rest here? The gods still dared not call Yang Qing's name directly. He knew deeply that the opponent's strength far exceeded his imagination. Yeah. Yang Qing nodded. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Standing on the edge of the realm of the gods, Yang Qing looked at the earth, and the eyes of reincarnation appeared. With divine power, he could clearly see what happened in any corner of the earth. Humans who are busy working, busy in lively streets, and Sun Wukong, who is practicing hard in remote areas. 2 years later, an artificial man will destroy the earth. The Sun Wukong family, Chi-Chi, and Sun Wufan were all taken aback. Ha, yes, Sun Wukong said with a smile. God, Wukong, hurry up and cultivate, I want to make Gohan a scholar. Chi-Chi worried. Don't worry, haha. Sun Wukong didn't have much to worry about, he only had anticipation for future battles. At the same time, he touched Sun Wufan's head. Gohan, you have to follow me to practice. Kiki was stunned for a moment, then nodded helplessly. Although she usually likes to make trouble without reason, but at this critical juncture, she can still distinguish the importance of it. Gohan, come on. Well, Dad. The father and son ran and quickly disappeared towards the mountains. Meanwhile, at Boomer's house, Vegeta looked at the gravity space in front of her with a cold expression, and her eyes were thoughtful. Sun Wukong, after cultivating here, he made rapid progress and turned into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 779 Going to the Demon World. Muttering a word, Vegeta stepped into the gravity room with a resolute look, and began his arduous practice. He himself is not only a talented Saiyan prince, but also a hard-working warrior. Compared with Sun Wukong, the hardships he experienced in his cultivation are not bad at all. Repeated failures, repeated trials and tribulations made him hold a sigh of relief. Especially after encountering Sun Wukong, it made his heart feel tight. It was unforgivable for a mere Saiyan warrior to show the limelight in front of him over and over again. Standing on the edge of the God realm, Yang Qing could see everything below clearly, and out of the corner of his eyes, he could also see the nervous expression of the gods. Although he has regained his momentum, the suppression of the dimensional level is also very obvious to the gods. Shaking his head with a chuckle, "It seems that I am here, making you too stressed." Tianqian was stunned for a moment, then reacted, shaking his head like a rattle. "No, no. Ha ha." Yang Qing felt even more amused when he saw the appearance of a childlike Tianqian. After laughing loudly, his figure strayed, twisted and disappeared in front of Tianqian. "No, it's gone." Suddenly, there was nothing in front of him, and the gods were a little sluggish. Yang Qing, who had left the gods, found a secluded place on earth, built a wooden house, drank tea, meditated, and practiced every day, and it was very relaxing. In this way, time passed slowly. On this day, Yang Qing got up as usual, walked into the yard, and fiddled with the bright flowers. These flowers grow in the mountains, but they reveal a fresh and good temperament. The faint fragrance is constantly radiating out, which is refreshing and refreshing. Moreover, the blue and red are very beautiful in the early morning sun. The morning sun is bright but not dazzling, it is very gentle. Yang Qing enjoys this quiet feeling, which makes people's hearts infected and very calm. In such a situation, cultivation is also very effective, the mind is clear, the body and limbs are not stiff, and the body can quickly memorize the moves and turn them into instincts. Slowly punching, stretching his muscles and bones, Yang Qing smiled, very comfortable. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and looked in a certain direction. Interesting, it turned out to be him. A smile appeared on his face. Yang Qing felt very interesting. The breath he felt was a person who had long since become blurred in his memory. But unexpectedly, it appeared at this time. The person who came was huge and evil, just like Frieza, who was Frieza's brother. Beulah, who was killed by his younger brother's father, came to Earth this time to seek revenge from Sun Wukong. At the same time, their ruthless family was also to prove their strength. The mere Saiyans, the wild monkeys, can also be the opponents of the Frieza family. On a quiet morning, the battle started quietly. Sun Wukong, Sun Wufan, Helan, Piccolo and a group of Earth warriors who were cultivating were caught off guard by the sudden arrival of space warriors. Yang Qing stood in front of the wooden house, with divine light in his eyes, and he could see everything in front of him clearly. After 3 breaths, he felt a little bored. The result of the battle is extremely obvious. No matter how powerful Beulah is, he is not Sun Wukong's opponent. Sun Wukong, who defeated Frieza, was like opening the seal, and his strength was advancing at an extremely terrifying speed. Along the way, any enemy who tries to stop him will be smashed to pieces. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly thought of something. At present, maybe he is the only one who can fight me. Yang Qing's power at this time, even he does not know how powerful it is. With the combination of divine power, coupled with the terrifying explosive power of Super Saiyan 3, and the original combat power that has been accumulated for a long time, the superposition of several major points, I am afraid that the birth of the Devil Boo will not be Yang Qing's opponent for a while. The opponents he could think of, apart from Sha, who was placed in the past, were only the gods in the sky. But the gods are distributed in various universes, and if he has a way to travel through the universe, he can only give up. Demon Realm. In the world of Longzhu, in addition to the mortal universe, there are various clues that indicate that there is a demon world in this world. Whether it is the demon he encountered in the future time and space, or the Dapra who appeared in the original book, they all came from the demon world. If you don't move your body for a long time, it will rust. After stretching his waist, a sharp smile appeared in Yang Qing's eyes. In the early morning, when he saw others fighting, he had to say that his heart was a little bit about to move. Saiyans are a fighting family. What is the difference between Saiyans who do not fight and salted fish? Demon realm. Closing his eyes, Yang Qing first felt it in the universe. After leaning for a while, he did not find the unique evil aura of the devil world, so he decided that the devil world was also in a different dimension. I don't know the coordinates of the different dimensional space, so I can't break in directly, but someone should know. His eyes lit up, and Yang Qing's figure disappeared in place. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Qing looked at the short-statured divination mother-in-law wearing a wizard hat with a smile on her face. Boy, you promised me that after death, let me go to heaven. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. No problem, divination mother-in-law, don't worry. The fortune-telling mother-in-law repeatedly confirmed that the young man on the opposite side agreed to his request, and then he was relieved. Half an hour ago, this person suddenly appeared in front of him, startling him. Then, he put forward his request to go to the demon world, which made her heart tremble. What a joke, there are evil and powerful demons in the demon world. Just releasing one is a terrifying existence that can destroy the earth. This kid actually wants to go to the devil world. Simply bold and ignorant. But after the other party made a request to help him go to heaven, the divination mother-in-law hesitated. Because she knows that heaven is not so easy to go to. After many people die, it is the soul waiting to be reincarnated and start over. Only those heroes who have made great contributions can go to heaven. In particular, she could faintly feel that the seemingly gentle young man in front of her had a divine power that suppressed her. She had also felt this breath in the gods, but this young man was much stronger than the gods. Chapter 780 What is this young man's identity? The divination mother-in-law kept guessing in her heart, but she couldn't come up with a result. She is immortal, and she really doesn't know much about the clergy of the heavens. But she can confirm that the other party can indeed fulfill her promise. He does have the ability to get himself to heaven. Hurry up and open the entrance to the demon world, divination mother-in-law. Yang Qing said with a smile. Seeing the confident look on the other's face, as if she was in control of everything, the divination mother-in-law gave a stern expression and snorted. Don't forget what you promised me. Yang Qing nodded with a smile in his eyes. His heart was already boiling with enthusiasm, and in the face of the upcoming battle, the Saiyan's natural blood made him almost unable to hold back. After taking a deep look at Yang Qing, the divination mother-in-law chanted a particularly long incantation. With the spell of the divination mother-in-law, Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and he clearly felt that the void in front of him was rippling, layer upon layer, and the fluctuations became more and more violent, as if the next moment would completely boil. After a full 3 minutes and 35 seconds, the divination mother-in-law had just finished reciting the spell. At this time, her face was pale, and her forehead was covered with sweat, as if she had collapsed. Put this amulet on. The demon world is extremely dangerous. What I open is only the marginal area. Once you encounter a danger that you cannot face, immediately smash this amulet and it will bring you back to earth. As the divination mother-in-law spoke, a talisman flew out of her arms and landed on Yang Qing's hand. He probably glanced at the wrinkled and messy talisman. Yang Qing didn't see what effect the talisman would have, but he didn't say anything. He didn't understand much about the strange time. Putting the talisman in his pocket, he continued to watch the fortune-telling mother-in-law's movements. Gradually, ripples began to appear in the space, and a pitch-black vortex appeared. In the center of the vortex, a hole or cave appeared. At this time, the divination mother-in-law's tone also became anxious. Quick, get into it, I can't last long. Yang Qing did not hesitate, bent down, and drilled into the hole and cave that appeared. Thanks, fortune-telling mother-in-law, I will remember what I promised you. Before entering completely, Yang Qing's clear voice entered the ears of the divination mother-in-law. Just before the voice dissipated, Yang Qing's figure also completely entered the opened gate. Woo! The fortune-telling mother-in-law let out a heavy sigh and looked at the space she had filled in front of her, feeling very tired. Opening the door to the demon world is not easy for her, and it takes a lot of physical and mental energy. And the reason why she agreed with Yangqing to go to the demon realm was because she faintly felt the bottomless terrifying pressure on the other side. For mortals, divine power may not be sensed yet, but for gods, for people like her, it can naturally form suppression. What kind of identity is this young man? She still remembered how shocked she was when she saw the young man for the first time and felt the faint pressure on him. That vast divine might almost suffocated her. This is also the reason why she can rest assured that the other party will go to the devil world. There are many experts in the devil world, and others don't know it, but she knows it very well. She still remembered that she had observed the demon world several times, and the power emanating from each demon made her feel extremely frightened. Compared with these evil devils, the martial arts masters on Earth, the turtle immortals, are like a piece of shit. On the other side, Yangqing, who plunged into the demon world, was looking at a group of demons waiting for him with green eyes, staring at him, a little embarrassed. He also did not expect that as soon as he entered this demon world, he would be able to face the demons face to face. Staring at each other, big eyes and small eyes, the atmosphere was dull for a moment. Hi. Yangqing tried to say hello to see if these demons could understand. Then, the next moment. Roar. The stench came from the mouths of the 5 or 6 demons in front, and the violent eyes stared at Yangqing coldly, making him uncomfortable. At the same time, the sharp claws of the demons also waved towards Yangqing fiercely. How impolite. Shaking his head helplessly, Yangqing has discovered that these low-level demons have no IQ, just like wild animals and beasts, they act entirely on instinct. He unceremoniously threw his fist and slammed into the front. Bang! The shadows of the fists flew and fell on the low-level demons at almost the same time. In an instant, the movements of the demons became still, motionless. Yangqing walked up and walked past the devil. When he walked away completely, the demons swelled up, and then, bang, all exploded into a bloody fog. The demon world is huge, the sky is a gloomy golden color. But it is like hell, the ground is extremely desolate, and there is basically no vegetation. If it is not for these demons who only know how to kill and kill, this place is completely another hell. Moreover, the temperature in the demon world is very high, and ordinary humans will be roasted in a short time here. Even the warriors with strong combat power come here, but due to the environment, their combat power will be weakened and become weaker. Yangqing walked all the way, walking towards the depths of the demon world. Speaking of which, this demon world is huge. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. But the structure is very simple. It appears in a circle all day long, and the closer it is to the center, the higher the level of the demons. Except for the low-level demons in the edge area, who have no wisdom, if you walk 300 miles in, these demons will already have lower wisdom. Flying into the sky, Yangqing was too lazy to waste time and flew directly towards the center of the demon world. While Yangqing was flying towards the depths of the demon world, the edge of the demon world was 30,000 miles away, in a mountain canyon. Abby, me, are we really going to blow up the devil's lair? A little boy who was only 14 or 15 years old said with a trembling voice. The one named Abby is an 18-year-old girl. There is no fear in her eyes, she is very strong. Yes, we must blow up the demon's lair, otherwise, our world will be destroyed by them. Then, she turned her head and said to the little boy. Lala, for the sake of our people and the world, you have to be strong. But, why don't the adults do this, but let our 2 children do it? Lala was about to cry. Because they are cowards. One Piece Supreme Control. Chapter 781 to 800. Chapter 781 Kill Them. Abby's words made the boy named Lala burst into more tears. They are cowardly, and so am I. I'm still a child. Looking at Lala crying, Abby frowned. You're not promising, you're a boy, you're not even as good as a girl like me. But, those demon kings are so terrifying. Lala held the binoculars and looked at the demons who were unknown how many miles away. Her whole body was shaking. These demons have sharp claws, burly stature, thick limbs, and hideous faces, causing a strong visual impact to a child of his age. Abby was also afraid, but she suppressed the fear in her heart and showed a calm and strong expression on her face. The adults in those homes were unreliable, but they let their 2 children come to the devil world. Behind her was a thick package, which contained neither daily necessities nor food, but bombs. This bomb is a powerful bomb researched on the planet, which can blow up the ground in a radius of 300 miles in an instant. And their purpose is to enter the demon world, sneak into the lair of the demon world, and then drop the bomb and detonate it, so that all the demon kings are killed. The best thing is to be able to destroy the entire demon world and blow up the fellow road leading to their planet. That's the best. Stop crying and come with me. Abalee glared at Lala impatiently, and Lala sniffed her nose, with grievance in her eyes, and followed Abalee towards the front. The 2 of them are weak, and the energy source on their bodies is almost negligible. Therefore, as long as they walk in the demon world, as long as it is not a huge movement, they can basically avoid the exploration of the creatures in the demon world. In the periphery of this demon world, the demons have elusive consciousness, almost no wisdom, and only rely on instinct to act. The 2 groped all the way and kept walking towards the depths. In fact, it has been 4 days since they came to the demon realm. For the past 4 days, Abby has been exploring the secrets of the demon world. For example, she found that most of these demons are without wisdom, like wild beasts. They only rely on instinct to act, high-end, but have wisdom, and even can fly in the air, but their intelligence is not high. Will there be demons with higher wisdom? And these demons are their leaders. If you can blow up these demon leaders, that's the best. The light in Abby's eyes lit up. She believed that killing these demon leaders would definitely cause huge losses to the demon world. Now that she has a goal in her mind, Abby and Lara head towards the place where the demon leaders are. She believes that these demon leaders must be the highest level demons in the demon world. All the way forward, because Lala was afraid, she almost cried a few times, and Abby put a piece of cloth in the little boy's mouth to shut him up. About 2 hours later, Abby and Lara looked at the top of the mountain in front of them, and there were a few demons with outstretched wings that could be 5 feet in size hovering high in the sky, with fearful eyes in their eyes. These demons have wisdom. Abby could see that, unlike the turbid eyes of the demons she had seen before, the eyes of these demons flickered with clear red light, and they looked very clever. Ah ha ha. Hey ha 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 ha. Several demon leaders kept speaking, as if they were quarreling, and the terrifying aura spread out from several demons, shaking the space to shake. A strong wind blew, and Abby and Lara were overturned to the ground. These demons are so scary. Lara whispered in horror. Don't make a sound. Abby glared at Lara. Then, she tiptoed to the corner of the cliff, gently opened the package behind her, and took out the explosives inside. This explosive doesn't look big, nor is it a complete piece, but it is placed separately. There are about 5 pieces, each piece is the size of a palm, and a red light flashes in the middle. One by one, the bombs were carefully taken out. Then, he dug holes in the ground and put the bombs into the holes. Finally, bury the explosives again. When all the dirt was buried in the explosives, Abril exhaled softly with a smile on her face. Success. Then, she turned around again and came to Lala's side. Let's go. Success, did you succeed? Lala asked nervously, clenching the cloth with her teeth, and it could be seen that the cloth in his mouth was already shivering. It was tears, or saliva, but I couldn't tell the difference. Well, it worked. Abby nodded affirmatively. Come on. Lala's expression was obviously loose, and then the 2 quietly set off from here and quickly left the place. After walking for about 3 hours, Abby and Lala walked the road without any danger, and gradually left the place where the leaders of the demons were. How is it, sister? Lara asked nervously. Abby is his sister. The two are a pair of biological siblings, and their parents died early in the battle with the demon. No problem, at this distance, we can see their destruction most clearly. Abby nodded. Then blow them up. Lala was also a little excited. The bombs that the two of them set off are foolish. As long as they bury the bombs and press the button, they will be greeted immediately. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Big Bang. Don't worry. Abby glared at Lara, took out another tent from the package, quickly set it up, and hid in it. The bomb was so powerful that we had to hide in this bomb shelter so we wouldn't get hurt. Although those adults are shameless and a bunch of cowards, the things prepared for them are still good. Go on, sister. Lala was lying in the tent, nervous and authentic. Yeah, Abby nodded, and at this time, she was also a little nervous. But the bow did not turn back. At this point, all the steps have been completed, and only the last step is left. Taking a deep breath, Abby took out the remote control and pressed it down sharply. At this moment, the void seemed to collapse suddenly. The terrifying explosion erupted in an instant, and the space began to collapse continuously. Suddenly, the temperature in the demon world seemed to have risen a few degrees. The heat wave was surging, and Abby and Lala, who were lying in the tent, could even feel that the small tent was constantly shaking, as if it would collapse completely in the next second, and they couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 782 Don't be afraid. The power of this bomb was simply too great in their eyes. The bomb shelter and the hunting trembling seemed to be uprooted by this frantic force at any time. Hidden in it, Abby could feel the oncoming heat wave. Lala was about to cry, and the expression of grievance and horror on her face was pitiful. The high-temperature heat wave lasted for nearly 30 breaths before it stopped, and Abby's heart trembled and trembled, shocked by the terrifying power of this bomb. At this time, she also understood why the group of adults swore that as long as the bomb exploded in the demon world, it would definitely save the world. With such a terrifying power, I am afraid that the entire demon world will be blown to pieces. Waiting for the high temperature to cool down, Abby just opened the gap in the tent and tremblingly, picked up the telescope and looked outside. It can be clearly seen that the originally deep golden sky is now filled with dust, and the overwhelming gust of wind is swept away wantonly. The demon world, which has experienced a big explosion, has become irritable at this time. The wind gradually calmed down, and Abby finally saw the location of the demon commander who was far away from them. However, at the first sight of the roaring demon commander hovering above the high mountain, Abby's eyes showed a look of shock and horror. How is that possible? The demon leaders who experienced the big explosion are still alive, they roared and vented the anger in their hearts. Threads of blood dripped from their bodies, looking extremely tragic. However, they are still alive. At the same time that Abby secretly observed them, these demon leaders were also looking for suspicious targets everywhere. Roar. The terrifying roar spread directly, and these demon leaders saw the tiny tents in this wasteland at a glance. The big explosion broke the mountains and peaks, and the terrifying shock wave turned this demonic territory into a plain area. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A series of voices swept across the sky, and the demon leaders roared and charged towards Abby. In just an instant, Abby's complexion changed drastically, and she grabbed Lala and roared loudly. Run! Lala, with a dazed expression, was abruptly pulled out of the tent by Abili, and then began to run frantically. On the other hand, Yang Qing, who was flying high in the sky and flying towards the depths of the demon world, immediately turned his eyes when he heard the moment of the big explosion. A battle is taking place. This huge explosion was overwhelming, forming a huge mushroom cloud in front of him, which lasted for more than 30 breaths before gradually dissipating. The energy is scattered and not concentrated, it's not like a Qigong wave attack. A hint of doubt appeared in his eyes, and Yang Qing immediately recognized it. The energy emitted by the organism is condensed and extremely aggressive, and it will never be scattered like this, a large-scale explosion. And in this demon world, Apart from the fact that living organisms can emit qigong waves, how could such an explosion occur? Looking at this barren and desolate ground, does it seem like it's going to explode naturally for some strange reason? With an acceleration, Yangqing flew towards the place where the big explosion was. It's not far from him, and it can be reached in the blink of an eye. Yangqing was curious and naturally wanted to explore. Abby, Lala, who was running with her life, let out a loud shout. Her nose and tears were about to come out. When he learned that the demon commanders were not killed, he was already stunned. He already knew how powerful the devil was, but he was able to survive such a terrifying explosion. How could they be able to fight against such a creature? At this moment, these demons are roaring frantically, tracking them. Abby, Lala roared again, with a cry in her voice. Speak. Abby, who ran away anxiously, pulled Lala all the way. She knew that it was not easy for the timid Lala to stay awake at this time. Put me down. Lala shouted so hard that her voice broke. What? Abby's body was shocked, and she didn't understand. They're chasing me, put me down and run away. Lara cried. Hearing this clearly frightened, yet determined voice, Abby's heart trembled and trembled even more. But following closely, she held Lala's hand even tighter. What nonsense! How could I leave you alone? Her voice was equally firm. I said, put me down, take me with you, you can't run away. Lala roared loudly, her face was ferocious, like crazy, and her other hand smashed fiercely at the slender jade hand that was pulling her right hand. Crack! The voice was crisp, and Abby's arms trembled, and her white hands turned red. But she didn't say a word, just gritted her teeth, pulling Lala and running forward a little faster. Let me go, let me go, let me go. Lala roared wildly, watching the demon behind her getting closer and closer, her whole body tense and fearful. Let go of me. The cry was loud, and it was uploaded far and far in this peaceful wasteland. However, Abby still remained silent, just ran forward in silence. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Run. They're chasing after them. After 5 breaths, Lala cried. It's too late to escape. The speed of these demons is terrifyingly fast, and they are a few points faster than the fastest vehicles in the world. Abby's whole body was shocked, and she clenched her brother's hand tightly. Lala, if you die, I will accompany you, don't be afraid. You've grown up, be brave. Even in the face of life and death, Abby still maintains the greatest calm. But at this time, she still didn't give up running away. She kept her feet under her feet, pulled her younger brother, and kept running forward. At this time, Lala also seemed to have awakened to something, and tears welled up in her eyes. He was still scared, but he felt like a man now. Roar. The roar sounded, and the sound resounded above the two of Abby, almost making them flip a duel. Come on, Abby. Lara roared again. Don't be afraid. Abby roared at the same time and ran frantically towards the front. Suddenly, a light flashed in the hands of the demon commander high in the sky. It was a crimson light. The moment she saw this light, Lala was completely sluggish. Chapter 783 You Are God. Abby also felt the hot breath above her head at the same time. At this moment, Lala was completely frightened by the crimson light in the hands of the demon in the sky, so she forgot to breathe, and she was speechless for a while. The crimson light quickly fell, and bombarded towards the place where the two were. In the mouth of the demon commander, there was already a roar, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Die. Their expressions seemed to say this word. It is conceivable that if you are hit by this crimson light and wait for the result of the two, there is no doubt that it will be death. The scarlet shock wave cut through the void, getting closer and closer to the two of them. Abalee turned her head and looked up at the sky, wanting to know what the danger was that made her hair stand on end. From the beginning of running until now, she has never looked back. She was also afraid that as soon as she turned around, she would lose hope of escape. What's that? When she turned around, she finally saw it clearly. It was a crimson-red aggregate that was like blood condensed, but burned like a flame. But she didn't need to think about it. No matter what this thing was, it would destroy their lives in an instant. In an instant, the distance between life and death was so close. The speed at which the Qigong wave descended was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached the top of the two of them. Then, a bright and incomparably bright light bloomed. It's over. The high temperature made Abby's black hair seem to be on fire, and it made her tremble. At this last moment, she suddenly pulled Lala over, and her whole body was abruptly blocked in front of Lala. Sister. Lala was stunned, and at the same time, a huge fear appeared in her eyes. Boom. A huge roar came out, and the flames flew in all directions, wrapping the figures of the two. The demon commander high in the sky let out a sharp neigh, as if shouting excitedly. After a full 5 or 6 breaths, Abby just reacted. Her eyes, which were tightly closed because of fear of death, slowly opened, and she stared dumbfounded at the figure standing in front of her. I'm not dead. Of course you're not dead. A gentle voice entered her ears, and the man standing in front of her slowly turned around. I saw that he was fit and handsome and upright, with a gentle temperament in his face, and it was easy to approach. Black hair, black eyes, wearing a black martial arts uniform, with a tall and handsome figure. Who are you? Abby asked blankly. We'll talk about this later. Looking at the woman who was sluggish and obviously did not respond, Yang Qing responded with a chuckle, then turned her head and looked at the demons hovering in the sky and waving their wings. These demons are not considered high-level in the demon world, and they can be distinguished by their IQ, but they are only low-level demons. At most, they are stronger than the outer ones. But this is the point, these demons have already released Qigong waves. Although, in Yang Qing's eyes, these attacks had no offensive power and were full of flaws, but they also prove that the demons are powerful. Let me deal with them first. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Qing's figure swayed up and went straight to the sky. In just a moment, he naturally had no interest in dealing with these weak demons who had no IQ and acted on instinct. One hand suddenly stretched out, and a light blue Qigong wave was formed in an instant. Boom boom. 6 Qigong waves in a row hit the roaring demons in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a sky-rocketing explosion erupted in the sky. The explosion range was not as large as that of the previous demons, but the power was extremely concentrated. In an instant, it covered all the low-level demons in the air and completely disappeared. Later, Yang Qing came to the front of the two siblings again. Seeing with their own eyes the power of Yang Qing to destroy the devil in his hands, both sisters and brothers were stunned. They have never seen such a powerful human being, and they even doubt whether the young man in front of them is a god. Are you a god? Lala asked dumbly. God. Yang Qing was startled, then smiled and patted the child's head. If you call it that, you were right. Are you really a god? Abri said in shock. So to speak. Yang Qing didn't hide it either, nodded. He is the reserve of the realm king god, and he is indeed a god with roots and roots. Hearing Yang Qing's admission, the siblings immediately became excited. You are a god, so are you here to destroy these demons? Abby asked nervously, this matter is too important. The power of those devils, she saw in her eyes, even the most powerful bombs in their world did not kill the other party, but the attack from the other party's raised hand could destroy them. I am afraid, such a devil, only the gods can destroy it. Destroy them. Yang Qing was stunned again, he came to the demon realm just for a fight. I just came to fight their demon king, as for the elimination. After a pause, he said again. This is the devil world, and the devil is born naturally, and it is difficult to completely eliminate it. It's the two of you, you don't have any strength, why are you here? This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. Yang Qing is very surprised that these two brothers and sisters obviously have no strength in their bodies, but they are actually wandering in this demon world with such poor living conditions. The devil has opened a passage to our world, and we want to destroy them. Abby gritted her teeth. Yongqing shook his head and eliminated the devil. He naturally knew that this was impossible. As for the passage from the demon world to other worlds, he is also clear. The demon world is not in the universe, but in a changing dimension like hell and heaven. And this dimension space is unstable. Because of the powerful power of the devil, the time will make dimension cracks appear, and these dimension cracks will form a shuttle channel to the universe after a long time. Unconscious or wise demons will go through these channels to destroy the universe. The realm king god rules the gods of the universe, and he is naturally very clear about the mysteries between these dimensions. It's just that this is a spontaneous behavior of the universe, and it won't affect the stability of the universe, so it never interferes. You'd better go back. In the demon world, it's not good for you. Yongqing didn't give the two of them any hope, he just said clearly. But our world. Abby hesitated. Where is the passage from the demon world to your world? Chapter 784 Seal. Yongqing doesn't know the coordinates of the demon world, so he needs to use the power of the divination mother to get through here. But after coming here, going back, or sealing a dimensional fellow, is extremely easy for Yongqing, the realm god reserve. The subsequent labor to save a world is not so difficult for Yongqing, and he is naturally happy to do it. What are you going to do? Knowing Yongqing's identity as a god, the siblings respected him very much. Seal the demon world leading to your fellows, and naturally you can save your world. You two little fellows broke into the demon world indiscriminately, which is simply a lifeless act. Yongqing shook his head and smiled. Regarding the actions and words of the two sisters and brothers just now, he could see clearly and hear clearly. The younger brother is naturally timid and cowardly, but at the moment of life and death, he is willing to sacrifice himself and also create a chance for his sister to escape. And the elder sister, in the face of life and death crisis, refused to let go of her younger brother no matter what. Especially, her strength made Yongqing very moved. It is fate to meet, and Yongqing is naturally not someone who can't afford to delay this time. Seal fellow demons. The siblings looked at each other, excited. Really, can the demon realm channel really be sealed off? Abelie said in surprise that the adults in their world had tried many methods, blowing them up, blocking them with stones, but all of them had no effect. Therefore, they decided to let them go here and blow up the devil's lair. However, what the sister and brother did not expect at all was that the demon world turned out to be an incomparably vast world, and there was no way at all, so they had to find some powerful demons to blow them up, thinking that this would have some effect. I can try. Yongqing smiled and nodded. Then, the three started to walk back. The distance between the sister and the younger brother feels long, but it is actually very short for Yongqing. But within a quarter of an hour, the three of them had already found the passage to the demon world. Yongqing observed the surrounding area and found that this passage was really hidden. It happened to be in a cave or a cave inside a high mountain, and it was in a place where low-level demons lingered, and it was difficult for high-level demons to find it. The demons of the sister and brother worlds should only be discovered by the unconscious low-level demons and then entered. Otherwise, any demon with a high IQ might have the ability to instantly destroy a planet. It's here. Pointing to the dark whirlpool floating in the air, the two siblings said nervously. Get out of here, seal the passage, I will finish it. Yongqing smiled and said, at the same time, he also took a careful look at the passage. Can we leave now? Abby said suspiciously. Yes, just leave the rest to me. Yongqing said. But, Lord God, what about you? Lala was a little reluctant. This god is really gentle and easy to get along with. The devil in the depths, I have to go and see, you don't need to worry about me. Yongqing chuckled lightly. Gritting her teeth, Abby still misses the people in the world over there. After all, that was her hometown, and Lala's eyes had long been filled with excitement. Let's go. Yongqing persuaded again. Lord God, come to see us again. You are really kind. Abby gathered up her courage and said loudly. Yang Qing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, we will meet again if we are destined. The two brothers and sisters finally glanced at Yang Qing with nostalgia, then stepped into the dark vortex, and disappeared here in the blink of an eye. In the cave, only Yang Qing was left. After quietly observing the passage for a long time, rays of light appeared in his eyes. With a flash of light in his hand, the Realm King Divine Sword appeared. This divine sword, called the Sword of Sealing itself, had a powerful sealing effect. And he himself has accumulated a lot of money, and has read a lot of books. There are already thousands of ditches and ravines in Shang, and he also has some experience in sealing one. The nodes in the space and the critical joints that need to be avoided, Yang Qing has already sent out the divine power to investigate it. What is needed at this time is only to use the divine power, and then combine the power between the seals to completely seal this space. Smooth out this space defect, then, this dimensional channel will naturally disappear. After closing his eyes and thinking about the steps, Yang Qing opened his eyes after rehearsing all the sealing sequences in his mind. A sacred, bright golden light appeared on the sealed sword in his hand. In Yang Qing's body, divine power also burst out at this moment, all blessings on the divine sword. In an instant, thousands of golden threads rushed out from the sword of seal and spread toward the pitch-black vortex in front of him. This eye-catching speed is not fast, but it is not slow, showing a uniform development. After a short period of 10 breaths, thousands of silk threads formed a huge golden disc, which slowly rotated and floated above the pitch-black vortex. From the side piece, it seems that the two chapters are placed one above the other. The golden light flickered in the array, which was very sacred and solemn. Under the slow rotation, a mysterious and stalwart power emanated. This is the sealing power of the gods, and it is also the power that the Realm King uses to mend space. After taking a deep breath, the sword of seal in Yang Qing's hand disappeared, and then his hand slowly opened. The golden threads are formed again, forming the shape of. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Into a disc that is much smaller than floating in the air. From a distance, the two arrays, one large and one small, can just be merged with each other, becoming tight and complete. The golden array looks majestic and sacred, revealing a mysterious and eerie aura, as if it can seal everything in the world. Yang Qing pushed out his hands slowly, and the small array plate quickly moved towards the big array plate. Crack! The two array discs were quickly printed together and began to combine. At the same time, the newly created array disc also quickly rotated. At the center, a pitch-black seal was extremely conspicuous. In the name of the Realm King, seal. With a light drink, Yang Qing pointed out. The new array hummed and was suddenly imprinted on the pitch-black vortex. In an instant, golden light filled the sky, and the golden array disc and the pitch-black vortex were completely mixed together, and they spun frantically. After 3 breaths, the pitch-black vortex began to dissipate, as if the power of the space in it was neutralized with the golden array. After the 5 breaths, in the caves, the originally slightly rippling spatial fluctuations gradually subsided. Chapter 785 Heroes. The power of the seal has perfectly sealed the passage to other dimensions in the cave. At this moment, if you look closely, you can only see that the space where the dark vortex was originally rippling slightly, but there is no dark channel before. At the same moment, Abby and Lara had just left the other side of the world. And just as they went out, the dark vortex behind them shuddered and slowly disappeared. The tunnel disappeared. Lara screamed. Lord God, you really sealed this passage. Abby stared blankly ahead. She knew that such a phenomenon would occur. It must be the gods' power. Although they haven't been together for a long time, she has already kept Yang Qing's appearance and temperament in her heart. The passage is sealed. Our world is safe, sister. Lala reacted and shouted in surprise. Yeah, Abby nodded, a smile on her face too. Those adults were timid and asked them both to go ahead and do this. However, by accident, they actually completed this almost impossible task. After leaning a little, the figures of Abby and Lara appeared at the foot of the mountain. On this planet, this meta-channel appeared on the top of the mountain, which was very conspicuous. There are a large number of soldiers at the foot of the mountain, well armed, always on alert. When the siblings appeared one by one, they immediately attracted the attention of the garrison generals. "General Peak, it's Abby and Lara who have appeared." In the distance, the soldiers who saw the two men quickly reported. "The two brothers and sisters." Peak's eyes flickered, and he was very dissatisfied that the U Empire could not send a brave and powerful warrior, but only let these two children go. But there was nothing he could do, and in his heart he just cursed at those old men. Civil servants are in charge of the palace, military officers are stationed in the frontier, but they have no right to speak. The fathers of Abby and Lala were the most powerful generals of the empire during their lifetimes, but they were stubborn and did not know how to adapt, and offended the group of civil servants. It is precisely because of this that they lost their lives in the battle against the demons. In the generation of Abby, that group of civil servants did not let them go. "Hurry up and get them here," Peak shouted loudly. The soldiers quickly stepped forward to greet Abby and Lala. When the two approached, Peak realized that the two children looked very embarrassed. They must have suffered a lot in the devil world, but fortunately, most of the injuries are skin injuries. "How are you? You're not hurt, are you?" Peak asked worriedly. "Uncle Peak, I'm fine," Abby said with a smile. The general in front of him knew him and was a good friend with his father. "Well then, the bomb behind you." He saw with his own eyes that Abby Lee and Lala walked into the demon world. At this moment, he was shocked when he saw that the package behind the two brothers and sisters was missing. Could it be that these two little guys really threw the bomb in the lair of the demon world? "We threw the bomb in the demon world and detonated it," said Abby. "You actually, really?" Peak was greatly surprised. These two children, how dare they have so much courage? Really dare to go to the lair of the demon world? At this moment, the soldiers who were observing the passage of the demon world on the top of the mountain all the time, moved the lens of the telescope to the top of the mountain. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, and inconceivable appeared in his eyes. "General. Devil's Channel, gone." "What?" Peak trembled all over, and then stared at Abby and Lara in front of him, his eyes full of surprise. Afterwards, he took a few strides to the soldier's side, took the binoculars, and forgot about it with his own eyes. On the top of the mountain, there was originally a pitch-black vortex, which no longer revolved all the time, and even, at any time, a demon would come out of it and devour humans. But at the moment, there is nothing there. The demon realm channel has really disappeared. "You two, what did you do?" Peak looked at Abby and Lara in disbelief. He is not stupid. He naturally knows that the explosives carried by the brothers and sisters are difficult to blow up even one or two hills in the demon realm. As for destroying the entire demon realm and making the dark vortex disappear, don't joke. From the beginning to the end, the fact that two people went to the devil world was just an evil plan by those civilians to eradicate the descendants of the generals. However, who would have thought that these two little guys actually did it? All the 30,000 troops stationed at the scene clearly saw this scene, and they all looked at Abby and Lala with unbelievable eyes. "Do you know, from this moment on, the two of you will become heroes of the Empire." Peak looked at Abby and Lala and said in a deep voice. The two children didn't understand what the disappearance of the passage meant, but he was very clear. There are 300,000 troops of the Empire stationed near the Demon World Passage, accounting for 1/3 of the Empire's huge army, and the Emperor of the Empire is very ambitious, always thinking about invading other countries and completing the unification of the world. Just because of the threat of demons, this plan has been shelved. But today, the Demon Realm Channel has disappeared. This means that the 300,000 troops stationed in the Demon World Channel will all be restarted. The Empire's nearly 1 million heroic divisions will be activated again, and the small countries around them will have no resistance in the face of such an army. The disappearance of the seal of the Demon World Channel will mean that the situation in this world will undergo huge changes. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. And the source of this matter, the two brothers and sisters, will become heroes in the Empire. Hero. Abby was startled. She never thought she would be a hero, she just thought she was going to save the world. You two don't run around recently, I will protect your safety and send you to Imperial Yan City. The siblings didn't know the importance of this, but Pete knew it. I understand better what a huge impact will be caused behind this incident. The first is the sudden strength of the Imperial Army, and the second is the battle between the civil servants and the military officers. The faction of the two brothers and sisters with watches is the military attaché. Eyes flickering, Pete is already thinking about how to maximize the benefits of the two brothers and sisters, and maximize the benefits of their military attachés. Have to contact those guys. The world is about to change. Taking a deep look at the two brothers and sisters, Pete really didn't understand what method these two little fellows used to seal the passage to the demon world. He decided to ask the two in person when they settled down. Chapter 786_. That is to say, the two of you were able to accomplish this entirely because of the help of that young god. Taking a breath, Pete listened to the two children's narration, and his eyes were even more shocked. He originally thought that the two had touched something and the seal disappeared, but this matter actually involved the gods. After a while, Pete's mouth curled into a smile. God really helped me. The gods appeared holy. Help us, you two brothers and sisters are really blessed. Well, brother God, it's really good. Lala said vaguely while eating the food. Pete nodded, and his eyes flickered. Since there is a God, then this matter will be easier to operate. Thinking about it, there are countless demons living in the passage of the demon world. How can ordinary humans seal the passage, and only the real gods can do it? It's not clear that Yang Cheng, who will be in chaos after the two brothers and sisters return, is now pressing one hand on the still slightly rippling spatial fluctuations. It will be perfect if you completely repair this space and cover up the seal. Said softly, Yang Cheng's hands were constantly releasing divine power outwards. Repairing the space was naturally easy for him. Gradually, the space completely calmed down and returned to its original appearance. As if a wrinkled piece of paper is smoothed out, the space becomes natural. It only took about 5 minutes for him to repair this space. Retracting his right hand, Yang Cheng checked the space again for a while, then nodded with satisfaction. The biggest difference between gods and mortals is that they are amazingly talented. This seal, repairing him is the first time, but they are all perfect, as if they have done it countless times. As long as he rehearses the things and steps in his mind, he can perfectly control them and then make them. First, seal the dimensional channel, and then smooth out the folds in the space. Yang Cheng has done all this perfectly. This space was restored to its original state by him, and since then, there will be no more demons going to Abili's world. After doing all this, Yang Cheng turned around and left. He did not forget that the purpose of coming to the Devil World this time was to fight for the King of the Devil World in the depths of the Devil World. Flying at high speed all the way to the depths, Yang Cheng ignored the demons from the outside world. His speed was very fast, and after half an hour, he had reached the middle-level area of the demon world. The demons here have begun to have wisdom. They are not much different from normal humans. They can speak with their mouths open, think about problems, and are extremely experienced in combat. Demons are born warriors, and those with intellect are even more terrifying. Yang Cheng's high-altitude flight only took 3 miles before being discovered by the demon kings hidden in the mountains. In the devil world, the wise devil, who leads countless lower devils, is called the Devil King. The unified power of these demon kings is powerful and terrifying, and they are full of evil and ill will. Just because it is difficult for them to leave the demon world, the outside world is rarely heard of. Extending inward, the strength of the devil is even more terrifying. There is an outsider's breath in the sky. It's really interesting. In the demon world, there are still outsiders who can come here. In the high mountains, in a mansion, the devil with a grinning face slowly put down the cup in his hand, showing a cruel smile. Go out and have a look, it's already boring, you should be able to have some fun. The Demon King stood up and walked outside, followed by more than a dozen Demon King level masters who were also fully wise and indistinguishable from ordinary people. A dozen people all got up and flew to the top of the mountain, and immediately saw Yangqing in the sky. Say hello to him. The Demon King sneered and waved his hands. Yes, Lord Orthano. A Demon King at the back immediately stood up, the red light in his hand flickered, and one stagnated and rushed towards the sky. Yangqing, who was flying at high altitude, suddenly shook his head. Huh. The harsh sound of breaking the air brushed past his face, causing him to turn his head and look down. Demon King. Yangqing's face showed fighting intent. The purpose of his coming to the demon world was for these powerful demon kings. If Saiyans are a fighting nation, then these demon kings from the demon world are the truly evil god of war family. They are born devils, and devils, in a sense, are actually on the same level as gods. Just like black and white, good and evil, the demons represent evil and the gods are good. The demon kings below each had cruel smiles on their faces. In their consciousness, all people from the outside world are extremely vulnerable. There have been several times when people from the outside world came to the devil world, and they all became slaves to the devil kings and were toyed to death. In their eyes, this young man flying in the air will undoubtedly end up like this. The demon lord Orsano, let me try his power first. The moment he saw Yangqing, a demon king shouted loudly. Then, a group of light flew up instantly and quickly came to Yangqing. Haha, human, you dare to come to the devil world, it's really courting death. The demon king laughed loudly, and mercilessly threw a punch from his hand. The bodies of people in the demon world are simply born for battle. Their arms, legs, and arms are covered with hard barbs, which are extremely destructive. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. With such a punch, there is no need to think that if it is really hit, Yangqing's head will probably be directly pierced. Fun. Yangqing laughed, but the blood in his body began to boil for a long time. I have to say that he has been suppressed for too long after he has not fought for a long time. At this moment, seeing the Demon King throwing his fist, his whole body was actually excited. With one punch, Yangqing's right fist slammed forward fiercely. He wants to fight the devil head-on, to express the boiling blood in his body, and to calm them down. Boom! Two pairs of fists collided fiercely, and there were even visible ripples in the sky. That human being is such a powerful force. However, it is only the power of human beings. This collision caused the demon kings below to narrow their eyes and admire them. But the next moment, the demon king's face changed completely. In the sky, the demon king who punched Yangqing head-on, his face became extremely frightened at this moment. What did he see? Inch by inch, his body began to crack inch by inch, and then with a bang, it turned into a blood fog. The power of one punch directly blasted a demon king. Chapter 787 _ Yangqing, who hasn't fought for a long time, didn't hold his strength with this punch, which made him stunned in the air for a moment. Is the other party too weak, or am I too strong? He murmured, his eyes turned, and he looked at the demon kings below again. There are still many opponents, and it's nothing to be weak. If they go together, it will allow his boiling blood to vent somewhat. Below, seeing Yangqing blasting the other demons of the Demon King with one punch, their eyes immediately became serious. Master Orsano, this kid is amazing. I can see it. Osano said coldly, his eyes narrowed, and he carefully looked at Yangqing in the sky. At this moment, Yangqing, who was standing in the void, turned his right hand towards them, with a provocative smile on the corner of his mouth. Orsano, who could read lips, immediately became angry. He clearly saw that the meaning of what the human man said was actually, come up, come together, it's not enough to fight. Arrogant guy. I'm going to kill you. Osano roared loudly, waved his right hand, and suddenly shouted towards the Demon King beside him. "Give it to me and tear him to shreds." Naturally, the surrounding Demon Kings will not stay any longer. The Demon King who had gone before that had not much difference in strength with them, and there was absolutely no hope for one person to defeat them. The Demon Kings let out a roar and rushed towards the sky. Just for an instant, the battle begins again. Yang Qing was surrounded by a group of Demon Kings, and the smile on his face became stronger and stronger. The strength of these Demon Kings is actually very strong, and everyone has the strength of the Monkey King of Namek, that is, the strength before he turned into a Super Saiyan. And the majestic Demon King who leads the way has reached the edge of Super Saiyan power. This power is put into the universe, and it is absolutely invincible in the outside world. However, it is still not enough to see in front of Yang Qing. Ha! The fists of the Demon Kings quickly swung towards Yang Qing. The barbs on their fists and feet seemed to be able to split the air and divide the airflow into inch strands. The smile on Yang Qing's face was deep, and his body was like a leaf, easily dodging attacks again and again. Can't hit, can't hit, can't hit. Gradually, as time passed quickly, the hearts of the Demon Kings became even more solemn. They attacked with all their strength, but there was no way to take the boy on the opposite side. Such a long attack, not even a single hit. Orsano's eyes flashed even more, and there was a touch of shock in his eyes. Get out of the way. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar, pulled between his hands, a red light shone incomparably, and then shouted again, and pushed it directly in the direction of Yang Qing. Go to hell, brat. The Demon Kings dispersed immediately, and the crimson streamer streaked across the sky, directly in front of Yang Qing. Death beam, ha ha. Seeing that there was finally an attack with enough flavor, Yang Qing let out a long laugh, and a light blue light appeared on his hands, and then he launched the same. Turtle School Qigong. Boom. A flame erupted in front of him, and at the same time, his figure was also twisted and disappeared in place. The Demon Kings suddenly lost Yang Qing's figure in the eyes. They quickly back to back, looking around. Huh. Suddenly, Yang Qing appeared above them. You are too weak. Not enough. His right leg suddenly lifted, and he slashed fiercely towards the Demon Kings. Boom. The Demon Kings joined forces to resist Yang Qing's attack, but this force was too powerful. At the moment of first contact, they heard the sound of their bones shattering. At the same time, the aftermath of this strong force spread throughout their bodies at an incredible speed, shattering their internal organs, and even affecting their appearance. Every cell. Puff puff. A series of vomiting blood came out, and the Demon Kings fell directly from the air like dumplings, hitting the ground heavily, losing their breath. In the blink of an eye, Yang Qing broke out with a split, leaving Osano alone among the Demon Kings present. You, who is it? Seeing Yang Qing slowly approaching him, Osano became frightened. Tell me, is there a stronger demon lord? Yang Qing had a smile on his face, which was caused by the relief after slightly stretching his tibia. However, this smile was cruel in Orsano's eyes. Yes. In the depths of the demon realm, there is an extremely powerful demon realm king, and even a demon god exists. Osano nodded again and again in fear. He had given up his resistance. Although his subordinates were not as strong as him, they were not much worse. However, this inexplicable young man in front of him was able to kill him in one blow. This power has far exceeded him. That's good, otherwise, if the entire demon world is as wasteful as you, then I'll be in vain. Yang Qing's eyes lit up, and his tone was very flat. When Orsano heard the ridicule, his eyes trembled, and he didn't dare to say anything more. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Sir, can you spare me? When he came back to his senses, he asked again with trembling fear. Take me a punch, take it, and I'll spare your life. Yang Qing laughed and punched out suddenly. Osano didn't have time to react. He raised all the strength in his body, raised his hands, and stood in front of him abruptly. Bang! With this punch, Orsano was swept away nearly 100 meters toward the rear, and it was stopped just now. Catch it! Feeling that the whole body was in constant vibration, but it seemed that there was no serious injury, Orsano was a little excited. The terrifying power that blasted the Demon King with that punch was actually blocked by him. Yongqing glanced at Orsano, with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, then turned his head and flew deeper. Crack! Just after Yongqing left Orsano for 3 breaths, Orsano was horrified to find that his body was like a porcelain, with countless fine cracks. Ah, it's over. He felt the pain of tearing, and that punch mercilessly shattered all the cells in his body. At this time, his body was already in the process of splitting. Bang! After 2 more breaths, his body burst apart, turned into a blood mist, and disappeared into the air. With one punch, Orsano exploded again. Yongqing's strength has reached a level that he himself cannot directly judge. With Kaiwang God, his progress is too great. Chapter 788 La Library. Follow the demon world and continue to fly to the depths. Yongqing's speed was very fast, and he also found that the vastness of the demon world was beyond his imagination. And along the way, there were actually many groups of demon kings like Orsano who gathered together to form a small hill. After flying for only half an hour, Yongqing had already destroyed 5 or 6 batches. And their power, as they go in, the more powerful they are. For example, the Demon King in front of him, with ice blue skin, a cold face, and sharp barbs on his arms, legs, has reached the realm of Super Saiyan 1. Whole body flashing icy blue light, this is a cold, taciturn Demon King, and his subordinates only have 2 people. But they had already been smashed into blood mist by Yongqing, but at this time, it was himself who started to take action. Human, you all the way here from the outside world? The ice-cold Demon King suddenly asked. Not bad. Yongqing nodded. For what? The Ice Demon King asked again. Fight. Yongqing also answered again. Then, there was no more dialogue. After staring at Yongqing for 3 seconds, the ice-cold Demon King suddenly let out a loud shout. The ice blue light on his body expanded again, turning into a flickering ice blue lightning. Stab Lala. Furious lightning circled around him, and a loud chirping sound came out. Quietly, the Cold Demon Dynasty launched an attack on Yongqing. His speed was almost 10 times faster than Orsano's. Like a gust of wind, it came to Yongqing in an instant, and then he punched. The icy cold air was blowing. Yongqing raised his hand, caught the blow, turned his waist, and swept his right leg out. His speed was faster, although the shot was slow, but there was a feeling of being behind, reaching the ice-cold Demon King first. Body. And his extremely fast speed was beyond the expectations of the ice-cold Demon King, causing a look of surprise in the latter's eyes. Bang! The ice-cold Demon King swiped towards the rear, and the hands that were in front of him were slowly put down. So strong. His hands were trembling and shaking slightly. The ice-cold Demon King narrowed his eyes, waved his hands, and his eyes became more solemn. He thought he had looked down on the human beings who were able to fight all the way from the periphery to here, but now it seems that he still underestimated the enemy. The strength of the other party may have far surpassed himself. In the demon world, there are only demons. These demons are warlike, evil, or cruel, but what they have in common without exception is that they are all powerful. However, in front of Yongqing, the ice-cold Demon King felt that the other human being was more like a demon. His power is too violent. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the ice-cold Demon King launched an attack again. His speed suddenly accelerated again, and surprise appeared in Yongqing's eyes. But in the blink of an eye, he was even more excited. The stronger the enemy, the better. Until this time, the Demon Kings of the Demon Realm had yet to force out a little bit of his true strength. He hasn't even changed as a Super Saiyan. Of course, that's probably because he hasn't penetrated deeper into the Demon Realm. Bang 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 bang. A series of bombardment sounds came. Yongqing blocked his arms in front of him, and the ice-cold Demon King kept launching attacks, as fast as a violent storm. But gradually, Yangqing's arms in front of him withdrew. Bang! With this punch, the ice-cold Demon King hit Yangqing in the face, who didn't even tremble, and his expression was calm. The ice-cold Demon King shrank in his heart, increased his strength and speed again, and frantically attacked Yangqing's whole body. The latter, at this time, even started to embrace his arms, ignoring the power of the ice-cold Demon King, as if these attacks, for him, were just the bites of flies. Bang 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 bang. The voice was continuous, but the heart of the ice-cold Demon King was getting lower and lower. His attack was useless. At first, the human was blocked, but when he attacked for a while, he didn't even defend. He desperately found that his most powerful attack could not even break the opponent's defense. 30 seconds later, the ice-cold Demon King gasped and started to retreat. "You won, I am not your opponent." He took a deep breath and whispered to the young man in front of him, his eyes full of admiration. As a human being from the outside world, his strength surpassed himself, and he couldn't help but admire it. He has worked very hard to obtain the power he has now. It is conceivable how much this human being has paid. The talent of the devil is inherently much better than that of humans. Yangqing was stunned and found the difference between the ice-cold Demon King. Most of the Demon Kings one met before were full of red eyes and red aura, full of cruelty and ruthlessness, bloodthirsty and blood-killing intent, but this ice-cold Demon King was different. He did not have the murderous intentions of other Demon Kings. It gave him the feeling that this was a human warrior, chasing the end of the martial arts. "What's your name?" "Faku," said the ice-cold Demon King. "You are very different." After taking a deep look at Faku, Yang Qingfei continued to walk inside. "Wait a minute." Faku hesitated, but still shouted. "Huh." Yang Qing turned his head suspiciously. Going further in, it is no longer the level of the Demon King. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The demon world collectively calls them demon gods to the demons in the depths. The power of the devil is very powerful, and they have become gods. Faku reminded Yang Qingdao, and after hesitating for a while, he said it again. If you go in, you can come back. I would like to serve you as Lord." Yang Qing was stunned and realized that this devil is indeed different, like a clear stream in the chaos, something interesting. "Okay, I'll find you when I come out." In the last sentence, Yang Qing's voice was full of confidence and laughter, which Faku could naturally hear. This human being, he also hides a huge power. Faku looked at Yang Qing's back. His eyes were very complicated. Then, his eyes became firm again. A human being can be so powerful, the hard work I have paid is not enough. Turning sharply, Faku plunged his head downward. He wants to continue to cultivate, he is still too weak, and strive to enter the realm of the devil one day. On the other side, Yang Qing, who was far away from Faku, finally entered a different area. Looking at the golden building complex in front of him, the mighty, almost invisible coverage area, Yang Qing was a little shocked. Roots of thick golden pillars stand on the ground, densely covered with no end in sight. This is the Demon Palace. Chapter 789. Not enough. On a vast land, there are huge golden stone pillars standing in the sky, one every 100 miles. This stone pillar exudes a vast and ancient atmosphere, and the patterns engraved on it are like totems, complex and mysterious. On the side of these golden pillars, there are also huge palaces, and in this palace, there are devil gods. In the demon world, the demons with superior intelligence and invincible combat power are collectively referred to as demon gods. These demon gods are either cruel or ruthless, but they are all powerful and are the backbone of the demon world. Compared with the number, the demon gods are not as many as the demon kings and demons in the outside world, but their terrifying combat power is definitely one block 10. Standing on the edge of the demon palace complex, Yang Qing felt the terrifying aura coming from every building in front of him. The blood in his heart was boiling, and he became excited. The power in this palace is shocking, and it is not on the same level as the Demon King. I hope I can fight with all my strength. A smile appeared on his face, and in the next second, his body speeded up and flew towards the Demon Palace. Flying all the way, Yangqing did not hide his power at all, and the light blue light on his body expanded and spread around. In the blink of an eye, all the demon gods on the site of the Demon God Palace noticed it. You, Re so brave, this is a completely different breath from the devil, it's an outsider. At the same moment, in the Demon God's palace, several pairs of ruthless eyes opened, and cruel light flashed in their eyes. Did you spot me? With an excited smile on his face, Yangqing slowed down and waited for the demon gods within the range below to arrive. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Soon, the crisp sound of breaking the air rang out, and the red light just flashed, and the 6 figures surrounded Yangqing. Human, how dare you? The 6 demon gods were surrounded by powerful auras, their eyes were cold and cruel, and one of them shouted. Courage, I'm here to destroy you. Yangqing's eyebrows are the same. At this moment, his madness is revealed, his face is full of smiles, and his aura is instantly lifted. Let's go together. The devil in the demon world, otherwise, I'm really afraid that I'll blow you all with one punch, it's not fun at all. Before the 2 sentences were finished, Yangqing had already waved his fist and attacked forward. Seeing that this human being was the first to act arrogantly, the 6 demon gods were all furious. Looking for death, human. I'm going to tear you apart. The demon gods were very angry, and with a loud shout, they all attacked Yangqing. In the blink of an eye, the fist wind whistled in the sky, and the 7 people started a chaotic battle. Yangqing's black hair fluttered, and the speed of his body was stretched to the limit. The power of the 6 demon gods was not small at all, and they were all close to the midterm strength of Super Tournament 1, with 1 punch and 1 kick, with great power. And these 6 people didn't care about the rules of one-on-one fights. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Put harder. Terrifying power continued to erupt from the depths of Yangqing's body. Sending it to the 4 demon gods, he played with a pair of 6, and he was happy. In this fast-paced battle, the 6 demon gods became more and more afraid as they fought, and the shock in their eyes grew more and more. The human being in front of him is actually getting stronger and stronger the more he fights, and the power in his body seems to be endless. They kept improving their strength, but the other party was able to keep improving as well, taking over all their attacks without fail. Such power made them extremely surprised. This kid's aura is not human. He is a god. At this moment, 1 or 2 of the demon gods finally woke up. He is the god who broke into the demon world from the outside world. Kill him. After learning Yangqing's identity, the 6 people were even more furious. An orthodox god dared to break into their territory unscrupulously, which was like a slap in the face. In a fit of rage, the 6 directly raised their strength to the limit. Kill. Under the roar, the extreme power of the 6 demon gods unfolded, and the speed and strength increased several times at this moment. In an instant, he came to Yangqing's side. Crack. Yangqing caught the first blow, but the second demon god followed. With a twinkle in his eyes, Yangqing's other hand trembled violently as he tightly squeezed the fist of the second. The third one caught up again. Yangqing lifted his right foot and kicked it fiercely, forcing the third back. However, next, the 4th and 5th demon gods followed again. Yangqing's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't escape. The opponent suddenly increased his strength and attacked him, but he couldn't keep up. Too fast. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive punches hit him in the face, mouth, and stomach. Yangqing's whole body trembled, and a look of pain seemed to flash across his face. I hit it. This kid is too arrogant. With 1 against 6, does he think our demon gods are made of mud? Every demon god grew up from endless battles, and finally came here. We all have people who believe in ourselves. Do you think of us as ordinary inferior demons? It's really self-defeating. There were smiles on the faces of the demon gods, with disdain. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Looked at Yangqing with a smile. However, after 2 breaths, when they looked at Yangqing again, their expressions suddenly changed. Yangqing's face with a look of pain was actually full of smiles. Ha 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 ha. It's so cool. This fighting feeling. It's been too long since I experienced it. Quote. Demon God, you really have the qualifications to make me move. After a few words, Yangqing's face suddenly turned cold. But 6 is not enough. Boom. His whole body was only shocked. The light blue aura became too strong and deep, the blue arrogance swelled, and in an instant, it was at least 5 times stronger. This sudden surge of breath made the 6 demon gods around him immediately fly out. Even, because of this suddenly increased power, the faces of the 6 demon gods even had scratches. This kid. In an instant, the faces of the 6 demon gods turned ashen. The power of this boy of the human gods was completely beyond their expectations. Come on, kill him. They have never seen such a powerful human being, and they can't believe that a mere human being has power beyond them. This is simply ridiculous. Chapter 790_. Even, Yangqing's strength made these demon gods feel a little fear in their hearts. The 6 demon gods rushed forward together, divided into 6 directions, and surrounded all of Yangqing's space. 1 on the front, 1 on the left and 1 on the left, and 1 on the top and bottom. At the same time, there were a total of 6 attacks, which was enough to instantly hurt Yangqing. However, to the surprise of all the demon gods, at this moment, Yangqing's face was serious and cold, and his aura was particularly cold. What shocked them even more was that the aura of this young man was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they have surpassed the realm of all of them. Boom. The light blue arrogance turned into a shock wave that surged wildly in all directions, forming a strong wind, which blew the 6 demon gods unable to open their eyes, and the speed was suddenly stagnant. At this moment, Yangqing moved. His speed was extremely fast, as if he had turned into a phantom, but he was in front of the 6 demon gods in an instant. What? So fast? The demon god who had just opened his eyes at this moment was shocked when he saw Yangqing, who was already waving his fist in front of him. They wanted to raise their arms to block the blow, but Yangqing's speed was so fast that it surpassed their speed. Boom. This punch severely hit the demon god at the front, and the latter was shocked, and then the palace fell to the ground like a meteorite. Immediately afterwards, Yangqing's fists were waving again and again. The demon god in the back raised his hand to block in front of him, and at this moment, Yangqing's terrifying fist had already descended. Bang bang bang. With 3 blows in a row, the whole body of the demon god was shaken, and there was a click sound from his arm. His face changed, and he fell down again just like the previous one. Afterwards, Yangqing launched a frantic attack, and within a few moments, it swept towards all the demon gods in front of him like a gust of wind. Under the sudden increase in power, the remaining demon gods were swept away like the autumn wind sweeping leaves without the slightest resistance. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions came out, and the demon gods smashed the palaces under them. PFF'd. After standing up, the demon gods spurted blood from the corners of their mouths, and their faces became extremely pale. They looked at the figure standing proudly in the sky again, their eyes filled with fear and shock. Too powerful, that power has far surpassed them. Where did this god come from? The 6 of us can't deal with him anymore, continue to summon the devil. One of the demon gods, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, roared loudly. The other 5 were shocked, their eyes narrowed, and they took a deep look at Yangqing in the air. After sensing the fierce momentum of the other party, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. Roar. The 5 demon gods suddenly raised their heads to the sky and let out a loud roar. This roar had a strange fluctuation, and it spread rapidly in all directions, shaking the air into ripples. At this moment, in the demon god's palace, countless demon gods opened their eyes, and their eyes were filled with strangeness and curiosity. This is the call of the devil, an invincible enemy has come from the devil world. Interesting, someone dared to break into the demon world, and even shot at the demon god. Haha, it's interesting, the waste demon gods in the marginal world have been beaten and summoned us. At the same moment, I do not know how many pairs of eyes opened, with a cold smile hanging on the corners of their mouths, and the demon gods began to walk out of the palace one by one. In just a split second, Yang Qing felt dozens of powerful breaths coming from a distant place in the sky, his eyes flashed, and the blood flowed faster. It's finally here. What he had been waiting for had finally come. In the demon world, whether it is a demon or a demon, it is difficult to put pressure on him when it comes to individual strength. However, when these demon gods gathered and attacked him, it would be interesting. Can you put pressure on me? A hint of doubt appeared in Yang Qing's eyes, looking at the dozens of figures that came quickly from a distance. Shish. Soon, one after another figure appeared in front of Yang Qing, and the demon gods who arrived quickly surrounded him all around. At the beginning, there were only 5 or 6 paths, but as time passed, all the dense figures appeared. With playful smiles on the faces of the demon gods, they looked at Yang Qing who was surrounded by them, and their eyes were full of red killing intent. 6, 8, 23, 56, 79,112. Quote. Silently counting the demon gods who arrived in front of him, Yang Qing's eyes were filled with eagerness to try. There are a total of 112 demon gods, it's really spectacular. When the base is large, there will always be quite powerful people, and the demon world is undoubtedly the same. Yang Qing glanced over and saw that most of the demon gods were between 1 and 2 in the super tournament, but there were a few of them. The powerful ones were very terrifying, which made him also interested. At the end, the 5 demon gods with their arms around their hands, their strength even reached the stage of Super Tournament 2, which is quite terrifying. Lang Feng was quietly dressed, and there were a total of 112 demon gods, who surrounded Yang Qing tightly in the middle. Both sides had strange eyes and looked at each other. At this time, the 6 demon gods on the ground also rose into the sky, and they also joined this huge team to surround Yang Qing again. In this way, there are a total of 118 demon gods, which look extraordinarily spectacular. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Gods of the outside world, say your name. One of the demon gods shouted loudly. If you're dead, it's better to erect a tombstone for you. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and he turned his eyes to the demon god who spoke out, but he was a cold-hearted demon with a powerful aura. I have never seen such a daring external god who dared to break into the depths of the demon world unscrupulously and challenge us. You will surely die today. The devil made a sound again, and they were not in a hurry to make a move. With such a mighty group of demon gods on their side, there is only one person on the other side, and they can easily destroy the other side. My name is Qing, and you will always remember my name. Yang Qing reported his name on the newspaper, but ignored the ridicule in the opponent's eyes. He slowly stretched out his hands and put on a fighting stance. Come on, demon gods of the demon world, let me see if you can force out my full strength. Boom. The light blue arrogance swelled again, and the flames of battle flickered in Yang Qing's eyes, and the cells in the whole body seemed to be shaking slightly. How dare you, do you want to challenge us all alone? Demon gods, it's a little funny, this person is really bold. Come on, I'm afraid you won't be able to fight enough. Chapter 791 Hard Resistance. In a word, all 118 demon gods changed color. The arrogance of this person in front of them shocked them. Kill him. At this moment, I don't know how many bad-tempered demon gods became angry and launched an attack on Yang Qing. At the same time, a full 10 demon gods moved, came to Yang Qing's body, topped their heads, and then slammed down. Their angry expressions and murderous eyes showed that these people would not hold back at all. Good come. With a loud shout, Yang Qing's aura exploded again. His fists and feet were like the wind, his aura was like a tiger and wolf, and he attacked with a bang. Bang! A loud voice came out, and the 10 demon gods quickly collided with Yangqing. But as a result, the pupils of the demon gods present contracted. This kid is so strong. The attack of the 10 demon gods did not hurt Yangqing in the slightest. In that short attack time, the young god actually took the attack of the 10 demon gods perfectly. Even when they saw that the faces of the 10 demon gods changed slightly, they couldn't help but shudder. Come on. 5 more demon gods joined them, and 15 demon gods attacked Yangqing. The latter's madness is revealed, like an undefeated god of war, Ali Void, towards the attacking demon gods, waving his fists again and again to force them back. 20 demon gods attacked, causing continuous explosions in the air. Boom 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 boom. The collision and bombardment again and again caused a circular halo to appear in the sky, and the shock wave flew in all directions, forming a roar of wind. The eyes of the demon gods who haven't started yet, their eyes are cold and severe, and they are no longer relaxed at the beginning. The power of this young god is beyond their imagination. 20 demon gods attacked together, but the other party has not been injured at all. Even, they were shocked. He has been able to pinpoint the flaws, and bombarded the 20 demon gods again and again, causing them to gulp blood. Come on. For 400,000, 20 demon gods directly joined the battle group at one time. The various attacks and fists fell on Yangqing's body like raindrops. The sudden increase in violent attacks made Yangqing blink, and was hit by dozens of punches by the demons. Terrible energy burst out from the body. Yangqing's face was mad and excited. Come on, it's not enough. Boom. With a loud shout, his black hair suddenly turned golden, the light blue arrogance of his body turned golden, and his terrifying aura suddenly increased dozens of times. This terrifying aura immediately made the 40 demon gods who surrounded him to attack retreated dozens of meters to the rear, looking at him in horror. This god is too strong, all go up. A demon roared, and immediately, 30 more demons joined them. 70 demon gods attacked Yangqing. For a time, the scene was terribly chaotic, with fists, feet, and qigong waves raging everywhere. Yangqing's figure quickly shuttled among the 70 demon gods, and his expression became crazy. 70 demon gods, although each one-on-one is not his opponent, and it can even be solved with just a few tricks. But this large-scale battle was concentrated, all attacking him alone, but it gave him enormous pressure. The attack is almost airtight. As long as he pauses for a tenth of a second, more than a dozen attacks will fall on him. These attacks won't seriously hurt him, but they still hurt. The ants killed the elephant, which is the current situation. The enemy is not strong, but the number is really numb to the scalp. What was even more shocking were these demon gods. 70 demon gods attacked one person at the same time. Up to now, the opponent is still full of energy, and it seems that there is no injury at all. This guy. The faces of the powerful demon gods in the back were also difficult to look at. After looking at each other, there was obvious fear in their eyes. For a long time, it was the gods of the demon world who went out of the world and caused chaos in the outside world, but today, this god who came from nowhere has actually aroused the shock of the demon gods. All up. The demon gods roared, and in an instant, 30 demon gods joined the battle group again, and 100 demon gods attacked Yangqing. This is a hardy group fight, and it is also an extremely cool heads-up. 100 demon gods swarmed one person, and one person singled out 100 demon gods. Bang bang bang. The sound of the impact was almost never interrupted, causing half of the sky to tremble. The collective attack of 100 demon gods made it difficult for Yangqing to completely defend. Suddenly, his cheeks and body were attacked by the 3 demon gods, and he couldn't stop it. At this moment, the roar of the sky rang out. Weaknesses, seize the flaws. Kill him. Hundreds of demon gods roared and attacked Yangqing one after another. Yangqing didn't even come back to his senses, and a series of attacks fell on him. 100 demon gods formed a long bombardment song that would almost never stop. The fist, like a violent storm, bombarded Yangqing's face. The successive attacks made his whole body tremble. Hundreds of demon gods formed a long line and launched attacks continuously towards Yangqing. They were also afraid. This god was fighting 100 demon gods alone, and he was still able to fight back. They had never seen this kind of power. Such power, I am afraid that the king of the devil does not have it. Yangqing's body trembled. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The whole person has no time to fight back, and can't find a single gap. At this moment, he can only passively be beaten. The pain caused his body to be paralyzed, and his body was held up by the long dragon formed by the demon gods, falling toward the ground. Finally, with the sound of boom, Yangqing slammed heavily on the ground. But even so, the fist still did not break. Hundreds of demon gods roared loudly, the crimson light clusters gathered, and the red starlight began to shine in the sky, and then plunged down towards the direction where Yangqing was. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yangqing finally opened his eyes, and he saw the dense red qigong bullets, which contained powerful energy fluctuations, and the air seemed to be scorched by the scorching high temperature. Such a dense qigong bomb, I am afraid it can destroy a solar system. The pressure is too much. Super 1 is not enough. Boom. The golden breath swelled again, fine lightning flashed, Yangqing's muscles and hairstyle changed, and his face became colder. Then, he stood up quickly, his hands suddenly blocked in front of him. The scarlet starlight in the sky had already fallen, and he had no time to avoid it. Can only resist. Chapter 792 Crazy. Boom 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 boom. The sound of the explosion almost obscured all the sounds between heaven and earth, and the rolling heat wave continued to impact Yangqing's body. The golden aura around him burned and turned into a golden hood, blocking all the forces trying to invade his body. The flames destroyed all the mountains, peaks, palaces, and totem stone pillars on the ground, and the violent airflow swept across a radius of 10,000 meters at this moment, making the air here almost evacuated. Crimson qigong waves. Even if each of these demon gods only released one, that would be quite a large number, not to mention that some people could not help but release a few more qigong waves because they were afraid of Yangqing's power. Such explosions continued one after another, and lasted for more than 20 breaths before they gradually stopped. Thick smoke rose from the ground, and the wind roared constantly blowing, and gradually, the thick smoke dissipated, revealing everything on the ground. The hundreds of demon gods looked nervously at the ground. They didn't believe that after such a violent attack, the gods could still exist. But the next second, the scene on the ground shocked the hearts of every god and demon. Stab Lala. With every flicker of the violent small lightning, the hearts of every demon god present instantly trembled. With a cold face, golden hair standing upside down, Yangqing's whole body, except for some damaged clothes, was not hurt at all. The power seems to be overused. Yangqing, who slowly raised his head, looked at the demon god who was in shock all over the sky, and muttered in his mouth. Super Saiyan 2 was surging around Yangqing's body, and every flash of lightning was accompanied by great power shocks. After transforming into Super 2 Yangqing, his power is no longer the same as before, but surpassed too much. The dense golden lightning flashed on his body too much, too violently, and densely packed, as if lightning formed a layer of feathers. He's not dead yet. This god is too strong. All shot, or we'll die. The demon gods began to fear, and the power Yangqing showed even exceeded their imagination. It was really powerful. They had never seen such a powerful human being. The king of the demon world is no match for him. Several powerful demon kings who had been hugging their hands all the time also said in shock. Their whole bodies were shocked, and their hands were put down to prepare to shoot. Standing alone on the ground, Yangqing slowly began to gather qi. Ah! With a loud roar, the aura of madness rushed out of his body, spreading in all directions, forming a terrifying hurricane that lifted the surrounding ground, blinked, and formed a circular area covering a radius of 10,000 meters. At the very center, where Yangqing was standing was a large pit. Radiating from him as the center, and the depth of the pit was getting shallower and shallower. The smoke and dust floated in the air, the eyes of the demon god in the sky trembled, and his heart was full of fear. Come on, demon gods, come on all, otherwise, it's too unchallenging. Yang Qing stood on the ground alone and began to challenge the demon gods in the sky, with an unruly and arrogant smile on the corner of his mouth. He's crazy. The demon gods standing in the back row finally couldn't stand it any longer. Their eyes became extremely gloomy, and they all stood up. Ha! After several loud shouts, a terrifying aura emanated from the sky, and the powerful ancient demon god completely radiated his own power to compete with Yang Qing. Attack, let him know how powerful the demon world is. One of the demon gods roared loudly. All the demon gods are like locusts, densely rushing directly to the ground. During the attack, dozens of crimson rays of light gathered in the hands of the demon gods, forming a terrifying qigong wave attack, which was thrown downward. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, his hands were placed on his waist, the golden light shone incomparably, and in the blink of an eye, a huge qigong wave formed, and then he pushed away quickly towards the sky. Turtle School Qigong Wave. The qigong wave grew up in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it met all the demons. Along the way, I don't know how many demons dodged in fear, and then the qigong wave swallowed countless red dots and rose into the sky. Immediately after, the demon gods who were hitting the ground had arrived, and the first to bear the brunt were the ancient demon gods. The power rippling around them all had a super race 2 stage. Die. The first person arrived first. Yang Qing raised his fist to face each other, and threw a punch. Bang! The face of the first demon god changed greatly, and the terrifying power directly slammed him back 10 steps, and his whole body was in shock of power. The second followed closely, swept one leg, and went straight to Yang Qing's waist. Armed color. With a low voice, the dark color like steel covered Yang Qing's waist. With a bang, the second demon god's expression also changed. This blow hit him, but it didn't work at all. Just when he was thinking about where to attack with his next attack, Yang Qing's right hand turned into a palm, fell from the sky, and landed on the face of the second demon god. Crack! The loud slap in the face directly sent the second demon god flying out, and it stopped after 3 or 4 somersaults in a row. The crisp sound made the other demon gods present feel how painful it was just by listening to the sound. Secondly, the third, fourth, and fifth came quickly. Yang Qing's speed was incredible, and he even turned into a phantom. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. These demon gods punched out, followed by a punch, but they could only hit the shadow left by his rapid movement. But then, Yang Qing stepped forward again, and a single punch was able to knock up a demon god. The dense army of demon gods finally came again. Yang Qing looked at the increasingly dense demon gods, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Radiance of Super Race 2 seems to be even more surging. Come on, that's enough. 118 demon gods attacked Yang Qing frantically. Yang Qing didn't hold back anymore. His terrifying power broke out completely, forming a whirlwind. At this moment, his speed was completely invisible to 118 demon gods. In the air and on the ground, it flickered quickly. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Qing punched one of the demon gods on the cheek. The terrifying power exploded in an instant, the devil's eyes went blank, he lost consciousness, the whole person was directly knocked down by this punch, and then with a boom, the smoke rose, and the devil's head was deeply smashed into it. In the ground. Roar. Blood splattered, and the bloody demon gods not only did not fear, but aroused the anger in their hearts. Kill him. Chapter 793 Dapra. The devil's attack became more and more frantic, and he almost desperately launched an attack on Yang Qing on the ground. One by one, they rushed over desperately. Yang Qing could see very clearly that the evil demon gods finally fully showed their brutal side at this moment, with red eyes and hideous expressions on their faces. In each demon god's body, the power seems to have increased slightly, becoming a bit stronger. Bang! The attack of the large demon god finally caused Yang Qing to be punched. His body took a step back, but after a short while, his face became cold again, and he punched out. This punch made the demon god who hit him fly directly, and the blood from the big mouth began to spurt wildly. He has the power to kill opponents in seconds, but it is difficult for the demons to hurt him. Yang Qing is like a martial artist dancing on the tip of the sword of the god of death, constantly traveling back and forth in the field. Every punch and every kick of his can knock out a demon. Gradually, the power of Chaos I-2 made the demon gods present tremble. Yang Qing's power was so powerful that it was almost inhuman. As the battle time passed, the number of demon gods present began to decrease. On the contrary, there were many demon gods who were either dead or seriously injured and no longer able to move. A battle that completely terrified the demon gods. Half an hour passed, and the ground in a radius of 30,000 meters collapsed. Of the 118 demon gods, only 5 remained. These 5 had blue noses and swollen faces, blood on the corners of their mouths, very embarrassed, and looked at Yang Qing with fear. At this point in the battle, the 5 ancient demon gods were filled with fear. Too tyrannical, this person is more like a demon than us. Summon the king of the demon world, otherwise, we will surely die. The remaining 5 demon gods looked at each other and communicated quickly in a low voice. Yang Qing could clearly hear the words of the 5 demon gods, and his eyes flickered. At this time, his body was more or less injured, but the blood in his body became more and more excited. Until this time, his strength has not been fully stimulated, and he is eager to allow him to fight a hardy battle in this demon world. Before he came to the demon realm, he had the idea of turning the entire demon realm into his one-man battlefield. At this time, this idea seems to be realized. One of the 5 demon gods trembled in his hand, and a strangely shaped drum appeared in front of him. The other 4 demon gods were scattered around, cautiously looking at Yang Qing in the air. Young powerful god, your strength has won our respect. Looking at the demon gods lying around, one of the demon gods pursed his lips and said bitterly. We admit that it is not your opponent. Can you wait? I summon the ancient king of the demon world, Lord Dapra, to come here to fight you. He is powerful enough to rule all things in our demon world. I can see that you are here to fight, so wouldn't it be a pity not to fight him? The demon god's words seemed a little respectful. Yang Qing raised his eyebrows after hearing this, and he naturally knew that the demon god's attitude was like this because he was convinced by himself. Are you going to summon Dapra? Yang Qing laughed. Yes, demon said. Okay, I'm here to fight him. The strength of Dapra, the king of the devil world, is naturally the highest among the devil gods. He not only possesses extraordinary strength, but also possesses terrifying magic power. Like ordinary demon gods, they actually have magic power, but the magnitude of their magic power is somewhat different. And in battle, many demon gods are more advocating the powerful power of flesh to flesh, and seldom use these magical powers. In the view of the demon gods, magic power is just some juggling, and they can't exert much strength in their hands. But Dapra, the king of the demon world, is different. Not only has his own strength reached a terrifying level, but his magic power is even more extraordinary and reaches the pinnacle. Hearing Yang Qing's words, a smile appeared on the demon god's face. Dapra, the king of the demon realm, was not only powerful himself, but also many of his subordinates. If he can come, then what is this young god? Young god, you are still too young. The demon god sneered inwardly, then turned around, and he gave a look at the demon god who took out the strange drum. The big drum demon god nodded, and the drumstick in his hand suddenly waved down. Boom! The dull drum sound came out, and it contained a strange fluctuation, which quickly spread throughout the entire demon realm. Dong dong dong. The sound of the drums shook, causing the entire demon world to tremble. Gradually, the sound of the drums converged into a strange wave that spread into a strange and eerie space. The drum. Yang Qing narrowed his eyes and realized that this drum sound had incredible magic power. Magic power and divine power are also high powers in the universe, but the divine power is just light, while the magic power is strange and evil. After 15 breaths, the void in front of the big drum demon god began to twist, and then formed a pitch-black vortex. A figure faintly appeared in the whirlpool, with a burly figure and a cold face. Summoning this text, what's the matter? Master Dapra, the noble king of the devil world, a god has entered the devil world. The big drum devil immediately. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Kneeling down, the rest of the demon gods also bent their waists deeply. Is it very powerful? Dapra's low voice came again. He alone defeated our 118 demon gods. Dagu demon said. 118. Dapra pondered, then said later, I understand. Then, the dark vortex disappeared, and Dapra did not come directly from the transmission channel. After 10 breaths, a huge drum sound came out from the entire demon world, and it began to reverberate, wrapping the demon god palace. The air was constantly echoing with ripples, and the magic sound entered the ears, making countless sleeping or resting demon gods, all of them, woke up. This is Dapra's calling voice. Has the devil suffered a catastrophe? A foreign enemy broke into the demon world. Even the king of the demon world can't deal with it. At the same time, Dapra, the king of the demon world, was dressed properly in his shirt and walked towards where Yongqing was. Does the arrogant and daring god think he is very powerful? It's ridiculous. Dapra sneered and walked out of his palace. As soon as he left the palace, he saw the sky in front of him, and a large figure rose into the sky. These figures are all demons. Chapter 794 Corrado. The overwhelming demon gods spread all over the sky, and the dense appearance made the scalp numb. This huge number of demon gods has already exceeded 118. The birth of Dapra, the king of the demon world, and the sound of the drum of war, drove the demon gods of the entire demon world. The huge and vast drum sound even caused the entire demon world to vibrate. The drum sound of, dong dong dong, began to sound continuously, and gradually spread farther and farther, reaching the middle of the demon world, and was heard by countless demon kings. Countless demon kings opened their eyes wide, their eyes full of shock, shocked by the sound of war drums. Someone invaded the demon realm and actually hit the demon palace. Who is it that shocked Dapra, the king of the demon world, and made him sound the drum of war? The sound of this drum summons all the demons, and Dapra, the king of the demon world, actually beat the drums of war, so that the demons of the whole demon world should gather in one place. The eyes of the demon kings were full of incredulity. One by one, they walked out of their residences and looked into the deepest part of the demon world, wondering what kind of shocking scene happened there. Faku is also standing on the top of the mountain at the moment, looking at the demon palace not far from him. His eyes are complex and full of surprise. Is it him? Is he the one who made the war drums sound and played the drums for him in a district? That young figure, the confidence on his face and the powerful combat power, made Faku admire in his heart. Although he didn't know exactly what happened to the demon god palace, at this moment, he had a strong premonition in his heart. It must be the young man who caused the demon god's great commotion. Dong dong dong. The drums of war are constantly playing, and the entire demon world can be heard clearly. This is the drum sound that penetrates the soul. Even if you cover your ears, it can sound in the deepest part of the soul. Yongqing also heard the clear and majestic drum sound, and he even felt the overwhelming, terrifying aura that was like a tidal wave from all directions, surging frantically. Gradually, he saw black spots one by one, and the powerful breath was perceived by him. Countless demon gods roared and roared, coming from not knowing how far away, attacking where he was, forcing him with might. Roar. The roar of the sky sounded, and with the rumbling tremors of the ground, an incomparably huge monster came from the horizon 1,000 meters. That's Corrado. The beast god of the world of Warcraft. It has also been summoned. Gosh, it hasn't been around for thousands of years. The summoning of King Dapra, Many demon gods who have been hidden in the demon world for a long time, I am afraid they have all been born. The eyes of the demon gods are extremely complicated, looking at the distant horizon, the figures that come quickly, the hearts are constantly trembling. Roar! The beast god Kurado roared up to the sky, and a hurricane formed in an instant, ravaging the entire sky, causing countless demon gods to close their eyes. This gigantic god of warcraft is thousands of meters high, with limbs touching the ground, one step at a time. It can reach 10,000 meters long. How majestic its body is, its pupils are huge and like a house, just standing there, it will be given to everyone an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Especially on its huge body, the dense scales, and the upside-down bone spurs are even more icy and ferocious. It seems that it can be inserted into the body of the enemy with a random tremor, making the opponent's flesh and blood blurred and shattered. All the demon gods in the sky gradually appeared. Yang Qing glanced at them and saw that the number had already exceeded 1,000. Each demon god had a cold face, surrounded by a strong aura, which shocked Yang Qing, who was surrounded by the center. They did not rush to take action, but after arriving here, they glanced at the demon gods present. When they saw the same kind of people lying on the ground, their eyes narrowed, and their eyes turned coldly on Yang Qing's body several times. These demon gods were all defeated by this person. Yes, he is unparalleled in combat power, too powerful. The demon god who had fought with Yang Qing before nodded, his eyes full of solemnity and fear. Fantastic guy, but he must die today. The eyes of the demon god who came later flashed, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. Since Dapra, the king of the demon world, has already issued the summoning drum sound, it means that the king of the demon world has no intention of letting this boy leave easily. When is the attack? Kurado can't take it anymore. The demon god said impatiently, but he just looked at Yang Qing and did not intend to take the lead. Knowing Yang Qing's powerful strength in his heart, if he is the only one, I am afraid that he will be the one who will die. King Dapra is already on his way, wait for him to arrive and obey his orders. Another demon replied. Interesting, Dapra actually came over. Kurado roared up to the sky, his huge body shook, the ground rumbled and trembled, and a dull human voice came out of his mouth. Kurado, what do you think of that man? Weak as ants, in front of my powerful body, it will turn into dust in an instant. How confident is Kurado? He has been in the demon world for many years and has never met an opponent. Even Dapra, the king of the demon world, will not provoke him easily. Any enemy, under his powerful body, is small and invisible. At this moment, in the distant horizon, power surged, and a team of powerful demon gods came across the sky. The many demon gods present were shocked and looked back. King Dapra is here. A demon god murmured when he saw the person coming. Dapra, the king of the devil world, the real master of the devil world, he is not only a. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The strength is extremely powerful, and it has the supreme clergy among the demons. Like the dimension level of the gods, Dapra's demon level is also the highest. At this moment, he led his subordinates to fly into the air, with a majestic momentum, and he suppressed the gods with the aura of a king, but on the way, there were already countless demon gods bowing their heads in admiration, with respect on their faces. Compared with him who will be controlled by Babidi in the future, Dapra, the king of the demon world at this moment, really has the momentum that a master of the demon world should have. He is strong, mighty, and has a great bearing. After more than 10 breaths, the king of the demon world came here, condescending, and Dapra stared at Yang Qing coldly. It was you who invaded the demon world and defeated the 118 demon gods in my demon world. Call your name, God. Dapra, the king of the demon world. Yang Qing's eyes flickered, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He did not forget that the goal of his coming here was originally the king of the demon world. My name is Qing. This time, it is to fight the entire demon world. Chapter 795 Battle. Dapra's eyes were even colder. Blood and violence appeared in the eyes of the demon gods behind him, below, and the sky. Although this young god was powerful, he was too arrogant. He came here to fight the entire demon world. Where is this kid in the devil world? With only one person's strength, he wants to defeat so many demon gods. Have not been born for tens of thousands of years, are the young gods in the outside world already so arrogant and arrogant? Dapra's eyes were cold and condescending, and he was madly pressing down towards Yang Qing with the domineering aura of a king. Do you think this place is a children's playground? Playground? No. Yang Qing shook his head in surprise, with a smile still in his eyes. Looking at Dapra's eyes, the light in his eyes became fierce. I think this is a proving ground where I can fight to the fullest. Proving ground. The demon gods present all shrank their pupils, and then burst into anger. How arrogant this young god is. He even used this place as his testing ground, so what about them? Help him climb the higher management ladder. Or a stepping stone. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. Dapra's face was still cold, and it was impossible to tell from the outside whether he was extremely angry in his heart. I don't even know how powerful I am now, Yang Qing said lightly. The golden aura swelled up again, and the aura of Super Saiyan 2 gradually grew, and the terrifying aura began to permeate. The fluctuation of this majestic aura immediately attracted the eyes of many demon gods, causing them to narrow their eyes. Extremely arrogant. Even Dapra was already furious with the madness of the boy in front of him. What are they? It is the demon god, the most arrogant and evil existence in this world, but this kid dared to be so arrogant and arrogant in front of their eyes. Kill him. Dapra let out a cold drink, quietly retreated, and let the battlefield out. After the order was given, countless demon gods rushed up, staring at Yang Qing, full of anger and killing intent. Boy, you must die today. I will smash your bones into pieces one by one, and peel off your flesh to make a cushion. You will die without a burial. The cold and cruel voices continued to be heard, showing the ruthlessness of these demon gods. Yang Qing's blood is burning, and the golden breath is rising from the sky. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a loud roar came out of his mouth. Battle. The sound was so loud that it distorted the air in front of it. Kill. At this moment, I don't know how to kill the demon god soaring into the sky, rushing towards where Yang Qing was. The demon gods are not stupid, they can feel the strong aura and attacking power of Yang Qing, so when they make a move, they will attack with all their strength, and they will move together. At this moment, there are more than 1,000 demon gods moving. Just like a group of bees, Yang Qing's figure was drowned in the blink of an eye. Of course, since Yang Qing was the only enemy, only a limited number of demon gods could appear in front of Yang Qing at the same time. These demon gods launched extremely fierce attacks from the top of his head, his feet, left and right, front and back. Come on, fight. With another roar, Yang Qing's aura was so powerful that Dapra, the king of the demon world, shrank his pupils. Bang bang bang. A series of collision sounds came out, and the first wave of demon gods rushed up, and everyone completed a confrontation with Yang Qing. Immediately afterwards, the first wave of demon gods in the center collapsed. I don't know how many demon gods began to vomit blood and fell from the sky. Thousands of demon gods attacked Yang Qing. At this moment, Yang Qing naturally showed no mercy. Every punch and kick of his was so powerful that many demon gods he suppressed could not get close. Kill, he only has one. As long as he hits him once, he will surely die. Some demon gods roared loudly. The demon gods' eyes were cold and ferocious, their faces were extremely crazy, and they charged towards Yang Qing again. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Crimson qigong waves spread all over the sky, emitting from all directions, and then gathered together towards Yang Qing at the very center. Boom. A huge flame exploded, and Yang Qing was overwhelmed by this second wave of qigong attacks. Because of the large number of demon gods, his range of activities was extremely narrow. This blow was all hit. After 3 breaths, the smoke dissipated, and Yang Qing's figure surrounded by golden flames appeared in the eyes of the demon gods, making them gasp. Aside from the fact that his clothes seemed to be broken, his strong body showed no signs of injury at all. Where did such a powerful god come from? Dapra stood at the back, his pupils contracted, staring at Yang Qing closely. As far as he knows, even the highest god in the heavens, the king of gods, does not have such a strong fighting power. Roar! After blocking an attack, Yang Qing was completely furious. He raised his head and let out a roar, his expression icy and oppressive. With a roar, his figure suddenly rose into the sky and came to the demon gods again. Kill! Facing Yang Qing, who was already crazy, the demon gods also became crazy and launched an attack on him regardless of life and death. The demon gods of these demon worlds have been promoted from the cruelest and fiercest battles. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The life and death of the body has long been ignored. Above the sky, the aftermath of the powerful attacks spread out, and Yang Qing was like a tiger entering a flock. Of the demon gods, none of them can fight him for a single round, but in an instant, they will bring down a large number of demon gods. However, there are too many demon gods. In this frantic and complicated battle, Yang Qing's body gradually began to show signs of injury, and his physical strength was rapidly depleting. Yang Qing's mouth kept howling, the desire to fight. The blood of the Saiyans began to boil, making him fight to madness. Ants kill more elephants, let alone these powerful demons. In this shocking battle, Yang Qing confronted thousands of demon gods with one person. His mighty power terrified these demon gods. Thousands of demon gods fought against one person for nearly half an hour. But this god is still fighting frantically. He is like a machine that doesn't know how to stop, and he seems to be the craziest warrior in the universe, able to fight until the last second of his life. Battle. Once again, such a voice came from Yang Qing's mouth. The golden aura on his body flickered inexplicably, and his body shook. This scene was seen by the demon gods that still existed in the sky, and they were immediately stunned, and then they reacted, and their faces flashed with surprise. Chapter 796 Physical Crisis. He's not strong enough, come on, kill him. This golden pattern is the state of his transformation. At this moment, he is almost unable to maintain it, and his powerful combat power is about to collapse. Let's go together and give him the final blow. The demon gods shouted loudly, looking at Yang Qing, who was floating in the air. The light on his body had already started to flicker, his eyes were full of excitement. Immediately afterwards, the crazy demon god attacked Yang Qing again. Exhausted. Are you about to hold on? Yang Qing's face was covered in sweat, and the light in his eyes was extremely fierce. He had an amazing momentum with him. Until now, his physical strength has indeed been consumed a lot, and there is a tendency that he can't hold on. However, you group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals also want to give me the final blow. Suddenly, Yang Qing's eyes became extremely ferocious, and glanced at the attacking demon gods. He actually let out a low roar right next, and then the whole person took the lead in attacking the rushing demon gods. At this moment, his originally unstable golden aura suddenly lit up and became even brighter. In an instant, Yang Qing had already reached the front of the several demon gods. His ferocious and fierce eyes immediately startled the demon gods who rushed up, and there was a trace of fear in their hearts. Such crazy, terrifying eyes shot directly at the most vulnerable place in their hearts, causing them to collapse. Bang! With one punch, Yang Qing directly hit the demon god at the front. The violent power radiated out instantly, the devil screamed, and the whole body was quickly torn apart, bursting into a bloody fog. First stage of the super tournament, and was directly blown up by Yang Qing with just one punch. Afterwards, Yang Qing's figure flashed again, and he came to the front of the second one. He clasped his palms together, and slammed the face of the demon god who was ushering in a savage hammer. Bang! The flesh and blood were blurred, the demon god's face shattered directly, and after another painful scream, he fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Yang Qing's violent power terrified the demon gods, and he was like a fierce beast that went forward bravely and did not stop at all. Every punch, every kick, can smash a demon. In just 3 short minutes, nearly 500 demon gods were defeated by him, falling into the air, and those lying on the ground kept screaming. Yang Qing's strength was completely imprinted in the hearts of the demon gods at this moment. From the murderous intent at the beginning, to falling into a frantic fight to the death, and then to this moment, the demon gods looked at Yang Qing with obvious panic. The fighting power of this fierce god really scared the demon gods of the demon world. Yang Qing continued to move forward. His face was indifferent, his eyes were full of brutality, the bellicose and bloody nature of Saiyans. At this moment, because of the crazy battle, it was finally completely exposed. Suddenly, after he completely knocked the 10 demon gods to the ground again, the golden color on his head suddenly disappeared and his black hair was restored. At the same time, Yang Qing's violent aura also dissipated instantly and became much weaker. The demon gods who were in panic were stunned for a moment, their eyes flickered, but they did not act rashly. The guy in front of him just now was too terrifying. Even if the transformation mode dissipated, the demon god did not dare to go forward for a while. Suspended in the air, Yang Qing's cheeks were covered with sweat, and his face was pale. From the battle to now, the only physical strength left is not enough to support the battle of Super Saiyan 2. The demon gods on the opposite side did not attack for the time being, and he was taking this opportunity to take a quick rest. After this battle, I must go to Karen Cat's place to order fairy beans. The situation at the moment is really dangerous for Yang Qing. If these demon gods charge again, it is still unknown whether his only physical strength can knock down all the demon gods present. Dapra stood in the void, and the 6 demon gods around him stood respectfully behind him. Looking at Yang Qing floating in the void at the moment, Dapra's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. It seems that no matter how strong a guy is, there will be times when he is weak. His physical strength has reached the limit, and even that powerful transformation cannot be sustained. Suddenly, the smile on Dapra's face dissipated and turned cold. He gave a cold drink to the demon gods who surrounded Yang Qing. Kill him, his stamina is running out. Yang Qing has been fighting until now. Even Dapra is shocked by his strength. Dapra himself compared it secretly. Even if he goes up personally, he may not be able to deal with this young god. This guy is really powerful, but it's too stupid. When a person fights against the entire demon world, I really don't know whether to admire his courage or despise his stupidity. My physical strength has bottomed out, but the devils, there are still more than 500. Glancing at the ground, the demon god full of blood and screams was lying on the ground densely, which was very spectacular. These are all under the fist of Yang Qing, or have died, or are seriously injured and unable to move. Looking at the number, they have already broken the number of 2,000. The only remaining demon gods, who occasionally glanced at the ground, would feel a chill in their hearts, and their backs were eerie and cold. The young god on the other side, who seems to be unable to hold on, is too powerful. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Go on, kill him, didn't you hear my order? Dapra said a word and frowned when he saw that no one obeyed his orders. He knew that this was because the power of the young god was too strong, scaring these demon gods. His physical strength has bottomed out. You give him the last blow, and he will surely die. At this moment, the demon god beside Dapra said loudly. This sentence immediately made the demon god's eyes light up, and their courage grew stronger again. They carefully observed Yang Qing in front of them, and sure enough, they found that the other party lost the powerful aura just now, and there was still a hint of weakness between the eyebrows. He really can't do it. His attack just now was domineering and fierce, and he used to face it with head to head. Now, standing in the void and not attacking is just to delay time and give himself time to recover his physical strength. The demon gods understood, looked at each other, and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. Go on, kill him, this kid really can't do it. Finally, a demon god tried to attack for the first time, and they roared and rushed towards Yangqing quickly. Chapter 797 Fall. When I can't do it. It's ridiculous. The cold words came out of Yangqing's mouth, and then, the demon god who rushed forward saw the incomparably cold look in the other's eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person, and he couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Bang! A black light flashed, and the demon god's head was stunned. Yangqing's figure brushed past the former, and his right hand slapped the demon god's cheek fiercely. It can be clearly seen that the huge power of that punch deformed and distorted the face of the devil. In the end, the demon god fell down heavily, screaming in pain. This powerful explosive blow made the demon gods who wanted to rush in behind stagnate again. A bunch of trash, don't be afraid, give it to this king, he's exhausted. Dapra's face was ugly, and he shouted loudly. The demon gods hesitated, but in the end, dozens of demon gods slowly floated up and surrounded Yangqing again. Come on, I'll let you know what cruelty is. A cold light flashed in his icy eyes. Yangqing's momentum at this moment made the demon gods terrified. Kill him. After a loud shout, the demon gods still rushed up. Dozens of demon gods attacked at the same time, almost instantly covering Yangqing's space. His eyes flickered, and Yangqing's face was extremely cold. Dapra's judgment was good. His physical strength was almost exhausted. He just floated in the air and did not move. He was indeed delaying time, waiting for his physical strength to recover. However, no matter how weak Yangqing was, he was powerful enough to surpass these demon gods. Suddenly, Yangqing's figure turned into phantoms. Dozens of Yangqing appeared at the same time in the void, and there was a Yangqing standing in front of each demon god. His face was cold and his movements varied. Some clenched their fists and slammed them down, some light blue qigong waves gathered on their right hands, some raised their feet to slash, and some raised their legs to sweep. But there is no doubt that the speed of these Yangqing is unbelievable. At the same time, there was a continuous sound in the sky. Boom, boom, ah. Dozens of demon gods, almost instantly, were all defeated by dozens of Yangqing who turned into phantoms, screamed, and then fell. Shadow Fist. The demon who attacked was dealt with, and the phantom of Yangqing in the sky just disappeared and merged into one. At this time, Yangqing spit out 3 words softly. This is the afterimage boxing developed by Yangqing himself, combined with the classics of Zhuang Shengxing. Seeing the demon gods who were dealt with neatly, Dapra's face became extremely ugly. And the remaining demon gods, although there are still a lot of them, but their courage has been frightened by the black-haired gods suspended in the void. It's horrible, this guy. He killed thousands of demon gods, how could he be so terrifying? I really want to run away, but King Dapra is here. The eyes of the demon gods flickered, and their eyes were full of fear. Yangqing's strength made them extremely fearful. A person who has pushed the demon world horizontally, for thousands of years, I am afraid that he is the only one. The scene suddenly came to a standstill. The demon gods confronted Yangqing, and neither of them took the lead in attacking. Because the demon god was afraid of Yangqing, he thought that the opponent was exhausted, but the truth was always hitting them in the face. No one knew how much power the man in that match still had. Yangqing, on the other hand, took advantage of this time to quickly recover his physical strength. Glancing around, there are still many enemies. He must seize the time, adjust his breathing, and breathe quickly. A minute and a second passed, and the breeze blew lightly. Apart from the occasional screams and groans of the demon gods on the ground, there was only the sound of quiet breathing. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Boom! The airflow fluctuated violently. Yangqing's eyes changed, and he clearly saw the shock in the eyes of the demon gods on the opposite side. Library, Kurado. The body of the beast, Kurado, he has attacked. The demon gods shouted in shock. Yangqing felt the change in the surrounding atmosphere. The airflow became violent, and suddenly turned around. Just as he turned around, a powerful force directly impacted his abdomen, causing his complexion to change suddenly. A bunch of trash, this tiny god like an ant, can't deal with it. Kurado's voice came from hell, extremely dull, very low, rumbling like thunder. Yang Qing looked down and saw a rolling barb of scales and barbs that were almost invisible. At this moment, it was a sharp horn on the top of this huge beast that hit his stomach. Poof! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Qing's face turned pale. The body of this giant beast is huge, but the power in its body is also extremely terrifying, and Yang Qing has been injured with just one blow. Roar! Kurado roared, his limbs moved, and his head jerked. Through the tremor power emanating from the whole body, Yang Qing was immediately thrown away. This force is extremely huge, and the momentum of Yang Qing's flying out is unstoppable. Boom 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 boom. And this chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The moment Yang Qing flew out, Kurado also launched an attack. His huge body closely followed Yang Qing's side, and dozens of spikes on his forehead flashed with a cold light again. The impact stabbed towards Yang Qing's body. In the air, Yang Qing felt the crisis at this moment. The thorns of this giant beast are like sharp blades. With one impact, he was seriously injured, and again, I am afraid he will be directly pierced. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Qing controlled his body with anger, stopped his body's backward tendency, and then turned around. At this moment, Kurado slammed forward on the top of his head, and dozens of sharp thorns suddenly stabbed towards Yang Qing's body. With this stab, Kurado will completely dismember Yang Qing. This ferocious beast is even more cold and ruthless in his heart, and has no plans to keep his hands. Yang Qing's eyes flickered, he took a deep breath, and his body flashed a few times, dodging all the dozens of sharp thorns that came from the impact. Incredibly fast, it all happened in an instant. However, just after Yang Qing thought that all the attacks had been avoided by him, a strong wind suddenly came from overhead. Then, he was beaten heavily. Bang! Yang Qing's body fell directly from the sky. Chapter 798 Get out of here. Yang Qing didn't even see what the thing that attacked him was, but Dapra and the demon gods who were watching the battle could see it clearly. It was a tail, full of thorns and corners. It was as tough as steel, and it was several thousand meters long. After slapping Yang Qing to the ground, it swayed slightly and folded it, swept up in the air. Airflow fluctuates. Kurado is too powerful. He is really the beast god of the World of Warcraft. He is too powerful. That young god, exhausted, will not be the opponent of Kurado. Great, this fight is finally over. Excited smiles appeared on the faces of the demon gods, and they let out a sigh of relief in their hearts. Look at the defeated demon gods on the ground, how miserable they are at the moment. They are so badly injured, I am afraid it will be difficult to recover. Kurado, as expected of the war beast of my demon world. Dapra laughed, admiring Kurado's strength, and then he turned his eyes to Yang Qing, who was drawn by Kurado and fell to the ground. On the ground, because of Kurado's tail, Yang Qing fell, and a deep pit appeared immediately. After being beaten by Kurado, Yang Qing did not move at all. The demon gods had expressions of joy on their faces, and Dapra turned his eyes into the pothole. He's seriously injured. At a glance, the ground was red with blood, and the powerful body lay there motionless, as if it had lost its breath. Dapra's eyes flashed and he looked carefully. Huh. The vitality is so powerful that it is not dead yet. Dapra's eyes narrowed and his heart was shocked. He knew very well how terrifying Kurado's tail strike was. The power of that slap, even dozens of high mountains, would instantly destroy it. But this god, actually endured the attack of Kurado, and has not died. Eyes flashed, Dapra shouted loudly. Kurado, he's not dead, give him a fatal blow. Kurado's huge body trembled, and his eyes narrowed. Then, his voice buzzed and his words came out. Dapra, shut up and don't direct me. Kurado's voice was so loud that it spread throughout the demon world, making Dapra's face turn black immediately. This god of beasts is extremely powerful, But he is also the only guy in the demon world who doesn't listen to his orders. At this moment, he is resisting himself on the spot in front of the demon gods, making Dapra feel like he has been beaten in the face. Humph. But he didn't say much, just snorted. This beast hasn't been born for thousands of years, and he can't control it, so he doesn't care. Everyone saw that Corrado came to Yang Qing after retorting and disgusting Dapra. The huge pupils looked down, and Yang Qing's lying body and blood-covered appearance immediately caught the eyes of Corrado. The weak ants are vulnerable in front of this beast god. The dull voice came out, and the ground under his feet trembled and trembled. Corrado was too huge. He spoke like thunder, stood up like the sky shaking, and his power was amazing. Yang Qing, who was lying on the ground, remained motionless. It seemed that he had been seriously injured and passed out in a coma. After Corrado looked at Yang Qing carefully, his whole body was shocked, and his huge right foot was slowly raised. Just let me stomp you into flesh and end this farce. A mere deity wants to make trouble in the demon world. Boom. When Corrado's huge figure moved, the wind surged, the air trembled, and the ground was full of smoke and dust. At this moment, Yang Qing, who was lying down, suddenly opened his eyes. Still awake. But, no use. Corrado also found out, but his eyes were indifferent and he still stepped on it. Its huge stature caused the airflow to surge, and the pressure was lowered towards Yang Qing. Where's the beast? An incomparably cold voice came from Yang Qing's mouth. His figure suddenly stood up. His eyes were incomparably cold. His black hair suddenly grew longer and turned green at this moment, and what was even more terrifying was that his body it was also expanding, his arms became thicker, and his height was also growing, but in an instant, his whole person had become 3.46 meters tall, and his muscles looked extremely impactful. The legendary Super Saiyan mode, at this moment, is displayed again. Yang Qing's stamina can no longer be changed to Super 1 or 2, but this mode of getting stronger with more battles has no effect at all. He can even use this mode to become stronger and stronger in battle, recover his physical strength, and become stronger. In this instant, Corrado's right foot has been stepped on fiercely, the wind is surging, and the huge pressure is falling on Yang Qing's head. In Yang Qing's majestic body, he let out a loud shout, and his hands suddenly propped up. The next moment, there was a roar of boom, the ground cracked open, and there were spider web-like cracks on the ground under Yang Qing's feet, which split apart. And Corrado, who was huge and extremely confident in his own strength, had a look of surprise in his eyes, followed closely, shocked. How is that possible? He felt that under his feet, there was an incomparably huge force, propping up towards the sky. This force was unbelievable. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. He even held up his right foot abruptly. It's that weak god. In an instant, Corrado reacted, and then he was furious and stepped down with all his strength. I'm going to stomp you into flesh. You think too much. Yang Qing's icy voice came out at the same time. His hands were facing the sky, his whole body muscles were like a chulong, and the mad power exploded in an instant. The Saiyan's blood is getting stronger and stronger, at this moment, in his body, roaring wildly. It turned into a roaring and roaring long, in Yang Qing's meridians, in the blood vessels, wandering quickly, sending endless power into his torso. Boom! A voice like thunder came out, and in the eyes of the demon god who were left in shock, Corrado's incomparably huge figure was lifted up by Yang Qing so abruptly. Compared with the two, Yang Qing's body is not even as big as a toe of Corrado. But under such a strong contrast, it showed Yang Qing's terrifying power. Damn boy! Corrado roared, and the terrifying force again suppressed Yang Qing. But the latter's eyes glared angrily, and he also let out a loud shout. Get out of here! Chapter 799 _ An incomparably majestic power erupted from Yang Qing's body. His face was hideous, his strength was powerful, and that terrifying power swept towards Corrado in an instant. This power can overturn mountains and seas, collapse mountains, and crack the earth, which is really terrifying. Even though Kurado is 1,000 meters long and as huge as a hill, in front of this power, it actually looks small. Boom. The muffled voice continued, and at this moment, Kurado's huge body was lifted up by Yang Qing's hands in the terrified and shocked eyes of the demon gods. Then it lifted off slowly, gradually getting higher and higher off the ground. Roar. Kurado roared angrily. His eyes were full of shock and inconceivable. He couldn't imagine how such a terrifying power could be contained in this tiny body. His strength is infinite, and when he lifts his feet, the ground shakes, and that is because of his own size. But this tiny god, where did he get such terrifying power? Damn ants. The roar continued, and the strength of Kurado's whole body began to gather, towards his right foot, and stepped down hard. But the ant-sized deity didn't move at all. He was like an incomparably strong iron nail, pressing it firmly under his feet, and on top of this nail, terrifying power continued to radiate towards him. His limbs extended and spread, wrapping his entire body in a blink of an eye, covering it all. Under this power, Kurado's huge body was out of his control. Before he knew it, he was imprisoned by this power. Higher and higher from the ground, the wind whistled in Kurado's ears. In Kurado's huge eyes, the anger also began to change towards shock and shock. For the first time, Kurado saw a human god who could crush himself in such a way. My god, Kurado, the beast god of the demon world, was actually lifted up by that god. That power is terrifying. Kurado actually lost to that human being in the competition for power. Then what is the human going to do? What does he want to do when he lifts Kurado into the sky? Anyone who faces Kurado will have a headache. The body is too large, and it will indeed cause many flaws, but that is also the scoring situation. A body as huge as Kurado is almost like a mountain. The gods of average size, the devils, are almost ignored in front of him. Even if the strength is strong, in hand-to-hand combat, it will appear very weak. And Kurado itself, because of its huge body, the power stored in it is even more powerful to the realm of terror. Even Dapra, the king of the demon world, would have to give in the face of Kurado, and there was no certainty of victory. However, this god can actually complete such a move. It is like a feat. Boom. Kurado's body was too big, and while Yang Qing raised his body, dull thunder kept coming out. Small ants, what do you want to do? With shock, Kurado roared loudly. His barbed tail also swept through the air at this moment, like a long sharp thorn, stabbed towards Yang Qing. Hoo-hoo. The strong wind swept across, and Kurado's tail pierced through the void and reached Yang Qing in the blink of an eye. The latter's eyes flickered, his body trembled, and he quickly avoided it. At the same time, he also let go of the hands holding the right foot. The tail seems to be easier to handle than the huge right foot. A smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. He dodged from left to right, and quickly avoided the stab at him, turning into a phantom tail. Kurado's tail is extremely long and has terrifying attack power. Whether it is steel or mountains, it can be pierced by him in an instant, and the body of a living being is even easier. The long tail is covered with sharp thorns, like swords. Because of the speed, it turns into an extremely terrifying attack. If it touches, it will be cut into pieces in an instant. Yang Qing saw the domineering unfolding, and quickly evaded, trying to find the gap in the attack and attack the tail. In this way, time quickly passed 13 breaths. At this moment, the tail that launched the attack paused for a while because of the gap between the attacks. This time is very short and hard to find. However, after Yang Qing's eyes flashed, he caught it instantly. Then he moved. His speed became even more violent at this moment, almost turning into an electric light, and 1/1000th of his breath had already arrived in front of the constantly shaking and aggressive tail. Ha ha. After a long laugh, Yang Qing stretched out his hands and grabbed them violently. Under this grasp, Kurado immediately shrank his pupils and let out a roar. The tail is his sharp weapon for attacking people, but it is also an important part to maintain his balance. At this moment, Yang Qing grabs him, and his whole body seems to have a small electric current flashing immediately, and there is an instant paralysis. And at this moment of paralysis, his whole body was out of his control. Ha! From Yang Qing's mouth, there was a roar that was almost a roar, and his terrifying power was fully displayed at this moment. Grabbing Kurado's tail with both hands, he began to twitch violently. Buzz! The air began to tremble, and Kurado's huge body was violently swayed by Yang Qing at this moment. Then, a gust of wind blew out, and the air continued to twist. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Woo-hoo! The strong wind continued to roar, and Kurado's body, under Yang Qing's swing, was no longer under his control, and turned unexpectedly, turning into a huge spinning top with the sound of the wind. Buzz! The dull voice kept coming out, and the roar of Kurado was like thunder, but it was useless. Yang Qing's incomparable power surpasses all gods and demons. Even if the opponent is a mountain, he cannot get out of his control. In a blink of an eye, Kurado was quickly swayed by Yang Qing in the air, and he did not know how many turns. In Kurado's huge pupils, there were even circles of dizzy circles, and everything in front of him began to blur. Roar! The roar was getting lower and lower. In the face of this powerful force, he could not resist, and he was very helpless. Kurado, at a disadvantage. That god, if you want to throw Kurado out, will Kurado be seriously injured? My god, that god, the power is terrifying. Chapter 800. Let's end it. The gods and demons present were all shocked and speechless. Watching Yang Qing swayed Kurado in the field, so relaxed and casual, their eyes were full of inconceivable. Dapra's pupils kept shrinking, and he didn't know what to think in his heart, but it was obvious that his hanging hands were clenched tightly at the moment. Yeah. After twirling Kurado for an unknown number of times, Yang Qing finally let out a loud roar and loosened his hands. In an instant, Kurado's incomparably huge body suddenly flew out. How powerful is the inertia driven by the powerful force? Just blinking his eyes, Kurado was thrown hundreds of thousands of meters away. With his right hand pressed between his eyebrows, Yang Qing's eyes were sharp, and his figure began to distort. Momentarily moved, after a breath, he appeared extremely small compared to Kurado's body, and appeared on top of Kurado's head. At this moment, Kurado's body was completely out of his control. He tried to control himself, but he didn't use it at all. Until this moment, he still hadn't figured out where that tiny god came from. Enormous power. Woo! The breeze blew, and in the blurred huge pupils, Kurado saw Yang Qing again, and suddenly, his heart trembled. He saw the tiny god, stretched out one hand and aimed at him, and a bad premonition suddenly appeared in his heart. What are you going to do? Kurado roared up to the sky, and the roar was filled with panic. The light blue light was released, shining extremely brightly, filling Kurado's eyes with a blink of an eye. This dazzling light caused his eyes to be absent for a while. Buzzing. The air oscillated due to the violent energy fluctuations, and Kurado was frightened and frightened. The light blue light was getting bigger and stronger, and the smell of gunpowder smoke filled his mouth and nose at this moment. This is an extremely explosive Qigong wave attack, which can blow him to pieces in an instant. Stop it. Kurado's tragic voice came out, and the next moment, the light shone, covering half of the sky, and an incomparably huge explosion swept the flames all over the sky, wrapping Kurado's head. Boom! In the end, the huge body fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily, flattening a mountain and peak on the ground. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the demon gods in the distance shrank, and some even trembled all over their bodies. The incomparably powerful and almost invincible Kurado, the god of beasts, was actually defeated by that god. Dapra's hands also trembled, and at this moment there was a momentary blank in his head. What to do? The king of the demon world, at this moment, because of Yang Qing's powerful power, confusion appeared in his eyes. In front of this terrifying power, all the demon gods were stunned, and they didn't know how to face it. After that, they saw that stalwart, strong body, slowly falling from a high altitude, and landed smoothly on the ground, and he landed not far from Kurado, with his back facing the huge mountain god of Warcraft. Step by step, he began to walk forward. His cold face and stern eyes left an indelible impression on all the demon gods present at this moment. This is a powerful god who is even more demonic than a demon. He challenged the entire demon world with one person. It seems that he is about to succeed. Such an incredible thing happened in front of them, making them swallow their saliva. Suddenly, the eyes of the demon gods flashed, and a trace of excitement appeared in their eyes. Boom! The dull and thunderous voice came out, and they saw that Kurado's huge body actually moved again. He was not dead yet. They saw that when Kurado moved, it was as if more than a dozen mountain ranges were shaking, earth shattering, and with a rumbling sound, his huge body suddenly stood up. Then, the beast god of the world of war broke out an indescribable rage. This time, he did not roar up to the sky, nor did he roar. Half of his face was scorched black by the Qigong wave, and he was actually seriously injured. However, he couldn't bear it, couldn't bear such a huge humiliation. He wanted to explode and smash the tiny god in front of him into pieces. He stretched out his right paw, and then suddenly slapped it forward. The pressure in the air suddenly increased, and Yongqing's eyes suddenly became sharper. The speed of the giant claw was extremely fast, and it fell on top of his head in an instant. But just 3 inches away from the top of his head, Yongqing's figure suddenly disappeared. Bang! The ground shook, and cobweb-like cracks spread in all directions. Kurado let out a shocking roar, angry that he didn't hit that abominable god with one blow. Huh! Yongqing's figure appeared in front of Kurado's head again, with his arms in his arms and his eyes cold. Your strength is huge, but your body is too big. In my eyes, your whole body is a target. You are nothing but great power. Roar! Kurado was even more angry, and he grabbed it and pulled it out again, but Yongqing's figure was distorted, leaving him only a phantom. As Yongqing said, Kurado's power is terrifyingly strong, but the speed is too slow. He couldn't keep up with Yongqing at all, and even hitting Yongqing was very difficult. Come on, you're not enough. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. A cold voice spit out from Yongqing's mouth. In the next instant, Yongqing came to Kurado again. Then, he twisted his waist and threw out his right leg. Bang! The sound of this blow was extremely dull, like hitting a big drum, but the violent power made countless demon gods swallow their saliva. It can be clearly seen that Kurado's huge body, which is more than 1,000 meters, is shocked. This kick spread the terrifying power all over Kurado's body in an instant. Kurado didn't fly out this time, but blood flowed like a river from his mouth, his eyes began to slack, and his consciousness dissipated at this moment. Boom! Like the sound of a mountain collapsing, Kurado's huge body fell down. This blow directly seriously injured him, made him dissipate his consciousness, passed out in a coma, and lost his combat effectiveness. Kurado, is he dead? This god, who can stop him? King Dapra, are you going to shoot? On the side, Dapra, who was a little stunned when he heard the discussions of the demons. One Piece Supreme Control, Chapter 801-820. Chapter 801 Beautiful Misunderstanding. He, want to shoot. How could he not know? What a joke, this guy who swept the entire demon world, how could he be the opponent's opponent? Although he is confident and even arrogant, he is very self-aware. Seeing Yongqing's battles, he is very clear that he is not the opponent's opponent. Even, how many tricks can he pick up? He himself doesn't know. However, he glanced around and saw the only remaining demon gods, with deep fear and helplessness in his eyes. How to do? Do you want to confess? Or muster the courage, a battle? At this moment, on top of Kurado's head, Yongqing's figure began to return to normal, turning into black hair, Super Saiyan mode, which was lifted by him. In a sense, the legendary Super Saiyan mode is also his norm. It's just that this normal state is inspired by Saiyan blood. In a battle with Kurado, he didn't use up much of his stamina, and even recovered a part of it. In the legendary Super Saiyan mode, the battle is getting stronger and stronger, and the recovery ability is extremely powerful. When Dapra saw that Yangqing had released his transformation, his eyes changed immediately. His state is lifted. Is his stamina exhausted? Great, just in this state, I'm sure to defeat him. Under a beautiful misunderstanding, Dapra's face turned straight, and he came out of the crowd and flew towards Yangqing. And seeing that Dapra was about to make a move, the demon gods were also excited. King Dapra is about to take action. It's great, that god can't be arrogant anymore. Although Kurado is powerful, his overall strength is not as strong as King Dapora. King Dapra will definitely win. Hearing the discussions of the demon gods, Dapra's face became more and more calm and confident. As these demon gods said, his strength may not be able to close Kurado, but his comprehensive strength must be beyond. In just a short while, Dapra was already standing in front of Yangqing. God, you are indeed very powerful, but this is the end of it. Dapra's voice was solemn and low, and it seemed very dignified. However, Yangqing was a little stunned. Huh. I will end everything for you, including life. Dapra spoke softly. Yangqing's eyes flashed. He knew that Dapra's strength was still very good in the second stage of the super tournament, and it was on the same level as the upcoming slut. However, the strength that he showed just now has already exceeded the second stage of the super tournament. So, where did Dapra, the king of the demon world, have the confidence to defeat himself? Are you strong? Suddenly, Yangqing spit out a sentence. Dapra was stunned for a moment, and was also a little confused by Yangqing's sudden words. This king is the strongest king of the demon world. In response, Dapra said lightly, and his words were full of confidence. The strongest. A smile appeared at the corner of Yangqing's mouth. Perhaps, this Dapra still has hidden power that hasn't burst out. In this case, Yangqing's whole body was shaken, and his face became square. Since you are the strongest, then I must be serious too. In order to show respect for the opponent, although there is still some lack of physical strength, but I will use my strongest state to fight against you. Ah, Dapra was startled, somewhat unresponsive. Immediately afterwards, he saw the young god on the opposite side. His aura suddenly soared again, just blinking his eyes, the golden flame was clear, his hair and eyebrows turned golden. What? Dapra finally understood what Yangqing meant. Then, he was frightened, and his calm eyes instantly panicked. Hey, no. However, before he shouted loudly, Yangqing, who was opposite him, was shocked again, and the faint words also entered his ears. It was Super Saiyan 1 just now, my junior transformation state, and now it's 2. Super Saiyan 1, 2, what is that? Dapra was even more stunned, but he felt that he was close at hand, and the strength of the opponent's body far surpassed his own. He was extremely frightened, and his whole body began to tremble. Next, S3. Yangqing's face became a little grim, and more violent power erupted from his body. Dapra was about to cry. Did he make a mistake? Didn't he say that he was exhausted and would be exhausted soon? How can there be such a powerful force? Liar. In his eyes, Yangqing has become a liar. It was agreed that everyone pretended to be old together, but you secretly oiled your hair. Can we still be friends? Boom. An incomparably terrifying force erupted, and Dapra's body was even pushed by this incomparably powerful force fluctuation and retreated 30 meters to the rear. His face became stiff, and his whole body was shocked by this explosive force, and it was difficult to move at all. This is my most powerful transformation state at the moment, Super Saiyan 3. Dapra, in order to show respect for you, I will use this most powerful state to fight you with all my strength. Yangqing, who looked extremely mature and ruthless, with long blonde hair dragging to his waist, and Yangqing's bulging forehead and cheekbones, said in a very ruthless voice. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Dapra's face was expressionless, but his heart was already trembling and trembling uncharacteristically. At this moment, his heart started to cry. Who wants you to respect me? Who wants to fight with you? Still fighting with all our strength. I can't beat you. The roar in his heart, because he saw Yang Qing's terrifying power for the first time, Dapra did not say it. In the distance, the demon gods felt that the shattering power on Yang Qing's body at this time, which was almost able to beat even the dimension, was silent, and their eyes were full of fear. In front of this vast fluctuation of power, they felt as if they were a speck of dust in the universe. Yang Qing frowned slightly when she saw that Dapra still had a calm expression and didn't say a word. Looks like you really have hidden powers. The strength in anime sometimes becomes terrifying in the present world, and some plots and details will not be shown in anime. Yang Qing only thought that Dapra, the king of the demon world, really had hidden power, and he began to slowly put on an attacking stance, ready to fight with all his strength. Dapra's whole body trembled, and he was very scared. He began to move slowly into an attacking stance, and when it came to such a scene, he could only hold on. Chapter 802 Awake Again. King Dapra, come on. You will not lose. Show him your majesty, King Dapra. At this time, the demon gods also began to roar, cheering for Dapra, but the latter trembled and his body became more rigid. Mad, who wants you to cheer? Don't you know that I can't beat it? Holding on, Dapra kept his eyes on Yang Qing. However, the moment he opened his eyes and saw Yang Qing's state at the moment, his whole body trembled again. With those cold eyes and the violent power all over his body, how could he possibly defeat it? What a joke, how could the young god in front of him be so powerful? Dapra, let's start. The purpose of my coming to the demon world is you. Let me see the power of the demon king, don't let me down. Yang Qing's icy words came again, and Dapra shuddered and almost fainted. See my power. I'll kill you with a mouthful of salt soda, mad. No one could hear what Dapra was thinking at the moment. All the demon gods, including Yang Qing, only saw the calm expression on Dapra's face at the moment. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Qing moved. His movement was like an angry thunder, and he was already in front of Dapra between the lightning and flint. Too soon. Dapra couldn't even react. He only felt that the time and space around him seemed to be distorted by the violent power of the god in front of him, and he was even more afraid. The fist, a fist the size of a sandbag, began to enlarge in front of his eyes, and that terrifying power was actually able to affect time and space, confining the space around him, preventing him from having any thoughts of evasion. Under the conditioned reflex, Dapra spit out a mouthful of saliva. Bah! Yang Qing's body trembled and twisted, and the saliva was dodged by him. The surrounding demon gods are all excited, they may not be able to endure a round under Yang Qing's men, and even Kurado was tortured. However, Dapra caught the blow perfectly, it was too powerful. Dodging Dapora's first blow, Yang Qing's eyes froze. In the original book, Dapora's spit has incredible power. It can turn people to petrification. As long as it touches a little bit, it will be petrified immediately. Such magical power, Yang Qing dare not touch it at will. He was able to easily dodge this attack by Dapra, and such a scene also made him secretly suspicious. Could it be that Dapra really only has this power? Suspicious in his heart, Yang Qing's speed increased again, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Dapra, and a punch suddenly slammed down. Ah! It's over. Dapra raised his arms and stood in front of him. Bang! The violent force directly blasted Dapra out, retreated several kilometers to the rear, and drew a long trace on the ground. This. A moment ago, I felt that Dapra's powerful demon gods have grown their mouths, and I don't know what to say. The mighty king of demons, Dapra, couldn't even take a blow from that young god. Cough cough. At this moment, Dapra wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yang Qing. Young god, you are indeed powerful. King Dapra hasn't lost yet. It's too powerful, it's already the second blow. Yang Qing's eyes flashed. At this time, he had already determined that the power of this Demon King was indeed only at the Super Tournament 2 stage, and he had overestimated him. If you only have this power, I'm so disappointed. Dapra. Disappointed in his eyes, Yang Qing said lightly. Dapra's expression changed, and he stared at Yang Qing closely. The punch just now almost shattered his entire body. He really couldn't understand, where did this young guy get such terrifying power? Next hit, it ends. Another indifferent sentence made Dapra's pupils shrink, and his heart was filled with fear. He knew very well that he might not be able to catch such a punch at all. Woo! The strong wind blew, and Yang Qing's golden figure instantly disappeared from Dapra's eyes, causing the latter's pupils to contract violently. However, no matter how Dapra opened his eyes and sensed the breath, he couldn't keep up with Yang Qing's speed. Almost instantly, Yang Qing had already arrived in front of Dapra, face to face with him. Looking at each other, Dapra could clearly see the disappointed look in the other's eyes, as well as the incomparably cold killing intent, which made his whole body tremble, and the fear began to spread. Suddenly, Yang Qing waved his fist. This punch was unstoppable, and with unparalleled speed and power, it directly hit Dapra in the face. Bang! With a dull sound, Dapra flew out, his cheeks began to deform, and the violent force almost burst his head, bloodshot even spread to the eyeballs, and the whole head was dazed. Boom! It slammed into the ground hard, the smoke and dust were everywhere, and the ground was hit with countless cracks. Dapra shivered all over, and then remained motionless. He seemed to have been directly killed by this punch. The demon gods watching the battle around took a breath, and some couldn't believe it. The mighty king of demons Dapra, in that golden body. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. In Ying's hands, he didn't even survive 3 moves. What are you kidding? Hoo-hoo. Yang Qing, who made this punch, also had sweat on his cheeks, and his face was a little pale. His Super 3 state began to touch, and the whole person seemed very weak. Compared to Super Race 2 and 1, the consumption of stamina by 3 is extremely terrifying. He only had a small amount of stamina left, and he couldn't support it even for 30 seconds in the Super Race, and it was already exhausted. At this time, he was really exhausted and became empty. The breeze blew, and the demon gods rolled their eyes, constantly scanning the distance. The golden figure has become dull, and Dapra, the king of the demon world, is lying in a pothole of unknown depth, motionless, as if dead. Now, what to do? The demon gods looked at each other, for a while, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a rumbling voice suddenly sounded from behind Yang Qing, which shocked his whole body and took a deep breath. Roar! The roar contained incomparable anger and unwillingness, and a huge shadow began to cover his body, making him smile helplessly. This is really unlucky enough. It's Corrado, he's not dead. He's woken up, oh my god, he hasn't given up the fight. Where's King Dapra? Is he still alive? The demons screamed. Chapter 803 Seal. A huge shadow soon shrouded Yang Qing, and there was a breath of anger in the cold, hot breath, which made a wry smile on his face. In any case, he never thought that this huge beast had not lost its fighting power. After he transformed into the strongest state and defeated Dapra, he actually woke up and wanted to launch a fatal blow on him. I want you to die. Corrado roared, and the vicious aura shook the space. He raised his forelimbs, and after a few gallops, he was already in front of Yang Qing, and then stepped on it violently. There is no way. Yang Qing's eyes narrowed, and he turned around to face this incomparably huge beast. His right hand trembled, and in the twinkling of light, a gorgeous, ancient divine sword appeared. It is the real sword of the king, with a terrible sealing ability. At this moment, Yang Qing's physical strength has long been exhausted, and his chi is already at its lowest point. It can be said that there is no 1 out of 10. Facing this huge beast, it is difficult to defeat it. But his divine power is still there. This divine power is as vast as a galaxy, boundless. If it is used, it will be extremely terrifying. Roar! Corrado let out a howl that shook the air, his limbs suddenly raised, and he stepped down. He wanted to crush this tiny god into powder to let him know how powerful he was. At this moment, Yang Qing's eyes widened, and the sword of seal in his right hand was swung forward. The golden light instantly filled the sky, and countless golden threads spread out from the sword of the Realm King, and quickly drew a golden shape in front of it. The seal array is gorgeous and mysterious. Immediately after that, the sword of seal shook, and the golden array became powerful. In just one breath, there was a radius of 10,000 meters, and finally it was printed fiercely towards the huge Corrado. Buzz! The golden array trembled, and there was a look of fear in Corrado's eyes, and he felt an incredible force consuming his body. This power is incomparably deep and vast, and in just an instant, it enveloped his body and then dissolved. He looked down, only to see that his forelimbs that he stepped on in the air began to dissipate, and his body became weak and weak, as if it was sealed. Gradually, he watched helplessly as his body was being dissolved and dissipated, but he was unable to stop it. His eyes became more and more frightened, more and more frightened. Seal! The Realm King divine sword in Yang Qing's hand trembled again, and thousands of golden threads gathered out, turning into a mask again, wrapping Corrado's huge figure. Rado's body was also forcibly reduced in size, and in the end, it turned into a tiny spot of light that flickered like a star, floated down, and merged into the Realm King's divine sword. Corrado, who had only existed just now, seemed to have disappeared and could never be seen again. In front of Yang Qing, it became quiet. Woo! Slowly exhaling, Yang Qing's face finally relaxed. From the battle to now, in terms of real combat power, he is no longer an opponent of any demon gods present. However, looking at the fear in the eyes of those demon gods, he also knew that he didn't need to worry. These guys, I'm afraid they don't even have the courage to face themselves. He hadn't used the sealing sword a few times. The first time he sealed the monster, it was indeed a powerful and huge Culado. He didn't even spend 2 breaths before he forcibly sealed it into the sword. Raising his eyes, Yang Qing swept towards the demon gods in the distance. His sharp eyes immediately made the demon gods take a few steps back in fear, not daring to look directly. Corrado, gone, that god did not know what to do. It's terrible, who else can deal with him? King Dapra is defeated, Corrado is gone, the demon world is over. The lost Tao of the demon gods, looking at the powerful gods in the field, could not find the courage to fight in their hearts. After standing for more than 10 breaths, and after recovering a bit of physical strength, Yang Qing glanced around and knew that he should go, so he flew up and flew towards the edge of the demon world. Seeing Yang Qing's silhouette getting farther and farther away, the eyes of the demon gods flickered, and finally, when the figure disappeared completely, their faces were clearly relieved and relaxed. It's great he's gone. Go and see King Dapra, he doesn't know if he's okay. Immediately, another demon god walked towards the place where Dapra was knocked down, and the remaining demon gods also began to check the injured demon gods on the ground. Cough cough. At this time, a violent cough suddenly sounded, and Dapra, who was in a state of embarrassment, with blood on the corners of his mouth, stood up tremblingly. His face was ugly, bloodless, pale and weak, his whole body was shaking and shaking slightly, as weak as a gust of wind could knock him down, and under that punch, he was obviously seriously injured. However, when Dapra felt that there were demon gods approaching around him, he gritted his teeth and shook his whole body, but he abruptly stopped his trembling body, and his complexion returned to ruddy, becoming the same as before. King Dapra. Your Majesty isn't dead, that's great. At this time, the demon gods came to Dapora's side, and when they saw that Dapora had stood up, their eyes flickered, and they immediately became excited. Well, this king is fine, let's go and see how the other demons are injured. After Dapra nodded calmly, he asked again in doubt. What about the gods? After he made Corrado disappear, he disappeared. The demon gods carefully observed Dapra's appearance, not after being seriously injured. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Replied. Corrado disappeared. Dapra was startled, shocked, but said calmly on the surface, "This king knows, you all step back." Yes. It was impossible to tell whether Dapra was seriously injured or not, so the demon gods retreated and left. Woo. After all the demon gods had left, Dapra breathed a sigh of relief. The demon gods in the demon world are evil, and if these guys see that they are seriously injured, they still don't know what will happen. And as long as they look okay, they don't dare to act rashly. The king of the devil is still himself. However, it's really good news that Corrado was actually lost by that god. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Dapra got up and flew towards his palace, getting faster and faster, and finally disappeared in front of the demons. He was seriously injured, and I am afraid it will take a long time to recover. Chapter 804 Enjoying the Old World King God. Not to mention Dapra and other demon gods, among Yangqing's real sword. Boom. In the sealed world inside the Realm King Divine Sword, the old Realm King God looked at the sky that suddenly opened in surprise. This is. He was startled at first, then his eyes widened. That stinky brat lied to me. It's clear that he sealed someone in. He can use the sword of sealing, and he must know how to unseal it. This bastard. Then, he stared at the sky closely. I only saw that a slender crack in that space first cracked, and then cracked again, and the gap became larger and larger. The eyes of the old realm god also began to widen, and he looked there with some curiosity, wondering what kind of guy the kid had sealed in, and the crack in the space that was opened was so huge, almost more than 1,000 meters long. Roar. A roar filled with deep anger sounded, and the old god of the realm saw a huge head. Ferocious beasts of the demon world. That kid has gone to the demon realm. The old realm king was a little surprised. As far as he knew, the demon world was also a magical dimension. It existed for an unknown time. The demon gods and demon people in it were extremely powerful. Escape. Damn God, I can't spare you. Roar. The roar didn't stop. Corrado's head, neck, body, that huge body was finally spit out from the space crack. Then, it fell to the ground with a bang, smashing the ground to pieces. At this time, the crack in the sky also healed quickly, and the blink of an eye became calm again. Tisk tisk tisk, this kid has sealed an amazing monster. With his hands behind his back, the old king god looked at the huge Corrado in front of him, showing an expression of interest. He has stayed in this sort of seal for an unknown number of years, and now there is a fierce beast, which is interesting. Old guy, what are you looking at? I'll eat you again. Corrado suddenly came to an unfamiliar world, exuding a ferocious aura all over his body, and just after a fiasco, when he was in the worst mood, he immediately roared. Eat me. The old god of the realm was stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. That expression, that look, how mocking. You poor old man. Corrado was angry. A skinny old guy dared to mock this beastmaster like this. He kicked his limbs violently, his eyes were fierce, he opened his big mouth, and immediately bit towards the old god of the realm. What a lovely little beast. The old realm king shook his head, but turned around, as if he didn't care about the danger behind him. The bloody mouth opened suddenly, and Corrado would not have the slightest mercy. He wanted the old man to know how powerful he was. Mad, even a broken old man looks down on himself. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere, rumbled down towards Corrado below. Boom, crack. At this moment, I don't know how many lightning bolts went straight to Corrado's body, slashing down one after another. In just a moment, Corrado's huge body trembled and his skin became charred black. It was under this cruel lightning strike that it disappeared. The old god of the realm still had his hands behind his back and shook his head. I don't know what it is. Young people just can't hold their breath. Can you mess around with this sealed world? Alas. Boom. With another huge bang, Kurado's huge body slammed to the ground, his eyes filled with stun and tears. He is the invincible beast god of the World of Warcraft, and he has fallen into such a tragic situation. What's even more abhorrent is that this bad old man, unknowingly, seems to have overshadowed himself. There was a stupid beast in the Sword of Seal, and the life of the old king god began to become colorful. He was no longer alone, but it was rare. However, Yang Qing quickly left the scope of the demon palace and came to the central area of the demon realm. There are powerful demon kings living here, but the strength is not comparable to the previous demon gods. Oh, I'm exhausted, I have to find a place to rest. Floating in the air, Yang Qing shook his head. Lin Zan was almost all the high-end power in the entire demon world. Even if he was hit by iron, he couldn't stand it. But at this moment, several streams of light suddenly passed by and came to Yang Qing. Outer gods. How could they come here? The cold breath, the evil temperament, the arrival of the demon king of the demon realm. Demon king. Yang Qing also frowned, feeling that his luck was really bad. He had tried his best to cover up his breath so as not to get into trouble, but he was still discovered. Among the demon kings that came, Yang Qing was a little curious that there was a female demon king with enchanting looks. He was really a demon king who rarely saw women along the way. Take him down and give this king back as a slave. What is the taste of the gods in the outside world? This queen has never tried it. This female demon king was actually the leader of these demon kings, which surprised Yang Qing. Oh, what a hassle. Because of the lowest point of combat power, Yang Qing's hand flashed, and the sword of the Realm King flashed. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Appear. At this moment, he can only fight with divine power with the help of the sealed sword in his hand. With a flash of golden light, the few demon kings that existed just now disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, in the Realm King Divine Sword space, there were again several more demon kings. The old Realm King raised his head and looked at Kurado, who was obediently disguised as a horse for him to ride, with a smile on his face. It's not bad this time, there are beautiful women, it's really good. Ha 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 ha. Humph. When Kurado saw it, it was just the little devil of the devil world, and he snorted, expressing disdain. But suddenly a space scene was changed, and the female demon kings who suddenly came here were a little stunned. Here, where is it? Outside, Yang Qing didn't care much about other things. He looked at the direction of the arrival of the female demon king just now, and then headed down. In just a short while, he found the place where the female demon king lived. This is the demon king's territory, so under normal circumstances, no other demon lord will appear, but it is safe and suitable for Yang Qing to restore his fighting power. This time his loss is huge, and I don't know how long it will take. Plus, he has to hurry up. Because he discovered one thing, in this demon world, although the speed of time is normal, he himself does not know whether it is the same as the speed of the earth. Chapter 805 The time is just right. After all, the demon dimension is different from the universe. To be precise, the two are not from the same dimension. The line of time is not one, so it is very likely that an hour has passed in the demon world, but on the other side of the earth, it has been several years, or even 100 years. With the perception of the preparing realm god, Yang Qing can roughly judge the proportion of time, but he is not completely sure. Hurry up and get back to Earth as soon as possible. After a battle, Yang Qing's boiling blood subsided, and he gained a lot of experience. He had rarely experienced such a one-to-many situation, but this time, it was a pretty good experience. In this demon king's territory, it is also generally cold. The demons of the demon world seldom care about the environment. Even for women, this place seems very empty. Except for a chuang, a few tables and stools, nothing else. Yang Qing only wanted to recover his physical strength, so he didn't care too much about these things. Sitting down with his knees crossed, he started to adjust the exhaustion and sleepiness in his body by running the divine power in his body. Soon, time passed. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. No one disturbed the place where the Demon King was. When Yangqing opened his eyes, it was still like 3 days ago. 3 points of stamina recovered, that's enough. The best way to restore physical strength is undoubtedly to supplement food. For Saiyans, sufficient food can quickly adjust their state. On the barren and desolate land of the demon world, there is no doubt that there is nothing. He got up quickly and started flying towards the outside world. Along the way, Yangqing did not deliberately hide his aura anymore. His 3-point physical strength was enough to deal with these peripheral demon kings. After an hour, Yangqing's eyes flashed, and he slowed down when he looked at a figure chasing from behind. Soon, the figure approached. I sensed your breath, and I really didn't expect that you actually came out of the demon palace. Faku's eyes are full of incredible, how powerful is the person in front of him? He is very close to the demon palace, so he is more aware of what happened there a few days ago. The movement of the battle, just the exposed breath, is enough to make any demon king lose his life in an instant. That breath was too huge, and he felt the familiar breath from it. That breath had once fought with him. It's you. Yangqing stared at the person who came, and his eyes flashed. I said at the beginning that if you can come out of the demon god palace, you will be your master. Faku looked serious and said in a deep voice. The people of the demon world are strong, and your strength has convinced me, the Devil King La Library, willing to serve my lord. Saying this sentence very seriously, Faku slowly knelt down, and then pressed his forehead tightly to the ground, expressing his piety. Faku. Yangqing's eyes flashed, and he carefully observed the demon king who was in charge of himself. Faku's skin is icy blue, and his appearance is the same as that of a human being. Moreover, unlike other demon kings, Faku does not have much evil aura on his body, which means that he did not cause much killing and slaughter. This is a demon king warrior with a tenacious character who pursues martial arts wholeheartedly. There is no problem in accepting such a hard-working demon king. Yangqing is very clear that this law library follows him, and I am afraid that he also wants to guide his practice. Get up, and you will follow me from now on. With a faint voice, Yangqing accepted the law library. The latter's expression didn't change, it was still a cold calm. The two started their journey and flew towards the periphery quickly. About an hour later, Yangqing and Faku came to the position where he had descended. The divination mother-in-law is the dimensional channel opened from here, so it will be much easier to sense the way from here. Yangqing first took out the talisman given to him by his divination mother-in-law from his arms, and then a golden streamer flashed, and the talisman culture started as a flame and then burned. At the moment of burning up, Yangqing narrowed his eyes and began to sense it carefully. The universe is dark, the void is infinite, how vast. But in this vast space, there is a mysterious perception that can connect two extremely distant points together, thereby shortening the distance between each other. At this moment, Yangqing's eyes narrowed, and with the help of the instantaneous power of the burning rune, he sensed the location of the earth. His whole body trembled, and the golden rays of light gathered on his right hand, swiping toward the void in front of him. Chi-chi. As if the sound of paper shredding, the space in front cracked open, and a door that could accommodate one person appeared. Let's go, step into it, and you're in the world I've come to. Faku didn't say a word, looking at the door of space that appeared, shock flashed in his eyes, and he was even more in awe of Yangqing's power. The door of the dimension, for countless years, the cognition of the demon world is only formed by nature, and manpower is opened, even the king of the demon world Dapra, I am afraid it is difficult. The two stepped into the gate of this yuan, and it was just a flash of effort, and the scene changed. Above the blue sky, a few birds are chirping and soaring, and the eye-catching green is refreshing. The fragrance in the air is even more intoxicating. There is no doubt that Yangqing and the two have come to Earth. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It's back. Closing his eyes and carefully feeling the temperature and smell of the earth, a smile appeared on Yangqing's face. The climate of the demon world is dry, high temperature, and desolate. It is simply unsuitable for human survival. How can there be such a livable earth? Although the time spent in the demon world is not much, for Yang Qing, it is like a lifetime. Compared to Yang Qing, Faku was even more excited. His serious expression has become dull at this moment. Such a fresh smell, a refreshing wind, and that beautiful green, blue sky. Is this the outside world? Compared to the demon world, this place is simply heaven. Just a glance, Faku's heart trembled. The outside world, he never came. However, at this moment, he finally understood why sometimes those demon kings are so envious of the outside world. Opening his eyes, Yang Qing began to sense the flow of time. After 3 breaths, his eyes flashed. It's been 2 years. The demon world has only been in the past few days, but it has been 2 years since the Earth, that is to say, the artificial man has arrived. Chapter 806 Take the Demon King to Amusement. This time period was just right, and a smile appeared on Yang Qing's face. In the past 2 years, the strength of Sun Wukong and Vegeta has improved a lot. And at this time, the androids were also born one after another and began to be active in the cities of the Earth. It's said to be 2 years, but in fact it's almost 3 years. Shaking his head, he remembered that in the original plot, what Trunks said to Sun Wukong was that there would be androids in 3 years. And now it seems that this time is actually a mess. To be precise, it should be 2 years and 7 months. At this point, it had been 2 years and 7 months since Trunks last came. Say it is 3 years, not much difference, 2 years can also be. Wei Wei felt it, and Yang Qing knew that she didn't need to appear at this time. In this plot, the most important thing to pay attention to is actually Xilu, the ultimate warrior created by the gathering of many super powerful warrior cells in the universe. His power is almost on the same level as Dapra, the king of the demon world. Faku, come with me, don't mess around without my order. With a command to the rear, Yang Qing got up and flew high into the sky. At this time, what he needs most is actually to quickly replenish food, and the battle in the demon world has caused his physical strength to not recover until now. After quickly descending into a city, Yang Qing and Faku directly entered a restaurant. Faku's skin and clothes are obviously different from those of the Earth people, but it did not attract the attention of the Earth people. It can only be said that the Earth people's ability to accept is really strong. The two entered the restaurant, but it caused a huge stir. The reason is that the stomachs of Yang Qing and Faku are really different from those of the Earth. In just 10 minutes, there were more than 80 rice bowls and plates beside the two of them. These two guys are too good to eat. Gosh, we cook faster than they eat. It's terrible. They ate so much, you see, their stomachs didn't rise and fall a little bit. What's going on? The people sitting in the restaurant, or the waiters and waiters, all pointed to the two of them and talked a lot, their eyes full of disbelief and shock. The appetite of these two people has surpassed that of ordinary people and has reached the realm of terror. However, Yang Qing and the two ignored the discussions around them. Yang Qing was really starving himself, and the battle made his body feel empty. And Faku is in the demon world. He has never eaten such delicious food. He has completely transformed into a foodie. It is really unimaginable that the dignified Devil King now has his mouth full of food dregs, without caring about his image, and stuffing food into his mouth extremely fiercely. And, it's full of enjoyment. If this scene is shown to the demons of the demon world, it will really be shocked. Ah, it's so delicious. Faku murmured, it is a shame that he has not eaten such delicious food after living for thousands of years. At this time, he has secretly made up his mind that he must eat all the delicious food in the world. The two of them ate for more than an hour before letting out a sigh of satisfaction and lying there halfway. Finally full, so cool. Yang Qing shouted with a smile, causing the eyes of the people around him to change again. The plates piled on the table, the bowls have long exceeded the number of 100, and these two people actually ate 100 people's share. This terrifying scene made everyone present secretly swallow their saliva. But the chefs in the kitchen collapsed to the ground already tired and cursed. 2 customers, are you finished? Clothes. The clerk's voice was obviously trembling. Hey, we're done eating, you'll be entertained. Yang Qing said with a smile. I don't know if it's because I haven't eaten it for a long time, or the restaurant is really doing a good job. The taste of the food makes him quite satisfied. Faku's face is also full of happy expressions. It seems that he is eating well and eating comfortably. The always ruthless Demon King also wore a gentle smile, half lying on the armchair, enjoying the feeling of laziness after eating. So, is it time for you to pay? The waiter asked carefully. These 2 guys can eat so much, I'm afraid they are not ordinary people. How can ordinary people do this? They have already eaten to death. Payment. Yang Qing was stunned. He suddenly remembered that he did not have any paper money from the earth. I vaguely remember that when we ate for the first time, it was with Saya, and that time, Yi Qi paid for them. His eyes were a little hazy. It was a memory from a long time ago. Shaking his head, Yang Qing said bluntly. I don't have any paper money, but is gold okay? His right hand trembled, and a few pieces of gold appeared in his hand. With his divine power, creating something out of nothing, turning a stone into gold, and changing the structure of matter was an extremely simple matter. The waiters were stunned, not knowing what to do. In the end, it was the owner of the restaurant who came over and calculated the ratio of gold to banknotes before solving the matter. Walking out of the restaurant, Yang Qing stretched. Haha, Faku, how is the food? Cool. Faku's indifferent voice made Yang Qing smile. Take you to relax for 3 days, and then, it's time for us to fight. Hearing Yang Qing's words, Faku's eyes flashed. He did not forget that the purpose of following his master was to improve himself. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Strength. After nodding, the 2 figures disappeared into the restaurant. In the hidden city of Yangqing and Faku, when relaxing, in a remote corner of the earth. Immediately, about to evolve, this time and space is really right, there are so many human beings. The green creature crawls, its eyes twinkling. Walking all the way from the street, behind this insect-like creature, there are only some clothes and shoes left. However, the bustling city streets have become strangely deserted. In the Temple of the Gods, the old god of gods stood on the edge and looked down with solemn eyes. The earth is in trouble. Lord Tianqian, what happened? Bo and Bo asked curiously. Recently, on the earth, the human breath began to disappear in large areas. The gods said solemnly, in addition to the androids, perhaps, Wukong and the others, there are other enemies. Perhaps, I should summon Piccolo. Bo was stunned for a moment, but did not respond to the meaning of the gods. On Earth, the city where Yangqing is located is still prosperous, with laughter everywhere. Looking at the building in front of him, Faku was a little puzzled. Where is it? The playground, you must have never been there. Chapter 807 Waiting. Amusement Park. When the Demon King Faku heard such words, looking at the lively place in front of him, he couldn't help being a little stunned. He opened his eyes and watched. There were laughter, and there were many pedestrians, mostly parents of children walking together, with happy smiles on their faces. Looking at the smiles on the faces of these pedestrians, Faku's heart also seemed to be slightly relaxed. Cultivation is not just blind effort, tense yourself, but also need to relax. The combination of work and rest can make progress faster. Yangqing said either intentionally or unintentionally, causing Faku to narrow his eyes and ponder. In the demon world, you must always improve yourself and keep getting stronger. As long as your strength can't keep up, you will be killed or defeated by other powerful demon kings. His nerves are always tense. Under such circumstances, his progress was very rapid at the beginning, but in recent years, his strength has not increased for a long time, and it seems that he has fallen into a bottleneck that can never be broken. With a heavy nod, Faku followed Yangqing into the amusement park. The two of them had a light smile on their faces, and the other walked among the many pedestrians with a tense look, which was interesting. Mom, look at that uncle, he's so weird. He doesn't look very happy here. A girl holding a big, stick, lollipop, wearing a pink dress, pointed at Faku very cutely, and said to the young woman next to her. Faku was stunned for a moment and turned his eyes to the little girl. Mother, he saw me. The little girl saw that Faku noticed herself, smiled and made a face at Faku. Uncle, come here and be happy. Faku was even more stunned, staring at the back of the little girl, wondering what he was thinking. Ha, the little girl said, be happy. Face, don't collapse so tight. Yangqing patted Faku on the shoulder, said with a smile, and then walked forward. Faku thought about it carefully, and his cold face seemed to relax invisibly because he felt the smiles of the people around him. Next, the two played games such as roller coasters, bumper cars, darts throwing, etc. Although they were a little naive and not challenging for them, they felt the cheerful atmosphere around them, but their minds were inexplicably relaxed. Until 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, the two had dinner and then entered a hot spring shop. Have fun, Bubble Hot Springs, it's very comfortable. Yangqing stretched out his body and said with enjoyment in his eyes. Faku's face was embarrassed. Under Yangqing's urging, he also stepped into the hot spring. Feeling the right temperature of the water, he penetrated into his body through the pores of his skin, and the tense muscles all over his body seemed to start to relax quickly. Are you comfortable? Yangqing asked with a smile. Well, humans really enjoy it. Faku nodded and said in a deep voice. In the desolate demon world, where can there be so many ways of entertainment? Every day, they are busy getting stronger, working hard to survive, and taking responsibility for their own lives. I won't enjoy it. Humans are the most creative race. They have great potential. Yangqing shook his head and said with emotion. Faku was silent. He was out of the demon world for the first time, and he was not very clear about the outside world. But the master said so, it must be right, after all, he is such a powerful character. On the second day, Yangqing took Faku to the game hall, went to KTV to sing in the afternoon, and went to the wine and bar in the evening. With the strong rhythm, he stretched his body willfully. Faku looked shy and couldn't let himself go. When dancing, there are even open women deliberately surrounding Faku, with ambiguous eyes, flirting with him. This made Faku uncomfortable, and his face suddenly turned red. Those women are so scary. After leaving the bar and bar, Faku scratched his head and said. Ha, what? Can't stand being teased or teased. Yangqing laughed loudly. A demon king was forced to retreat step by a group of ordinary human women. Thinking of this scene, he couldn't help but want to laugh. In the demon world, female demon kings are also the most terrifying creatures. Faku was not embarrassed. When he thought about it, human women should be just as frightening as witches. Ha. But this sentence caused Yangqing to laugh even more. At night, the two walked on the brightly lit street towards the high bridge. After a while, Faku and Yangqing stood side by side in front of the high bridge railing, looking down. It's really peaceful here. It seems that some sighs. Yangqing's eyes are very complicated. I still remember that in the future, there are ruins everywhere on the earth, and there are not one human beings out of 10, living a life of hiding, but on the contrary, in this time and space, human beings live happily. Faku realized other meanings in Yangqing's tone. Next, there will be no peace. Faku, do you feel it? The tranquility before the storm. Shaking his head, Yangqing's eyes narrowed as he looked to the west. Faku didn't understand the meaning of Yangqing's words. He followed Yangqing's gaze to the west, and then sensed, his eyes suddenly changed. During the day, the human breath there is much more than it is now. He clearly remembered that in the daytime, he had also sensed the far distance, where. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The human breath is dense, but at this moment, it is already empty. That monster, I don't know what kind of realm it has reached. Yang Qing said softly, but his eyes were calm. Monster. Faku looked at Yang Qing suspiciously. Master, is there a powerful creature that is troubling human beings on Earth? Absorbing human beings and making oneself stronger. The actions of sneaking and touching, but now, they have become fair and above. Yang Qing shook his head, as if sighing a little. Is it strong? Faku asked. It's very strong, but now, it hasn't grown up yet. Yang Qing's face suddenly showed a smile again, and patted Faku on the shoulder. Now is not the time for us to act, just wait. Waiting for when he becomes the strongest. On the temple of the gods, the eyes of the gods became more and more solemn. Looking at the forehead below, the brows became more and more wrinkled. That monster is getting stronger and stronger. Earth human beings are vulnerable in front of him. The android is already very powerful, but such a monster has come. Is this the will of God? My time is coming. Chapter 808 _ Time is passing slowly. Yang Qing and Faku are walking in the bustling city, experiencing all kinds of delicious food on Earth, having fun, and living a relaxed life every day. During these days, neither of them did any practice. Although there was no more practice, Faku was surprised to find that the bottleneck that he had been blocking had disappeared inexplicably. This made Faku more convinced that the master beside him was not wrong, and he did have magical powers. This unique way of practice makes Faku very strange. He doesn't have the hard work in the past, but he can feel the power in every cell in his body, more and more condensed. The new way of practice, so that the law library is also very enjoyable. It can be enjoyed and cultivated. Faku is not a masochist, and naturally likes it very much. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, Yang Qing's eyes flickered, and he took Faku to the top of the tall building. Do you feel it? Faku narrowed his eyes and nodded. It seems that he has successfully evolved for the first time. Yang Qing said softly with flickering eyes. Is that the monster the master said? Faku asked. Not bad. Yang Qing nodded. Want to see it? The monsters created by the human wisdom of the earth. Yang Qing said to Faku with a smile. Think. Faku's words were still few, and he nodded in response. Haha, let's go. Yang Qing laughed, got up and flew towards the breath that suddenly increased and disappeared instantly, followed by Faku closely behind him. In the Temple of Heaven, Piccolo and the God of Heaven looked at each other speechlessly. Have you decided? Piccolo said coldly. It's decided, come on. The old face of Tianqian was very worried, but his face was very firm. The monster that suddenly appeared below was extremely powerful, and only when the two of them merged into a super Namekian would they be able to defeat it. On the planet Namek, Piccolo had once merged with people, and the sudden power was enormous. This time, merging with his own deity will definitely be stronger. And such a powerful force, in the expectation of the gods, compared with the breath that appeared on the earth below, it is very likely to win and completely destroy the opponent. The two looked at each other again, and there was an indescribable meaning in their eyes. Finally, the two approached each other and walked towards each other. Swish. After a splendid smooth bloom, Bobo, who was standing and watching quietly, opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally turned into a low voice. Lord Tenjin. The brilliance converges, and is replaced by a stalwart figure with white skin, a stern face, and a powerful breath all over his body. This is an incomparably powerful and vast aura, which seems to be able to suppress all enemies. Any enemy that appears in front of them can destroy them in an instant. The breeze blew, the white cloak swayed gently, and Piccolo's figure appeared in Bobo's eyes. Bobo, I'm leaving. Glancing at Bobo, Piccolo's face seemed to have the shadow of the gods. Bobo seemed to see the gods and nodded. Piccolo turned around, glanced down, and flew up, instantly turning into a white streamer and chasing after the monster's breath. On the other side, Yang Qing and Faku also got up and rushed in the direction of Xilu. Vic's speed was significantly faster. He quickly fell to the ground, and his stern eyes glanced at the deserted street. The bustling city was empty at the moment. Occasionally, a breeze blew on the street, and some clothes were blown up by the wind and rolled and fluttered. Here, the silence is a bit too much. Step by step, Piccolo's eyes were cold and stern, and there was no surprise. Suddenly, he took a step and felt a breath behind him. Dynamics. The icy words came from behind. The voice was cold and slag, making Piccolo feel cold all over. He turned around slowly. What are you? By name, you can call me Saru. The green monster, very strong and ugly, laughed softly, but even if he laughed, it was cold and terrifying. Xilu, Piccolo muttered, but there was no impression in his mind. The two looked at each other without any more words. The moment a wisp of breeze swept up the dust on the ground, the battle began in an instant. The violent aura rose into the sky in an instant, and the two figures quickly approached. In less than a breath of time, the first collision has been completed. The arms hit each other, and the two legs below collided fiercely. Crack! The aftermath swayed, and the ground split apart instantly, and the ground made of cement became vulnerable in front of the two of them. The figures of the two moved quickly, moving all the way, and the concrete floor began to collapse on a large scale. The two of them were like giants, and the aftermath of the journey was mighty. The ground couldn't bear their violent power, and they were crushed into inch-by-inch pieces. Soon, Piccolo's eyes flickered, and there was a cold killing intent in his eyes. How can this kid be so much stronger than me? Xilu was shocked in his heart. After several confrontations and trials, he clearly judged that the opponent's strength surpassed himself. And Piccolo became stronger and stronger in the war, completely suppressing Xilu. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. After merging with the gods, his strength has already reached a terrifying realm. At this moment, he can be called Super Piccolo. Bang 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 bang. After a series of thunderous noises, Xilu's chi and blood floated, and he suffered a lot of injuries. His eyes flickered and he began to think. I'm far from the peak of my strength and can't be planted here. Glancing at Piccolo with a grim look, Saru has already started thinking about escaping from here. In the sky not far from here, Yangqing and Faku are flying fast. There are two powerful auras colliding in front of them. Should it be them? Faku's eyes narrowed, and he could feel the breath ahead. It was indeed powerful and terrifying, probably much stronger than him. It's them, right? It seems that Vic has already dealt with him. Yangqing smiled lightly, but he didn't care much. At this moment, Xilu, he doesn't even have the desire to shoot. After all, it is too weak. Suddenly, Faku's figure stagnates slightly, looking at the empty eyes in front of him with some surprises, and at the same time twisting his head to Yangqing. Run away. He clearly felt the two figures fighting in front of him, and one of them ran away. Wait, hee, what a coincidence. Yangqing chuckled, somewhat amused. Chapter 809 Faku's eyes are also a bit weird. One of the strong breaths in the distance seems to be unable to detect the position of the other breath, but he can roughly judge that the direction of the other party's escape route is exactly the two of them. Where it is. Want to fight him? Yangqing's voice came at this moment, which made Faku nodded. Think. Although the aura of this escaped figure is weaker than that of the other, it is comparable to Faku. Fighting against an enemy with similar combat power to him will also yield the greatest gain. Although Xilu has a unique way of evolution, he is also an artificial human in essence. Therefore, he has the unique characteristics of artificial humans. It is difficult for him to be detected by those who use chi to judge the enemy's actions, and find the direction. All the way carefully and quickly running on the street, escaping the pursuit of the man behind. Vic, how did he suddenly become so powerful? According to the information in his mind, this Namekian is far from being so powerful. This was also the reason why he chose to show up in the first place. However, the result of the battle surprised him. The opponent's power far surpassed him. In the current situation, he had no way to take the opponent. Maybe killed by the opponent. In desperation, he had no choice but to run away, wait for the opportunity, become stronger, and then seek justice. His escape route is also very artistic. He already knew the layout of the city's streets, even shops and buildings. Therefore, he did not run directly on the street, but from the front door, back door, and basement exit of various stores, moving quickly, avoiding the person's sight. As long as he leaves a certain range, his whereabouts are safe. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths have passed. Xilu's figure is like a phantom, and it is difficult to see with the naked eye. In a flash, he has entered a small supermarket and quickly shuttled through the supermarket. Soon, he came to the back door and slammed open the handle. It was not far from the safe distance he had judged. As long as he ran forward for another 100 meters, it would be impossible for the Namekian to see himself again. A smile flashed in his eyes. Xilu was very satisfied with his routine. When you are weak, you should keep a low profile, run away if you can't beat it, and wait until you are strong, then let the whole world know that you are strong. This is the way to survive. Door handle quickly opened with a click. The light was a bit dazzling. Xilu slowed down, and when he got here, it was actually safe, and he didn't need much precaution. Call. Soon, he dodged out the door, ready to continue running. But at this moment, his whole body trembled, and his pupils contracted suddenly. Behind him, a chilly aura enveloped his whole body, and the steps that made him move forward suddenly stopped. Who? He turned around suddenly and threw a punch. The fist was fierce, and the speed was unbelievably fast. This was his full-strength punch. If it was solid, it would be enough to smash a boulder that was 10 feet wide into pieces. However, such a punch was in vain. What? Sirius quickly turned around and looked towards the position of the enemy he sensed. An ice-cold figure immediately appeared in his eyes. The punch was obvious, and it was easily dodged by the opponent, which also meant that the opponent's strength was comparable to his. Xilu's eyes immediately became condensed, and he carefully observed. The icy face and the sturdy figure were clearly different from the appearance of the people on Earth. For a time, he could not determine the source of this person. Hello, let go of a fight. It's not only superior, but also life and death. The indifferent words came out of Faku's mouth, making Xilu's pupils even tighter. This man has a magical quality about him. This feeling came from nowhere, but Xilu clearly felt a danger from the person in front of him. Want to fight? Sirius asked coldly. Yes, Faku replied coldly. Leave here and find an open place. Tsuruo said. Faku did not object. He naturally knew in his heart that the other party was avoiding the discovery of that other powerful breath. However, in order to fight, he doesn't care. The other breath is indeed strong, and he is not an opponent at present. Only the Xilu in front of him is the best target. Good. After a simple exchange and a cautious heart, the two quickly shuttled through the city. Soon, he left the city and went to a plain wasteland. Here, there are no outsiders to disturb. Can you fight with peace of mind? Faku said lightly, making Xilu's eyes congeal. You know what? It's not very clear, but I probably know who you are avoiding. Faku still said coldly. Interesting. Xilu's pupils contracted violently, and a smile appeared on his face. Afterwards, the two slowly put on an attacking stance. It's a battle of life and death, as Faku begins to say. So, there is no doubt that both of them must show their full strength. Buzz. There was a sudden explosion in the air, and the two stepped on the ground and quickly rushed out. In an instant, the two have. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Face to face, punch out at the same time, and swipe towards the opponent fiercely. Boom. The two fists brushed, but the arms collided. The huge force exploded in an instant, causing the air to roar, and the ground around the two exploded inch by inch. The two of them wanted to quickly decide the winner and the loser. The battle was only at the beginning, and they had already used their full strength. Boom 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 boom. The fast, almost invisible fists quickly attacked between the two, colliding with each other. The surrounding air boiled, and the ground was constantly cracking. Even, because of the powerful strength of the two, the surrounding air began to heat up and became hot. After hitting hundreds of punches in a row, the two of them flashed back and quickly separated. At the same time, the eyes looking at each other are full of solemnity. After a series of attacks, both sides have a clear understanding of each other's combat effectiveness. Their combat power is indeed comparable. When did such a master emerge? Xilu's mind turned quickly. The appearance of Faku, he had never seen from the information he left. This monster is really powerful, and what the master said is not wrong. Faku's eyes flashed, very solemn. The breeze was blowing, and the two seemed to be adjusting their breathing. Suddenly, the eyes of the two of them suddenly stared, and the breath on their bodies suddenly swelled. Chapter 810 Breakthrough. A gust of wind swept through, and dust rose in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the figures of the two disappeared in place. A violent aura spread out, covering a large area. Boom! The two people who were hundreds of meters apart, almost in one breath, collided frantically, causing the ground at the center of the collision to crack immediately, forming a huge pothole and scattered dust. And within a breath, the two disappeared in the blink of an eye, and they were once again 100 meters away from each other. Boom! A slight voice came out, and when I looked again, there was an ice-blue qigong wave in Faku's hand, exuding a powerful breath. After just a meal, the ice-blue qigong wave pierced towards Xilu with a biting chill. Ha! At the same time, Xilu also shouted loudly, and also formed a qigong wave in his hand, blasting towards Faku. Boom! The flames soared into the sky, and the explosion instantly drowned everything, making the air vibrate. Suddenly, Xilu's eyes changed, staring at the center of the flame in front of him, a little shocked and even more dignified. In the burning flame, Faku's figure was actually tore open the flames, and appeared in front of Xilu in the blink of an eye, and then in a flash, it had already arrived in front of him. Use all your strength. With a loud roar, Faku's fist slammed into Xilu fiercely. Damn it! Xilu let out a loud roar, and at the same time, he punched again. Bang! This punch cracked the ground again, and the powerful impact caused the figures of the two to keep retreating, smashing the ground step by step. Then, the two people who were separated from the two places stomped on the ground again, the qigong waves in their hands converged, and they approached again in the blink of an eye. Boom! The qigong waves collided, and the explosion occurred in front of the two of them, drowning their figures. In the flames, the violent Faku and Saru roared, fisted at each other, and kicked their legs fiercely. The sound of the body colliding came out continuously, causing the air to vibrate and neigh endlessly. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. From the beginning to the present, almost every punch was full force, and the aftermath of their battle made the space of 10,000 meters tremble. Yang Qing stood in the void, looking down, watching the battle. His eyes flickered, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In the demon world, Faku definitely belongs to the top group of people who work hardest. However, because of the environment of the demon world, his mood is always in a tense state. Although this kind of cultivation method will make progress very fast in the early stage, but long-term tension will make it easier to encounter bottlenecks. Before, the law library was at a bottleneck for a long time. Of course, under such circumstances, as long as he continues to practice hard, sooner or later, he will break through the bottleneck and move forward again, but it will undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. During the recent period, Yang Qing saw Faku's situation and relaxed with him, so that his mood was completely released from the tension. During this process, the bottleneck dissipated unknowingly. At this moment, with a battle with Xilu. In Faku's mind, his thoughts were actually much faster than usual. Every time he punched and kicked, the power would be greater and the speed would be faster. The effect of breaking through the bottleneck was thoroughly reflected in this battle. Below, The roar continued. Faku's face became more and more hideous, and at the same time, his eyes became more and more excited. Useful. Really useful. Amazing. He slammed a punch again, and this punch was more than 3 times stronger than the power just now. Bang. The loud voice came out, and Xilu's face changed greatly. He was punched dozens of meters away, and a long trace came out on the ground, and his expression was extremely ugly. How could his power suddenly be so powerful? Boom. At this moment, the pressure in Faku's body seemed to increase greatly, and an incomparably powerful breath swept from the depths of his body to the whole body in the blink of an eye, spreading his limbs and bones, and the violent airflow transpired into a white mist. Oh, breakthrough. In the air, Yang Qing looked at the scene below in surprise and nodded with a smile. Faku broke through, and when he punched down, he knew that he was only one step away from breaking through the bottleneck and taking that step completely. This step, at this moment, was finally taken. Woo! Feeling the powerful power boiling in his body, Faku slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xilu on the opposite side. After feeling the breath again, Faku realized that after the breakthrough, his power is far beyond what he can compare. On the other hand, Xilu, on the other hand, made him no longer interested in fighting. Go away, you are no longer my opponent. Spitting out this sentence coldly, Faku's face was very dull. Accumulated thousands of years of bottlenecks, Faku once broke, and at this moment, it is already extremely powerful. It's terrifying, this guy has the power to be close to Super Saiyan 2 after his breakthrough. In the air, Yang Qing was very impressed with Faku's combat power. This is just a breakthrough, and he already has such power. It is conceivable that if Faku continues to practice crazy again in the future, his strength will improve to what realm? Demon World. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Among them, the devil's talent is definitely much stronger than that of other races. Many of these guys were born, and their strength was already terrifying. With a high starting point, strong talent, and hard work, it is bound to be extraordinary. Unlike Faku, who clearly recognizes his own power, Saru cannot see it. Hearing Faku's words, the corner of Xilu's mouth trembled, and a nameless fire suddenly rose in his heart. I can't defeat that kid just now, but your fighting power is on par with me. Are you so arrogant at this moment? Standing on the ground, Xilu's face became very ugly, his tail shook violently, and spikes appeared. In this case, I will absorb you and make you the nourishment of my powerful strength. With his eyes cold, Xilu's figure suddenly moved, and he raised his speed to the limit in an instant. Almost in a flash, Xilu's figure appeared in front of Faku. A punch was thrown suddenly, and Faku's expression remained unchanged, very calm. The difference in strength made him completely unafraid of any attack from Saru. However, the next moment, Faku's eyes changed slightly. At this moment, Xilu's mouth also let out a loud shout, and the figure of only one, suddenly increased. Shadow Fist. Chapter 811 Martial Arts are like life. Xilu, who was originally one person, suddenly appeared 4 figures. In front of Faku, 3 people filled his sight for a while, and behind him, there was also another figure. Xilu, who was created by the fusion of Sun Wukong and other martial arts cells, will naturally use these simple stunts. At this moment, in order to absorb the enemy of Faku, the clever Saru used some small tricks. For the first time, Faku's face changed slightly, and these effects were not phantoms, but real. A real attack due to fast movement. In the face of such an attack, only dodge. The 3 Xilu kept one movement at the same time, with a sneer on the corner of their mouths, raised their fists and waved towards Faku. And Xilu behind it, his tail trembled, and his sharp tail suddenly stabbed towards Faku. At this moment, Xilu even had a successful smile on his face. He didn't think that with his tricks, the other party could still avoid it. Sudden. As I said, the gap between us is too big. These tricks and tricks are of no use to me. The cold words were spit out from Faku's mouth, and his eyes became extremely cold again at this moment. Huh. Originally standing in the void, he moved 3 meters out of thin air. It was at this critical moment that he escaped the attack of Xilu. The 3 afterimages of the 3 afterimages were all empty, and the attack behind them passed through the afterimages of Faku. Damn. Xilu maintained this tail-attacking posture. The other 3 figures slowly dissipated, and his expression became extremely ugly. Go away, you're useless to me. Faku spit out coldly. Xilu's face was even more ugly. His eyes were full of anger. This was directly humiliating. How could he accept it with his arrogant character? Ah, you arrogant boy. With a roar, Xilu waved his fist again and rushed up. However, after a breath, Faku punched. Bang! Xilu's face became painful, his hands covered his stomach, and he stepped back a few steps, looking at Faku with incredible eyes. How is it possible? One punch, just one punch, dissipated all the strength from his entire body, causing severe pain in his body, and he had no strength to resist. The man in front of him suddenly became so powerful. Go away. Facing Xilu's eyes, Faku scolded again coldly. I heard that you can become even stronger, come to me then. You are too weak now. Xilu's eyes narrowed, holding back the severe pain, but a smile appeared in his eyes. From the words of the person in front of him, he heard that his life and death were not in danger. This person was not like the Namekian before, bent on killing himself. You'll regret it. Throwing down a sentence fiercely, Xilu turned and left here. Huh. Looking at Xilu's back with disdain, Faku fled back and looked for Yang Qing's figure. Breaking through the bottleneck, the law library with great strength is not afraid of Xilu at all. In just a while, Faku came to Yang Qing's side, bent slightly, and said respectfully. Master, it has been solved. With my great strength, I can easily defeat him. Is there a stronger opponent? With a smile in Yang Qing's eyes, he swept his eyes and clearly saw the joy in Faku's eyes. After a long period of repression, his strength has never improved a little. Today, he can break through and step into the realm of the devil. Naturally, Faku is very excited and happy, and he feels quite elated. Yes, you have already entered the realm of the devil. As for stronger opponents, naturally there are. Turning his eyes, Yang Qing said softly. It won't take long for this Saru to become the most powerful warrior, Earth Warrior, and even none of his opponents. Even Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who have experienced the time training house, are already as powerful as Faku. The two turned and left, and quickly disappeared from the sky. On the other end, Xilu, who left with serious injuries and humiliation, was full of anger. He thought that he traveled through time and space to come to the Earth of this past time and space, and the club was invincible. He absorbed the 17th and 18th smoothly all the way and turned into the strongest warrior. Who would have thought that just after showing up, 2 guys came out in a row, and they couldn't take care of their lives like chopping vegetables and melons. This is simply a daydream. This is shame, the shame of the strongest warrior. 17, 18. Must find 17 and 18, and devour them. This shame, I will get it back one day. Xilu secretly hated and suppressed his anger. At the same moment, Sun Wukong, Vegeta and his party had already initially encountered the two of them on the 17th and 18th. They thought that after nearly 3 years of cultivation, they had become very powerful, but as soon as they came into contact with these 2 androids, they discovered that the enemy was far more powerful than themselves. Artificial man. Seeing a man and a woman, 2 brothers and sisters in front of him, Kaylin even blushed a little. This android is so beautiful. Men are handsome, women are beautiful, only in terms of appearance. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Said, it really surprised all the Earth Warriors. However, from the first stop, everyone entered a nightmare. Spikes. All the Earth Warriors were instantly killed on the ground. This made everyone have a very clear understanding of their own strength. At present, they are far from being the opponents of artificial humans. Trunks has also appeared on Earth at the same time, converging with everyone. Afterwards, Vegeta, Monkey King, Son Gohan, and Trunks took turns to practice in the time room on the Temple of Heaven. On Earth, the situation began to change rapidly. Earth warriors such as Keelan, Piccolo, and Tianjin Fan are working hard for peace, and secretly confronted number 17 and 18. In a coastal city near the sea, Yangqing and Faku are sitting in a quiet coffee house. The latte here is still very good. The flowers on the coffee are also very delicate and beautiful. Quietly admiring the coffee on the table, Yangqing said softly. Faku also looked at the coffee and listened carefully. After going through the previous battle, he has regarded every word of his master as supreme. Sometimes martial arts are like these lives. If you start from the delicate, you will get unexpected results. Chapter 812 Cultivation in Seawater. Martial arts are like life. Faku was stunned for a moment, and then seriously remembered this sentence in his heart. The action of raising the hand, the angle, how to save the most force, launch the biggest attack, what kind of action to make, how to minimize the resistance of the air, how to gather qigong waves, and how to save the most physical strength, these are the most needed. Mastery of knowledge. Quote. Yangqing picked up the spoon and stirred the coffee, and the patterns floating on the coffee immediately dissipated. And these, but it takes countless experiments to come to. You've worked hard enough, but does anyone teach you the most basic things? A faint question was introduced into Faku's ears, and he who listened carefully was suddenly stunned, and then shook his head. In the demon world, there are no teachers who accept apprentices. Most of the demons rely on their innate talents, and then they alone, groping, and searching, find the most suitable fighting method from countless combat experiences. But these scientific combat actions, etc., are not studied by anyone. Your foundation has yet to be consolidated. Seeing the appearance of Faku, Yangqing also shook his head and said. An hour later, Yangqing brought Faku to the beach. Walk into the water until the horizon is below your shong, then stop. The faint words came out. Faku walked on foot, and walked into the sea without the slightest hesitation. When the horizontal line reached before and after shong, Faku raised his head and looked at Yangqing suspiciously. Punches, kicks, find the move that feels the most effort, the angle. Yangqing said lightly, there was an order in the words. Faku has no doubts, he knows Yangqing's strength, and a powerful god, his guidance, can never be wrong. He started to punch, and the first punch was a frown. Punching in the sea is obviously more difficult than on the ground and in the air. The ubiquitous, originally mild seawater, at this moment, was like a mountain of 5 elements, suppressing, all over his body, making it extraordinarily laborious for him to punch. Air, in the universe, resistance is actually everywhere, but because of the thinness of air, this resistance is difficult to detect on weekdays. But the water is everywhere and you can feel it clearly, so it's easiest to find the best shot here. Yangqing's words are easy to understand. In the air, because of the thin air density, the resistance of the shot has actually been weakened to a very low level. But if you cultivate in water, because of the quality and density of seawater, this degree is easy for humans to grasp. In the process of cultivating, it is extremely easy to find out the best angle and action. Faku stood in the sea, and after throwing a punch, the sea burst and formed a wave. His eyes flickered, and when he realized it clearly, he lowered his heart and practiced hard. Most of the demon world comprehends and cultivates alone, and there is no martial arts inheritance, teacher and apprentice teaching, so these points about cultivation are not clear to him. Under the guidance of Yangqing, it took Faku about 3 days to figure out the best way to take action. With the optimal ratio, waving fists, kicking legs and feet, not only saves strength, but also improves the speed and strength of the attack. It turns out that there is such a mystery in battle. After the practice, Faku stood in the sea with a little admiration on his face. At this time, he realized that it was really the best choice for him to follow Yangqing. "How's it going, Faku?" With a smile, Yangqing walked over and shouted from a distance. He was holding ice cream in his right hand and was eating with relish. With a wave of the other hand, a stream of light was also thrown towards Faku. Faku caught it, smelled the fragrance in his hand, and had doubts on his face. "Master, I feel fine, but what is this?" "Taste it, you can rest, this stage of cultivation is over." Yangqing's voice came. Faku picked up the ice cream in his hand, looked around blankly, and then took a bite. Ice, sweet, sour, all kinds of flavors, at this moment stimulated Faku's sense of taste at the same time, making his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Ah, so delicious. Faku took a bite and couldn't help taking another bite. Such deliciousness has never been seen in the demon realm. In the days when he came to Earth, Faku was like an ascetic who came out of the deep mountains and old forests. His knowledge increased day by day. Under the teaching of Yangqing, he kept pace with the times and learned a lot. Haha, eat slowly, too fast is like Zubaji eating ginseng fruit, how can you taste it? Yangqing smiled and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Faku was stunned for a moment, then he listened to Yangqing's words and slowly began to eat. A small ice cream, but Faku tasted the taste of mountains and seas, tasted it carefully, and his expression was very intoxicated. Afterwards, the two lay on the chairs on the beach, approaching each other, basking in the sun, and lazily experiencing the feeling of relaxation. After about 3 hours, suddenly, Faku's eyes opened. "Master." "Well, do you feel it?" Yangqing's eyes also opened at this time, and there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. "Two very strange air, a bit like the monster," Faku said. "However, the power that is faintly revealed in it seems to exceed that monster." This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. "You're right, go have a look." Slowly stood up, but Yangqing planned to act. Seeing Yangqing get up, Faku jumped up and got dressed and followed behind Yangqing. The two got up and flew towards the sky, and soon disappeared. The perceived breath is still a short distance away from them, and it is estimated that it will take about half an hour to wait until the past. At the same time, there was an unnamed island that was several kilometers away from the two of them. Piccolo, the new Piccolo, took off his hat and the weight on his body, and stared at number 17 on the opposite side. 3 people, but not together. As long as I solve one first, the other 2 will not be a problem. Staring aside, number 18 and number 16, who were watching casually, the corner of Piccolo's mouth curved slightly. After merging with the gods, his power has reached a terrifying realm, and he is very confident in dealing with these 2 people. Soon, the battle began, and number 17 fought Piccolo. A few minutes later, a trace of surprise appeared on number 18's face. He wasn't this strong a few days ago. Chapter 813 _ In this battle, Piccolo showed super strength. To number 18's surprise, he was able to fight on a par with number 17. What is it that makes him so strong in a short period of time? Number 18 couldn't understand. Number 16 was on the side, surrounded by chirping birds, without saying a word, just quietly watching the battle between the two. Not far away, Piccolo and number 17 fought extremely fiercely, causing a field of dust from time to time. While the two were fighting, in a hidden place, a cold smile appeared in the evil eyes. This breath, are they on the 17th or 18th? With a flick of his tail, Xilu threw away the human clothes he had just sucked clean, with a smile on his face. It is my dream to absorb number 17 and number 18 and become a complete body. As long as it becomes a complete body, whatever Bic, whatever Faku. You have to stand aside for me. A ray of ambition appeared in his eyes, and the next moment, Xilu rose into the sky and went in the direction of number 17 and 18. It is not far from the island where number 17 and 18 is located, and Xilu has quickly approached here. It's just that he was careful to hide his breath, but he was not discovered by the two people who were fighting or number 17 or 8. That's it, when Piccolo and him are both injured, I can easily absorb number 17. Quote. Looking at the scene in the field, Xilu's eyes flashed with joy. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Are you waiting for the moment to absorb one of those two androids? This unfamiliar voice immediately made Xilu's whole body tense, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Because he didn't feel the breath approaching at all. He turned around slowly, and then saw a young man with a young face, but his eyes were very deep. Who are you? Xilu's pupils shrank, and his whole body became tense. He saw that next to the young man, Faku was staring at him coldly, very calm. The power of Faku, Xilu has a deep understanding, but looking at the state in front of him, the young man who spoke clearly still has a higher status than Faku. You can call me Qing. With a smile, young Qing looked through Xilu and looked at the field. You want to take advantage of number 17 when he is weak, right? On the field, number 17 and Piccolo were engrossed in the battle, and neither of them could see anything else in their eyes, but no one noticed the conversation between the two in a remote corner. Yes, do you want to stop me? Xilu said condensedly. If the two people in front of him want to stop him, it's really a troublesome thing. However, the attitude of the young man in front of him surprised him. I will watch you absorb number 17, number 18, you are still too weak now. Young Qing's voice was very calm, but the strong disdain in it made Xilu's pupils shrink, and his heart was full of anger. After just 2 breaths, he sneered. You'll regret your arrogance. When Faku heard Xilu's words, he just gave him a cold look, and then he stopped talking, and young Qing naturally just laughed and stopped paying attention. Xilu is still far from his strength. He spoke out only because he was curious about the boss in the original book, but that was all. After combining Piccolo with the gods, the new Piccolo is really different from before. Not only can he defeat the current Xilu alone, but he can also compete with number 17. Finally, after a long time in the battle between Piccolo and number 17, Xilu's eyes narrowed, and he finally found an opportunity. It's now, the best time to absorb number 17, and then absorb number 18, I will be transformed into a complete body in no time. Xilu couldn't help but look back. The two of them were still watching the battle with calm expressions on their faces, and they had no intention of intervening. This made Xilu secretly relieved, but he also laughed at the two of them at the same time. Arrogant. Only oneself will know how powerful the complete body is. When they are truly transformed, the two of them will probably be scared to wet their pants. With a sneer, he flew up and rushed directly into the field. Master, he's starting to absorb that android man. Faku looked at the scene on the field and was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw that a creature could become stronger by absorbing other people. This monster is called Xilu, and the method of absorbing people is like eating raw, with a terrifying sense of fear. It looks really disgusting. Young Qing's eyes narrowed and she said softly. However, he didn't move either, just stood there silently. At this moment, he is just an outsider, and Xilu's strength is not enough to make him take action. Next, number 18 and number 16 fled, and Xilu rose into the sky in anger and began to bomb the nearby islands. For the cruelty and indifference of life on the island, Xilu showed it most vividly. As for young Qing and Faku, they just watched silently. As long as Xilu didn't provoke him, they were not ready to do it. Damn, where did the 18 go? Xilu stood at a high altitude, looking down, and dozens of islands were bombed by him, with thick flames. In addition, those two people, standing there, did not move. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Hand, who is it? Where did it come from? In my profile, there is absolutely no information about them. With a swipe of his eyes, he looked in the direction of Yang Qing and Faku again, and was very puzzled. He has personally experienced the power of Faku, but he doesn't know who Yang Qing is. These two people seem to have suddenly emerged from the earth, and they have never had an impression of them before. I don't care about them. As long as it doesn't prevent me from turning into a full body, I'll let them go. After swallowing number 17, a powerful force attacked Xiaolu, making him confident to face any enemy, and even at this time, he didn't even pay attention to Faku and Yangqing. It's just that he felt a little palpitations in his heart, and he felt that these two people would have some hidden power, which made him a little wary. Xiaolu himself is a very careful person. He can bend and stretch. He hides himself when he is weak, avoids his edge, and is not stubborn. When he is strong, he makes a high-profile appearance, conquers the world. He can be called a hero, and he is indeed a big boss in the original book. On the island, Yangqing and Faku just raised their heads and quietly observed Xiaolu's next movements. Chapter 814 I Want Him. Time passed in the bombing of Xiaolu, and Xiaolu's mood became more and more manic. After such a long time, I didn't know how many islands were blown up, but the shadows of number 17 and number 8 were not seen. Arrive. His attack is getting closer and closer. Number 18 had an ugly face, with fear in his eyes, and absorbed Saru of number 17, which has far surpassed her. Moreover, because of the original intention of Dr. Gallo, the two of them faced Saru, almost in a kind of confrontation. Fear of a natural enemy. Don't panic, someone will come to your rescue. Number 16 still seemed very calm. His forehead was injured, which was suffered in the battle with Xiaolu just now. His words didn't have much effect. Xiaolu's purpose is very clear, and almost all of the powerful people in this world have met, and there is no one who can surpass Xiaolu in strength. Number 18 is very aware of this. So, watching the islands being blown up and the violent airflow swept in, the heart is in disarray. What the hell? What should I do? 18 became more and more anxious, and suddenly, she found a place. Number 16, look. Huh. Following the direction pointed by number 18, number 16 also looked over, and as far as they could see, it was the island where they were originally. There, it was not destroyed by Saru. Immediately afterwards, they followed the line of sight and saw two figures standing calmly, and their eyes shrank immediately. Who are those two people? 18 asked in surprise. She had some guesses in her heart. Maybe the reason why this island was not destroyed by Saru was because these two people were there. And according to Xiaolu's character, this island was not destroyed by him. That is to say, Xiaolu was very afraid of the strength of these two people. But how is this possible? Number 16, can you feel the power in them? Number 18 asked anxiously. She had to determine one thing, and that was whether the two could pose a threat to Saru. Totally, can't feel it. Number 16's always calm eyes also showed a look of astonishment. He had never met someone like this that he couldn't see through at all. At this moment, one of the two who looked like a human suddenly turned his head and looked straight at them. I don't know how many meters apart, but the young man seemed to completely ignore the distance and saw them clearly. Number 18, run to that island. Suddenly, number 16 shouted loudly. In his subconscious, he felt that these two would definitely help them. Number 18 was even more stunned, but she didn't hesitate for a long time. Following number 16, she jumped into the water with a pop, hiding her breath, and swam quickly towards the island. Soon, the two went ashore from the shore and took the initiative to approach Yangqing. Stop. When number 16 approached, Faku gave a cold drink and stopped the two of them. His eyes were full of cold light. Please protect number 18. If she is absorbed by Saru, the whole world will be destroyed. Number 16 looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice. His tone was sincere and serious. Oh. Yangqing raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the two with a smile on his face. Naturally, he focused on number 18. In fact, apart from being strong, this android woman was no different from a human in appearance. With long blonde hair, decent clothes, and a pretty appearance, it was difficult for people to believe, this is a powerful man-made man. And the 18th of this time and space, compared with the androids of the future time and space, not only is his strength stronger, but his personality is also greatly changed. Yang Qing had seen number 17 and 18 in the future, and it gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. The whole body was killed with a bloody icy aura, which was completely different from number 18 and number 16 in front of him. These two people, if they ignore their powerful strength, are more like ordinary people. Number 18 likes beautiful clothes. Number 16 is quiet, like a quiet and beautiful man. The destruction of the world. What does it have to do with us? Faku said directly. Yang Qing just smiled and looked at the two of them without saying a word. Number 16's expression froze, and for a while he didn't know what to say. Instead, number 18 shouted out in anxiety. Salu absorbed me, and his power is invincible by then. Do you think they will let you go? Invincible, Faku sneered. I'm curious about how far his power can grow. You, number 18 shouted angrily, completely helpless. She didn't see what power these two had in their bodies, but number 16 looked at Yang Qing with sincerity, and bent down. Please. Yang Qing smiled and waved to stop Faku. Just watch it quietly. He did not agree, but he did not refuse. After 3 breaths, Yang Qing suddenly raised his eyes and looked at number 16, pointing at him. If you follow me later, I can guarantee the safety of the 18th. What? Hearing Yang Qing's words, number 16, number 18, and Faku were all startled. Master, you. Faku looked suspiciously. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. Yang Qing, his eyes are full of doubts. The strength of number 16's body is not strong, and Faku did not see how this strong-looking artificial man could attract the attention of his master. What are you talking about? Keep me safe. 10,000 people on the 18th do not believe that this young man who seems to have no power at all has any power, but this icy guy next to him, the aura in his body is extremely powerful and terrifying. Number 18, calm down. Number 16 stopped number 18's words, and then said softly, the most important thing is to ensure your safety now, so that Xilu cannot become a complete body. Me, 18 clenched his fists, very unwilling. In the sky, Xilu's eyes finally turned to the last remaining island. Humanoids can cover up their own aura. If they are deliberately hidden, it is difficult to detect them by perception. However, at this time, he looked down with a grin on his face. In this sea area, only this island is left. In an instant, he swooped down, and in just a short moment, he landed over the island. Hide away. Number 16 gave a low voice and took number 18 to hide. After that, Xilu's eyes swept to Faku and Yang Qing. His eyes were cold. Chapter 815 Expansion. At this time, Xilu's temperament is already different from when he fought against Faku before. His eyes are cold, his expression is indifferent, and his eyes are flat and full of extreme confidence in his own strength. After swallowing number 17's body, his strength turned into a short burst, and he was no longer the young, weak self that he was when he first fought with Faku. Is it just the two of you here? Step by step, he came 10 meters before Yang Qing and Faku, and Xilu spoke lightly, with a hint of condescending interrogation in his tone. As if there was a disagreement, he would take action and use force against the two. In fact, Xilu at this time also wanted to shoot Faku again. At the end of that battle, Faku's humiliation to him was enough for him to remember for a lifetime. Behind the stone not far from here, number 16 and number 18 were nervously clinging to the stone, not daring to move, their foreheads were full of sweat. They squeezed through the gap between the stones, stared at where Yang Qing was, and swallowed. You're a little swollen, Suru. At the moment when Xilu asked a sentence, Faku snorted coldly, and his eyes flashed with fierce light. Have you forgotten the fear I once gave you? Yang Qing just smiled and looked at the scene present without interjecting. He believed that Faku was enough to handle the matter here. Me, bloat. But he didn't expect the other party to see that he became stronger, and Xilu, who had the courage to speak in such a tone, was immediately stunned. Immediately afterwards, the anger in his heart raged. "You said I was inflated." At this moment, Xiluqi's face was distorted, and there were countless tiny red bloodshots in his eyes. His originally calm aura became violent in an instant, causing the island to blow into the sky. Xilu went berserk in an instant. "What's going on? That strange person just said a word." Number 18 secretly looked here, caught in surprise. Sirius is definitely not someone who is so easily angry, and a strong man will never be angered by a single word, which will make him lose his sense of proportion in battle. Number 16 did not respond, but looked at Faku with a more solemn expression, and he glanced at it again, and Yongqing, who had quietly retreated, gave up the venue, and his eyes became deeper. In his opinion, this man who has never shown any strength and is very calm is the real master. "Xilu, do you want to do something to me? You'd better think about it. This time, I won't let you go easily." Faku saw that Xilu's momentum increased, his eyes became cold and severe, and he spit out a word coldly, which made Xilu's whole body tremble, and he actually suppressed the anger that was about to erupt. "Tell me, see the 16th and 18th. Sirius suppressed his anger, and a few words popped out of his mouth. "You ask me. Do you think I'll tell you? Even if you see it, what qualifications do you have to ask me to do? I can't figure out my status, an arrogant person standing there." Faku sneered and sneered disdainfully. This sentence made Xilu even more angry, and the invisible momentum of the whole body swelled outward again, and the rocks on the side floated up. "Want to do it? If you have the guts, just come." In the face of Xilu's pressing momentum, Faku just sneered and didn't care. The scene confronted for a while, and Xilu was so ridiculed and humiliated for some reason, but he never made a move, but only suppressed his aura, but he soon discovered that his aura was of no use to the two of them. Xilu's chi has become so powerful, how can there be such a huge amount of energy in his body? It's terrible. Number 18 felt the power of Xilu and fell into shock. But what was even more incredible to her was what Faku said just now. That man, did he defeat Xilu? Listening to the meaning of his words, it seems that Xilu has suffered a big loss in his hands, and, in the face of Xilu's power, he is not even a little surprised. Focusing on Faku, number 18 became curious about Faku's power. Unknowingly, after 10 breaths passed, Xilu finally did not make a move. He gritted his teeth and seemed to explode at any time, but in the end, he still calmed himself down. This guy seems to be expecting my shot. Vaguely, Xilu felt that he was not the opponent of Faku at this moment. When I become a complete body, I will make you look good, darn bastard. With a secret decision in his heart, Xilu was ready to ignore Faku and continue to look for the figure of number 18. However, suddenly, Xilu's eyes suddenly turned to look at the horizon. At the same time, everyone present sensed a powerful aura and was rushing towards here at a terrifying speed. A little golden light appeared, and in less than 5 breaths, it had come to the sky above this island. Everyone raised their heads, Xilu's eyes narrowed, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The law library was stunned, and then a little dignified. What a strong guy. He stared at the slowly descending person, stared at it, and observed it carefully. According to his judgment, the strength of this person, if all. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. If the ministry broke out, I am afraid that it will be on par with myself. Vegeta, what is he doing here? Number 18 looked at the person coming, and was a little stunned. Immediately afterwards, another golden light also came in an instant, standing not far from Vegeta, it was Trunks. Why did these two guys not see each other for a while, as if a huge change had taken place in their bodies? What's going on? Number 18 was secretly surprised. Vegeta was fine, it was hard to tell from the outside, but Trunks, with his long hair, was very obvious. And that look in her eyes that has gone through the vicissitudes of life also surprised her. As soon as Vegeta arrived, She first glanced at everyone present, and was slightly taken aback when she saw Yongqing. "It's you." Immediately afterwards, he ignored it and looked at Saru again. "Are you the monster?" His expression was confident and disdainful, full of indifference to all enemies, as if he felt that he was the most powerful being. "Vegeta, what are you doing?" When Xilu heard the monster being called, he was angry, and his natural tone was not very good. "What shall I do?" Vegeta sneered, and stretched out the index finger of his right hand, pointing at Saru. "Of course I'm here to beat you." Chapter 816 Vegeta's Prestige Shin. Vegeta's expression was arrogant and indifferent, like a goddess aloof, looking down at mortals. This expression and posture suddenly made Saru burst out. "Faku is like this, you weak guy, you dare to do this. Who am I, Saru?" Saru was completely angry, and unlike Faku, this time he no longer tolerated it. In the face of Faku, he may still be afraid and fear, because the other party is unfathomable. But Vegeta, what kind of thing this is, he is very clear. I actually let a weak man ride on my head and show off my power. If he could endure this anger any longer, what kind of perfection would he become? Just kill yourself here. The anger turned into a laugh, and Xilu laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, what a Vegeta, what a guts. His expression suddenly changed again, becoming gloomy. Today, I won't let you know how powerful I am. Do you really think that I, Saru, can let you handle it? Boom. Under the rage, Xilu suddenly burst into the momentum of the whole body, and the violent airflow continued to flow in all directions. Number 18 and number 16 blocked the front with their arms, watching the battle that was about to start. Is Vegeta crazy? He dares to provoke Sirius. Number 18 stared blankly at the arena. Number 16 is in the quiet gaze field, without saying a word, his eyes are very calm. Just a monster, come on. Just to let you know, my Vegeta's new power. Following closely behind Saru, Vegeta also let out a loud shout, and the golden flames burning all over his body became more intense again, with a hum sound, becoming bigger and hotter. Ah! With a loud shout, Vegeta's body changed, and in his body, the terrifying aura continued to extend to the outside and exploded. The next moment, his arms became thicker, his muscles swelled, and the muscles all over his body became much stronger, and he looked very powerful. This is my new power, Saru, a Super Saiyan who transcended the boundaries of a Super Saiyan. With a loud shout, Vegeta stood there, like a god, powerful and terrifying to the extreme. Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan. Number 18 looked at the field in shock, but couldn't help but take a few steps back. There was also a look of shock in Saru's eyes. In his intelligence, Vegeta was far from being as powerful as he was idle, which was beyond his expectations. How did he become so strong? Trunks looked at Vegeta not far away, feeling the terrifying aura on her body, and also had a smile on her face. Dad has been working hard for the past year, never slack off, and finally let him break the boundaries of Super Saiyans and successfully break through. Dad is amazing. At this time, he accidentally noticed Yongqing, who was standing in a corner, watching the battle calmly. He was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on his face. Blue. He flew towards where Yongqing was, and quickly landed beside Yongqing. Qing, you are here too. Hi Trunks, you seem to be in good shape. With just one glance, Yongqing could see that Trunks had surpassed the future him and entered a new realm. At the very least, if Trunks at this moment returned to the future and defeated number 17 and 18, it could be said that is a breeze. When he met the legend of the future world again, Trunks was obviously very happy. He had been nervous all the time, and the moment he met Yongqing, he became relaxed. In his opinion, there is no one who can defeat Yongqing in this world. Hey, practicing with my father, I have improved a lot. Compared with the situation where the future world is constantly hiding and there is no one to guide, the spiritual time room is indeed a very good place for cultivation. That's fine. Patting Trunks on the shoulder, Yang Qing sighed. Faku glanced at Trunks at this time, his eyes narrowed immediately, and his heart was solemn, but he didn't say much. Who is this? On the contrary, Trunks felt that Faku was unusual and asked first. His name is Faku, Yang Qing introduced with a smile. Hello, Trunks said to Faku politely, with a gentle smile on his face, looking very close. Faku himself is taciturn, just nodding slightly to be considered acquainted. His unique skin color made Trunks pay more attention, but he secretly retracted his eyes, but felt that the strength of this weirdo was amazing, and I am afraid that there is a very powerful power hidden. Watch the battle on the field, it should be interesting. Yang Qing said again, turning his eyes to Vegeta and Saru in the field. At this time, the auras of the two of them were already powerful and terrifying, causing number 18, who was hiding on the side, to be full of shock. Xilu, die. With a loud drink, in Saru's shocked eyes, Vegeta took the lead in launching the attack with pride and disdain. So fast. Xilu was shocked, his figure flickered again and again, and his speed was extremely fast, but this chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. It was because of Vegeta's successive blows that he could only passively evade. This guy is so strong. After dodging again and again, Saru found that Vegeta's power had almost reached a terrifying realm, and his speed had not increased much in comparison. The strength is terrifying. As long as I get a punch, I'm afraid I will lose my combat effectiveness, but in terms of speed, I can still handle it. After dodging one after another, Saru stood up abruptly and began to jump quickly above the mountains and peaks on the island to avoid Vegeta's attack. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions began to sound. Vegeta's power was extremely violent, and the dust exploded and flew around Saru. The figures of the two moved quickly in the island, but the eyes of the people watching the battle flickered. How is this possible? Sirius is completely at a disadvantage. Number 18 was shocked to the extreme, and number 16 also stared at the field in silence. Dad has become so strong. Xilu is no match for him at all. Trunks also stared at the field and muttered. Faku's eyes flashed, and his heart was actually boiling with a hint of war. This one is called Vegeta, very strong. Chapter 817. Come on then Shin. On the island, Vegeta looked disdainful and proud. After training in the spiritual time room, he really has the strength to ignore all enemies in his heart. With Saru in his hands, there was almost no resistance at all, and the initiative was completely occupied by Vegeta. With every punch and every kick, Xilu is retreating. The violent fist wind swept up the sky with dust, terrifying strength, and even made ripples in the air. This kid. Xilu gritted his teeth, his eyes full of shock. How is it possible? How can I not be his opponent? Xilu, you are too weak. After the battle, Vegeta seemed to be a little impatient, and he stopped the offensive with a cold drink. The two paused in the air, looking at each other. Saru's breathing was a little chaotic, while Vegeta was still calm and full. I've had enough. Hearing Vegeta's disdainful words, Saru's face was ugly, and his heart was filled with anger. Damn, if I evolve into a perfect body, what are you? He groaned angrily. Oh, you still have a perfect body. Vegeta raised her eyebrows and smiled. How can you become a perfect body? By absorbing number 18, I can become a complete body. Sirius gritted his teeth. Number 18, are you talking about the female android? Vegeta nodded with an expression of indifference on his face. So, is that the only strength you have now? I'm really disappointed. Xilu was even more angry, shouted loudly, and rushed up again. However, the two only fought less than a dozen moves, and Vegeta's sudden burst of speed and power hit Xilu heavily, causing the latter to tremble and his momentum was greatly weakened. Too weak. The indifferent and disdainful words entered Xilu's ears, and another punch hit his stomach, causing Xilu to step back a few steps, bending over to vomit blood. Cough cough. Damn it. He didn't expect that the power he thought had become stronger was not even a match for Vegeta, which made him feel uncomfortable and the pain was extreme. At the same time, his desire to absorb number 18 and become a complete body also increased. To the limit. Number 18 must be absorbed. Must be absorbed. Bang! With another punch, Vegeta turned Saru to a duel, and the latter gasped heavily and was very weak. Damn it! With a loud roar, Xylu mustered his strength to charge again, but after a breath, he was beaten back a few steps again. His face was blue and swollen. Siruru is no match for him at all. Number 18 was shocked beyond belief. In any case, she never imagined that Vegeta would become so strong. Dad is really amazing. The danger of Xylu has been completely eliminated now. A smile appeared on Trunks' face, and he shouted again. Dad, kill Saru. In order to avoid long nights and dreams, he loudly told Vegeta to kill Saru. HMPH, such a weak fellow, I can kill him at any time. The tall and arrogant Vegeta did not listen to what Trunks said, and just gave Saru a disdainful look. I'm curious, what will happen if you absorb number 18? Quote. Perfect body, very strong. The next sentence changed the expressions of the people present. Sirius looked at Vegeta in surprise, and then a smile appeared on his face. You will never be disappointed. Trunks was shocked. No, Dad, kill him quickly. It's useless, Trunks. Yang Qing shook his head, but stopped Trunks from getting in shape. The arrogant Vegeta would not listen to Trunks' words at all. At this moment, he who has become stronger again, he will not take anything he can say. With a frown, Yang Qing suddenly spoke. The law library. Yes, Faku responded quickly. Want to try Vegeta's power? An interesting look flashed in Yang Qing's eyes, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He didn't want to stop Saru's evolution, and he even wanted to try it out himself. The complete Xylu can be said to have the power of the king of the demon world, but between the two, who is stronger and who is weaker is still unknown, and he really wants to make sure. According to the judgment in the anime, the power displayed in the complete body of Sirius can be said to be much stronger than Dapriko. He has terrifying combat experience, all kinds of stunts of the Earth Warriors. As long as the skills possessed by the cells in his body, he can easily display them. This is a super warrior that has gathered many excellent warrior genes in a huge energy complex. Of course. Faku's eyes slammed, and his figure suddenly flew up and flew towards Vegeta. Blue. Trunks watched Faku leave, his face changed. Don't worry, Trunks, just watch. Glancing at the arena worriedly, Trunks had no choice but to suppress his unease. Regarding Qing, although he didn't know the strength of the latter, he believed it very much. His mother Bulma once said, Qing has long been the most powerful warrior in the universe, a figure in myth. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. At this time, Faku had already landed slowly, standing beside Saru, facing Vegeta. It's you. Xylu recognized Faku and said coldly. Trash one, get out of the way. The cold words made Xylu's heart burst into anger again, but he was seriously injured at this time, but it was not good for him to conflict with Faku. He just glared at Faku, and then quietly left here and flew to the side. Silently recovering his wounds alone. Damn Vegeta, damn Faku, you all wait for me. When I find number 18 and absorb him, you will all die. The face is calm, but Xylu's heart has been violent to the extreme. Being constantly ridiculed and humiliated, his strong self-esteem was greatly damaged. Saru's retreat also made Vegeta look at Faku with doubts in his eyes. Who are you? Demon King. Oh no, Demon God, Faku, experience your power. Faku said coldly, with no ups and downs in his tone. Devil. Vegeta showed a hint of doubt, but didn't care about it. He focused on the second half of the sentence. You want to fight me? That's right. Here, you and I are the closest in terms of strength. Moving forward in battle is the magic god's consistent method of cultivation. Faku said seriously. Close? You mean, are you close to my power? Vegeta felt unbelievable. After training, how powerful he was, even he was not sure. It's really interesting. Come on then. Chapter 818 Facing the sudden attack on Faku, Vegeta did not hesitate at all, and just agreed directly. The world of Longzhu is like this. The world with the theme of battle, the battles between each other, are not many twists and turns. Life and death are bearish. If you don't agree, just do it. To say it is to say it. If you can't do it, then you will be cowardly. If you are cowardly, continue to practice. After your practice is strong, continue to practice. As for life and death, who knows? Here Vegeta said a word, and Faku's expression immediately became solemn. He assumed a stance that is customary in the demon world, with his left hand in front, right hand behind, his legs one in front and one behind, the muscles of the whole body tense. Gradually, the momentum hidden in the depths of the body radiated from the body of Faku to the outside. Boom! In an instant, a group of crimson and ice blue flames appeared around him, and at this moment, his breath became incomparably huge and majestic. What a horrible gas! Trunks stood next to Yangqing, feeling this breath with shock on his face. It's disturbing, this chi feels so evil. At the same time, people can also distinguish the breath of Faku, which is extremely cold and evil. If Xilu is evil, then Faku's chi is pure darkness, evil. You're a bit smart. Vegeta felt this powerful chi, his pupils shrank, and he said coldly, and then he shouted loudly, and the power in his body swelled up again. This scene made number 18 hiding aside. Xilu stared again. Vegeta, he can be even stronger. The violent airflow centered on the two of them spread out in all directions, and the high and towering land was directly leveled by the shock wave rushing out of the two people's bodies, and the sky was filled with dust. After a full 10 breaths, a breeze blew, and the dust was blown away, revealing the two people who had stabilized. Vegeta's whole body is surrounded by golden flames, and the powerful momentum oscillates the space, while the law library is ice blue on the left and red on the right, surrounded by two-color aura, making him like the gods and demons in myths and legends. Let's get started. An indifferent voice came out of nowhere, and the two who were standing calmly suddenly moved. So fast. Aside, Xilu, who was watching the battle carefully, his eyes shrank suddenly, and his heart trembled. In an instant, the two people in the field collided fiercely. Boom! The terrifying impact was centered on the two of them and spread to the surroundings. Numerous fine cracks appeared in the tumult of the ground. After layers of overlapping force, it became about 50 centimeters lower than before. Bang 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 bang. A series of fist shadows entered everyone's sight from the battle between the two hands. The speed of this punch was exaggerated, and if anyone on the scene went up, they would not be able to receive a random punch from the two of them. Xilu swallowed his saliva even more, only then did he realize that it was the right choice for him not to take action against Faku at first. This kid is so scary. Faku is like a god and a devil. He swung his left fist, the cold flame seems to be able to freeze everything, and the right fist strikes, and the red flame seems to be able to burn everything. At this moment, he can control the cold and the fire. However, this terrifying power has no effect in front of Vegeta. Ha! With one punch, Vegeta just used the purest power, but smashed all the coldness and flames into pieces. Boom! With another bang, Faku trembled and took a step back. Great! With a low voice, Faku moved forward again. Humph! Vegeta raised his fist again, and he regained his confidence again. In the competition of pure strength, he was stronger than the opponent. Boom 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 boom. Next, the fists reached the flesh, and the two fists and arms collided with each other. It was the contact of the purest force, and the space trembled. Only slowly, the weakness of Faku's strength began to enlarge, and he was beaten by Vegeta and kept retreating. In the end, Vegeta punched Faku's Tanjong point, causing the latter to lose his balance and shake his body violently. It was this shaking that Vegeta sees the flaw, and threw out his fists continuously, hitting Faku 28 times in a row, causing the latter to tremble, and his body was slightly bent, unable to bear it. Keep your head down. After the 28th punch, Vegeta attacked. At this moment, Faku's head was raised, his mouth was slightly opened, and the crimson light flickered in his mouth. Boom! In an instant, the crimson continued to enlarge and ran towards Vegeta. What? I didn't expect that Faku was Vegeta who could make such an attack from his mouth. His face changed greatly. Under the conditioned reflex, he raised his arms and blocked his eyes. The two are very close at the moment, and it is too late to avoid, but the speed of the Qigong wave emitted by Faku is extremely fast. In less than a breath, the scarlet Qigong wave slammed into Vegeta's arms, and then... boom! A scorching flame burst out, covering the figures of Faku and Vegeta in the blink of an eye. After a flash of the explosion, the scale expanded again, and the endless shock waves opened in all directions, billowing smoke and dust. Rushing on. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. In the sky, the hills on countless islands were flattened in an instant, the rocks flew around, and the plants were uprooted when they bowed their heads. Dad! Trunks growled worriedly. Number 18 and number 16 could not hide their shock in their eyes, and raised their hands to block their eyes, preventing the rocks from approaching them. Under this terrifying explosion, the rocks that covered their bodies just now were also blasted into powder. And Xilu, who is always paying attention to this battle, can't hide his shocked expression. Faku, so strong, the shock wave from the mouth is really hard to guard against. Gradually, the fluctuation subsided, and the bodies of the two of them had long since disappeared. In another place, the figures of the two slowly showed their bodies. Faku's mouth was bloody, and Vegeta's series of attacks still injured him. However, the other party was not feeling well either. At this time, Vegeta's neat combat uniform had become tattered. He still kept his arms in front of him, and his body was pushed back more than 100 meters by the impact of the explosion. Slowly, lowering her arms, Vegeta took a deep breath. You are so strong that you can actually hurt me. Feeling the lower limbs, she was still a little paralyzed. Vegeta knew that she had been injured in the explosion just now. Chapter 819 Among the long beads, if the timing of the Super Saiyan stage is subdivided, it can be divided into many stages. Just from Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 stage at this time, it can be divided into the first stage, that is, the stage of Vegeta. The breath becomes larger, the muscles on the body expand to a limited extent, and the strength becomes stronger. The speed increase is small. In the second stage, it was changed by Trunks. The overall body was expanded, the strength was stronger, the speed was faster, and it had a very powerful strength. The third stage is the state of almost full power that Son Gohan has achieved. His body does not change much, and his body is surrounded by fine thunder and lightning. The last stage is full power, the full power of Super Saiyan 2. Compared with the previous transformation, this stage of transformation has little change in body shape, but the power has reached the top of Super Saiyan 2. Peak. At this moment, Vegeta is in the stage of Super Match 2, but even at this stage, the power it possesses is already extremely huge in the current plot. However, the guy in front of him who came out of nowhere was able to injure himself. Even Xilu couldn't do this. Faku's strength surprised Vegeta. After breaking through to the magic arsenal of the devil, its power is already at the level of a complete devil. The two pulled away from each other and faced each other, both breathing slightly. Hoo-hoo. Taking a heavy breath, and then exhaling, Faku adjusted his messy breathing and looked at the opposite. Vegeta's power is beyond his imagination, and it can be said that it is almost impossible to decide the winner for a while. The people watching around were caught in a sluggishness and calm, and they didn't dare to say a word. So strong. Number 18 was full of shock, and number 16 stared at the two of them closely. At the moment, Xilu also gritted his teeth and looked at the two people in the field, with an ugly face. The two people who fought in this battle had fought against him before, but in the end, without exception, he was defeated. He tried hard to hide his stature, and after a lot of hard work, he only absorbed number 17 and reached a small peak in his life, but the result was still humiliated, which is simply too shameful. At the same time, there was a huge unwillingness and anger in his heart. He was born to become the second strongest person in the world, but until now, what has he experienced? Damn it! Where's the 18th? Where is the 18th? Sirius roared in his heart, and his anger drowned him. The surrounding small islands were blown to pieces by him, and there was a great chance that the 18th would be on this island. If she wants to run far, she will inevitably move a lot, it will be difficult to hide, and she has already discovered it by herself. He glanced around, wanting to find number 18 again, devour the latter, and completely complete the evolution of the complete body. What stunned Zylu was that this time he just turned his head and saw two figures. That's it. His pupils shrank immediately, and that figure was number 18. At this moment, number 18 and number 16 watched the battle between Vegeta and Faku on the field, and their eyes were tense, but they didn't realize that Saru was on her side. It's there. She's right there. An accident first, followed by Zylu as a surprise. This is so lucky. When I look back, the man is in the dim light. Swallow her. As long as I swallow her, I can transform into a complete body. Whatever Vegeta, whatever Faku, must die. Zylu's expression became hideous. He took a step, concealed his breath, and slowly approached number 18's side. At the same time, Faku and Vegeta also shouted loudly, and the battle between the two began again. Compared to just now, after the battle again, the battle between the two became more intense. Boom! When the fists collided, Faku stepped back, but after just a moment, he opened his mouth wide, and the red light wave again headed towards Vegeta. This light wave is fast and urgent, and its power is huge, even Vegeta would not dare to take it head-on. Get out of here! With a roar, Vegeta's entire body swelled with golden flames, strode forward, and blocked her arms. With a bang, the explosion sprang up. At the same time, this time, because of the full defense, Vegeta did not suffer much damage, and took a few steps from the flames to the front of Faku. Sky Cannon. A terrifying Qigong wave formed in an instant, coming towards Faku. The distance between the two is only 10 meters apart at this moment. As soon as the light blue Qigong wave appeared, it has already arrived in front of Faku. Magic Strike. Faku's pupils shrank, and he saw the terrifying blow of this blow. With a pull of his hands, a crescent-shaped scarlet Qigong wave suddenly formed. This Qigong wave is thin, like a crescent-shaped blade, its blade is sharp and bright red. As soon as it appeared, Faku waved his long arm and slashed forward. Huh! In the blink of an eye, the crescent moon cut Vegeta's soaring cannon in half and fell towards both sides. Boom! The island trembled, and the people on it were a little unsteady. These two people are fighting with impunity. If this continues, the island will be destroyed. Number 18 said in a low voice, a little worried. The situation at this time seems to be very favorable to her, and Zylu has become a... This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The weakest existence in the field, neither of the two people in the field can be hostile to Zylu. Number 16 still looked at the field silently, but his eyes were more focused on Yangcheng. Inexplicably, this guy with no imposing manner on his body made him faintly fearful, as if there was an incomparably majestic energy hidden deep in his body. Who is this person? Number 16 carefully checked the information in his mind, but there was no information at all, which made him even more dignified. After the Qigong wave, the close combat between Faku and Vegeta started again. The two roared, both pouring out their greatest strength. Between raising their feet and raising their hands, the island trembled and the air buzzed. Every time they fought, all are huge shock waves spreading in all directions. Super Saiyan 2, even at the most elementary stage of strength, is already the star of the universe. At this moment, Xilu's eyes also showed the excitement of the successful conspiracy. Finally to succeed, ha 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 ha. It's only 15 meters away, and they haven't noticed me yet. Just an instant. Chapter 820 The Crown. Seeing that it is about to succeed, Xilu's heart can be said to be extremely excited. As long as he crosses the 15 meters and successfully absorbs number 18, then he will immediately become the ultimate body, the most perfect first warrior in the universe. By then, who else will be his opponent? Even though he hasn't transformed into the final perfect body, Saru firmly believes that it is the most powerful posture in the world, and it is a terrifying and powerful force that can suppress all opposition and hostile voices, set things right, and unify everything. That power, no one can resist, and no one can be hostile to it. The more excited he became, Xilu began to suppress it, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Calm down, I must calm down. 15 meters, my tail can stretch out and reach 5 meters at the longest, and with my strength and speed, if I attack, plus sneak attacks, number 18 has absolutely no chance to resist. As long as I go one step further, the success rate will be 100%. At this moment in the pupils, it shrank to the limit, and almost all of them were the figure of the 18th. At this time, number 18 still did not find Xilu, who had unknowingly been beside number 18. Woo! Taking a soft breath, Xilu was ready to act. His gaze became extremely cruel at this moment, and the tail behind his back also trembled and began to shake. Its sharp part, like a device that can automatically expand and contract, suddenly expands from the sharpest needle shape in an instant, and it actually expands, but in an instant, it is already the size of a stool. And this expansion is still increasing. It's now. Xilu's eyes narrowed and he raised his feet. At the same time, Yangqing's eyes flashed, his eyes turned, and he saw the location of number 18. Trunks' heart moved, and he turned his head after Yangqing. Turning his head, Trunks immediately changed his face. Be careful. His loud shout instantly entered the ears of number 18, but the latter was obviously still a little confused at this time, and did not respond to what was going on. Instead, it was number 16, with a look of panic and shock in his eyes. At the same time, a loud shout came from the sky. Number 18, dodge. Discovered. Xilu's eyes slammed, and he strode down. He stepped over 10 meters in one step, and almost instantly arrived in front of number 18. At this moment, the latter was still a little sluggish and did not react, as if the fear of the shadow behind her made her sluggish. Number 18. Number 16 was drinking loudly, so he rushed forward and pushed number 18 away. But late. Xilu let out a sinister laugh, and the tail behind him raised his head like a big snake and slid down abruptly. PFF'd. With just one sound, half of number 18's body was directly swallowed by Xilu's tail, and immediately, number 18's legs and legs began to struggle frantically. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Xilu laughed wildly. At this moment, he finally succeeded, and his face was full of excitement and excitement. Wait, ha 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 ha. Look at all of you. The most powerful warrior in the world, Saru. The ultimate body is about to be born. Wait, face, meet, this ultimate fear. While laughing and shouting, Xilu was in a crazy state at the moment. The speed at which he swallowed and absorbed number 18 was also extremely fast. When he finished speaking a few words, number 18's figure quickly disappeared. The swollen tail also wriggled a few times before returning to its original state. Buzz. At the moment when number 18 disappeared, Xilu's body suddenly flashed an extremely dazzling light. This light caused Faku and Vegeta, who were fighting, to stop fighting immediately, and at the same time turned their attention to where Saru was. It was an extremely dazzling light, like white light, but also blue, and looking at it again, it looked like purple. As if there are countless colors flowing every second, people can't tell them apart. This light enveloped Xilu's whole body, making him disappear in front of everyone's eyes. At the same time, a palpitating breath slowly came out. Number 16's eyes became frightened, Trunks became flustered, and Krillin, who fell to the ground, was shaking all over. Everyone present did not expect that Saru finally succeeded. His transformation is radiant, the evolution of this ultimate body is extremely dazzling, and the light almost shines for a full 20 seconds. However, the strange thing is that in the process, although the breath that came out is powerful, it is not so terrifying, it seems to be silent. Ultimate body. Vegeta wrapped her arms around her arms and stared coldly at the group of rays of light, unconcerned in her heart. The La Library is a little dignified. He did not feel how powerful Xilu, who was shrouded in light at this time, was. However, every transformation of the living body is definitely not that simple. What secrets are there? Only after the real battle will understand. Ching, what should I do? Trunks' voice was a little flustered. Number 17 and 18 was already very powerful. Add another Saru, the combination of the three. Then, how powerful will it be? Trunks can't even imagine. Unexpectedly, with every precaution, Xilu succeeded in the end. Hee, just watch it quietly. Yang Qing's eyes also flickered. As for the true strength of this Xilu's transformation, This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. I am very curious, what kind of realm will it reach? Seeing Yang Qing's calm appearance, Trunks also took a deep breath and calmed down. Just how powerful Qing was, Trunks didn't know, he only knew that he was very, very powerful. In the face of Xilu, Qing should have a way. Gradually, the light on Xilu disappeared, revealing the appearance of his perfect body. In an instant, everyone present was stunned when they saw Xilu's new appearance. Yes, they were all stunned. If the previous Xilu left the impression on everyone, it was ugly, ferocious, cruel, and monster. Then, he completed the transformation of the ultimate body, but at this moment, everyone felt incredible. Elegant, handsome, arrogant, and stern, all the words in the world praising male and sexual creatures seemed to be able to be placed on Xilu. He was so perfect and handsome. At this time, he was a lot thinner than before, and his muscles were evenly distributed, like the strongest fitness guru in the world. His figure caused thousands of girls to faint. And his face is even more charming, human, and has extraordinary charm. If these are not enough, then the protrusion and rise on the top of his head are even more admirable. That's a crown,